Audience friends, the 50 randomly selected warriors have already embarked on their journey. The Earth's resources are nearly depleted, and the arrival of the wild survival world is our last hope. With countries as factions, all players are randomly teleported. The country whose players survive until the end will restore 10% of the resources. The losers will become lonely souls in a foreign land. This is related to the fate of our Dragon Nation, so please, fellow citizens, cheer for our 50 warriors. In the Dragon Nation live stream room, the country's famous host Xiao Sa, Diva Lu Fei, and Professor Yuansen, an expert in botany and zoology, were introducing the wild survival world to the national audience. Behind them, a giant screen displayed tens of thousands of live rooms, each showing the live feed of every contestant. That's right, each contestant has their own live stream room. If you like someone, you can go to their live room and support them, Lu Fei said with a smile, continuing, however, the wild survival world is very considerate, the contestants can even decide when to turn their live rooms on or off. Contestants always need time for convenience and bathing, they can't live stream globally all the time, Yuansen replied. While Lu Fei and Yuansen were chatting, Xiao Sao interrupted, saying, Dear viewers, after a global database comparison, the identities of the contestants have been confirmed. Through big data analysis, a ranking list of the contenders has been created. First place, James, beautiful country, 30 years old, Delta Force instructor. Second place, Chris, Sunset Country, 27 years old, airborne squad member. Third place, Joseph, Bear Country, 29 years old, KGB spy agency instructor. Fourth place, Matsuda Saburo, Sakura Country, 26 years old, Emperor's Guard member. Fifth place, Kim Soo-hyun, Stick Country, 29 years old, Marine Corps member. 10th place, Xia Chen, 27 years old, Dragon Country, Main Battle Unit member. 9,500th place, Zhang Yu, Dragon Country, 22 years old, unemployed, living on national subsidies. Xiao Sa and the others looked pale at the rankings, not knowing whether it was due to the big data targeting or the contestants' actual strength. Weena, haha, poor Dragon Country, so pathetic. We have 2 in the top 10, and you can only be at the bottom. Xiao Zailan, Dragon Country men are just not as good as our Sakura Country men. How could someone like Zhang Yu be at the bottom? Kim Jianxi, Dragon Country should just accept being our subsidiary country. Maybe my Soo-hyun will even protect you. Rahul, why isn't there anyone from our India in the top 10? The big data is definitely wrong. In the beautiful country livestream, General MacArthur smiled and commented, Oh. Dragon Country people? Not a threat. Sakura Country, Stick Country, and Tumao Country have completely embraced the beacon of freedom. Even some of Dragon Country's allies have come over to us. Haha, indeed, the heavens favor my beautiful country. Whoa whoa. I long for freedom. Beautiful country is the beacon of civilization. Let me immigrate there. I'm willing to give up everything in Dragon Country, a Dragon Country netizen commented. In the Bear Country livestream, the bullet comments were divided. Dragon Country is no good, should we consider changing allies? Not necessarily, Dragon Country excels at farming and building up quietly. They might rise later. This wild survival is still about the white people. Those yellow people can only farm, they can't survive. In the wild survival world, after a dizzying feeling of weightlessness, Zhang Yu finally felt the ground beneath his feet. He slowly opened his eyes and carefully looked around. The rich and lush coniferous forest stretched endlessly, exuding bursts of fragrance. In the sky, clouds drifted above the sea of trees, pushed gently by the breeze, slowly drifting towards the distance. The sound of insects chirping echoed in his ears. A light breeze blew by, rustling the trees. Not far off, the lake's water was crystal clear, with the reflection of the white clouds rippling gently with each wave. The beautiful scene caused the number of viewers in the live stream to rapidly soar to over 50,000. Was I selected? A trace of joy appeared on Zhang Yu's face. He is a traveler who crossed over into this world 5 years ago, a world drained of resources. He survives by eating synthetic carbon rods every day, and when he steps outside, the ground is covered in yellow sand. Not even animals can be seen, and even wild grass is a rare sight. To him, this was nothing short of a nightmare. In his previous life, he was a wilderness survival blogger, and now he could only survive on the country's minimum welfare. As Zhang Yu observed his surroundings, a mechanical sound suddenly echoed in his ears. Ding! All participants are in position. The wilderness survival world has prepared some essential survival supplies for you. Please choose 3 items from the following 10 to be your starting supplies. 1. Cooking utensils, optional X1. 2. 50m fishing line plus 20 fish hooks. 3. Recurve bow X1 with 15 arrows. 4. 12x12m waterproof oilcloth. 5. Knives and axe, optional X1. 6. Trapline, loop, X1. 7. 5 kilograms beef jerky. 8. Tent X1. 9. Solar-powered flashlight X1. 10. 5 kilograms rice X1. The text appeared before all the participants, and a backpack suddenly appeared beside each of them. Zhang Yu didn't rush to choose. Instead, he opened the backpack and counted the items inside. Apart from a set of winter clothes, there were only 4 items: a fire starter, a block of solid salt, a watch, and a bundle of rope. He put the watch on his wrist and checked the time, 10 o'clock. I have the basic living supplies, so I'll just choose hunting tools. With a thought, the recurve bow, fishing hooks and line, and axe appeared beside him. At that moment, Zhang Yu's personal livestream room exploded with over 50,000 viewers. 3 hunting tools? Shouldn't you pick at least 1 food item? How will you survive in the beginning? You're not even picking a tent? How will you sleep at night? Don't let a hyena show up and make you its meal, like in those documentaries. Ha, this is hilarious. No wonder he's last. You guys in Dragon Country are so funny. Without cooking utensils, how are you going to eat and drink? Don't you know raw food and water have lots of parasites and bacteria? Ha, our great stick countries show Hyun Appa chose the cooking utensils. Embarrassing, you've made our country lose face abroad. As a Dragon Country citizen, I strongly request that Zhang Yu be stripped of his citizenship. Instantly, viewers started leaving the livestream, and only around 20,000 remained. In Sakura Country's livestream room, Matsuda-kun, as expected of someone from the Emperor's Guard, chose the recurve bow, tent, and cooking utensils. First, he guaranteed food and shelter, then considered other things. Exactly, Matsuda-kun, I want to have your babies. Zhang Yu stood up, hung the bow and arrows on his backpack, picked up the axe, and headed toward the lakeside. He planned to first patrol around the lake, to see if there was a suitable place to set up a shelter. In wilderness survival, water and food are both indispensable. If the shelter is near a water source, he wouldn't have to worry about water. As he walked toward the lake, the ground of the coniferous forest was covered with dead branches and decayed leaves that had accumulated for many years, making it impossible to step without causing noise. From time to time, a piece of rotting wood covered in moss and lichen would block his path. Crack! Squeak! The sound of his footsteps on the dead leaves echoed and magnified in the quiet coniferous forest. The deep, dense forest made Zhang Yu constantly feel as if something was following him, causing him to want to glance behind him from time to time. It's been years since I last dealt with wilderness survival. Has my mentality gotten worse? He furrowed his brow. Though he knew it was all just a mental effect, he couldn't help but think about it. This isn't good, I need to change my mindset. The more I go on, the more reliant I'll be on my mindset. Loneliness, setbacks, fear, each one is a huge challenge. He thought about how to find a way to distract himself and calm his mind. It would be great if I had teammates. Teammates? I don't have teammates, but I have a livestream. Zhang Yu suddenly had an idea. Just treat the viewers in the livestream like people. How about introducing them to this world, just like a livestream? It would not only distract me, but if I survive and return, I'll have a whole bunch of fans. In the future, doing some live streaming and selling goods will ensure that you never have to worry about food or drink again. After all, the wilderness world rewards the country, but offers no rewards to individuals. Alright. It's decided. Chapter 2, starting with a chicken. In the Dragon Country livestream, Xiaosa turned to Professor Yuan Sen beside him. As we can see, our contestants have already set off on their journey. Professor Yuan, what do you think is particularly important to pay attention to in wilderness survival? The professor, with a touch of gray at his temples, showed a worried expression and said in a deep voice. The most important thing is still the mentality. In the wilderness, it matters more than anything. Once your mindset collapses, it's basically over. Secondly, I received news from a foreign friend. The United States, Gull Chicken, and the Sun Never Sets country have already formed an alliance with the goal of first kicking us out, and then competing among themselves. Once they encounter contestants from our country, they will immediately activate an off-field hint opportunity, limited to 1 time per person. Professor Yuan's expression became even more serious as he worried for all Dragon Country contestants. The key is, no one knows how many countries are in this alliance. Our contestants not only have to face environmental challenges but also the challenges posed by hostile countries. Professor Yuan's advice is very pertinent. Our contestants face huge challenges. Let's return our focus to the contestants. Xiaosa quickly interrupted, knowing that discussing national relations in public would only increase the sense of crisis among the public. Zhang Yu walked through the needle-leaf forest, moving through the gaps between the trees. Brothers, we are heading to the lake ahead to see if it's suitable for setting up a camp. Or maybe we can rest there temporarily. I really don't want to be carried off by some animal when I try to sleep tonight. Suddenly, he stopped, slowly put down his backpack, and took out his bow and arrows. He pointed to a branch not far away and whispered. See that? There's a wild chicken over there. He then nocked an arrow, took a step, stopped, and stealthily moved closer to the wild chicken. And the live stream's view switched to the direction Zhang Yu pointed at, where a wild chicken, adorned with rainbow-colored feathers, appeared in the live stream. Wow! Is this the legendary wild chicken? It's so beautiful. The documentary said it tastes delicious, even better than farm-raised chickens. Although I've never tried farm-raised chicken but with feathers like that, I think the documentary is right. The streamer is acting like what? A jobless wanderer who can shoot arrows? I bet he'll miss. If he hits it, I'll do a handstand and eat poop live. Stop fooling around upstairs. Eating poop? You're not worthy. It's all being collected by the country to make fertilizer, to maintain the last remaining oasis. In just a moment, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed from over 30,000 to more than 200,000. If Zhang Yu knew, he would definitely feel that the wild chicken was truly irresistible. Zhang Yu stopped behind a big tree, slowly raised his longbow, hooked his finger on the bowstring, and began to pull it back. He closed his left eye, placed his right eye behind the arrow, and carefully aimed at the wild chicken, adjusting his breathing to match the frequency of his arm's movements. Whoosh! The arrow was released, a dull sound of the arrow cutting through the air, and almost instantly, it pierced the wild chicken. The wild chicken fell to the ground with a heavy thud, crashing onto the dry leaves, and then lay still. Zhang Yu walked up, picked up the wild chicken, and shook it. Looks like dinner is settled for today. That's a bit impressive. This is a jobless wanderer? Then what am I? Drooling watching other contestants eat berries, I'm so jealous I could die, but this meat. I'm licking the screen. Just a lucky guess. Wait until our Matsuda-kun makes his move, you will be shocked by the strength of our Sakura country. Ha, I just came back from the Asan country livestream, their contestant Vera literally made me laugh to death. He chose beef jerky as his starting item, then tripped, and the beef jerky landed right in a pile of poop. Suddenly, a few lines of small text appeared in front of him. Skill system activated. Host, Zhang Yu. Skills acquired, Archery LV3, 0300. Damn. The golden finger. The time traveler doesn't lie to me. Zhang Yu was instantly ecstatic. Although he had the experience from his past life, he was still self-aware. Compared to those special forces soldiers, his advantage lay in experience, and nothing else. Now, with the system added to him, the situation was drastically different. He briefly understood the system. In simple terms, one word, grind. Ordinary grinding is useless, there must be results. For example, if he wanted to improve his archery experience, he had to hit a target, whether it was a hit or a kill, he would gain experience. Realizing this, he quickly adjusted his mindset, walking and observing, looking for traces of large wild animals. He pushed aside the last bush, and the lake suddenly appeared. The shore was covered with reeds, and occasionally, a rustling sound came from deep within the reeds, followed by wild ducks flapping their wings and flying up, skimming across the surface of the lake, leaving ripples behind. The water was clear and transparent, with sunlight shining on the surface, and a gentle breeze brushed the lake, causing shimmering waves. Zhang Yu bent down and tasted the lake water. Fresh water. At this moment, the Dragon Country live broadcast switched to Zhang Yu's perspective. This view is really beautiful. It's like a dream, Lu Fei said, amazed by the scene. Yes, the scenery is beautiful. But we really underestimated Zhang Yu. This guy is no simple character, Yuan-sen remarked. Oh? Professor Yuan, what do you mean? Little Sa asked in confusion. Yuan-sen pushed his glasses up with his right hand and slowly spoke. We can see that he is really interacting with the audience, just like he's live streaming. This is his way of adjusting his mindset. In an environment like this, loneliness can drive a person crazy. What he's doing is giving himself a mental suggestion, as if countless people are watching him. This helps ease the feeling of loneliness to some extent. Yuan-sen took a sip of water and cleared his throat before continuing. Zhang Yu picked an axe, a bow and arrow, and a fishing line with hooks. We've all seen his archery skills. Not many competitors can surpass his level. And how many fish are in the lake? As long as his luck isn't too bad, with the fishing line and hooks he chose, basic food is guaranteed. At this moment, Lu Fei was frowning, looking at the screen with a hint of confusion in her voice. Professor Yuan, the live broadcast of Su Jin seems to be right next to Zhang Yu. There's even this lake in the view. Su Jin, the big beauty, is right next to Zhang Yu? Really? I compared the perspectives from their live streams, and it seems like they're not far apart. I just came back from the Sakura Country livestream, and it looks like their Jakujiro is also pretty close. Zhang Yu was unaware of what was happening in the livestream. He was crouching down, handling a wild chicken. These feathers are good materials for making arrow feathers. I need to keep them. He then shook the tail feathers in his hand and continued educating. Our fishing line doesn't have a float. If we trim this a bit, it'll make the best float. Also, the most dangerous thing when traveling in the wilderness is getting lost, but this colorful tail feather is the best marker. Making arrows? Are you that awesome? Do your family members know? Zhang Yu, from now on, you're upgraded to Uncle Yu. Just a few words and you're already being called uncle? You guys in the dragon country are so practical. Our beautiful country's Akman has already found a cave with a moose corpse inside. Food and shelter are taken care of. You guys can envy us now. This statement immediately sparked a flurry of reactions in the live stream's chat. Zhang Yu continued educating the live stream while handling the wild chicken. Once done, he selected a strong reed from the reed bed, tied it around the chicken's neck, and started searching for a place to build shelter. After confirming that there were no traces of large animals nearby, he finally chose a spot to set up the shelter. Brothers, look, this place is perfect for building a shelter. It will save half the effort. The small slope at the back has a 2-meter drop from the top to the ground. The height was just right. On both sides, there were exactly 2 big trees, saving us the time of digging holes and setting up main supports. And just now, I took a walk around, and to the east, there's a patch of yellow bamboo. It can not only be used to make cups and bowls, but also beds or even floors. Zhang Yu glanced at the time, 2 p.m. He looked up at the sun in the sky and said, "Building the shelter is a long task. It will take at least 3 or 4 days to finish. So our goal today is to dig a small hole here and make some protection. This way, we won't have to worry tonight." Chapter 3, Fishing, the first night in the wilderness. In the evening, the sun began to set. The last rays of the setting sun dyed the surface of the lake a fiery red. Under the fiery clouds at the horizon, a group of birds occasionally flew by. A chicken tail feather suddenly dipped sharply down and splashed into the water. Here comes a fish, here comes a fish. Are we going to see the legendary fish in UGE's livestream again? Zhang Yu immediately stood up, raised his hands, and suddenly pulled up, a massive tug coming from the fishing rod made of tree branches. This fish is not small. After a few tugs, feeling that the timing was right, he exerted force with both hands and directly pulled the fish onto the shore. A fish weighing about 2 pounds flopped on the ground. A few lines of small text appeared in front of Zhang Yu's eyes. Fishing skill has been recorded. Skills recorded: archery LV3, 0/300, fishing LV1, 0 out of 100. LV1? Zhang Yu looked at these glaring words, a sense of frustration rising in his heart. I learned fake fishing in my past life? Did Master Deng's teachings go to waste? You fake system. Zhang Yu continued to attach the chopped chicken heart, then threw it into the water. After cleaning the fish, he scraped some salt off a solid salt block and evenly spread it on the fish meat. He poked it with a branch and placed it next to the campfire. He flipped the wild chicken over and resumed fishing. Fishing skill experience +1. Fishing skill experience +1. Fishing skill experience +10. After a few misses in catching another fish, the livestream chat immediately became lively. UGE, please do me a favor, let me have a bite, I also want to eat fish. UGE, hang in there. When Dragon Country's resources are restored, I'll sell everything I own just to buy one of these fish to eat. Ha, does Dragon Country even think it can win? What a fantasy, victory belongs to our beautiful country. Zhang Yu stretched lazily, quietly staring at the brilliant sunset clouds on the horizon, lost in thought. Surviving in the wilderness is tough, but it's also full of beautiful scenery and surprises. You need to enjoy the present to keep going. Is this really wilderness survival? This is more like an outdoor vacation. I bet before resources ran out, those rich people lived like this too. Yeah, this start has chickens and fish. Meanwhile, over at the neighboring Gull chicken family, almost all their contestants are starving. Some contestants from the Indian team are even eating crap. Over at the neighboring beautiful Sujin is also staring at the scenery like UGE, but she's starving. I really hope UGE can share some with her. The livestream chat was buzzing. Did you say something? Come here, I guarantee I'll treat you to a big feast. Since you're not eating, I'll have to accept it then. Zhang Yu laughed, not caring that it was hot, and took a bite. Beautiful country contestant Ackerman has died, remaining contestants 94-99. A cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Zhang Yu's ear. Someone got eliminated so quickly? Zhang Yu was somewhat emotional but didn't get overly excited. Haha, who was saying Ackerman was amazing in the livestream this afternoon? Why are you all quiet now? My wife was watching Ackerman's livestream earlier, happily eating meat, then suddenly a tiger appeared from behind and bit him to death. Professor Yuan said that hole was the tiger's den. Ackerman thought tiger meat wasn't enough to eat and delivered some meat to the tiger. Time passed bit by bit. During this, Zhang Yu caught another pike. Fishing experience also increased to LV1, 27/100. The last rays of the sunset vanished, and the dark sky took over. The stars emitted dazzling light, and a magnificent river of stars ran across the entire sky. 10 o'clock? It's time to head back. Zhang Yu remembered the time when night fell. The wilderness at night was full of danger, so from now on, he must always leave enough time for the return trip. Back at the shelter, Zhang Yu immediately lit the campfire. He then made a simple smoked meat rack, hung the fish on it, and began smoking them. What is he doing? There's no need to put the fish this high. Is it to prevent small animals from stealing it? In Longguo's live broadcast room, Lu Fei was full of confusion. Professor Yuan, what is Zhang Yu doing? Is he roasting meat? Yuan Sin shook his head and denied. If I'm not mistaken, he's smoking the fish. In the wild, food is hard to preserve, and smoking can dry out the moisture and form a protective layer on the surface, allowing the meat to be preserved for a long time. Zhang Yu hung the fish and then started building the shelter. He already had a blueprint in his mind. The highest priority was the surrounding structure. As for the interior, he would deal with it slowly later. The night deepened. The campfire emitted a faint light, dispelling some of the darkness. From deep in the dense forest, sounds occasionally came from disturbed plants. In the distance, the howling of wolves and the roaring of some unknown animals echoed back and forth, never stopping, ringing through the quiet, vast environment. This made Zhang Yu's nerves tighten involuntarily. To say he wasn't scared, that would be nonsense. In the darkness, no one knew what lurked in the depths of the night. Saying he wasn't nervous or scared? Impossible. He glanced at the time. It's almost 12. Zhang Yu added some wood to the campfire. He grabbed his backpack, crawled into the small hole he had dug, stuck half his body out, and firmly blocked the entrance with the wooden planks he had cut. Curled up in the narrow hole, the sounds of unknown animals' calls echoed in his ears. The rustling of various animals passing through the grass and bushes constantly caught Zhang Yu's attention, preventing him from calming down. But as time passed, weariness and unstoppable drowsiness overcame him. Accompanied by the gentle breeze brushing through the trees, creating a shoo-shoo sound, Zhang Yu gradually drifted into sleep. In Sakura Kingdom's live broadcast room. Ah! No! Don't, Kamita-kun. Run! In the tent, Kamita Kojiro was terrified, curled up in the corner, trembling, only wearing a pair of shorts. Outside the tent, a pack of giant wolves with glowing eyes stared fixedly at Kamita Kojiro inside the tent. No! No! Giant wolves, please don't hurt Kamita-kun. Go after the people from Longguo next door. But their pleas had no effect. A wolf howl came from a distance, and the giant wolves seemed to have received some kind of order, rushing toward Kamita Kojiro. The tent was instantly torn apart, and Kamita Kojiro was completely exposed to the wolf's claws. Then, a feast began. Sakura Kingdom's contestant Kamita Kojiro has died, with 9,498 contestants remaining. In the Great Stick Nation's live broadcast room, Duminsik cautiously held a dark red wild fruit, as if holding a treasure, his face full of excitement. It smells so good, the wild world is amazing. In Blue Star, this kind of good thing, not to mention eating, I can't even see it. Saying that, he eagerly bit into the wild fruit. But after eating only half, Duminsik's face changed drastically, his eyes widened, and his hands gripped his throat. His mouth began to foam, and he collapsed to the ground. Great Stick Nation's contestant Duminsik has died, with 9,497 contestants remaining. In Beautiful Nation's live broadcast room. In Asan Nation's live broadcast room. The same scenes played out in different live broadcast rooms. Some were bitten by snakes and poisoned to death, some were slapped to death by bears, and some. Chapter 4, Shelter Construction. In the morning, Zhang Yu was awakened by the crisp calls of birds. What the heck, how did over 180 people die in one night? Only 9,312 contestants are left? Even Longguo lost one. Still half-dazed after waking up, he was confused. Isn't it only the first night? How could so many die? Ha, Master Yu sleeps like a dead pig. Yesterday, the live streams from all over the world exploded with noise, cries of misery everywhere. The worst was that Matsumoto Tsubasa from Sakura Country, who was eaten alive by some unknown bugs. I was so scared I couldn't watch, but then I couldn't help sneaking a look. Damn it. Your Dragon Country players can only rely on luck, they'll be eliminated sooner or later. Our Sakura Country players just lacked a little luck. He crawled out of the cave. The campfire had already gone out, and the pike on the simple smoker was dry and emitting a faint fruity wood scent. Zhang Yu casually picked a soft branch from the bushes and chewed on it. Then he scraped some salt and used the chewed-up branch to dip it, starting to clean his teeth. He then lit the fire, placing the fish that had been cooked yesterday onto it to heat up. The air is really fresh. He closed his eyes and stretched lazily. After eating half the roasted fish, his stomach was half full. He picked up his axe and began chopping trees. 180 people died overnight. This place is definitely dangerous. I have to fix the outer walls on both sides today. Zhang Yu encouraged himself. In Su Jin's livestream, over 1.3 million viewers were watching her climb a tree, nervous and on edge. She was carefully climbing the trunk, slowly moving towards the bird's nest ahead. The hunger in her stomach gnawed at her, and as she looked at the bird eggs in front of her, saliva unconsciously dripped from her mouth. A strong wind blew by, causing the tree to shake violently. Ah! A loud scream echoed through the forest, and Su Jin, scared, closed her eyes and tightly clung to the tree trunk, not daring to move. Ah, Su Jin, beautiful lady, be careful. Don't let go. After the wind passed, the shaking tree trunk gradually steadied. Su Jin calmed her nerves, although her eyes still showed fear. She suppressed her fear and steadily moved her slender body toward the bird's nest. In the Never Set Country live stream, Chris was sitting by the lake, leisurely tying the fishing line, fishing with ease. Suddenly, the fishing line was pulled straight. A fish. God bless our Never Set Country. As expected of our Never Set Empire elite, so strong. Chris stood up, pulling hard on the fishing line. A huge force unexpectedly came from the fishing line. The line was instantly pulled straight, tightly wrapping around his hand, deeply embedding into his flesh, and blood immediately gushed from the wound. Ah! Chris screamed in pain, his face showing terror. He became panicked, desperately trying to pull the fishing line free, but he found the line had embedded itself deep in his flesh, wrapped around his bone. Suddenly, a huge creature in the water began to struggle violently, swimming towards the deep water. The immense pulling sensation traveled through the fishing line and into Chris's hand. Terrified and desperate, he was dragged step by step into the deep water. Chris, the player from Never Set Country, has died. 9,311 players remain. At this moment, the viewers from Never Set Country began to furiously insult. How did someone like Chris get into the airborne special forces? We, the Never Set Country, were once the rulers of the seas, but he can't even fish? Even Zhang Yu from Dragon Country, the one least expected to succeed, knows how to use a branch as a fishing rod. How stupid is Chris? Embarrassing. I'm applying for immigration to beautiful country tomorrow. Ha, I knew there was a problem with the big data. How did Chris, of all people, rank second? Our country doesn't even have anyone in the top 10? In the Dragon Country livestream, Little Saw looked at the latest information handed to him by the staff, overjoyed. Latest news, Chris, the second-place player from Never Set Empire, has died, and our Gauchen has moved up one spot, now ranked 9th. What's even more surprising is Zhang Yu, the latest ranking from the big data is 7832, jumping up over 1,000 spots. As soon as this was said, the audience erupted in excitement. Joyous news for all, a celebration for the entire world. The big data must be wrong. How could I, grandfather Yu, only be ranked 7,000th? I say, he has what it takes to win the championship. Hearing that Chris had been eliminated, Zhang Yu didn't show any emotions and continued chopping down trees, focusing on his work. If the shelter isn't built soon, he might be the next cold number announced on the broadcast. He glanced at the pile of wood beside him and wiped the sweat off his forehead. We're almost done. We still have 2 smoked fish and half a grilled fish. Food's not a problem today. Although eating only fish isn't enough, without carbs and fats, the body won't last. But for a short time, there's no issue. Zhang Yu took a short break, stood up, and started building the shelter. I'm not worried about carbs. I saw some berries on the road, and the roots of the reeds by the lake can also supplement that, though the taste isn't great. The main concern is still fat. Let's see if we can find any animals. The shelter was built quickly. In just over 7 hours, both sides were done. Looking at the work in front of him, Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction. That's enough for today, we'll leave the rest for tomorrow. Let's head east and explore today. Zhang Yu put on his bow and arrows, grabbed his axe, and set off towards the east. He had started from the western spawn point and walked all the way here, with a massive lake to the south. Now, only the east and north were unexplored. Although he had explored a little yesterday, the focus was more on determining if there were any large carnivores, and the area explored wasn't very large. Zhang Yu moved quickly, but instead of walking straight ahead, he occasionally changed direction and walked a short distance before continuing east, marking tree trunks with his axe along the way. Along the way, the spruce and larch trees covered about 80% of the area, with the rest being some unknown small trees. After walking east for about 2 kilometers, nearly an hour had passed. Just as Zhang Yu was about to turn back, the faint sound of flowing water reached his ears. Let's go, brothers, there's the sound of water ahead, let's check it out. Zhang Yu continued forward, the ground covered in dark green moss, pushing aside the low shrubs that blocked his path. A grayish-yellow figure appeared by the stream, crouching, ice-cold, ready to pounce at any moment. Mountain lion. Zhang Yu was startled, his hair standing on end, a wave of instinctive fear rushing through him. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also startled when they saw the mountain lion, immediately worried for Zhang Yu. It's over. Yesterday, the contestant from Baba Sheep's team encountered this, the mountain lion Professor Yuan mentioned, and was bitten to death. Grandfather Yu, don't run. Professor Yuan said running makes it more dangerous, you have to scare it off face to face. Ha, even your Dragon Kingdom has its day, mountain lion, go ahead, bite this Dragon Kingdom person. Chapter 5, Killing the Mountain Lion. Zhang Yu instinctively wanted to run, but immediately realized and stopped himself. I absolutely can't run. He forced himself to calm down, thinking about the strategy. I can't face it head on. Even if I kill it, if I get scratched or bitten, in this environment, it's deadly. He desperately recalled the strategies for dealing with large predators from the survival shows of Bear Grylls, Les Stroud, and others in his previous life. One man, one lion, they just stood there, silently facing each other. I can't show any fear. The mountain lion is too fast, the bow and arrow might not help, I need to scare it away. Zhang Yu scanned the surroundings, and an idea formed in his mind. He slowly moved his backpack to his chest and took out his bow and arrow. His eyes locked onto the mountain lion's cold gaze. What? Is Grandfather Yu really going to face the mountain lion head-on? At this moment, in the Sakura country's live broadcast room, the host Maria Mutu was smiling as she watched the scene. This Zhang Yu from the Dragon Kingdom has used up all his luck. Now it's time to face the wilderness judgment. Relying only on luck won't get you far, you must have strength, and our Matsuda-kun has both luck and strength. Only Matsuda-kun can survive well in this dangerous, treacherous wilderness world. Zhang Yu hung his backpack over his chest, adjusted his mindset, and his eyes showed a fierce look. He knocked an arrow and shouted at the mountain lion. Go away! The huge sound echoed through the forest, startling the mountain lion, which took a step back. Then it turned around again, its front end slightly crouched, its back legs taut like a bow, ready to attack at any moment. Damn, it didn't even get scared off. Zhang Yu's mind was filled with countless curses. The man and the lion were once again locked in a standoff, but the mountain lion slowly began to step forward, testing. Zhang Yu immediately reacted, moving closer to a big tree. Then he quickly climbed the tree in a few swift steps, reaching a height of over 3 meters. He raised his bow and looked down at the charging mountain lion. Come up here. Perhaps Zhang Yu's escape gave the mountain lion a hunting desire and confidence. It circled the tree twice, then pushed off with its hind legs and leaped onto the trunk, heading straight for Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu wasn't afraid at all. He calmly raised his bow and aimed at the mountain lion. Whoosh! The arrow flew, and then a dull sound echoed. The mountain lion didn't have time to react. The arrow, like a sharp sword, deeply pierced its eye. It stiffened, then fell from the over 2-meter-high tree straight to the ground, struggling a few times before falling completely silent. Skill acquired, Archery LV3, 150/300, Fishing LV1, 27/100. A single mountain lion raised Zhang Yu's archery skill by 150 experience points. In the Dragon Country livestream, both the host and the audience erupted with excitement. As soon as Zhang Yu encountered the mountain lion, the livestream camera switched to him. The audience's tension and the host's strategy showed their deep concern for Zhang Yu. But now, Zhang Yu had completed a counterattack. This was the first time over 9,000 competitors from various countries had killed a large predator. How could they not be proud? So they rushed to other countries' livestreams to spread word of Zhang Yu's achievement. Damn! Dragon Country people, don't get too happy too soon. The wilderness survival is just starting. Everything will be decided later. Dragon Country, get out! This is our country's livestream, we don't welcome you. The viewers from other countries, especially the beautiful country, were enraged. 2 top 10 contestants from their country had performed worse than a bottom-tier Dragon Country contestant. 300,000, 400,000. In just a short moment, Zhang Yu's personal livestream had reached 1 million viewers. And big data had already raised Zhang Yu's rank to 3,507th place. Zhang Yu was unaware of this. He put away his bow and arrow, climbed down from the tree, and stood beside the mountain lion's corpse. I don't have to worry about food for the next week. Although it's said this meat doesn't taste good, it's dry and tough, but at least it's meat. Next, we must hurry to process the mountain lion's body. I took a quick look just now. There are many large animal tracks around this creek, especially bear tracks. Bears love fish and usually hunt near shallow streams like this, so we need to move quickly. Zhang Yu explained to the livestream while raising his axe, crouching down, and beginning to skin the corpse. He carefully made a cut on the stomach, then slowly worked his way to the sides, cutting and pulling as he went. This fur is valuable. After drying it, I can sleep on it at night. After an hour of effort, he finally peeled off the mountain lion's fur. He stood up, lifted the hem of his clothes, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and gasped for breath. This work is really tiring, and it requires not damaging the fur. It shouldn't hurt the flesh, otherwise the blood will soak into the fur and that wouldn't be good. After resting for a while, he took off his shirt, outer pants, and shoes, leaving only his large underwear. Mr. Yu, you need to stay calm, don't act impulsively. If you want to do something, at least close the live stream first. Mr. Yu, don't. If you really want it, you can find me when you come back. Mr. Yu, you can't learn from the guy next door, they can ride lizards, but you can't. Fortunately, Zhang Yu couldn't see the comments in the livestream, otherwise, he would definitely be laughing in anger. He dragged the mountain lion's body to the stream, and stood directly in the water. The cold stream water stung his skin, but it was still within a bearable range. With one chop, he cut open the mountain lion's belly, pulled out its intestines, cleaned them, and placed them aside. When processing a carcass in the wild, try not to get blood on yourself, or else carnivores might be attracted by the scent of blood. Zhang Yu said as he worked. It's my fault, I ruined it, I thought. Soon, he had finished processing the carcass. The intestines were directly thrown into the stream by Zhang Yu, as there were too many impurities inside, and processing them took too much time. He came ashore, closed the livestream, changed clothes, and then reopened the livestream. Looking at the dismembered body in front of him, it was clear that bringing it all back at once was unrealistic, and his body would inevitably get stained with blood. So, he moved the dismembered mountain lion meat onto a tree and started transporting it in batches. After 3 trips, he was busy until past 5 o'clock before finally getting all the mountain lion meat back to the shelter. Exhausted, Zhang Yu collapsed on the ground, not wanting to move, gasping for breath. After resting for a while, he said, "Brothers, there's nearly 60 to 70 pounds of meat, it needs to be smoked. Otherwise, it will spoil in less than a day. And we also need to build a storage shed for the food." He finally got up and started building a temporary smoking rack, while thinking about how to store the smoked meat. It must be ventilated, and safety must be ensured. Otherwise, carnivores like badgers might come at night to steal the meat. Chapter 6, Contestants Meet. Ladies and gentlemen, the wilderness survival has been going on for more than a day, and the contestants' conditions are all different. Some have no food worries, some are busy looking for food, and some are lying down hungry. Among them, the most surprising is contestant Zhang Yu. Relying on his strength and strategy, he successfully killed a mountain lion, achieving food freedom. We wonder how Professor Yuan views this contestant. Little Saw's clear and precise voice rang out. Contestant Zhang Yu is really amazing. Every step he takes has his own plan, and he is proficient in the survival rules of the wild. Yuan-san took a sip of water and continued, for example, when he dismembered the mountain lion, he made sure not to let blood stain himself for safety. At the same time, he is making a smoking rack to smoke the mountain lion meat. We all know that food will spoil quickly, but through the ancient method of smoking, its shelf life can be extended. Zhang Yu is really too strong. If I were there, I wouldn't be as good as him. Lu Fei nodded with a happy face. Contestant Zhang Yu has given us so many surprises, and I hope that other contestants from Longwo will also work hard. That's right, let's turn our attention to contestant Xia Chen. On the screen, a bronze-skinned man with a lean, muscular body was smiling, holding a dead wild rabbit in his right hand and removing the snare from the rabbit's neck with his left hand. Then, he set up another trap in the grass not far away. Contestant Xia Chen has also made progress, capturing a wild rabbit. The place where he set up the trap was chosen with care. The grass there had obvious bends, showing that some animal had passed through and bent the grass. And our Xia Chen keenly spotted this. Yuan-san explained excitedly. Not good. James from the beautiful country and Choi Su-san from the stick country met and teamed up. Someone in the live chat said this. Upon seeing this comment, the director quickly switched to James' personal livestream from the beautiful country. James and Choi Su-san were standing together, talking about something. Then, both of them unexpectedly closed their live streams at the same time. In the Dragon Country, in the capital city, the elder and his think tank were watching the live stream. Upon seeing this scene, they all frowned. The elder sat at the end of the long table, wearing a Zhongshan suit, his temples graying, his face stern. Speak up, he said with a slight frown, though his tone remained calm. A middle-aged man stood up. I think the stick country might have used an off-screen prompt. They must have briefed their players, so... But before he could finish, the elder gave him a cold glance and interrupted him. What I want is not your opinion, but a well-reasoned conclusion. The meeting room fell silent instantly. After a moment, an elderly man stood up and said in a deep voice. According to previous intelligence, among the countries allied with the beautiful country, there is the stick country. And from our understanding of the beautiful country, they would never use their own prompt chances, so they must have pressured the stick country to use theirs. The reason they closed the live stream is definitely because they were discussing something secret. The elderly man saw the elder nodding in agreement and continued. And since the prompt has a word limit, they must have prioritized important matters, like which countries are allies, or which opponents need to be dealt with. The elder's expression remained calm after hearing this, though his slightly furrowed brow eased up a bit. Another person stood up to add, "I believe what Oldley said is correct. It's unrealistic to be teaching wilderness survival knowledge right now. According to our think tank and subsidiary institutions' observations, and after comparing big data, we have roughly mapped some areas of the wilderness world. From our observations, our player Xia Chen and the Camel Country player Fa Hide are relatively close, about 10 kilometers apart. Our player Zhang Yu and Su Jin are about 7 kilometers apart. The most dangerous one is Su Jin, as he is less than 5 kilometers from the Sakura Country player Jakura. Because of this, our think tank debated all afternoon whether to send a prompt to Su Jin. The elder fell into thought, weighing the pros and cons in his mind, then shook his head. Not yet, send someone to keep a close watch on this Jakura. If he poses any threat to Su Jin, report immediately. I will contact the president of the Camel Country later and have them use their prompt chance." In the wilderness world, the sun was setting in the west, casting its last rays over the land, giving off the final bits of light. Zhang Yu looked at the mountain lion meat being smoked by Fruitwood, along with other ingredients roasting in the campfire, nodding in satisfaction. "Mission accomplished. We won't eat fish tonight. Tonight, we'll have lion heartberry soup, then roast a lion's liver and lion's whip. Animal organs are great, but they must be cooked well and thoroughly roasted, or there will be parasites inside." With that, Zhang Yu picked up the roasted lion's whip and began eating heartily. Hiss, it's a little hot. While eating barbecue and drinking soup, he made the viewers in the live chat envious to tears. Wah! I wish I could eat too. Master Yu, keep going. Let's hope our dragon country can recover 10% of the resources, maybe we can still eat this. After filling up, Zhang Yu hung his wet shorts next to the campfire. Then, with a blade of grass in his mouth, his hands behind his head, he lay down on the wooden board and watched the evening glow. This barbecue tastes much better than the carbon rods or nutrient solution, but without chili and other seasonings, it still feels a bit lacking. Master Yu is so relaxed, but today our dragon country has had some good news. Xia Chen's trap caught a wild rabbit. Goddess Su Jin also took out 4 bird eggs today, and quite a few people started trying to eat berries. Unfortunately, Sun Zhong ate some berries that might be poisonous, and now he's lying on the ground with a pale face, sigh. No choice, today is already the second day. If we don't find something to eat soon, we'll starve to death. Just unlucky, I guess. So, it's still those contestants who chose food at the beginning. They only need to solve the water source, and then they can safely build shelters. But it's not quite like that. Without hunting tools, once the food runs out, we're doomed. I guess each has its own advantages. The audience in the live stream was discussing passionately. After 2 days of live streaming, thanks to Zhang Yu's solo interaction, fishing, and battling the mountain lion, the live stream now has more than 3 million regular viewers. Although it's not a lot compared to all the streams, it's still considered above average. The sun set, and Zhang Yu slowly stood up. He added some firewood to the smoke racks, then walked towards the cave to rest. We don't need to worry about food for now. Tomorrow, let's work harder, finish building the shelter, and then we'll figure out a place to store all this smoked meat. Chapter 7, Catching the Snow Fox Cub. Night is always filled with danger. There were occasional sounds of wind and grass rustling around the shelter, which kept Zhang Yu in a half-sleep, half-awake state, occasionally grabbing the axe to check the situation. The constant notifications of contestants dying also disturbed his nerves. Only in the middle of the night did he finally drift into a dazed sleep. Chirp, chirp. Suddenly, a low animal whimper, mixed with some branches cracking, woke Zhang Yu. He quickly pulled out his axe and listened carefully to the sounds outside. After confirming it wasn't a large carnivorous animal, he breathed a sigh of relief and crawled out of the cave. There, he saw a pure white little fox with its hind leg stuck in the branches of the smoke rack, desperately trying to free itself. When the little fox saw Zhang Yu, it startled and yelped, baring its teeth and growling at him, trying to scare him off. Looking at the cute, silly little fox, Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. What a greedy little thing. It's a good thing the campfire's out, or you'd be a roasted fox by now. What should he do with this little fox? Forget it. You're lucky to meet me. It's pretty boring being alone, so I'll raise a little fox to play with. Maybe if I run out of meat later, I could. Zhang Yu made up his mind. He wrapped the little fox in his clothes, made a collar out of rope, and tied the other end to a tree. The little fox immediately tried to escape as soon as Zhang Yu let go, darting left and right, but with its neck tied, it couldn't break free. In the end, it could only lie down by the big tree, staring at Zhang Yu with timid eyes. The sky was beginning to turn pale. Looking at the time, it was almost 6 o'clock. Forget it, I won't sleep. I'll eat some meat and then get to work. At the moment Zhang Yu caught the snow fox, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed. Wow, such a cute fox. I want to hug it and kiss it with those innocent little eyes. Upstairs, you can't kiss the fox, but you can come kiss me. I'm even sweeter than the fox. I suddenly realize how awesome Uncle Yu is. Other streams are either starving or full of danger, but only Uncle Yu seems like he's on vacation. After washing up, Zhang Yu started cooking the smoked lion meat. Meanwhile, the snow fox stood up, wagging its tail, looking at Zhang Yu with a mix of anticipation and fear in its eyes. Ha, little guy, do you want to eat? Zhang Yu laughed when he saw the fox's expression. He walked in front of the snow fox, squatted down, and shook the meat in his hand. Maybe it was because humans had never appeared in this wilderness world, or maybe the little fox was only a few months old and not too scared of people. When it saw the meat, it became even more excited, raising its head and staring intently at the meat in Zhang Yu's hand with eager eyes. His mouth was wide open, drooling uncontrollably. Zhang Yu placed the meat on the ground, and the snow fox eagerly lowered its head to start eating. At this moment, he also reached out, tentatively stroking the snow fox's back. The snow fox was completely focused on the meat, unable to care about Zhang Yu's touch. Ha ha! Seeing the little creature happily eating and not resisting, Zhang Yu petted it even more, occasionally stroking its head. After petting the fox for a while, Zhang Yu, satisfied, withdrew his hand and started eating the lion meat soup. Perhaps because of the feeding earlier, the snow fox had clearly let down its guard against Zhang Yu. Of course, it might also be that this little creature didn't even know what guarding meant. After finishing the meat, the snow fox trotted over to Zhang Yu and quietly watched him eat, its face full of expectation, yet it didn't make a sound. Seeing this, Zhang Yu was amused, reached out to pat the little guy's head, and tossed a piece of meat to it. After finishing the meal, they began building the shelter. Wow, the fox is so cute, I declare that I want to raise a fox. Anyone here want to be my fox? Do you prefer a rugged man or a mature lady? The former can be downstairs, but the latter I can handle. Meanwhile, in the United States, James and Choi Soo-sun from South Korea were still keeping their live streams off, walking through the forest, heading west. James looked at Choi Soo-sun, who was sweating heavily and panting, and said calmly, "Take a break." Choi Soo-sun, as if granted amnesty, looked at James with gratitude, quickly nodding, and then sat down on the ground. "Are you sure that Olatov from Bear Country is in this direction?" James asked, frowning. Choi Soo-sun quickly nodded, "Yes, our president from South Korea gave me this tip, telling us to go after the Bear Country contestant first." James, expressionless, glanced at the seated Choi Soo-sun and said calmly, "I hope you're not lying to me." Just one morning, Zhang Yu had finished building the shelter. A small wooden house, about 2 meters tall, surrounded by moss on all sides and on top, was completed. Looking at his masterpiece, Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction. "Brothers, with this, we won't have to worry tonight. The moss and earth will keep the mosquitoes away and also provide natural camouflage." Of course, Zhang Yu didn't say one more thing. He planned to dig a secret tunnel under the bed. That way, even if someone or a predator blocked the door, he could escape through the tunnel and even counterattack. Naturally, such a secret plan would have to be done at night, after turning off the live stream and digging slowly. Zhang Yu walked over to the snow fox and teased the little fox. "Little guy, are you hungry?" The snow fox seemed to understand, looking at Zhang Yu with eager eyes. This time, Zhang Yu didn't throw the meat directly to the snow fox but held it in his hand, allowing the fox to take it on its own. It was a way to build trust. Since he had decided to raise the snow fox, it was necessary to deepen their bond. The little guy stayed still, looking at the meat in Zhang Yu's hand, clearly wanting to move forward but also a little afraid. Seeing that Zhang Yu wouldn't throw the meat on the ground, the fox desperately scratched the earth with its front paws. Zhang Yu remained unmoved, squatting down and extending the meat forward, signaling the snow fox to come and eat. After some hesitation, the snow fox finally let its hunger overcome its fear, slowly reaching forward, picking up the meat from Zhang Yu's hand, and running aside to devour it. Zhang Yu smiled as he watched the snow fox eat, walking over to stroke its back and said, "From now on, I'll call you Little White." Little White seemed to understand, turning its head and making 2 calls. In the United States livestream, General Mike Asa, the host, was full of excitement. "People under the shining light of the free lighthouse, there is an uplifting piece of news, but due to confidentiality, I can't reveal it yet. However, I believe everyone will know soon enough. The warriors of the beautiful country will raise the flag of freedom, letting the whole world know the power of freedom. General Mike, stop keeping us in suspense. Be careful or I will kick your butt with my shoe. God will punish those who only speak half of the truth. Is our James planning some big action?" Chapter 8, Player First Kill, Hidden Rules. Bear Country player Sergey has died, remaining players, 87-13. Congratulations to beautiful country player James for being the first to complete a kill. Reward, Self-Choose Survival Supplies Pack X1. Reward, beautiful country's resource recovery increases by 1,000. Penalty, Bear Country's land area decreases by 1%. This news instantly caused a worldwide uproar. Persian netizens, is beautiful country starting to eliminate the opposition? I suggest all countries unite to eliminate beautiful country first. Korean netizens, what can you do by teaming up? Beautiful country is allied with us, big stick country. And James has always been with our Appa Choi Suksan, our Appa must have helped a lot. Bear country, ha! Beautiful country only knows how to sneak attack, bullying the few with the many. Also, why has our land area been reduced? Why are beautiful country's resources restored? There's some shady business going on. In the real world, a corner of Bear Country's border instantly vanished, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, within beautiful country's territory, several once dried up rivers miraculously began to flow again. Some barren mountains and deserts sprouted trees and flowers, with insects and butterflies flying around. Oh my god! The river has appeared out of nowhere, and there are fish swimming in it. God bless beautiful country. Oh my god! I see butterflies. And flowers. Those only appear in documentaries. James, you are our savior. Upon this, all countries immediately convened their highest level meetings. In the capital, the Council of Elders and the think tank gathered. This should be a hidden rule of the wilderness world, and we need to discover it ourselves, said a middle-aged man from the think tank wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his tone certain. The seventh elder furrowed his brows slightly. Then why weren't there any reductions in land area when so many players died before? It's different in nature. The grand elder, sitting at the head of the table, put down his teacup, his voice calm. Beast kills are seen as tests. Player kills will result in rewards and punishments. He turned his gaze to the last seat at the long table. Oldly, tell us your conclusions. Li Guodong slowly stood up and said in a deep voice. Killing players from other countries rewards 1,000th of resources. Being killed results in a penalty of 1% of the land. He paused, scanning the room. The reward is small, but the penalty is extremely heavy. It encourages killing, but also uses a huge cost to prevent cheating. Everyone, imagine if the death penalty was very low. What would the situation be like? Beautiful country would only need to kill 1,000 people to fully restore their resources. At that point, under the threat of beautiful country, some weaker nations might stop resisting in order to survive, and might even offer up their own players. That would not be a competition, but a real battle between nations. The meeting room fell into a deep silence, with only Professor Li's last words echoing in the hall. The military representative thought for a moment, then raised his head to look at the Grand Elder, his gaze unusually calm. So, that means, it's better to commit suicide or die by our own people's hands than to be killed by another country's player? Then, as if thinking of something, he whispered. Could we contact some smaller countries and have them contribute? After hearing this, the Grand Elder waved his hand and stood up. This meeting is adjourned for today. Everyone, leave. The group exchanged glances but no one raised any objections. As the fourth elder in charge of espionage was about to leave, the Grand Elder's voice sounded again. Fourth elder, stay for a moment. After everyone left, the Grand Elder said calmly. The off-field prompt authority in the wilderness world is in the hands of the Grand Elders of each country, but according to the think tank's prediction, once something happens to the Grand Elder, the authority will then pass to the second elder. After a moment, the Grand Elder squinted his eyes. Ormao's side is getting ready. Once the time is right. What a brilliant conspiracy. Zhang Yu's expression darkened. Using 1,000th of resources as bait to lure us into fighting each other, what a clever strategy. In the face of such temptation, individual will seem laughably small. The most basic trust between people had become a luxury. Everyone is untrustworthy now. Facing such enormous benefits, individual will can no longer determine one's thoughts. With a national command, who dares to disobey? The safety of family, the constraints of reality, held them tightly like ropes. Understanding this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. This isn't without its advantages. In wilderness survival, in the end, only one country can win. How could allies from different countries willingly die? How interesting. No more waiting. The trap must be made immediately. He stood up and patted the snowfox beside him. Xiaobai, let's go, we're heading to the bamboo forest. Zhang Yu planned to cut some bamboo to make traps. Bamboo is incredibly flexible. Whether it's small traps for catching wild rabbits or mountain chickens, or deep pits that could seriously injure a person, bamboo is nearly the perfect material. Zhang Yu swung his axe with swift and steady movements. The hollow bamboo stalk made a crisp sound. Usually, one could break it with just a couple of strong swings at the right angle. In just a short while, a bundle of bamboo poles had piled up beside him. And the snowfox tied nearby wrinkled its nose, repeatedly digging at the ground with dead branches and leaves. Xiaobai, let's go. Zhang Yu, holding the rope, was just about to carry the bamboo when he noticed the snow fox digging at a hole in the ground. He stepped closer to observe the hole carefully. A bamboo rat hole? Zhang Yu suddenly became happy. Maybe we can have a change of taste. With the snow fox, he searched through the bamboo forest and found more than 20 openings. He cut a piece of fishing line, made several sliding loops, then sliced the bamboo to make triggering devices. He set traps at several openings with obvious signs and covered them with loose soil and leaves. After completing the work, he left the place with the snow fox. The traps were set, and it all depended on time and luck now. At this moment in the Dragon Country's capital, at the think tank's base. This Zhou Zilong is suspicious. Look, even though he keeps circling around, he is getting closer to Su Jin. A young man in the think tank suddenly stood up, holding a pen in his right hand, pointing at the screen, his voice trembling a little as he exclaimed. Immediately pull up Zhou Zilong's trajectory map and video. The think tank leader, Li Guodong, looked exceptionally serious. Every Dragon Country player's life or death was related to the future of the Dragon Country, so he couldn't afford to be calm. Look, Zhou Zilong is heading east. Although he has turned a few times in between, he continues to head east shortly after each turn. It's clear that he has no intention here, he's probably trying to confuse us. Li Guodong frowned slightly, constantly twirling the pen in his hand. One team, keep a close eye on Zhou Zilong. Once he approaches Su Jin or shuts down the livestream, report immediately. Chapter 9, The Killing Intent in the Rainstorm. Mouse Mushroom Soup. Xiao Rui happily looked at the bubbling big pot in front of her. Although the process of slaughtering the mice was too bloody, making her feel nauseous even now. But for someone who had been hungry for nearly 3 days, she could no longer care about that, her eyes full of desire for food. She casually picked up 2 sticks from the ground and began to stir in the pot. Hiss, hot, hot. The mouse meat danced at the tips of Xiao Rui's fingers, she puffed her cheeks, constantly blowing air, her strands of hair lifted by the wind. Ah! Xiao Superstar is so cute, hold on a little longer. This mouse soup looks so appetizing, I want to eat it too. In the live broadcast room, over 30 million viewers were laughing and cheering, no matter where they were. The beautiful woman has always been the center of everyone's attention. As the sky gradually darkens, the gray-white clouds grow heavier, as if they are about to collapse at any moment. Zhang Yu stopped his actions and looked at the lightning that occasionally flashed in the distant clouds. Is it going to rain? Luckily, the shelter has been built. But it seems many people are going to suffer. In the wild, the threat of heavy rain is much greater than that of predators. Once caught in the rain, exposure to the cold can lead to chills, colds, and more. In a place where medicine is unavailable and even basic living conditions can't be guaranteed, getting sick is almost a certain death sentence. Zhang Yu began moving supplies, going back and forth several times to bring cured meat, lion skins, and some dry firewood into the wooden house. Then he led Xiaobai towards the lakeside. After eating meat and organs for several days, protein and fat are not lacking. But the body needs more than that, it also needs dietary fiber and carbohydrates. At the lakeside, the dark clouds almost touched the water. The wild wind whipped the lake water, sending waves crashing toward the shore. The reeds swayed wildly in the strong wind, making a rustling sound. Zhang Yu bent down and kept searching among the reeds. Watching Zhang Yu's actions, viewers in the livestream expressed their confusion. What is Yu Gu doing? It's about to rain, why is he searching for things here? I don't know, rain is good. It's been so long since our Blue Star has had rain, I really hope to play in the rain. Most live streams will have rain, but some unlucky channels are still basking in sunlight, how pitiful for them. On Blue Star, rain is rarely seen, they are completely unaware of the dangers of torrential rain in the wilderness, and optimistically think that rain is a good thing. Zhang Yu pulled out some fresh reed roots. Brothers, these reed roots are great, not only can they be eaten, but they can also be brewed for tea. They are rich in dietary fiber and carbohydrates, just what I need right now, so I will take some back to make tea. The rain came quickly, with pea-sized raindrops and a hurricane making the pine forest rustle. As at times branches couldn't withstand the strong wind and fell to the ground. From a sand country, contestant Lazu excitedly took off his clothes, rushing into the rain, arms wide open, allowing the wild wind and rain to beat against his body. Occasionally opening his mouth, greedily drinking the raindrops. From Yanch country, contestant Muhammad, aware of the dangers of rain, curled up and hid beneath the treetops, using the dense leaves to shield himself from the rain. Just as he felt proud, a bolt of lightning sliced through the night sky, striking the big tree where he was hiding. The blinding light slowly dissipated, leaving behind only a charred human-shaped silhouette. Muhammad from Yage country has died, 8,712 contestants remaining. Most people were like Muhammad, but their luck wasn't as bad as his. Zhang Yu and Xiaobai leisurely drank tea inside the wooden house, quietly watching the storm outside. The traps we set are probably ruined, I wonder how many contestants this rain will take away. Holding the cured fish in his hand, he teased Xiaobai. After a day of familiarity and feeding, Xiaobai had become noticeably closer, squatting by Zhang Yu's feet, occasionally rubbing against his pants. The camera in the Long Country livestream was broadcasting Zhang Yu's perspective. Xiao Sa, watching Zhang Yu's relaxed demeanor, felt a deep sentiment. Zhang Yu really surprises people. Who would have thought he could live so well in the wilderness world? Yuan Sin nodded in agreement. Zhang Yu's performance is truly astonishing. Who would have imagined that the contestant ranked last by big data would now surpass everyone? While others were still busy looking for food, Zhang Yu was able to sit leisurely in the wooden house, eating meat, drinking tea, and playing with his pet. Not good. Jujiro from Sakura Country has closed his livestream. Did Sakura Country give a warning and prepare to replicate the beautiful country strategy? As the barrage of comments erupted, everyone frowned. The disturbance caused by beautiful country had yet to settle, and now the Sakura Country contestant had closed the livestream, which inevitably made people ponder. Inside the Sakura Country livestream, everyone was in a frenzy. Kichiro-kun has closed the livestream. Is he preparing to make a big move? Kichiro-kun is ranked 103rd, born from the self-defense forces. Him closing the stream surely means he's going to fight for a bright future for our Sakura Country. Go for it, Kichiro-kun. You are the pride of Sakura Country. The host, Maria Mutu, glanced at the barrage, her face tense, desperately trying to control the corners of her mouth from rising. Please don't jump to conclusions. Kichiro-kun might just have gotten wet in the rain and is changing clothes, which is why he closed the stream. Su Jinxian huddled in a corner of the tent, hugging her legs, her stomach growling from hunger. Her body trembling uncontrollably. The tent was on the verge of collapse from the ruthless battering of the wind and rain, and helpless, she could only close her eyes and pray. It had been almost 3 days since she arrived. Hunger and loneliness constantly shrouded her, eroding her will. She had once thought about giving up, but a sense of mission and responsibility kept her moving forward. Dragon Country 1 sent a message: Sakura Country contested approaching, close the livestream and leave quickly. Head east for 10 kilometers to the lakeside, find Zhang Yu. Be careful of beautiful country, Sakura Country, Korea, the land of the rising sun, and Yake. Trust in the camel, Waira. Keep fighting to survive. Limit of 50 characters, punctuation not counted. Suddenly, a message appeared before Su Jinxian, visible only to her. Seeing this message, her previously helpless and sad demeanor brightened a little, a smile appearing on her face. Yes, you are all watching me. I must strive to survive. She was not frightened by the Sakura Country contestant, her expression became even more determined. She closed the live stream, slung on her backpack, brandished her machete, and walked into the depths of the dense forest without looking back. 20 minutes later. Kichiro sneaked to Su Jinxuan's tent, using the cover of the wind and rain. But upon opening the tent, he found it empty. Kichiro bent down, staring at the footprints in the mud on the ground, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly, his eyes cold. So Dragon Country found out, huh? But it doesn't matter, you can't escape. Chapter 10, Killing Kichiro. The rain poured down like a river breaking through a dam, wildly cascading. Big raindrops formed curtains in the air. Darkness engulfed the entire land as Su Jinxian stumbled through the needle-leaf forest. The rain soaked her clothes, clinging tightly to her skin. Coldness, fear, and darkness eroded her will like poison. I can't stop. Whenever thoughts of giving up flooded her mind, she secretly encouraged herself. The prompt from her country outside the battleground gave her boundless courage. She knew that due to the death of a Bear Country contestant, her country had lost 1% of its territory. Even so, the national prompt still used 5 precious words to encourage her to survive. With the brief light from lightning, she adjusted her direction from time to time. She knew that the Sakura Country contestants were closely pursuing her from behind, and she had to escape quickly, for herself and for Dragon Country. In the Dragon Country livestream, the atmosphere was very oppressive, with far fewer comments flooding in. Yuan Sen and others had grim expressions. Even if they didn't know what was happening, they sensed something was off with both Kichiro and Su Jinxian closing their streams. Noticing the strange atmosphere, Xiao Sa utilized his professional hosting skills and spoke. Although we don't know what's going on, the good news is that there hasn't been a report of Su Jinxian being eliminated. Sakura Country is truly inhumane, unable to handle the game, men bully women, and resort to sneak attacks. Baka Yaru. You Dragon Country people only know how to blame others for failure. It's natural in a world of the wild, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Many foreign netizens gathered in the livestream, following the development of the situation. Due to different factions, there was conflict in the bullet screen. In the early morning, Zhang Yu felt a fluffy heavy weight pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. As he opened his eyes, he realized it was a snow fox lying on his chest. He smiled and gently stroked the snow fox. You little guy. Zhang Yu got up and pushed open the door. The dark clouds had dispersed, birds were singing joyfully, and raindrops were bending the leaves. Stretching and breathing in the fresh air felt incredibly pleasant. As usual, Zhang Yu slung his bow over his shoulder and took up his axe, heading to the lake to wash up. The clear lake water sparkled like a blue gem, and he could even see a few fish jumping out of the water, splashing. In the distance, a commotion in the reeds startled some water birds to take flight. This moment heightened Zhang Yu's alertness. What is it? An animal or a person? He furrowed his brow, lifted the axe, and quietly approached the source of the noise. Su Jin stumbled into the reeds, with a lean middle-aged man following her leisurely, clearly able to catch up in one swift move, but he appeared calm and unhurried. Su Jin ran helplessly forward, the reeds scratching her delicate skin, leaving streaks of blood. Her soaked clothes clung to her skin, the cold and fear filling her with despair. She could hear, not far behind her, the man's slow footsteps. Her body was at its limit, every step taking immense effort and will. Finally, she exhausted the last of her strength and fell heavily to the ground. Can't go on anymore? Su Jin forced a bitter smile, using her last bit of energy to prop herself up, sitting in the muddy earth. She clenched the machete in her hand, looking defiantly at Jiro, who was approaching her. Even if I die, I will never become a villain of the nation. Zhang Yu hid deep in the reeds, quietly watching Jiro approach Su Jin. In the Dragon Country live broadcast, Zhang Yu's perspective was being streamed. Lu Fei was almost in tears. Zhang Yu, what are you doing? Hurry up and save Su Jin. Professor Yuan Sen's expression was grim. Although he wanted Zhang Yu to hurry and rescue her, he raised an objection from an objective standpoint. Zhang Yu is just an ordinary person, while Jiro is a member of the Sakura Country Self-Defense Forces. The power disparity is vast. It would be difficult for Zhang Yu to save Su Jin. The best approach is to hide. The Sakura Country viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. I knew Jiro closed the live stream for a big move. Go for it, Jiro. Kill those two from the Dragon Country and restore resources for our Sakura Country. The Dragon Country people really can't do anything. Neither of them dares to lay a hand on our Jiro. Now no one can say our Sakura Country is bullying the weak. Jiro, holding a machete, slowly walked towards the fallen Su Jin, a smirk on his lips. Run? Why aren't you running now? Facing death, Su Jin surprisingly laughed calmly. Ha, Sakura Country person, do you think you can kill me? Even if I die, it will never be by your hands. After saying this, she resolutely lifted the machete in her hand, preparing to cut her own neck. Sakura Country person? Seeing this, Zhang Yu knew he could not wait any longer. He raised his bow and aimed at Jiro, shooting an arrow directly at him. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the reeds and struck Jiro's neck, blood spraying out instantly, staining the surrounding reeds. The sudden turn of events made Su Jin's eyes widen in disbelief as she stood there frozen. But then, joy surged in her heart as she began to cry out loud, hugging her knees. She knew that it was definitely Zhang Yu who had acted. Sakura Country competitor Jiro has died, remaining competitors 87-11. Congratulations to Dragon Country contestant Zhang Yu for completing the kill. The reward for the Dragon Kingdom is the restoration of 1,000th of resources, while the punishment for the Cherry Blossom Kingdom is a reduction of 1% of land area. As soon as the announcement was made, the viewers in the livestream room instantly erupted. Everyone in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's livestream was like a bereaved dog, all pointing fingers at Jiuzilong. How could this happen? The Dragon Kingdom people don't understand honor, they only know how to sneak attack. Why not face us head-on? Jiuzilong is a sinner of our Cherry Blossom Kingdom. I suggest expelling all his family members from the country. Ah! The Four Directions Island has disappeared, I saw it vanish into thin air. The Wasteland world is still too merciful, I say we might as well wipe out the entire Cherry Blossom Kingdom. In contrast, the livestream room of the Dragon Kingdom was filled with laughter and joy. Professor Yuan Sen was excitedly pounding the table, making loud noises. Good. Good. Zhang Yu is awesome, showcasing the power of our Dragon Kingdom. Even the highly professional Xiaosao was a bit incoherent with excitement. That's right, Zhang Yu has made great contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. Not only did he save Su Jin, but he also restored 1,000th of resources for our country. The audience in the livestream was extremely excited. Master Yu truly is the man I support, I want to have your babies. Where are those who boasted about immigrating to the beautiful nation? Hurry up and go, the Dragon Kingdom does not welcome you, our resources are for true Dragon Kingdom citizens. A river has appeared at my doorstep, clear and transparent, with plenty of fish in it. But our village chief won't allow us to fish, saying it needs to be uniformly distributed by the state for sustainable development. I went to Master Yu's livestream to study. If I get chosen for the next round of wilderness survival, I might also soar to new heights. In just a moment, Zhang Yu's livestream was flooded with people, the number of online viewers skyrocketing to over 10 million, placing it among the top 10 in total audience count. Chapter 11 National and International Reactions. Zhang Yu brought Su Jin back to the wooden cabin, and the exhausted Su Jin fell asleep instantly. This left Zhang Yu speechless. This girl trusts me this much? Her long hair was damp, sticking to her neck, and her clothes were soaked, nearly transparent, clinging to her body, outlining perfect curves. The cut skin oozed blood, revealing a tragic beauty. Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly. To prevent her from catching a cold, he could only light a bonfire beside her. Stepping outside, he checked his system panel. Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded, Archery LV4, 0/400, Fishing LV1, 27 out of 100. Killing a Zhang gave him 200 experience points, raising his archery level directly to LV4. Zhang Yu lifted the bow and arrow in his hand. A sense of familiarity flowed through the shaft, a feeling he had never experienced before. 40 steps away, southeast wind direction, adjust left by 1 degree. An automatic trigger from deep within his muscles and soul arose. Is this LV4? What about LV5? Zhang Yu's heart ignited with endless curiosity. After several previous experiments, his proficiency didn't seem to increase without a clear target. Perhaps only when there was a definite prey could it improve. Zhang Yu returned to the body of Zhang, stripped him of his clothes and watch, and burned him to ashes. This wasn't because Zhang Yu was cruel, rather, the corpse would likely attract predators, and the wooden cabin was too close to this place. Zhang Yu counted the supplies left by Zhang. Besides the initial fixed supplies, there was a machete, a roll of trapping line, and over 3 pounds of rice. Thank you, nature, for your gifts. Zhang Yu felt joy. Development was still too slow. Killing and looting was indeed the fastest way to become rich. He now had an extra set of clothes, not having to worry about them getting damaged or wet. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zhang Yu began busily making traps. The benefits of killing foreign competitors were simply too great. Even if a contestant didn't want to take risks, under the coercion of national will, they could only yield. Especially those small countries with no hope of winning, hunting is the only hope. In such a situation, the shelter can easily become a living target. So the defense of the shelter has become a top priority. Now not only is it necessary to set traps, but even the escape routes inside the shelter must be put on the agenda. Zhang Yu sat in the wooden house, making components for traps while thinking about future plans. He was torn inside about how to arrange for Su Jin. Food wasn't a big issue. There was nearly 100 pounds of mountain lion meat, and even after smoking, it could only be preserved for about a week. Having one more person wouldn't affect it much in a week, but the key was how to meet food needs after a week. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Yu decided to wait and see for now. Ing. A groan came from the wooden bed. Zhang Yu stopped his movements. Xiaobai also perked up its ears, turning to look in the direction of the sound. He saw the woman on the bed had already woken up, trying to support herself to sit up. But as soon as she used strength in her arms, a sharp pain shot through her, causing her arm to give way, and she groaned as she fell back. She closed her eyes, preparing to brace for impact. At that moment, a warm and steady hand timely supported her back. Su Jin's body trembled, and her cheeks instantly flushed red. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, just in time to meet Zhang Yu's gaze. Her already flushed face turned even redder. Su Jin steadied her emotions, focusing her gaze on Zhang Yu's face, a low voice escaping her lips, "Zhang Yu?" A trace of confusion ran through Zhang Yu's heart, but he recalled something and replied in a deep and steady tone, "It's me." These two words broke through Su Jin's wavering defenses like a flood. Feelings of grievance, loneliness, and despair surged up in her heart like a tide, and she slumped into Zhang Yu's arms, crying loudly. The relentless pursuit by Jujiro had not left her with a single tear. Now, rescued, her long-suppressed emotions finally erupted, like a lost child finally finding their family. Zhang Yu held her in his arms, gently patting her back. "All right, stop crying." Once Su Jin's emotions stabilized, Zhang Yu withdrew his hand, standing to the side, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. "Although you know who I am now, I still don't know your name. According to the rules, shouldn't you introduce yourself?" Upon hearing this, Su Jin first froze, then realized, wiping her reddened eyes, taking a deep breath, and trying to steady her tone. "Thank you for saving my life. My name is Su Jin." She paused, her tone firm. "I'm from the Dragon Country. Last night I was chased by people from Sakura Country. In a dangerous moment, my country reminded me to find you. To be honest, I was ready to end my life, but you appeared just in time." As she said this, she choked up again. Zhang Yu reached out to hold Su Jin's snowy white little hand. "Hello Su Jin, my name is Zhang Yu." At this moment, Zhang Yu had almost recognized Su Jin, a person who would put life and death aside for the country, and he believed she wouldn't be too bad. At this time, in the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the scene of Zhang Yu and Su Jin shaking hands was being played. Lu Fei's eyes were red, and she was trying hard to calm her emotions. "That's great, Su Jin is saved," and finally, Zhang Yu and she are together. Her tone was mixed with sobs. "I'm sorry I'm too excited." She lowered her head, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, adjusting her emotions. Seeing this, Xiaosa jumped in, his tone passionate. At this moment, it's not just Lu Fei who is excited, I believe people across the country are thrilled. We are witnessing a miracle happening. At the moment when Su Jin's life was in danger, fate guided Zhang Yu, bringing him to Su Jin's side. He saved not just Su Jin, but also the dragon country. Similarly, when Su Jin faced life-threatening danger, there was no choice to give up. Even facing death, for the country, she chose not to die at the hands of the enemy. Her indomitable spirit and will were a symbol of dragon country. It was this spirit that allowed her to hold on until the moment Zhang Yu arrived. The live broadcast room was instantly covered with barrage comments. So touching, whether it's Zhang Yu or Su Jin, both bring tears to my eyes. Dragon country will last forever, dragon country will rise and never perish. Suddenly I ship their CP, I want to see if they can spark love. The dragon country people who only ambush, I Matsuda from Sakura country will teach you manners. IP address Sakura country. Kakujiro pays too much attention to the spirit of the samurai, which led to his moment of carelessness, getting defeated by your dragon country's lack of chivalry. IP address Sakura country. Amidst the barrage, there were some voices full of doubt and hostility, but they were quickly drowned out by more supportive voices. Yuan-san looked at the rapidly scrolling comments, calming his inner excitement, and spoke. The meeting is just the beginning, the challenges ahead are the real test, and they will still face very severe problems. Food is always an insurmountable obstacle, the road ahead is still rugged, but we believe they will overcome all difficulties and seek a glimmer of future for Dragon Country. Chapter 12, Su Jin was shocked, is this survival? Zhang Yu took Su Jin out of the wooden house. As soon as they left the wooden house, Su Jin froze in place, her eyes wide open, her face full of disbelief. Her gaze swept over the piles of smoked meat hanging on the rack, her voice tinged with incredible shock. How do you have so much food? Su Jin's gaze was fixed on the mountain lion skin, her mouth slightly open, the shock in her eyes deepening. This is a lion? You killed a lion? Zhang Yu calmly secured the snow fox and looked at Su Jin. It attacked first. What the hell, it attacked first? Mountain lion, is this my fault? Ha, Su Jin the goddess is stunned, Uncle Yu is too amusing. The audience in the live broadcast room could not help but laugh at Su Jin's shocked expression. Su Jin's gaze kept switching between the mountain lion's skin and Zhang Yu's face, and after a long time, she let out a deep sigh. She finally understood why the country sent her to find Zhang Yu. In this wilderness, Zhang Yu was the true hunter. Stop daydreaming, food won't come to you. Zhang Yu handed her a sharpened bamboo stick. Next, he was going to teach Su Jin how to set traps and fish. Survival in the wild always centered around food. They took the trapping ring found in Kakujiro's backpack and made their way to the bamboo forest. After a night of wild wind and rain, the bamboo forest had changed, almost all the traps set yesterday had disappeared without a trace. Angle, pay attention to the angle. The bamboo rats can get in from the bottom, what's the point of your trap? The circle is too small, what, do you want to catch baby bamboo rats? What's the use of your trap? The traces around are so obvious, do you think bamboo rats are idiots or blind? For more than an hour, under Zhang Yu's nearly strict requirements, Su Jin had marks all over her hands. After numerous failures, she did not give up, and when a trap was finally completed, an unprecedented sense of achievement rose in her heart. Meanwhile, the audience in the live broadcast room was laughing uncontrollably. Ha, Uncle Yu has no idea what it means to cherish a woman, look at Su Jin the goddess's resentful little eyes, it's killing me. That's right, I feel like Su Jin the goddess is about to cry. But this time I support Uncle Yu, to survive in the wild, you must rely on yourself. You dragon country men really don't know what it means to cherish a woman, ruining such a beauty? If it were our men in a sand country, they would definitely be reluctant. IP address a sand country. Lizard says, right, what you said is right, I just deserve to be unlucky. After supervising Su Jin to set up the traps, Zhang Yu brought her to the lakeside again. He tied the fishing line to a bamboo stick, and tore off some mountain lion meat to hang on the hook. Watch carefully. Zhang Yu cast the fishing rod, the hook steadily sank into the lake's surface, and disappeared beneath the water. Adjusting the float is a technical skill. You need to change the depth of the hook based on the fish situation, never mind, it might be too difficult for you. Just find the bottom normally, then adjust the float. Zhang Yu shook his head, not saying more, fishing really depended on the fish situation and luck. He had loved fishing in his past life, learning from various fishing masters, but some things were still the same. Air Force was still Air Force. All right. Su Jin nodded in response, then followed Zhang Yu's teachings to start adjusting the float for fishing. Why are there no fish? How much longer do we have to wait? Su Jin couldn't help but whisper. Wait a bit longer, fishing is about patience. Zhang Yu leaned back against a stone, one hand stroking the snow fox, and said softly. After waiting for more than an hour, just when Su Jin was about to give up, the float began to bob up and down. Fish are here. She exclaimed, about to apply force with both hands, when she saw Zhang Yu's hand gently covering hers. Slow, it's just the fish testing, it hasn't really swallowed it yet. Suddenly, the float disappeared beneath the water. Zhang Yu supported Su Jin's hands, his arm exerting force, but the immense strength from the fish made it difficult for him to pull it up at once. He changed his strategy and began to play with the fish. For larger fish like this, we must be careful, we can't just rely on strength, or the fishing line will break from the strain. We need to maneuver. Zhang Yu explained to Su Jin while managing the fish. Su Jin nodded obediently, showing a look that was half understanding, half confused. A few minutes later, Zhang Yu felt the fish's strength had weakened a lot and directly exerted force, pulling it up at once. A silver, shiny fish, about 3 or 4 pounds, was caught. Looking at the fish wriggling on the ground, Su Jin could not hide her excitement. She dropped her fishing rod, jogged over to the fish, and squatted down. She stretched out her finger, poking the fish repeatedly. She looked up at Zhang Yu, a brilliant smile blossoming on her face. I caught it. Su Jin's voice trembled with excitement, tinged with disbelief. Yes, you caught it. Zhang Yu nodded, encouraging her. Remember this feeling, the responsibility of fishing from now on will be yours. With such a simple sentence, Su Jin smiled even wider. She raised her little face and vigorously nodded. From now on, leave it to me. Alright, you continue fishing, I'll handle this fish first. Zhang Yu glanced at the time, it was already close to 5. After a tiring day, Zhang Yu felt somewhat weary. He picked up the fish and walked to the lakeside, skillfully gutting it, removing the fish bladder and setting it aside, it would be useful later. Then he lit a bonfire, placed the fish on a spit, and started roasting it. Su Jin sat by the lakeside, quietly watching Zhang Yu start the bonfire, cleanly chopping the meat into pieces and putting them into a bamboo tube filled with lake water, then placing the fish over the fire. The aroma of grilled fish mixed with the fragrance of meat broth filled Su Jin with mixed emotions. Along the way, she had exhausted herself. To find something to eat, she had climbed trees, dared to eat berries, and even unknown insects. But looking at Zhang Yu, he had endless meat, making survival in the wild seem like a vacation for him. Fishing, while raising a snow fox, living in a way that one wouldn't even dare to imagine on Blue Star, he had actually made it happen in the wild world. What kind of person is this? In the Dragon Kingdom live streaming room, the audience couldn't help but feel deeply moved by the scene before them. Is this really the man cooking while the woman fishes from the documentaries? Don't make up words, this is clearly a perfect match, complementing each other, filling in each other's strengths. Chapter 13, Unlocking Traps, Meeting in Camel Country. 5th day in the wild world. Zhang Yu and Su Jin woke up from their beds. Of course, there are 2 beds. After a heavy rain, the weather had noticeably turned much colder. Zhang Yu tightened his clothes. He briefly looked over last night's system report, and some competitors had been eliminated. Currently, only 8,320 competitors remained. In just 4 days, over 1,200 people had been eliminated. This was only the beginning, the real test was still to come. Su Jin started a campfire and cut a piece of mountain lion meat to roast. The smell of meat and fruit would instantly rose. Su Jin picked up a larger piece of meat and handed it to Zhang Yu, then tore off a small piece to feed the snow fox before finally taking her own share to eat. Should I go fishing today? Su Jin squinted her eyes, enjoying the delicious food and looking at Zhang Yu with some anticipation. Since she caught a fish yesterday, she had grown to love the delightful feeling of harvest. Zhang Yu was eating the meat and did not answer, lost in serious thought. He already had 3 blocks of solid salt, it was time to marinate some meat and prepare for winter supplies. After dinner, we'll first check the bamboo forest for any gains, then you can go fishing. Zhang Yu quickly finished his meat, stood up, and took down his axe and bow. He had a good habit of carrying his weapons wherever he went, in case of danger, he would not be caught off guard. Carrying Su Jin, they walked towards the bamboo forest. Since arriving in this wild world, meat had hardly run out, and after days of running around, Zhang Yu could clearly feel his physical condition had improved significantly. Originally, he would feel a bit short of breath reaching the bamboo forest, but now he felt almost no effect. Su Jin was panting heavily, closely following Zhang Yu. Before approaching the bamboo forest, Zhang Yu had already heard the struggling cries of the bamboo rat. Sure enough, underneath a bamboo, a fat bamboo rat was trapped by a trap, helplessly struggling and constantly emitting squeak sounds. Su Jin's eyes burst with joy as she rushed forward and picked up the bamboo rat. What a big bamboo rat! She waited and happily looked at Zhang Yu. Let's continue to check other traps, there may be more gains. Zhang Yu nodded, took out a rope from his backpack, tied the bamboo rat, and hung it on his backpack, continuing towards the next trap. But Lady Luck was not on their side, the next few traps were empty until there was only 1 trap left. Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded, Archery LV4, 0/400, Fishing LV1, 27 out of 100, Trapping LV1, 0 out of 100. When the system reminder appeared before him, Zhang Yu knew the last trap had yielded something. But then a question arose in his mind. Why wasn't the trap system recorded when I caught the first bamboo rat? He thought carefully, and as he watched Su Jin untie the trap from the bamboo rat, he finally realized. Could it be that the first trap was made by Su Jin and the system didn't calculate it? Understanding the system's function, Zhang Yu took Su Jin to the lakeshore and watched as she awkwardly tied the fishing line and attached the bait, then he returned to the wooden house. With the emergence of hidden rules, the competition among competitors would be greatly advanced. All wooden house defenses had to strengthen now. He directly closed the live stream, walked around the wooden house, selected several suitable locations, and began to set traps. At this stage, the most useful thing was still digging holes. He decided to dig a few big holes first, then set some sharpened bamboo sticks at the bottom, and finally cover the traces with some dry branches and rotten leaves. Once he made up his mind, Zhang Yu took the axe and machete and started digging holes in the ground. With the tools he had, it was almost impossible to dig deep holes, but digging about a meter deep was still possible. Instead of trapping people in the holes, he aimed for the sharp bamboo at the bottom to pierce through enemies when they fell in. It took a full 3 hours. Finally, he dug out 2 large pits. Just as he was digging the third pit by the lake, he unexpectedly unearthed thick, grayish-white clay. Zhang Yu put down his axe and grabbed a handful of soil, kneading it in his hand. Clay. Very pure clay. Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly brightened, and he hurried to continue digging, finally finding a spot with less impurities in the clay. In his previous life as a wilderness survival blogger, he certainly knew the process of making pottery. He had even tried making it himself during survival situations. Although the quality wasn't up to standard, it was still usable. To make pottery, both soil quality and high temperature are essential. First, the clay needs to be purified to remove excess impurities, then it must be formed into a clay body and air-dried, followed by firing it at over 600 degrees Celsius. Zhang Yu examined the relatively pure clay in front of him. Purification can be skipped for now, air-drying takes too long. It's better to use a low flame to slowly dry it, removing excess moisture. The failure rate is higher, but the quantity is large, so there will be successes. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yu immediately took action, digging out the clay and transporting it back to the wooden house. Without tools, he used the oldest method of coil building. First, he rolled the clay into even long strips, spiraling them around, then smoothed out every gap between the layers of clay. In this way, a simple large bowl clay body was completed, and Zhang Yu continued to make over 10 more using the same method. Then he lit a bonfire and carefully placed the clay bodies a little further from the fire, so the flame's temperature could evaporate the moisture without burning or cracking them due to excessive heat. More than 18 million people from Blue Star were gathering in Su Jin's live stream room. Even think tanks from various countries were focused here. Zhang Yu's action of closing the live stream made them panic tremendously. Previously, there were James and Choi Suhyan who closed their live streams to ambush a participant from the Mao Bear country. Next, Sakura country's Jiro closed his live stream for a night raid on Su Jin. Now, Zhang Yu closing his live stream made them mistakenly believe he was also preparing for a similar assassination. Is Master Yu also going to take the initiative? Is there any other national participant near Master Yu? I think it's unlikely. Master Yu is just an ordinary person. The risks of taking the initiative are too great. It's better to stay with Su Jin and grow together. Ordinary person? Have you ever seen an ordinary person kill a mountain lion? Have you ever seen an ordinary person kill members of the Sakura country self-defense forces? In the White House of the beautiful country, President Trump was angrily scolding the think tanks. You useless people, each claiming to be professors from Ivy League schools, geniuses seen once in a millennium, and yet at a critical moment, you can't even analyze the whereabouts of a young kid. What use do I have for you? A young man stood up, his voice filled with grievance. Based on big data analysis, there really are no participants from our country or even ally countries around Zhang Yu. He might have just closed the live stream to take a shower or go to the bathroom? In the Dragon Country's live stream room, a Dragon Country man was shaking hands with a Middle Eastern man on the screen. Professor Yuan Sen's face turned slightly red, clearly delighted. Our Dragon Country participant, Xiao Chen, and the Camel Country participant, Fa Hada, have successfully met and temporarily formed an alliance to face the crisis together. Chapter 14, The Massacre of the Yage Country, Making Pottery. Run. Ahmed. Tal, XXXXX. Yage, you are too much. Almost all countries' live streams were focused on this scene. As the muscular Yage country participant, Tal, crazily chased the Canaan country participant, Ahmed. Ahmed fell to the ground, supporting his body with his hands while constantly retreating. Tal, holding a bow and arrow, slowly approached, looking at Ahmed mockingly, enjoying the struggle of the dying prey like a hunter. Then an arrow pierced straight through Ahmed's palm, watching him curl up and fall to the ground in fear like a maggot. Desperate Ahmed, a sickly joy unexpectedly appeared on Tal's face. Run, you pest from Canaan country. Tal kicked Ahmed's shoulder with one foot, knocking him to the ground. bow drawn, aiming for his head as he looked down with disdain. Aren't you from Canaan country good at running? Keep running. Seeing Ahmed slumped on the ground in silence, perhaps tired of the game of cat and mouse, Tal shot an arrow, instantly killing him with a headshot. Canaan country contestant Ahmed has died, remaining contestants 8303. Congratulations to Arkland contestant Tal for the kill, reward of 1000th resource recovery for Arkland, penalty of 1% land reduction for Canaan country. In the coniferous forest, Zhang Yu listened to the notification sound in his ears, feeling emotional. In one day, he not only finished making mud forms for pots and bowls, but also set up 5 traps around the cabin. Indeed, he was exhausted from the day. Fortunately, with the addition of Su Jin, at least he didn't have to cook the food himself. As he approached the cabin, he saw the bonfire flickering with a bit of light. You're back. Su Jin put down the grilled fish she was holding and came to greet him. Zhang Yu smiled and said, "Did you catch 2 fish today?" Su Jin nodded with a smile, quickly handing him a perfectly grilled fish that smelled delicious. Catching 2 bamboo rats and 2 fish in one day truly made her very happy. Compared to the previous life of eating only occasionally, this felt like paradise. Zhang Yu took the grilled fish and began to eat, while Xiao Bai, who was teasing the bamboo rats nearby, immediately sparkled with excitement, running to Zhang Yu's feet, affectionately rubbing against his pants leg. Extremely cute. Tearing off a small piece of fish to feed to Xiao Bai, Zhang Yu also started to nibble on the fish. Within no time, he had devoured the 2 to 3 pounds of fish. Seeing that Zhang Yu finished eating, Su Jin put down the fish in her hand, pointed to the mud forms by the bonfire, and asked, "What are you making? It looks like pots and bowls. Are you planning to dry them for use? I can do this next time." Zhang Yu shook his head, plucking a thin grass from the ground to pick his teeth. "I'm preparing to fire the pottery. Soon I will set up a simple kiln. You go chop some firewood, then butcher and marinate the bamboo rats." After speaking, Zhang Yu stood up and began digging a small pit, 1 meter in diameter and 40 centimeters deep. Then he placed Su Jin's chopped firewood at the bottom, carefully laying the dried mud forms on top of the wood. He then covered it with a layer of firewood and soil. Of course, to allow for ventilation, he intentionally left a few small holes. Zhang Yu dusted his hands and looked at the simple kiln with satisfaction, nodding his head. "Is this enough?" Su Jin asked, her eyes filled with curiosity. Throughout the process, she had been assisting but still didn't understand Zhang Yu's intentions. "Yes, the next step is to light the fire for firing. By tomorrow, the kiln will cool down and it should be fine." Zhang Yu nodded, picking up a bamboo tube to clean the dust from his hands. From the ventilation hole, he lit the firewood inside, and the kiln made a soft crackling sound. The enclosed space would slow down the burning of the wood, and the ventilation holes would constantly supply fresh air to the kiln, leading to a long way for the high temperature to turn the mud forms into pottery. "Is the bamboo rat ready for marinating?" Zhang Yu stood up and looked at Su Jin, asking. Su Jin's face turned embarrassed, her small hands unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her clothes. She shyly lowered her head. "Not yet." But then she lifted her head to look directly at Zhang Yu, anxiously saying, "But I have finished butchering the bamboo rat, just don't know how to marinate it." "Got it." Zhang Yu said no more. In the Blue Star world, resources were scarce, let alone marinating. Ordinary people wouldn't even have the chance to see such high-end ingredients. He walked over to the bamboo rats. The 2 plump bamboo rats were already well processed. It had to be said that Su Jin had indeed done her best. Zhang Yu picked up a block of solid salt. Scraping some salt, he began to evenly apply it to the bamboo rat's skin and inside its belly, leaving no spot untouched. The salt not only adds flavor but also dehydrates and suppresses bacterial growth. After marinating, smoking it can preserve the food for a long time. "Watch closely, don't miss a single spot, every area must be touched," Zhang Yu instructed Su Jin as he was marinating. This kind of work will definitely need to be entrusted to her in the future, today as a servant, tomorrow as the master. In front of Master Yu, the beautiful Su Jin feels like a little schoolgirl. Before you is, the born hunter of the mountain lion, the ender of famine, the killer of the cherry blossom country, Master Yu of the Dragon Kingdom. In the live streaming room, over 3 million viewers were laughing at Su Jin's appearance. In the broadcasting room of South Korea's All GXIN. "Woo! I want to go home, can someone come save me?" After 5 days of wilderness survival, she had carelessly eaten all the beef jerky she had chosen, and after fishing all day with an empty stomach, she didn't catch a single fish. Unable to help it, she began to cry loudly. The viewers in the live stream were all heartbroken for her. "Woo! May heaven bless, give GXIN a fish, I feel so sad." "GXIN, don't cry, I believe you can catch one." After crying for a while, she had to muster her spirits again, knowing that crying was useless. Perhaps the audience's prayers moved the heavens, as suddenly her fishing line sank. She had caught a fish. GXIN instantly became excited, gripping the fish rod made of branches tightly, pulling up with all her might. The fish struggled desperately in the water, yet she still managed to pull it up to the shore. "Ha ha! I caught a fish. Finally, I won't go hungry." She rushed forward and grabbed the fish with both hands. But her sudden movement startled the fish, which began to struggle wildly, its slippery body gradually slipping out of Gxin's embrace. Her face went from joy to visible horror. Ah! With a scream, a fish weighing over 3 pounds leaped from her arms and fell directly into the river. Gxin stood frozen in place, her face full of disbelief. Perhaps from the intense emotional fluctuation of gaining and losing, Gxin kept her arms wrapped around, looking down at her empty arms, then looking up at the river surface, and suddenly a wave of nausea rose from her throat, making her collapse straight down. After a brief silence in the live streaming room, it instantly erupted. Blood? What's wrong with you, Gxin? Don't scare me. No. Gxin, hold on. But just then, a contestant from India suddenly emerged from the dense forest, looking at Gxin lying still on the ground with a hint of a wicked smile. Chapter 15, The Wolf Pack Strikes. Late at night, the starry sky sparkled. Zhang Yu and Su Jin were chatting in the wooden cabin, while the viewers in the live streaming room were starting to feel sleepy during their conversation. Outside the shelter, the sounds of insects were noisy. Suddenly, the white little one lying on the ground perked up its ears, then curled up into a ball, trembling non-stop. Zhang Yu suddenly opened his eyes wide and whispered, "Don't speak." He then got up, grabbed the bow and arrow, and axe, and opened the door a crack, keeping a wary eye on the surroundings. Seeing this, Su Jin instantly woke up, fully alert. In her inner panic, she held the little one in her arms, grabbed the cutting knife from the bed, her small face pale. Outside the wooden cabin, the flickering light of the campfire illuminated the surroundings, dispelling some darkness. The grass around was rustling, as if something was hiding within. Zhang Yu observed carefully. Suddenly, a pair of eerie green glowing eyes appeared in the woods, slowly walking into the open space in front of the wooden cabin. Wolves? No. Not right. Zhang Yu's brows furrowed as he realized something was wrong. Wolves typically do not act alone, not to mention so boldly appearing in his line of sight. Suddenly, a chirping sound came from beside the wooden cabin. Wolf pack. Zhang Yu's body stiffened as a chill swept over him. He suddenly understood. The wolf in front is just a bait, the rest of the wolf pack has long been ambushed around the wooden house. Once they step out, they will be torn apart by the wolves immediately. The live stream chat instantly exploded. What the hell, is that a wolf? Isn't it just one wolf? For you, this is a piece of cake, he has even dealt with mountain lions. Just as Xiaosa and Lu Fei looked relaxed, Professor Yuansen furrowed his brows, his tone revealing worry. According to books, wolves typically operate in packs and have very high intelligence. A single wolf cannot defeat a mountain lion, but a pack of wolves is nearly invincible in the forest, even bears cannot stand against them. Once these words were spoken, the chat room was thrown into a stir. What? A wolf pack? How could they be so unlucky? They just formed a team and are already facing such a huge crisis. I don't think what Professor Yuan said is necessarily true. Didn't you see there's only one wolf outside the wooden house? Zhang Yu only needs one arrow to take care of it. Foolish people from the Dragon Country, your good days are over, the wolf pack will tear your contestants into pieces. IP address Cherry Blossom Country. What? Have you forgotten your Kintian Kuan was already torn apart by the wolf pack? He was only wearing big shorts at that time. The discussions in the live room were lively, but Zhang Yu was in crisis. He tightly closed the door, his face showing no panic. Wolf pack, start a fire first. Zhang Yu lowered his voice. The wolf pack was very clever, fully aware of hunting techniques. Perhaps they could not break through the wooden walls, but if they began to dig at the walls, that would be dangerous. Su Jin showed no hesitation, put down the little white dog, and directly pulled out the chopped firewood from under the bed, igniting a bonfire. The flames rose, dispelling the darkness inside the wooden house and easing some of the unease in their hearts. A whoa! A howl of wolves echoed from the dense forest not far away. Zhang Yu instantly heard the sound of sharp claws scraping against the wall. Su Jin was so frightened her hair stood on end, she tightly covered her mouth with both hands, afraid to make any sound. The continuous scratching noise surrounded them, but the wall remained sturdy. Seeing that they couldn't do anything to the wall, the wolves began to circle around it, searching for a relatively weak spot. Oh no! Zhang Yu felt something was seriously wrong, this pack of wolves was too smart. Sure enough, moments later, the sound of wolf claws digging into the ground began to resonate. Su Jin showed terror and nervously looked around. Little White was now scared, curled up in the corner, constantly emitting fearful hissing sounds. Not good, this pack of wolves is really too cunning, that sound is genuinely digging a hole. Zhang Yu and Su Jin are in danger. This pack of wolves has become clever, they actually understand how to dig. Ha, you people from the Dragon Country can just wait for the punishment of the wolves, the wolf pack will avenge our Kajirokuan. Not only were the comments worried about the two, the hosts Xiaosa, Lu Fei, and Professor Yuansen in the live room also looked concerned. Professor Yuan, What should we do in this situation? Can they escape? Lu Fei asked with a worried expression, her voice somewhat choked. Professor Yuan shook his head, speaking solemnly. At this time, you absolutely cannot escape. In the wild, that will only lead to a quicker death. There is only a glimmer of hope inside the house. If they cooperate well, they might just make it through. In the capital, the Grand Elder was urgently awakened, watching the two on the screen with deep worry. Does the think tank have any good suggestions? The best method is fire attack. Right now, Zhang Yu and they are already implementing this strategy. In the screen, Zhang Yu raised a torch from the bonfire, opened the door crack, and thrust it out, instantly dispersing the darkness in front of the door while driving back the two wolves that were digging at the entrance. Taking advantage of the moment the door was opened, Zhang Yu observed the situation outside. One old wolf still stood in an open space not far away. In the dark forest in the distance, a tall wolf stood quietly. Wolf King? Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow but then abandoned that thought. Do you want to ease this crisis by killing the Wolf King? That's just lighting a lamp in an outhouse. Amid Su Jin's surprised gaze, Zhang Yu opened the door a crack again, threw out the torch, and knocked an arrow. With LV4 archery, he quickly aimed at the old wolf, 3 fingers firmly gripping the bowstring as the recurved bow was drawn back. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air rang out. In an instant, the sharp arrow pierced the old wolf's eye. Archery experience plus 100. Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills, Archery LV4, 100 out of 400, Fishing LV1, 27 out of 100, Traps LV1, 0 out of 100. Wow, so cool. This archery skill of UGE is simply unmatched in the world. In a wilderness world without firearms, UGE's archery is absolutely invincible. A whoa! A loud wolf howl echoed through the dense forest. In an instant, all the wolves gave up their attack on Zhang Yu and Su Jin, swiftly retreating into the woods. But the crisis was not over. Those wolves lingered outside the firelight, not leaving but instead quietly crouching in the grass, their eerie green eyes shining in the darkness. Su Jin's face turned pale, gripping the machete as he stood behind Zhang Yu, his voice trembling. They won't leave. What should we do next? Zhang Yu glanced at the time. It was 1 a.m. There were still over 5 hours until dawn. As long as they held on for these hours, they would be temporarily safe. Let's take turns keeping watch tonight. You take the first half. Remember, you must stay vigilant. Zhang Yu instructed solemnly, then walked to his bed, cradling Xiao Bai in his arms and lying down fully clothed. Save the matches, wake me immediately at the slightest sign of danger. Chapter 16, Making Traps, Reinforcing the Cabin. Day 6 in the Wilderness World. Xia Chen and Fad were building the shelter together. Fad, clutching his empty belly, stood by grumbling. Xia Chen, there's no need to rush the shelter, we should be thinking of ways to find food. Xia Chen frowned at Fad. They had just finished a rabbit leg that morning, and yet less than an hour later, he was already complaining again. Just as he was about to reprimand him, he remembered their alliance and swallowed the words back, letting out a sigh. Let's endure a bit. Let's work first. Later we can check if we've caught anything in the traps. Fat pouted, a hint of discontent flashing in his eyes, then reluctantly picked up an axe, chopping at the trees half-heartedly. In the livestream room of the Stick Nation, all the viewers were angrily cursing. Is the beautiful country treating our Trey Shoshan like a dog? Clearly, the fish was caught by Trey Shoshan but snatched away by someone else to eat. Strongly protest against James's terrible behavior. Our Stick Nation is a developed country, the number 1 in Asia. How dare James treat our Trey Shoshan this way? We must protest diplomatically. On the screen, James sat beside the fire, eating fragrant grilled fish while Trey Shoshan could only watch silently, swallowing hard and gazing longingly at the grilled fish. In the Dragon Country's livestream, Xiaosao looked at the documents sent by Big Data, unable to contain his joy. Fellow countrymen, according to the latest analysis from Teacher Big Data, our Dragon Country contestant Xiao Chen's ranking has risen to 4th place, only behind James from the Beautiful Country, Joseph from the Bear Country, and Matsuda Saburo from the Cherry Blossom Country. And what surprised us the most is that contestant Zhang Yu has risen to 99th place. Now there are 2 contestants from the Dragon Country in the top 100. Really? Zhang Yu is really in the top 100? Lu Fei said in shock, her voice shaking with excessive excitement. Absolutely. Big Data just updated, I just saw it, Zhang Yu is really 99th. That's amazing. Finally, 2 contestants from the Dragon Country made it to the top 100, but in my opinion, 99th is not good enough for RUGE, he should at least be in the top 10. You Dragon Country folks are too good at self-promotion. But then again, it has been a long time since you had such strength. However, our beautiful country has 2 contestants in the top 10. In the first 100, there are 5. At the same time, in the wild world, Zhang Yu finished dealing with the old wolf. Marinated the wolf meat, and hung it on the rack to smoke. Meanwhile, Su Jin, looking exhausted, was trimming the bamboo. The wolf attack last night left her frightened all night. And she could only relax after the wolf pack dispersed at dawn. Did those wolves really leave? Su Jin's expression was a bit stiff, her voice low. Zhang Yu was silent for a moment. Whether they left or not, we need to strengthen the shelter. Wolves are highly vengeful animals, and they have a strong sense of territory. Since the wolf pack appeared, this place must be their territory. Add to that their vengeful nature. If there is blood, there must be blood to pay. But he did not tell Su Jin. Doing so would only increase her unease. After hearing Zhang Yu's words, Su Jin also lifted her spirits and worked harder to reinforce the shelter. Zhang Yu had a plan in mind on how to reinforce the shelter. The biggest problem with the shelter was above and below. The above was easy to fix, he just needed to install some spikes on the roof. That left only the below. Zhang Yu quickly walked to the now-cooled kiln, gently removing the dried clay blocks. Carefully sweeping the ashes aside. A number of pottery pieces quietly lay at the bottom of the kiln. Zhang Yu glanced at the pottery at the bottom of the kiln. There were a total of 12 clay pieces. 6 completely broken, 4 with cracks on the bowls, and only 2 intact. He carefully picked up the intact bowl. It had no cracks, no deformations. Just an appearance that was a bit unattractive, like it had been clawed by a dog. Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills: Archery LV4, 100 out of 400, Fishing LV1, 27 out of 100, Traps LV1, 0 out of 100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100. Sure enough. A new skill unlocked, the first recorded skill, and the second successfully gained 50 experience points. In the live stream room. Damn, I said why he was playing with mud all day yesterday, thought he was still a child, but... So awesome. Before the country of sticks always mocked Are You for not choosing cookware. But Are You used facts to show them that choosing cookware? No, I want to make pots and bowls. Ha, 3 country contestants and non-union contestants were coolly drinking water the other day. But these days they roll on the ground with their stomachs. I guess it won't be long. Really hope our country's contestants can find them soon and give them a quick end. Seeing this, Su Jin also came over, her face full of curiosity as she examined the pottery bowl. Zhang Yu's joy came quickly and also went quickly. His gaze shifted to the failed pottery in the kiln. He casually picked up those failed pottery bowls and threw them to the ground. As the bowls hit the ground, they shattered. Those broken shards had sharp, pointed edges, glistening coldly in the sunlight. Zhang Yu's eyes wandered between the wooden house and the broken pieces on the ground. Seeing this, Su Jin immediately understood his thoughts. Are you planning to bury these shards in the soil around the wooden house? Zhang Yu nodded his head. With their cooperation, they dug a shallow trench around the wooden house. Then placed the pottery shards sharp side up, surrounding the wooden house. And covered the shards with a layer of loose soil. Finally, he drove sharp bamboo stakes into the ground at a 45-degree angle. And also covered the roof with bamboo spikes. This completed the entire defense system. Seeing this scene, Professor Yuan-Sin from the Dragon Country livestream was excited. This is simply an amazing idea. The edges of the pottery shards are sharp. So if the wolf pack comes again, they will pay a heavy price. Little Son nodded in agreement. Exactly, this has also given all of us a vivid lesson. Knowledge can change everything. Meanwhile, contestant Ajay from a 3 country finally opened his livestream after spending half a day. He looked satisfied, slowly putting on his clothes. And beside him was a disheveled woman with unkempt hair, who quietly sobbed on the ground. The glaring rabbit made it hard for people to open their eyes. Ajay, annoyed by the crying, kicked out and cursed loudly. Bitch, why are you crying? Just a moment ago, you were enjoying yourself, now who are you crying for? Quan Jishin fell to the ground, half of a rabbit showing, her lips puffed, face full of grievance, she sobbed softly. You promised me, you would give me food. Don't worry, follow me, I guarantee you won't have to worry about food and drink, Ajay said, adjusting his clothes, satisfied. What? Damn those ASEAN countries. Our great Bangzi country will fully sanction you. Dare to defile our goddess, we will burn down your embassy. Chapter 17, Making Soap. Finally comfortable. By the lake, Zhang Yu finally took a good bath. This was the first time in nearly 6 days since he arrived in the wilderness world. The only pity is that there is no soap, Zhang Yu sighed while touching his greasy and flat hair, but then he perked up. Isn't it possible to make it myself without soap? The method of making soap is simple, it only requires animal fat and lye made from filtered plant ash. Although the wolf killed yesterday was old and thin, it still had some fat, all the materials were ready. Understanding this, Zhang Yu walked towards the shelter, feeling refreshed. Sizzle. The meat fat in the clay bowl kept bubbling with steam. Back in the wooden house, Zhang Yu put the fat from the wolf into the clay bowl to start rendering the fat. The unique aroma of rendered fat filled the entire shelter. Squeak, squeak. Little Bai rushed around Zhang Yu, eagerly craving the food. Seeing that the fat was about ready, Zhang Yu scooped out the scraps and tossed a few to little Bai. Su Jin, on the side, was also swallowing saliva out of greed but was too embarrassed to ask for some. Seeing this, Zhang Yu handed all the scraps to Su Jin. You look so hungry, have some, the rest we can fry with some reed roots to eat tonight. Then he dissolved the plant ash in water, filtered out the ashes and mixed it with the fat in a 1-to-1 ratio, starting to cook. What are you doing? Such good fat is being wasted. Su Jin stood by, her face full of heartache. I'm preparing to make some soap. Although we lack lime, the soap won't solidify, but even liquid soap can be used for washing, Zhang Yu explained. The saponification reaction is the collision between fat and lye, resulting in a chemical reaction that forms fatty acid salts and glycerin. Without lime, the fatty acid salts, that is, the soap, are hard to solidify and mostly exist in liquid form. Really? Upon hearing this, Su Jin's eyes sparkled, full of surprise and joy. 6 days without a bath or washing her hair was almost sticking together. This was unacceptable for any girl, especially since she was a great beauty. What's going on? Is Master Yu so amazing? First, he made pottery with his bare hands, now he's making soap in the wilderness? This is a highlight of human wisdom, we are witnessing a miracle by Master Yu. Zhang Yu kept a low flame and stirred constantly with a twig. For 2 full hours, the liquid in the clay bowl became even and thick, eventually condensing into a thick, light yellow paste. Zhang Yu knew it was done. After letting it cool, he poured it into a bamboo tube. Let's go, let's check if there are any catches in the traps by the bamboo forest, Zhang Yu said as he set down the bamboo tube and spoke to Su Jin. Today, the traps yielded well, catching 2 bamboo rats. This also gave Zhang Yu 50 experience points for his LV1 trapping skill. Of course, one of them was from a trap set by Su Jin, so the experience didn't count for Zhang Yu. Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded: Archery LV4, 100 out of 400, Fishing LV1, 27 out of 100, Trapping LV1, 50 out of 100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100. Looking at the panel, Zhang Yu didn't let Su Jin set the traps this time, he handled all the traps himself. The benefits from improving archery were obvious, and he wanted to see what rewards upgrading the traps to LV2 would bring him. However, this also made Su Jin a bit frustrated and sad. The harvest of the past 2 days brought her an unprecedented sense of satisfaction, but suddenly, she couldn't do it anymore, and she felt a bit lost. Today, we will eat 1 bamboo rat and stir-fry reed roots with oil residue. Also, I will marinate 1 bamboo rat and store it as winter food. Zhang Yu tied up the bamboo rat and started walking towards the shelter. Zhang Yu's words instantly caught Su Jin's attention, and she became curious in an instant. Winter? Is winter coming soon? Zhang Yu nodded. Yes, the weather is getting colder, and the leaves in the forest have started to fall more. It's likely we won't have to wait long before winter arrives. In the wilderness, judging the arrival of winter is a matter of life and death. If we cannot stock up enough supplies before winter comes, death will be waiting for us. In coniferous forests, there are many signs that can indicate the coming of winter, such as, the needles of evergreen trees like spruce and fir will become deeper and darker, and the needles of larch will turn golden and fall off in large quantities. Even moss will undergo some changes. The changes of seasons in nature are expressed in various ways, as long as you can read them. In the Tao live broadcast room of the Yage Kingdom, many internet users from the Canaan Kingdom have gathered to curse, but it couldn't affect his mood in the slightest. Even the audience from the Yage Kingdom watched their rage as if it were entertainment. On the screen, Tal was munching on the seized beef jerky while walking forward. He did not intend to build a shelter or hunt prey. The 5 kilograms of beef jerky he selected at the start, along with the beef jerky from the Canaan Kingdom, was enough for him to survive for a while. His current goal was to search for the players from other countries to hunt, satisfying his inner desire for killing while plundering their resources. As the sky grew darker, Tal chopped some firewood, lit a campfire, and prepared to rest. Really shameless. Killing people brings no backlash, but torturing them shouldn't happen. IP address from the Long Kingdom. If I can't win, it's my fault? If you lack skills, you should die. Long Kingdom people? How dare you be arrogant after killing the garbage from the island country? Just wait, once we find your players' whereabouts, we'll hunt you one by one. By the campfire, Su Jin held a bamboo tube containing soap, watching Zhang Yu want to say something but hesitating. She repeatedly looked up but shyly lowered her head. Seeing this, Zhang Yu directly asked. If you have something to say, just say it. No need to stammer. Su Jin looked up, then lowered her head again. After struggling several times, she finally gathered the courage, her face full of shyness, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I want to take a shower. Zhang Yu was completely confused and stunned. Take a shower? Then go wash. Why are you telling me? Su Jin was suddenly speechless, then her face turned red as she shouted at Zhang Yu. I'm scared. Can you accompany me? Sure, I'll go with you. In the Long Kingdom live broadcast room, Lu Fei immediately burst into laughter. Ha, Zhang Yu is going to make me die of laughter. Su Jin's hints are so obvious, and he still doesn't understand. He deserves to be single. Professor Yuansen also had a smile on his face. You can't blame Zhang Yu. When he was in the Long Kingdom, he relied on welfare to live. He probably didn't meet many girls. However, if he can return to Blue Star, I bet girls will be lining up to chase him. Zhang Yu is so cute. If he comes back, I must chase him. The big man upstairs is fantasizing. Does Master Yu even care about you? Stop dreaming. I hope Master Yu and Su Jin don't turn off the live broadcast then. Of course, it's not that I want to see that kind of scene, I just want to see how comfortable it is to take a shower in a natural lake. Life is hard. Chapter 18, Ambiguity, the wolf pack approaches. By the lake. Zhang Yu raised a torch high, facing away from the lake. In the moonlight, a graceful woman was barefoot, lightly touching the lake water. The icy touch made her shiver involuntarily. She was like a beautiful mermaid, diving into the lake. Her black long hair cascaded over the surface of the lake. The moonlight shone through the water, clearly reflecting on a pair of round, snow-white surfaces. She gently cupped a basin of clear water with both hands, letting it cascade down her black hair, droplets weaving like a string, softly touching her snow-white skin, flowing down from her neck. Hearing the tempting voice behind him, Zhang Yu felt a turmoil inside him. Is this something humans do? Testing cadres with this? Which cadre can withstand such a test? Zhang Yu forced himself to look around, trying to distract his attention. How did the axe fall to the ground? Shall I pick it up? If it's not in hand, I might not be able to react in danger. Zhang Yu stood tall, bending forward at a 180-degree angle. So white. Ah! A sharp scream from a woman pierced the silent night sky. In the individual live broadcast rooms of Zhang Yu and Su Jin, all the audience looked at the black screen with both frustration and gossip. Do you think Su Jin and Zhang Yu will have any real progress? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Jin is mine. She is my fiancée in real life, how could she possibly be with someone else? A man slumped in his chair, his eyes filled with despair, repeatedly mumbling impossible. Impossible. Condolences to the person above, but Ru Yi is indeed too charming, and who can resist the story of a hero saving a beauty, falling in love over time? On the way back to the wooden house, Zhang Yu opened the live broadcast room. The atmosphere between the two was very awkward. Su Jin's wet long hair fell loosely over her shoulders, her face shining like jade, blushing with embarrassment as she followed Zhang Yu, her head lowered. Occasionally, when their gazes met, they immediately scattered like electric shocks. Zhang Yu could feel Su Jin's eyes quietly watching him all along. Upon returning to the shelter, they tidied up briefly, lit a bonfire outside, then entered the wooden house. The two sat on their respective beds, facing each other. Su Jin's top was wet from the water flowing down her hair, revealing a glimpse of her rabbits. The surrounding sounds of insects seemed to vanish, amplifying the heartbeat and breathing noises. The atmosphere was awkward yet mixed with a hint of ambiguity. Su Jin kept her head down, her hands unconsciously playing with the little white rabbit. How about tonight? Should we sleep together, or separately? Su Jin shyly asked. What the hell? It escalated this way in just half an hour? How's that Su Jin's fiancé doing? Can he still hold on? Su Jin's words ignited a frenzy in the live broadcast room, and Zhang Yu was also stunned by the question. Sleep separately? Whoever sleeps separately is a dog. Zhang Yu said with an exceptionally firm expression, let's sleep together. Su Jin raised her head, her shyness gradually fading, her face displaying a trace of doubt. Aren't you afraid of the wolves coming tonight? Don't we have to take turns keeping watch? Ha ha. So sleeping separately means this kind of separate sleeping. Yuya's gloomy expression is truly amazing. Fiancé, you can temporarily rest easy. Then let's sleep separately. You guard the first half of the night, I'll guard the second half. Zhang Yu suppressed the fluttering in his heart, ignoring Su Jin, and turned to sleep. At this moment, Su Jin was first stunned for half a second, then quickly understood the ambiguity in the words, her face instantly blushing. The night was as dark as ink, time flew swiftly. As they approached the second half of the night, a sound of rustle came from outside the wooden house, followed by a series of dense, heavy footsteps. Su Jin was instantly startled awake, her sleepiness gone. She tightly gripped the machete and called Zhang Yu awake. Outside the wooden house, there were more wolves than last night, silently prowling in the darkness, surrounding the wooden house. Through the wooden wall, Su Jin could clearly hear the sound of their claws scraping against the ground, the wolves continuing the strategy from last night. But then a series of painful howls erupted outside the wooden house. The wolves' claws were scratched by the hidden pottery shards, bleeding as they retreated. Zhang Yu picked up his bow and arrow, walked to the door, and pulled Su Jin behind him. All the live broadcast rooms around the world switched to Zhang Yu's perspective. In the Cherry Blossom Country's live broadcast room, Maria Muta wore a big smile on her face. According to our experts reviewing the data, wolf packs are very vengeful. The Dragon Kingdom has killed a wolf, and now the pack has set its sights on them. They probably won't survive for long. In the Yage Country live stream room, comments mocked the Dragon Kingdom. Hee hee, Dragon Kingdom people, keep mocking. I want to see how your two contestants are torn apart by the wolf pack. Go wolf pack. It's a pity these two Dragon Kingdom people didn't die at our Tarl's hands. We've lost 2,000 of our resources. I think we can take down Canaan now. Doing so would greatly restore our resources. In the beautiful country livestream, 5-star General Mike Asher sipped water, his face full of mockery. The Dragon Kingdom is truly plagued by misfortune. Only one contestant made it into the top 100, and now they are about to fall. But then again, their country's fortune is the same. Every time it shows promise, it always falls back to the bottom. They can only blame themselves for not believing in God. Howl, a wolf's howl echoed from the dense forest. The wolf pack outside the wooden house stirred. All the wolves retreated to the sides as if receiving a command, lowering their bodies and letting out low whines, as if showing submission. From the darkness of the forest, a tall, strong figure slowly emerged. Its eerie green eyes were filled with coldness as it quietly stared at the wooden house. Wolf King. Zhang Yu instantly knew the Wolf King had appeared. Only the Wolf King could command so many wolves to submit. The Wolf King slowly paced to the door, nearly one door away from Zhang Yu. He could clearly smell the bloody stench on the Wolf King. The Wolf King's nostrils flared, then another wolf howl echoed. An old wolf suddenly sprang to action, rushing to the wall outside, ignoring the pain from the ceramic shards as it began to dig at the fragments. Inside the wooden house, Su Jin listened to the commotion outside, her face pale, immense fear causing her to grasp Zhang Yu's clothing tightly. Yet, even with fear, she still did not let go of the machete in her hand. Start the fire, hide by the fire pit. Zhang Yu furrowed his brows, worry etched on his face, but he did not panic. Going out now would surely mean death. But if the wolves used digging to get in, he wasn't afraid of that. The wolf's paw was torn and bloody from the shards, with dirt mixed with blood stuck to its paw, but the old wolf completely ignored it, digging furiously. Finally, a hole was dug through, and a wolf's head, covered in dust, peeked in from below the wall of the wooden house. Whoosh, the wolf that just poked its head out was shot through the eyes, letting out a sorrowful howl before going silent. Archery experience plus 100. Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded: Archery LV4, 200/400, Fishing LV1, 27 out of 100, Traps LV1, 50 out of 100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100. Chapter 19 LV5 Archery, sharing the same room. The old wolf's death seemed like a bomb dropped into a calm lake. The wolf pack boiled over like a lit explosive. All the wolves howled sharply. Under the Wolf King's command, they rushed toward the hole. But beasts are still beasts, even with a bit of brains, they will never compare to humans. In just a moment, Zhang Yu shot down 3 wolves. Archery experience plus 100. Archery experience plus 100. Archery experience plus 100. The continuous system prompts echoed. Ding, congratulations host, archery level reached LV5, ultimate. Unlocking entry, 100 steps hitting the target, deadly accurate within 100 steps. Instantly, Zhang Yu felt an indescribable power surge within him. The knowledge about archery in his mind seemed to be unveiled by a mysterious force, enhancing his mastery of archery even further. At the same time, his senses became sharper. Zhang Yu was overjoyed. He drew the bow, fingers tightly gripping the bowstring, aiming at the hole. Whoosh, another wolf was shot in the eye and fell dead, but the system no longer provided prompts for experience gain. Su Jin hurriedly dragged the wolf's corpse into the house, clearing space at the entrance. The continuous death of 4 wolves. At this moment, the other wolf pack was surprisingly scared, standing frozen in place. The Wolf King howled a few times, yet no wolf dared to step forward. Seeing this, the Wolf King seemed to lose its last bit of patience and let out a long howl, diving into the cave. But an unexpected scene appeared. The narrow cave entrance actually got the Wolf King stuck. Although its upper body was in the wooden house, its lower body was firmly lodged in the hole. It twisted its body wildly, its sharp claws digging into the dirt and splattering it everywhere, trying to break free. Ha ha! Zhang Yu watched the scene unfold, his heart filled with joy. Is this fool really the Wolf King? Zhang Yu put down his bow and arrow, picked up a machete, and with one strike, ended the Wolf King's life. The remaining wolves, seeing the Wolf King dead, instantly scattered like birds and beasts, vanishing into the dense forest. In the moment the Wolf King died, a panel appeared before Zhang Yu. Skill recorded: Swordplay LV1, 0 out of 100. Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills: Archery LV5, Ultimate, Entry, 100 Steps of Penetration, Fishing LV1, 27/100, Traps LV1, 50 out of 100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Swordplay LV1, 0/100. Not bad. Unexpectedly, there's a bonus. If swordplay reaches the maximum level, it might rival those swordplay masters. Everything happened too fast. From the Wolf King getting stuck to Zhang Yu striking it dead, it was just a fleeting 2 or 3 seconds. Su Jin covered her mouth, looking at the scene before her. Is this it? Has it been resolved? Her tone was filled with disbelief. Otherwise? Zhang Yu glanced sideways at Su Jin, then moved forward, pulling the Wolf King out of the cave. What are you dazing for? Block this hole with wood first. Su Jin hurriedly got to work, running back and forth, blocking the entrance with the wood she had chopped from under the bed. The benefit of being elevated was that he could always enjoy perspectives that others couldn't. Zhang Yu dragged the wolf's corpse to the cave where they had stayed on the first night in the wild world, then sprinkled some loose dirt over the body to cover the bloody smell. Damn, you was awesome, solved the wolf pack with just a few cool moves. Where are those who said you would die? Come out. In society, it's you, no matter who you are, you have to kneel before you. Goddess Su Jin has been in constant danger with you these 2 days, but she doesn't have to worry about food and drink. But fiancé brother, no, let's put it down, this you, not to mention women, even I am getting confused. It was late at night. When Su Jin blocked the last piece of wood in the entrance, her tense nerves finally relaxed. Zhang Yu added some firewood to the campfire outside, then returned to the wooden house. The wooden house still emanated a faint bloody smell, as well as the stench from the wolf's body. Su Jin had long since reached her limit, lying on the bed, drifting into a shallow sleep. Watching Su Jin curl up, hugging Xiaobai, Zhang Yu gently wiped the bloodstains off her face, then covered her with a mountain lion skin. He, on the other hand, held the machete, leaning against the door. Although the threat of the wolf pack had been eliminated, the smell of blood in the house could still attract other predators. Before dawn, someone had to stand guard. Zhang Yu listened to every sound outside, the hooting of an owl, the rustling of unknown animals passing through the grass, and the whisper of the wind through the treetops. These sounds gathered together to form a wonderful melody unique to the forest. Tal, a contestant from the elegant pavilion country, was sleeping in a tree, and the night breeze carried a chill that made him shiver. Suddenly, a rush of animal footsteps from below startled him awake. Wolves? He saw a wolf running frantically away from the base of the tree. Tal didn't bother too much and went back to sleep with his clothes on. As the first light of dawn broke through the dense forest and illuminated the land, a new day began. Outside the wooden house, the traces of last night's battle had been cleaned up, the wolf meat was salted and hung on the trees, and 6 wolf skins were spread on the ground. Zhang Yu strung his bow, feeling the power inside his body and his understanding of archery in his mind. My physical fitness has improved quite a lot. To be able to defeat 2 versions of myself from yesterday, I might as well be as formidable as a special forces soldier. Zhang Yu carefully felt the changes in his body, and his heart was filled with great joy. Originally, he thought the proficiency system was just about quantifying skills to improve his skill level faster, but he didn't expect to find a surprise at LV5. It seems I need to find a way to quickly raise other skills to LV5 and see if there are any new gains. However, looking at the various skills at LV1, he couldn't help but feel helpless again. Inside the log cabin, sunlight streamed through the door and shone on Su Jin's face. Her eyelashes fluttered a few times, waking her from her dream. She sat up, suddenly feeling something slide off her body. Looking down, she asked, "Lion skin?" Su Jin was stunned for a few seconds, instinctively reaching out to touch the lion skin. Then she turned her gaze to Zhang Yu, who was busy outside the house, and at that moment, it felt as if her heart was filled with something, and a radiant smile bloomed on her face. In the Dragon Country livestream, Lu Fei's eyes sparkled, her lips curved up in a face full of admiration and gossip. Ah, to see such juicy gossip so early in the morning, I really love watching the sparks fly between them. Little Sa couldn't stand it any longer and quickly emerged to ease the situation. Our Dragon Country competitors, Zhang Yu and Su Jin, are helping each other, supporting each other, and facing various difficulties together. I believe they will definitely bring victory to Dragon Country. Professor Yuan Sin nodded. Indeed, looking at Zhang Yu and Su Jin's combination, not to mention the fish and bamboo rats, just those 6 wolves are estimated to weigh over 400 jin. With so much meat salted and preserved, I believe their food supply for the next 2 months will be completely secure. Oh no, with that smile from Goddess Su Jin, she is definitely going to fall. What about her fiancé? This time you can truly cry, Su Jin won't be able to escape Yuji's grasp. Chapter 20, Inventory of Supplies. Su Jin walked out of the log cabin facing the sunlight, looking sweetly at Zhang Yu. What are you doing? Do you need my help? No need, you wash up first, then let's take stock of our supplies. We have had quite a harvest these days, we need to count things. Zhang Yu said. Although food was becoming less scarce after a few days of harvest, long-term planning was necessary to determine what supplies were still lacking for future targeted collection. All right. The threat of the wolf pack had been lifted, and Su Jin's face was filled with happiness as she washed up and squatted beside Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu forced himself to avert his gaze from her curves. Currently, we have food with 6 wolves, 1 mountain lion, and 3 bamboo rats, plus some fish and meat. We are not lacking in meat and fat for now, but we still need to consider food diversity. Food diversity? Isn't it good to eat meat? Why do we need other food? Su Jin asked curiously, but without any doubt. The human body needs a variety of nutrients, such as proteins, fats, dietary fibers, carbohydrates, trace elements, and so on. Lack of any can lead to health issues. So we must ensure food diversity. Zhang Yu explained. Su Jin's big eyes looked at Zhang Yu with some admiration, and she nodded in understanding. Oh, so what else do we need? Do we need to go fishing or catch bamboo rats? Zhang Yu covered his face with his right hand, still not understanding. No need, just be mindful of the reed beds. The roots can provide carbohydrates and dietary fiber, but they are hard to preserve. When the weather cools down, we can harvest a lot and save it before it dries up. Zhang Yu explained. And that patch of bamboo forest can provide some bamboo shoots in winter. Oh. You're so smart. Su Jin cupped her chin with her hands, tilting her head adorably. Well, as for fur, we have 1 mountain lion skin and 6 wolf skins. We can use them to sleep on in winter, and with the bamboo rat skins, we can make 2 pairs of gloves. Zhang Yu continued to take stock. You're right. Su Jin continued cupping her chin, nodding in agreement. Ah. Su Jin, how can you be like this? You are my fiancé. How can one treat another man like this? In a room in the Dragon Kingdom, a man was crying with his face in his hands, watching the live broadcast. Brother fiancé. Can we let go? You can't compare to Yu Yi. Our Yu Yi saves the beauty at a critical moment, and also protects Su Jin through various crises after that. Everyone would fall for him, even I am attracted to Yu Yi. The big guy upstairs picking his feet, would our Yu Yi like you? Just enjoy the ship of Yu Yi and Su Jin. Zhang Yu sat on a wooden stool, looking at the still squatting Su Jin and said. Right now, what we lack the most is medical supplies. At the very least, we need some basic hemostatic medicine. What should we do? Su Jin still propped her chin with her hands, looking puzzled. Zhang Yu sighed, realizing he couldn't rely on Su Jin. But looking at her expression, he felt a bit of joy inside. In ancient Dragon Kingdom recipes, there are herbal medicines, but we don't understand them. However, dried fish bladders ground into powder have a certain hemostatic effect. Zhang Yu stood up and then thought of something, shouting at the sky. Experts from the Dragon Kingdom, please gather as many ancient recipes for hemostatic and cold remedies or herbal medicines as possible. If needed, I will notify you through off-site prompts. Hearing this, the hosts in various countries' live broadcasts had different expressions. In the USA's live broadcast room, General MacArthur was laughing to the point of tears. Ha ha. Ha ha. This Zhang Yu is going to make me laugh to death. Ancient Dragon Kingdom recipes, herbal medicine. How ridiculous is that? Can grass heal diseases? In the Yage Country live broadcast room, the comments mocked crazily. Relying on your Dragon Kingdom's witchcraft is worse than believing in God. However, in the Cherry Blossom Country live broadcast room, it was a different scene, with Maria Muta looking very serious. The ancient remedies of the Dragon Kingdom are indeed useful. I hope our experts can quickly decipher those ancient books we transported back from the Dragon Kingdom. Although Blue Star doesn't have those herbal medicines, the Wilderness World does, we can research that. In the capital city, in the think tank meeting room, the elder asked. Can what Zhang Yu said be done? Yes, but we need to study those ancient books. The think tank leader, Li Guodong, stepped up. According to Zhang Yu's idea, it is completely feasible. Based on our research, winter in the Wilderness World is expected to arrive in about half a month. Catching colds and getting sick will pose a huge challenge. If successful, it will significantly reduce the elimination rate due to illness. At this time, Li Guodong changed the topic and continued. Elder, last night, a wolf appeared in the Yage Country Player Tal's live broadcast room. The elder looked at Li Guodong in confusion. What's so special about a wolf appearing? Then, as if remembering something, his expression turned serious. Do you mean that it appeared near Zhang Yu? Li Guodong nodded and said in a low voice. Yes, after comparing all night, we concluded that it was the wolf that ran away from Zhang Yu. Based on the time of appearance, we estimated it to be around 4 kilometers from Zhang Yu, but the exact direction is hard to determine. However, there is a 60% chance it is to the north. The elder frowned and thought for a moment. According to Zhang Yu's request, Find suitable herbs and prescriptions for colds and hemostatic use. It must be fast. If there is a crisis, we must immediately launch off-site prompt opportunities. Zhang Yu led Su Jin to explore towards the north of the wooden house. Unlike other places, the terrain in the north gradually rose, and the trees grew taller, with many vines entwined around them. From time to time, a bird or a squirrel would hide in the dense thickets of trees. After less than half an hour of walking, a rustling sound of flowing water penetrated through the trees and reached their ears. Could it be the river to the east of the wooden house? Zhang Yu guessed in his heart. The two exchanged glances and followed the sound, breaking through a cluster of bushes. A small creek less than 2 meters wide suddenly appeared before them. The stream water is clear, and you can see to the bottom. A few fish swim freely in it, and the bottom is covered with various pebbles. Su Jin instantly felt excited, quickly jogging to the stream's edge, scooping up water and splashing it into the middle, startling the fish, which quickly scattered away. There are so many fish here, I'm going to catch some for lunch. Su Jin turned to Zhang Yu with a smile on her face. Zhang Yu nodded. You stay here, I'll go ahead and take a look. Then he continued walking north. As he walked, he suddenly stopped. He crouched down and brushed aside the weeds, revealing a patch of serrated green wild vegetables. Shepherd's purse. Ha, we can improve our meal tonight. Chapter 21. Su Jin is bound. The representative of Agok, Tal, weaved through the dense forest. The sound of trickling stream water came from afar. Stream water? Tal walked towards the sound, crossing through the dense forest. There's someone. As he approached the stream, he saw an Asian woman happily playing in the water. Tal instantly felt joyful. Ha, I found prey again. He stealthily approached the woman from the forest. Ha, this woman seems to be from Dragon Country, her name is Su Jin, right? Exactly, Tal, go for it. Kill Su Jin to restore resources for Agok, you are the hero of our people. The comments section of Agok instantly exploded, some were excited while others were worried. Tal, be careful. There's another competitor from Dragon Country not here, you must be careful. Oh no, the off-field hint has already been used to hunt the Canaan competitor, what to do? In the Dragon Country livestream. Su Jin, goddess, be careful. Run quickly. What a pity, Su Jin is in danger, we have already used our opportunity for off-field hints, it all depends on whether you can turn the tables. In the conference room in the capital. Everyone anxiously watched the screen. The screen displayed the perspectives of Tal, Su Jin, and Zhang Yu. At this rate, Su Jin is bound to run into trouble. Should we activate the off-field hint opportunity? A man from the think tank suggested. The commander pondered for a moment and asked. How is the information on Chinese herbs prepared? It's ready, Li Guodong handed over a piece of paper and replied. Good. The commander glanced at the content on the paper and nodded, then directly activated the off-field hint opportunity. Agok Tal arrives, Su Jin is in danger. By the lake, there are cattails, their powder can stop bleeding. Ginger, mint, wild onion, dandelion boiled in tea can drive away colds. Wish you luck, things cannot be done, preserve yourself. As Zhang Yu searched, the words of the national off-field hint suddenly appeared before him. Su Jin is in danger? Zhang Yu instantly frowned, his pupils narrowing. In just a few days, he had encountered so many competitors. Zhang Yu tied the axe to his back and took up the bow and arrow. He wasn't too worried, at least with his LV5 archery skill, he could ensure his own safety. After preparing everything, he quickly turned and stealthily made his way back. At that moment, Su Jin was rolling up her pant legs, barefoot in the stream, trying to catch fish. Ha, where are you running? Su Jin stood up, holding a plump trout in her hands, a bright smile on her face. The fish struggled nonstop, splashing water everywhere, soaking her completely, but she didn't care, laughing like a child. Oh, caught a fat fish. A teasing, mocking voice came from the shore. Tal walked leisurely from the bushes, finally squatting by the shore, his bow and arrow slightly aimed at Su Jin. Su Jin suddenly looked up, her face turning pale, she fearfully stepped back, the stream wetting her pant legs without her noticing. Oh, if you back up more, the fat fish will run away. Tal raised his bow, the tip of the arrow pointed directly at Su Jin. His gaze blatantly swept over Su Jin, finally stopping on her face. Su Jin's voice trembled slightly with fear. Why you, who are you? Don't come closer. She crouched down and picked up 2 pebbles from the bottom of the water, ignoring that the stream wet her clothes. Seeing this, Tal immediately smiled, a mix of joy, mockery, and greed appeared on his face. You don't think you can deal with me using that stone in your hand, do you? In the Yage Country live broadcast room, the host wore a big smile. Dear viewers, look at our contestant Tal, such a gentleman, still engaging in a friendly chat with a woman from the Dragon Nation. I believe she will soon be won over by Tal's gentlemanly charm and will come to us willingly. Ha, they really might, even over there in Philion, many are eager to marry over. Exactly, I believe our Tal will have a very memorable night. Aren't you being too optimistic? That dragon contestant Zhang Yu is already rushing over here. I've seen his archery skills, they are truly terrifying. Are you still from Yage? How could Zhang Yu possibly compare to Tal? In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, Lu Fei looked terrified. Tal, how could Tal from Yage be here? Zhang Yu, come save Su Jin. Professor Yuan-san wore a gloomy expression, his tone worried. Su Jin is in danger. I don't know what message the country sent to Zhang Yu, but the best option is for him to escape quickly. I fear Tal might threaten Zhang Yu with Su Jin, that would be disastrous. In the wilderness world. Tal shot an arrow, the arrow had lodged in the grass by the bank next to Su Jin, then he tossed out a bundle of ropes. Don't move, tie yourself up obediently. Maybe I'll spare your life. Tal mockingly sized up the retreating Su Jin. She stood in the cold stream, her soaked clothes clinging to her delicate skin. Her right hand gripped a smooth stone tightly, her heart praying constantly. Zhang Yu, where are you? I can't hold on much longer. Seeing Su Jin remained unmoved, Tal finally stood up, a cold smile crept onto his lips as he stepped into the stream. Is it really too late? Su Jin's heart was filled with despair. This time, she no longer retreated. Her eyes fixed on Tal, filled with resolve. She raised the stone in her hand, but this time, she aimed it at her own temple. Ha, even if I die, I will never become a sinner of my country. After saying this, in the shocked eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room and Tal, she raised her hand and struck fiercely at her own temple. No. Stop. At this moment, viewers from both the Dragon Country and Yage Country screamed in unison. However, the Dragon audience truly feared for Su Jin's life, while the Yage audience only lamented the loss of a fraction of resources. Just as the stone was about to hit her forehead, Tal swung his right hand, a shadow flew swiftly over, directly hitting Su Jin's wrist. The stone flew out of her hand, just grazing her cheek. She clutched her injured wrist, suddenly raising her head, her eyes locked on Tal, filled with flames of hatred. Bastard! Where is Zhang Yu? Come quickly, Lu Fei cried out loudly in the Dragon Country's live broadcast room, her sobs echoing. At this moment, they could only rely on Zhang Yu. Seeing this scene, the viewers from Yage, who had been terrified, instantly felt relieved. Thank goodness, the resources didn't slip away, or else Tal would have truly become our Yage sinner. Tal also breathed a sigh of relief, then furiously shouted. Enough, Dragon Nation monkey, want to commit suicide? Dream on. Chapter 22, Embrace of Trust. Zhang Yu's figure weaved through the trees. The angry roar of Tal clearly echoed in his ears. Want to commit suicide? Dream on. I plan to have some fun with you. Now, just go die. Hearing this, Zhang Yu quickened his pace, the extraordinary perception from his LV5 archery allowing him to deftly avoid the dead branches and decayed leaves underfoot, silently approaching like a cheetah. Through layers of leaves and bushes, he saw Tal standing with his back to him, wielding a machete, approaching Su Jin. Su Jin did not cry, her eyes were fixed on Tal, a mix of anger and despair. Tal raised the machete in his hand and swung it toward Su Jin. At this moment, the Dragon Country livestream erupted in wails. Xiao Sa and Professor Yuan-san had pale faces, their bodies shaking with anger. Lu Fei even covered her eyes with her hands, not daring to watch. Is Su Jin going to die? Where are you, Master Yu? No. Just wait for us, Master Yu will be back. In the Yage Country livestream, all the viewers were in an uproar. Ah. Tal, you are our hero. Kill the Dragon Country people, bring us more resources for Yage Country. Dear viewers, this is our era in Yage. We are about to restore 2,000 of our resources. The host shouted loudly. Except for our Yage Country, who else can restore 2,000 of resources? Even beautiful country can only restore 1,000th. Experts were excitedly banging on the table, nearly breaking it. This is our Tal, a perfect hunt. This blow will be remembered by the entire nation. Just as the machete was about to strike Su Jin, the live stream showed. Wait, what's behind Tal? What the hell? It's an arrow. Oh no, Zhang Yu is coming. Coward. Sneak attack. Despicable monkey. Under the watchful eyes of the global audience, the arrow struck Tal's head with precision. Tal froze in place, then collapsed straight down. Yage Country contestant Tal has died, remaining contestants 7703. Congratulations to Dragon Country contestant Zhang Yu for the kill, reward for Dragon Country restored 1,000th of resources, punishment for Yage Country reduced land area by 1%. Impossible, this can't be. I don't believe it. The Yage Country host stared blankly, slumping to the ground, mumbling. Inside the White House of Beautiful Country, surrounding advisors and officials trembled, not daring to speak. Useless. Good for nothings. What the hell are those contestants doing? How could they fall behind Dragon Country? He glared at the advisors, grabbed a cup, and smashed it to the ground. You advisors are a bunch of useless fools. After all this time, you haven't figured out the positions of those enemy contestants. If it comes to it, tell Sakura Country and Stick Country to go scout the routes. Meanwhile, the Dragon Country livestream was in an uproar. That arrow, it was indeed cool. He made it. He really made it. Everyone stand up. Long live Dragon Country. In the northwestern desert of Dragon Country, a biological research team trudged through the sandstorm. Captain, look. A young team member pointed ahead, extremely excited. On the desolate Gobi, countless green seedlings broke through the soil and quickly grew into towering trees. A spring emerged from the ground, soon forming a lake. It's Zhang Yu. He has won a glimmer of hope for our Dragon Country. The captain, Liligua, excitedly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. In a rundown village in the South Sea, an old fisherman looked at the dark sea and couldn't help but remember the once azure water. Suddenly, his eyes widened, fingers trembling uncontrollably, pointing at the blue sea with great excitement. Mazu has shown her spirit. The sea has turned blue again. Long extinct species of fish leaped out of the water in groups, splashing everywhere. Then, as if remembering something, he deeply bowed to the sky. It is those kids fighting hard in the wilderness who have returned the sea to us. At the headquarters of the advisory group in the capital, the elder looked at the aerial photos in his hands trembling slightly. Green spots were clearly visible on the gray-black earth. The elder spoke with choked emotion but with certainty. Protect these places, designate them as restricted zones. We must leave a glimmer of hope for future generations. While the world was immersed in shock, Zhang Yu in the wilderness remained incredibly calm, keeping his bow drawn, scanning the surroundings like a hawk. After confirming there were no other threats, he walked to Tal's side and confirmed he was completely dead. With his left foot pressing on the head, he pulled out the arrow with his right hand. A sound of friction between the arrow shaft and flesh rang out as the arrow was swiftly removed. After cleaning it, he approached Su Jin and asked, "Are you okay?" These simple 3 words made Su Jin burst into tears, unable to hold back any longer. Fear, despair, and the joy of having survived overwhelmed all her defenses. "Woo woo! Zhang Yu, I." She suddenly threw herself into Zhang Yu's arms, gripping his clothes tightly with both hands. Despair and the joy of survival left her speechless, and she began to sob loudly, her tears soaking Zhang Yu's chest. "It's okay now." Zhang Yu reached out to embrace Su Jin, feeling her softness pressing closely against his chest. He softly comforted her, his right hand gently patting her slender back. Su Jin didn't respond, only cried louder. After a long time, her cries finally began to subside. But then, she suddenly realized what she had done, her face turning red with shame as she frantically tried to pull away from Zhang Yu's embrace. "Don't move." Zhang Yu continued to hold Su Jin, saying, "Your legs are still shaking." Su Jin could only bury her burning cheeks deeper, softly mumbling and stopped struggling. At that moment, Su Jin realized that her whole body felt weak, her legs powerless, unable to muster any strength. Su Jin felt even more embarrassed, her cheeks hot, burying her head deeper into Zhang Yu's embrace and responding softly. After a moment, Zhang Yu looked down at her long, dark hair and the redness of her ears, asking, "Feeling better?" Much better." Su Jin didn't dare look up, only nodded gently, her voice as soft as snow. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, the discussion suddenly shifted from the relief of survival to excitement over resource recovery, and they started shipping the couple. They hugged. Hurry and kiss. This pair makes my heart flutter like a young girl's. I hope they can survive until the end and hold a grand wedding upon their return. My goddess Su Jin, you can't do this. Another day of feeling sorry for the fiancé. I wonder if he's okay. In the Asan Nation's live stream, it was dominated by the Korean audience. All the Korean viewers lost their composure, angrily cursing at the Asan Nation. On the screen, the Asan competitor Ajay was behind Kwon Jishin, grinning lewdly, leering at her. Chapter 23, Trap LV2. Zhang Yu half-supported Su Jin as they walked toward the wooden house. The setting sun cast a golden glow over the wooden house. Su Jin was almost half lying on Zhang Yu, half due to exhaustion and half due to fatigue. Before they reached the wooden house, they heard Xiaobai excitedly scratching at the door inside. Pushing open the wooden house, the familiar smell and scene calmed Su Jin's mind as Xiaobai circled around their legs, spinning in excitement. Zhang Yu helped Su Jin to the bedside, letting her sit down. "Drink some water and take a rest." Zhang Yu filled a ceramic bowl with cooled boiled water and handed it to Su Jin. Then he half squatted down, grabbing Su Jin's hand to carefully check the bruise on her wrist from being hit. Su Jin's face flushed red instantly, her eyes helplessly looking at Zhang Yu, her eyelashes fluttering. Zhang Yu's hand lightly touched Su Jin's fair skin. The sensation struck her like a weak electric current, leaving her flustered, her heart racing uncontrollably. He could feel her pulse racing fast, like a frightened little deer. At that moment, the air in the wooden house became thick and ambiguous. Luckily, you didn't hurt the bone, just rest for a couple of days. Zhang Yu stood up and walked toward the door. You rest, I'll go check the trap I set yesterday. The afterglow of the sunset outlined Zhang Yu's handsome profile. Su Jin curled up on the wooden bed, her gaze following his figure. As Zhang Yu was about to step out the door, she couldn't help but finally speak, her voice as soft as a feather. Be careful. Zhang Yu paused, glanced back, nodded, and then left directly. Su Jin buried her burning face deep into the mountain lion skin, gripping her hands tightly, shyly tapping on the lion skin. At the same time, Zhang Yu did not immediately head toward the bamboo forest. He hid above a large tree, quietly observing for more than 10 minutes, until he was truly certain that no one was following or investigating, before he turned around and walked towards the direction of Tal's death. The super-strong perception brought by LV5 archery allowed him to distinctly sense the movements of wind and grass within 10 meters around him. As he observed his surroundings, the image of soft, delicate skin belonging to Su Jin unconsciously floated in his mind. He shook his head, pressing down this restlessness. It was not the time to consider such things. The crisis brought by Jakujiro and Tal kept warning him. Next, he not only had to face the threats of the wilderness, but more seriously, the competition among contestants from various countries. After burying Tal's corpse underground, he then checked the spoils he had collected. About 2 kilograms of beef jerky, a bow and 13 arrows, a machete, a pot, and 2 sets of winter and summer clothes. Looks like this person has also killed before. He should be Tal from the Yage Nation. After all, there were only a few reports of killings now. Zhang Yu strapped the collected supplies on his back and walked toward the bamboo forest. Before he reached the bamboo forest, he heard the sound of flapping wings. Wild chicken? Zhang Yu's eyes narrowed. His extraordinary perception allowed him to hear the sound and almost instantly know what kind of animal it was. He quickly moved forward, and sure enough, a wild chicken was trapped in a snare, flapping its wings incessantly, trying to break free from the trap's hold. Trap experience points plus 50. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching trap LV2. Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded, Archery LV5, Ultimate, Entry, 100 steps hitting a hawk, Trap LV2, 0/200, Fishing LV1, 27/100, Pottery LV1, 50/100, Knife Skills LV1, 0/100. He tied the wild chicken to his back, repaired the trap, and then checked the other traps, but unfortunately found nothing. Dear viewers, we currently have enough food, and we might even waste some, so we won't kill this wild chicken. Let's see if we can raise it. Anyway, this guy doesn't eat much. Am I hearing things? Didn't Zhang Yu stop caring about us since Su Jin appeared? Betraying friendship for beauty. Fond of the new and tired of the old. Brothers, let's not pay attention to him and let him reflect deeply on his mistakes. But Zhang Yu is so handsome, I just can't help but want to pay attention to him. No. You upstairs aren't focusing on the main point? Zhang Yu is going to start raising chickens. Catch a few more, and once they thrive, chickens lay eggs, and eggs hatch chickens. It's a continuous cycle. You upstairs, where are you going to catch so many wild chickens? Plus, this is a wild chicken. Documentaries have recorded that they are practically impossible to raise artificially. Zhang Yu walked while observing, setting traps in unassuming bushes or along animal track trails. As the barrage suggested, he wanted to try raising some wild chickens. Although they are hard to raise, trying is always worth it. Upon returning to the wooden house, Su Jin was already fast asleep on the wooden bed. The sunset was about to set, and looking at the time, it was 21:09. Looks like the sunset is going to be early again. He remembered that on the first day in the wilderness world, the sunset time was at 10 o'clock, but now, at this rate, the sun would completely go down around 9:30. As the sunset approached, a chill silently seeped into his clothes. He tightened his clothing and looked towards the sky dyed red by the sunset. His expression grew serious. Days are short, nights are long, winter is coming. He murmured, his voice carrying a hint of worry. The cold of winter is deadly, getting sick and catching colds, the difficulties of hunting and gathering supplies, and predators hoarding food like crazy before winter, all these are big problems. Looking at the simple wooden house, he thought, I must find a way to improve its insulation. Zhang Yu simply built a wooden cage beside the wooden house and locked the wild chicken inside, no longer paying it any mind as it crashed against the cage crazily. Let's wear out your wildness first. Zhang Yu murmured to himself, then prepared to light the campfire, choosing to set it up inside the wooden house to reduce light dispersion in the closed space. Little Bai jumped around excitedly by the wooden cage, scratching the wall from time to time. As soon as the campfire was lit, Su Jin woke up from her sleep, stretched lazily, and gave Zhang Yu a sweet smile. I'm back now, you rest first, I'll get up to cook. Then, hearing a commotion outside, she curiously asked. What's wrong with little Bai? Why is it so noisy? It's nothing, I caught a live wild chicken, trying to see if I can keep it alive, Zhang Yu replied. Wild chicken? Where? I have never seen a live wild chicken. Su Jin exclaimed, standing up and running towards the door. Hey, Zhang Yu chuckled helplessly, not expecting the attraction of a wild chicken could draw both a fox and a beautiful woman. The orange-red flames flickered in the house, dispelling some darkness and bringing a touch of warmth. Zhang Yu sat by the fire, thinking about his plans ahead. Winter was approaching, and the wooden house needed more insulation. Tomorrow, he needed to start collecting moss, dry leaves, and mix them with mud to cover the wooden walls. His gaze finally landed on the bottom of the wooden bed, where some clutter was piled up, and behind the clutter, there was a dark hole, just big enough for a person to squeeze through. This hole had to be opened up quickly. If something blocked the door, this would be the only way out. The dug-up soil could also be used to reinforce the wooden house. Chapter 24, Closing the live stream at night. At 10:09 p.m. The sky in the wilderness became clearer, with stars shining brightly. In the forest, the sound of animals calling echoed occasionally, along with the chirping of unknown birds. Inside the wooden house, the burning campfire dispelled the cold. A man, a woman, and a snow-white fox surrounded the campfire, quietly having dinner. This wolf meat isn't that tasty, a bit tough and a little sour, Su Jin frowned and complained, then smiled again. Previously, she was working hard for just a small amount of food, and now she was starting to complain about whether the wolf meat was good to eat. It's normal, after all, it's an old wolf, with less fat, tough meat, and a bit dry, Zhang Yu said while eating. If you can't get used to it, we can have bamboo rat meat or mountain lion meat tomorrow. Su Jin puffed her cheeks, shaking her head as she swallowed. No need, just being able to eat meat is very satisfying, no need to keep switching. Don't worry about wasting, mountain lion meat can only be stored for 2 or 3 days. It would be a waste if we don't eat it. Zhang Yu quickly finished the meat in his bowl and looked at Su Jin. You eat slowly, I'll go out to chop some wood. Okay, you go first, I'll come to help after I finish eating, Su Jin nodded, speeding up her eating. Pushing open the wooden door, the cool night breeze rushed in immediately. The wild chicken in the cage seemed tired from all the fuss, curled up in the corner and didn't move. Zhang Yu glanced at it and did not linger, grabbing his axe and heading towards the cedar forest. Winter was coming, and the wood had to be dried before use, so he needed to take advantage of the last bit of decent weather to chop and store as much wood as possible. Moreover, the secret passage he was about to dig needed some wooden supports, otherwise, it would be disastrous if they got buried inside. He selected a cedar tree the size of a barrel and took a deep breath before swinging his arm down to chop. Bang, bang. The rhythmic chopping echoed through the forest. With each chop, Zhang Yu precisely hit the previous notch, working efficiently, bringing the large tree down in no time. The thud of the falling tree startled a flurry of small animals, causing them to scatter in all directions. Before long, Su Jin also finished washing the dishes and came out. She did not disturb Zhang Yu, but instead picked up the cut branches and gathered them together, as these branches were also materials for kindling. The two of them did not exchange much communication, yet they cooperated very well. Viewers in the live stream saw this scene and began to discuss. When a couple works together, their strength is unbreakable, this couple is shipworthy. Wait, why are they chopping trees at night? This loud noise might attract some predators or enemy players. I think they might be in a hurry. Experts predict that winter is approaching. The night was deep. Zhang Yu looked at the wooden blocks on the ground, nodded in satisfaction, and said to Su Jin beside him. Alright, that's it for today. Su Jin raised her head, looked at the time, and questioned. There's still some time, you go rest first, I'll finish this and join you. Zhang Yu placed the last wooden block and shook his head. No, you should rest. Oh, and close the live stream. Huh? Su Jin paused, her face turning red. Her hands unconsciously twisted the corners of her clothes. Looking down, her eyes could not help but steal glances at Zhang Yu, her heart pounding like a rabbit. Her voice was as light as a feather, almost inaudible. Suddenly, the live stream went black, and the comments exploded. What is it that we can't see? Do I lack this little traffic? Hurry up and turn it back on. I want to learn. This time, the fiancé really is going to get a green hat, and it's a big bright green one. Host Xiaosa coughed twice and awkwardly said. It seems our contestants need a private space, let's turn the camera to other contestants. The live stream shifted to Xia Chen's perspective. Compared to the wooden house that Zhang Yu carefully set up, the wooden house that Xia Chen and his team built looked very shabby. The walls were patched together with branches of varying sizes, filled with big and small gaps. As the cold wind blew at night, it passed through the gaps, making the campfire flicker erratically. Inside the wooden house, it was empty, with only 2 wooden beds covered with some dry grass. Xia Chen and Fada, a contestant from Camel Kingdom, huddled by the campfire, eagerly watching half a rabbit and a pot of berry soup cooking over the fire. Fada picked up a homemade tool that barely resembled a spoon, dug up a mouthful of berry soup, and put it in his mouth, smacking his lips. Xia, next time let's put in more berries and no salt, berry soup is best when it's sweet. A gust of cold wind blew in, and Xia Chen moved closer to the campfire, took down the roasted rabbit, and handed half of it to Fada, saying, "Since the last rain, the weather has gotten much colder, it won't be long before winter arrives. It's time to start storing supplies for winter, and this wooden house needs to be improved, otherwise, we won't survive the winter." Fada, enjoying his meal, stopped, turned to Xia Chen with a worried look, and complained. "Xia, are you mistaken? It's normal for temperatures to drop after rain, and it's not even that cold. Our priority is to store supplies, we can reinforce the wooden house later when it really gets cold." Xia Chen frowned slightly, scanning Fada with a piercing gaze. "Reinforce later? Do you think the cold will give you time to prepare? Once the temperature drops suddenly, this room with gaps all around could cost you your life. Tomorrow you go to pick berries, collect more, and dry them into berry crisps. I'll check the traps, then we'll come back and reinforce the wooden house together," Xia Chen said in a commanding tone. He was very disappointed with Fada now, feeling he was basically useless and a burden. Beside the wooden house, Little Bai continued to circle the cage, scratching at it constantly. Su Jin's ears turned red, as she lowered her head, helplessly following Zhang Yu into the house. The campfire flickered, casting the shadows of the two on the wall. Su Jin stood behind Zhang Yu, her eyelashes trembling slightly, her dark hair draped over her shoulders, rising and falling with her rapid breath. "Go ahead." Zhang Yu pointed with his chin at the bed, speaking to Su Jin. "Huh? Is it starting now?" Su Jin's face flushed even redder, her hands nervously tugging at her clothes on both sides, she said softly. "Otherwise? The live stream is closed. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can sleep." Zhang Yu looked at Su Jin with slight confusion. "Uh-huh." Su Jin gently nodded, her eyes avoiding direct contact, looking down at her toes, she sat on the bed, closed her eyes, and pressed her lips together. The slightly trembling eyelashes revealed her inner unrest at this moment. Chapter 25, Preparing to Raise Wild Chickens. On the morning of the 8th day of survival in the wild, Zhang Yu's live stream suddenly lit up, with comments flying in the chat. "Yugu, honestly explain, what did you do last night? Zhang Yu, you bastard. How dare you touch my fiancé? I want to kill you both. Fiancé, don't be too agitated, let's find someone else." In the faint morning light, Zhang Yu was drying the firewood he chopped last night beside the wooden house. At this moment, Su Jin stepped out from the house, her long black hair loosely tied back, with some strands falling by her ears, gently swaying with her steps. "You're awake. The lion meat and reed soup is in the pot." Zhang Yu placed the last piece of firewood and walked to Su Jin's side. Seeing Zhang Yu approach, Su Jin's face turned slightly red again. She recalled the situation from last night. After entering the wooden house last night, she felt a mix of anticipation, shyness, and a bit of shame. She sat on the wooden bed, thinking Zhang Yu would. In the end, Zhang Yu actually said, "What are you doing? Get up and move the bed." She was stunned, staring blankly at Zhang Yu. In the end, they dug a pit all night long. "Aha." Su Jin replied, quickly finishing the last sip of soup from the ceramic bowl, then got up to collect moss and dead branches and leaves. Zhang Yu mixed the materials Su Jin collected with the soil. Then, the two of them worked together to smear the mud mixed with moss and dead branches on the outside of the wooden house. Before long, an ugly but practical exterior of the wooden house was completed. Zhang Yu looked at the wooden house in front of him, very satisfied in his heart. The thick mud served as an insulation layer for the house, effectively preventing temperature loss and ensuring the temperature inside the house as much as possible. Moreover, the mud mixed with moss served as a natural camouflage, making it difficult to spot from a distance. Zhang Yu looked at Su Jin beside him, a mischievous thought surged in his heart. He lightly slid his muddy finger across Su Jin's fair cheek. "What are you doing?" Su Jin stepped back half a step in a playful pout, and under the sunlight, the tips of her ears quickly flushed red. "There's a bug, let's go wash up and check the traps." In the live stream. "Yugu, you've turned bad. It's still early morning and you're already showing off your love. You won't turn off the live stream by the lake, right? You won't be doing anything shady in broad daylight, right? I think it's very possible, then they might have a romantic bath, and while checking the traps, they might have a date." By the lake, Su Jin knelt by the shore, cupping a handful of clean water with her hands, gently splashing it on her face, stealing glances at Zhang Yu from time to time. "Alright, let's go check the traps." Zhang Yu stood up, seeing Su Jin had already finished washing, he called out. Although the beautiful girl looked great while dressing up, at this moment, Zhang Yu was more concerned about whether the traps he set would catch wild chickens. A single wild chicken was basically not enough to sustain, a certain number was needed for stability. To achieve a sustainable supply of meat, they still had to catch more chickens. The two of them moved forward, one in front and one behind, and Su Jin, whether out of shyness or something else, always kept a distance of 2 to 3 steps from Zhang Yu, neither getting too far nor too close. Her gaze occasionally fell on Zhang Yu, and then quickly shifted away to the grass beside the road. Zhang Yu could sense Su Jin's movements but didn't point it out, just slowly slowed down his pace. Suddenly, Zhang Yu, who was walking in front, stopped moving. He quickly walked over to the nearby grass, carefully inspecting. "What's wrong?" Su Jin, not caring about her shyness, nervously asked as she walked up behind Zhang Yu. "There are footprints, fresh ones. These footprints should belong to some kind of deer." Hearing this, Su Jin breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't a predator. "Should we go look for this deer?" Zhang Yu shook his head. "No need, let's continue checking the traps. Right now, the shelter has plenty of food, so there's no need to hunt more. What's important now is sustainable development. Capturing wild chickens or rabbits, if successfully raised, will provide a continuous food source." Actually, Zhang Yu had thought about raising bamboo rats initially, but considering that they were hard to raise and needed special food, he abandoned the idea. Now that there was a chance to raise wild chickens, he wouldn't let this opportunity slip away for anything. The two checked the traps, finding nothing, until they reached the 7th trap. They saw a wild chicken tangled in the trap. Seeing Zhang Yu and Su Jin approach, the wild chicken immediately flapped its wings in panic, causing the fallen leaves on the ground to rustle. He quickly stepped forward, grabbing the wild chicken's wing with one hand and untangling it from the snare. "It's a female." Zhang Yu was very happy inside. If it could be raised well, it would be more useful than catching 10 males. Chickens lay eggs, and eggs hatch into chickens. Once successful, it would provide sustainable meat. Of course, having only 2 isn't enough, they must work harder. Trap experience plus 50. Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded, Archery LV5, Ultimate, Entry, hitting the mark from 100 paces, Trap LV2, 50/200, Fishing LV1, 27/100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skills LV1, 0 out of 100. Zhang Yu had grown tired of managing this proficiency system. Aside from archery, leveling up the others was too exhausting. He wouldn't think about upgrading his skill levels until he could improve the shelter. At this moment, Su Jin was also drawn over, her face full of joy as she cautiously reached out her hand to gently touch the wild chicken, admiring its bright feathers, and said, "It's so beautiful." "Yeah, lucky us. Let's raise it when we get back." Zhang Yu tied the wild chicken's wings and handed it to Su Jin. "Be careful, don't get pecked, it hurts a lot. Let's go check the rest of the traps, I hope we can find something else." Su Jin felt a bit nervous as she took the wild chicken, holding it carefully before quickly catching up to Zhang Yu. This time she followed closely behind Zhang Yu, no longer trying to keep her distance. In the next few traps, some hadn't been triggered at all, while others were triggered but produced nothing. Until the last trap, Zhang Yu stopped next to a dense bush. "What's wrong?" Su Jin, holding the wild chicken, asked softly. Zhang Yu didn't answer, lowering himself to part the bushes in front of him. A wild chicken suddenly appeared before them. This one had even more vibrant feathers than the last, and was smaller in size. Trap experience plus 50. Trap LV2, 100/200. It's a male. Zhang Yu acted quickly, binding it once more, then restoring the trap to its original state. Catching 2 wild chickens, 1 male and 1 female, in a single day was simply incredible luck. Zhang Yu looked at the 2 wild chickens, feeling even happier in his heart. "That's great, now they won't be lonely." Su Jin smiled brightly, as if she could already see a flock of wild chickens by the future cabin. "Yeah, let's strive to raise them successfully, and then we'll have eggs to eat." Zhang Yu was in high spirits too. Now, with the one in the cabin, they had 3 wild chickens, already forming a small scale. The small chicken coop they made yesterday could no longer hold them, so they had to build a larger chicken coop. Chapter 26, Daily Fishing. In the live broadcast room of the Monkey Kingdom, contestant Jose Santos was now weakly collapsed on the ground, his lips cracked, cheeks sunken, and his once strong body had become thin from the torment of hunger. His eyes were vacant, staring intently at the wild grass in front of him. Hunger drove him. He trembled as he reached out his right hand. He pulled a handful of grass, disregarding the dirt, and stuffed it into his mouth. The grass seemed like some rare delicacy. He closed his eyes tightly, chewing with a look of satisfaction on his face. The comments in the live stream were filled with worry and despair. "Oh God, please bless Jose, bless our fine monkey country. He brought this on himself. I said from day one, he should have picked beef jerky. Look at the other contestants who chose beef jerky, they are still living comfortably. I just came from the Dragon Country livestream, they even had contestants preparing to raise wild chickens due to surplus food. And we, Jose, the gap is just so big." Jose stuffed another few bites of grass into his mouth. Suddenly, his face turned pale, his body curled on the ground as he gagged. Blood gushed from his mouth as he fell to the ground, lifeless. The same scene played out across various countries' live streams. Those contestants who chose food at the beginning were living reasonably well. But those who didn't choose food, like Jose, began eating grass. Contestant Jose Santos from Phi Monkey Country has died, remaining contestants, 7402. In just 8 days, over 2,000 contestants died in the wilderness, and this terrifying death rate left everyone feeling fearful. Hunger, illness, wild beasts, and even contestants from other countries, each could easily take a life. Hearing this report, Su Jin, who was working on a large chicken coop, paused her actions. Behind that cold number were vibrant lives. She recalled the hardships of searching for food, the chase by the contestant Jiojiro from Sakura Country, and almost being killed by the contestant Yaage. The shadow of death had brushed past her several times. She instinctively looked at Zhang Yu, a mix of relief and dependence surged in her heart. If it weren't for this man, she would have surely died at the hands of a Sakura Country contestant, and might have even faced deep humiliation before dying. Now, having a place to stay and not worrying about food was all because of this man. Her eyes unconsciously showed gratitude, along with a hint of affection. Zhang Yu's extraordinary perception instantly felt someone watching him beside him. He looked up and met Su Jin's big, watery eyes filled with complex emotions. He paused for a moment. Why is she looking at me with that expression? Is she scared because of the death report of the Phi Monkey contestant? He walked to Su Jin's side, his voice much gentler. Are you okay? Are you scared? Su Jin shook her head, her voice slightly choked. No, it's so good to have you here. After saying that, her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head to continue building the chicken coop, but her delicate hands trembled slightly. Hearing this, Zhang Yu was taken aback, falling silent for a moment. He reached out and patted her shoulder. Don't think too much. Although our situation is good, we must not let our guard down. Let's survive together and return safely to Blue Star. Let's survive together and go back. Some words needed no elaboration. The viewers in the live stream saw this scene and felt like they were fed a mouthful of dog food, complaining. Help! This atmosphere is so thick. I've been fed another mouthful of dog food. Damn it. They don't even have any intimate interactions, why do I feel I've been offended? After a brief silence, Zhang Yu looked at the nearly finished wild chicken coop, his tone returning to calm. The chicken coop is well made. Once it's finished, just lay in some dry twigs and leaves. Su Jin nodded. But isn't it almost winter? Won't the wild chickens freeze to death in there? And what will they eat? No need to worry, as long as the inside of the coop stays dry and avoids the wind, there won't be any problems. Zhang Yu was chopping the last horizontal bar with a knife. When it gets cold, we just need to build a low wall with mud on the northwest side. He suddenly stopped, looking at the beech trees in the distance that were starting to turn yellow. But we need to prepare food, we need to pick more while the berries are still falling. Dried and stored away. After finishing, he installed the last crossbar and the chicken coop was successfully completed. Then he placed the 3 wild chickens into the cage together. Su Jin's eyes brightened, this type of collecting work was exactly to her liking. She said. The berries by the lake are ripe now, if we don't go, the birds will eat them all. How about I go pick them now? Let's go together and fish a little. We eat lion meat and wolf meat every day, I want to change up the taste. The two walked along, and at the calm bay of the lake, they split up to act. Zhang Yu attached bait to the fishing hook, forcefully swung it, and cast it into the lake. Meanwhile, Su Jin was carefully picking the berries, with purple-red berries filling the bottom of her backpack. Little Bai was happily fluttering around, chasing butterflies and flying insects. After the fishing line trembled violently for the 3rd time, the fish bladder suddenly sank underwater, and a pulling force came from the bamboo rod in his hand. Soon, a plump pike was dragged to the shore. Because winter was approaching, these fish were frantically feeding, storing up the fat they needed to survive the winter. Fishing experience plus 10. Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills, archery LV5, ultimate, entry, 100 steps to pierce a hawk, trapping LV2, 50/200, fishing LV1, 37 out of 100, pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, knife skills LV1, 0 out of 100. Zhang Yu looked at the system panel, feeling a bit speechless. Only 10 experience points for catching one fish, but just getting a bite gives 1 experience point. When will I be able to reach max level? Here, this is some wild green onion and wild ginger. I'm smart, right? I can learn from just one lesson. Su Jin hurried over when she saw the catch, holding a few stalks of bright green wild onions and 2 pieces of muddy wild ginger. Although the fish meat here is already delicious, freshwater fish always carry a hint of muddy taste. Ever since Zhang Yu taught Su Jin to identify these plant seasonings, their food had taken on a new level of flavor. As they chatted, another shiny pike was reeled in. Fishing experience plus 10. Fishing LV1, 47/100. Zhang Yu sighed at the experience points. The road ahead is long and filled with twists and turns. I can't see an end. When will I be able to max out my fishing level? Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He saw Su Jin squatting by the lake, washing her hands, and quietly scooping a handful of clean water to splash at him. The droplets ran down his neck and into his clothes, bringing a slight coolness. What are you daydreaming about, Zhang the fisherman? Su Jin laughed happily, her eyes crescent-shaped, producing a sound like silver bells. You've become bolder. Zhang Yu snapped back to reality, pretending to be serious. Saying this, he pretended to get up. Su Jin lightly called out, laughing as she dodged backwards, but accidentally stepped on a smooth stone by the shore, and her body tilted back. Zhang Yu reacted swiftly, taking a quick step and wrapping his arms around her waist. The lake reflected the figures of the two. The sudden closeness caused their bodies to connect, and they felt each other's touch and warmth, causing their hearts to race. Zhang Yu let go first, brushing Su Jin's loose hair behind her ear, casually picking up the fishing rod from the ground. Be careful. Su Jin lowered her head, pretending to adjust her clothes, but the corners of her mouth quietly lifted. Chapter 27, Digging the Shelter's Secret Passage. For those pressing for updates, here's an additional chapter. At the think tank base in the capital. The screen displayed a self-drawn map of the wilderness world, but large areas remained blank. Li Guodong stood in front of the screen, pointing to it and saying, with the day and night efforts of the think tank and its subsidiary departments, we have initially drawn a map of the wilderness world. He then pointed to those blank areas and said, although there are many missing places, the basic outline is now clear. Our country has 48 remaining contestants, and currently, the locations of 32 contestants have been marked on this map. There are still 16 contestants whose locations cannot be determined. But this is a good thing, it at least shows that they have not yet discovered the contestants from other countries nearby. The two people in the most critical situation are Jiang Shuang and Wu Jun. Li Guodong's voice became serious. Jiang Shuang's location. Within a 10-kilometer radius, there is a contestant from the Zhan Nation and a contestant from the Gull Nation. Beside Wu Jun, there is also a contestant from the Cherry Blossom Nation and one from the Stick Nation. Currently, the best situation is with the team of Zhang Yu and Su Jin, as well as the team of Xia Chen and Fad. The former has not discovered any enemy contestants nearby, and their supplies are sufficient. As long as they proceed step by step, there is a high probability they can survive to the later stage. As for the team of Xia Chen and Fad, the biggest trouble they currently face is the lack of supplies. If this problem cannot be resolved, it will be very troublesome later on. The elder took off his reading glasses and pressed his fingertips against his throbbing temples. It seems that bringing the two of them together was a wrong decision. Fad is lazy and greedy, besides consuming Xia Chen's supplies, he is hardly any use. The second elder spoke. You cannot blame yourself for this. When the Beautiful Nation contestant James and the Stick Nation contestant Choi Suyun teamed up, they directly killed the contestant from the Bear Nation. Under such pressure, letting Xia Chen and Fad meet was the best plan. The elder shook his head. Do not comfort me, a mistake is a mistake. Is there any way to remedy this? Xia Chen still has one opportunity for an out-of-bounds hint that has not been used. Li Guodong replied. About 10 kilometers to the west of Xia Chen, there is a contestant from the Baba Yak Nation named Iqbal. According to our observations, he is an active duty soldier from the Baba Yak Nation, with certain skills in wilderness survival and hunting abilities. If they team up, it can greatly reduce Xia Chen's pressure. The elder pondered for a moment. The internal stance of the Baba Yak is very delicate. Their internal forces are divided into two factions. One faction is pro-us, while the other is wavering under the continuous lure of the Beautiful Nation. Now, letting a contestant with an unclear stance team up with our key contestant Xia Chen is too dangerous. In the wilderness world, the moonlight spilled a silver-gray light, and the cold wind rustled the trees. Inside the wooden cabin, the campfire flickered with warm light. Zhang Yu and Su Jin closed the live broadcast room. He, shirtless, curled up in the small cave, using the axe as a shovel, constantly knocking and digging at the dirt on the wall. Behind him, there were makeshift supports made of tree trunks firmly holding up the ceiling of the cave. As the dirt piled up, he used a homemade wooden shovel to put the dirt into Jacuzzi's backpack. Su Jin, however, was not shirtless. She wore a top, kneeling at the cave entrance. When she took the backpack in turn, she would always wipe the mud from Zhang Yu's face with her sleeve. The dugout dirt was mixed with water by Su Jin and then formed into mud blocks, piled beside the chicken coop, serving as a windbreak for the coop. The sound of knocking came from the cave, while the aroma of grilled fish and the fresh scent of fish soup wafted from the campfire. Su Jin washed her hands and carefully moved the pot of fish soup from the campfire to a nearby wooden stump. She then used wide tree leaves to hold the grilled fish and placed it aside. Walking to the cave entrance, she leaned down and shouted. Zhang Yu, take a break, come out and have some supper. Zhang Yu groped his way out from the cave entrance, his entire body soaked in sweat and muddy. When he saw the carefully grilled fish and fish soup, his eyes lit up. He did not expect Su Jin to have the potential of a good wife and mother. Her cooking skills had actually improved a bit, and the aroma opened his appetite even before he ate. Su Jin filled 2 bowls of fish soup with a ceramic bowl, handing one to Zhang Yu and placing the other in front of herself. The little white dog that had been sleeping on Zhang Yu's bed jumped down when it smelled the aroma and kept tugging at his pant leg. Has Xiao Bai been fed? Zhang Yu asked when he saw how the little white was acting. Yes, I fed it a big chunk of mountain lion meat around 6 o'clock. Su Jin stood up, tearing a chunk of mountain lion meat from the roof of the wooden house and tossing it to Xiao Bai as she replied. Feed it some more lion meat, some pieces are starting to smell bad. I buried them underground outside. Zhang Yu nodded, took a sip of fish soup, and then said. By the way, don't throw away that rotten meat. I'll find a place far from the log cabin to hide it tomorrow. Su Jin looked a bit puzzled. It's all spoiled, just throw it away. Why hide it? Ha ha. Zhang Yu laughed heartily. You don't understand. That meat is a treasure. As long as it's preserved well, the wild chickens won't have to worry about food for a short time. Seeing Su Jin's increasingly confused expression, he patiently explained. When meat rots, it produces maggots, and that's the wild chicken's favorite food. It's much more nutritious than berries. Su Jin stood there stunned before suddenly realizing. So that's how it is. I will go dig that meat out and clean it right away. You boil some hot water while I continue digging the cave. I've already finished more than half, and it will basically be done tomorrow. Zhang Yu said, picking up the axe in his hand and diving back into the hole. In the live broadcast room of the Bear Country, Jeff Relic wiped the cold lake water off his body and grinned at the lake. Comrades, this wild world is truly refreshing. Clean streams, free living, everything is so exhilarating. He bent down and pulled out a plump trout from the stone fishing trap. After getting ashore, he quickly walked back to his shelter. He stuffed white birch wood into the burning stone fireplace, then hung the fish over the fireplace to grill. Then he sat on the bed made of dried leaves and said, Dear Davarishi, I will live to the end for you and save our country. The live broadcast host excitedly said. Jeff Relic has fully utilized his skills as a construction worker. Look at this shelter, it's incredibly sturdy on the outside and extremely comfortable on the inside. Everyone, see how many dried fish are hanging above the log cabin. Our Jeff Relic is definitely a top contender. That's right. That data teacher definitely has issues, just like Zhang Yu from Dragon Country, who was originally ranked last, and look at him now. We are only ranked over 1400, this is definitely unfair. This sturdy log cabin and abundant food, who can compare with our Jeff Relic besides Zhang Yu from Dragon Country? The most disgusting is the South Korean Choi Soo-yun. Ever since he teamed up with the handsome nation's James, his rank has jumped to 1379. That's right, a disgusting combination. But it seems they suddenly moved south. Chapter 28, Discovering the Hot Spring. Day 9 in the Wild World. Zhang Yu woke up to the sound of birds chirping and wild chickens fluttering. He glanced at Su Jin, who was still fast asleep, and gently touched the little white curled up in his arms, then quietly opened the door and stepped outside, also turning on the live broadcast. Little White woke up, blinked his eyes, and hopped along, following Zhang Yu out of the log cabin. Zhang Yu grabbed a handful of berries and tossed them into the cage, and 3 hungry wild chickens immediately began to fight for the food. Are you awake? Zhang Yu looked back at the log cabin, and Su Jin, looking quite tired as if he hadn't fully woken up, stretched lazily and walked over. Su Jin squatted down next to Zhang Yu, watching the wild chickens scramble for food, a hint of a smile appearing on his weary face. They're full of energy. I was tossed around all night last night. As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room exploded. Woe to you. Damn dog couple. I curse you both. Su Jin, you shameless B***tch, how could you throw yourself into someone else's arms behind my back? Forget it, brother fiancé, let's not watch anymore. Let's switch to another live room or you'll cry every day. Hey. I always feel like brother fiancé is not quite right. He seems a bit obsessed. Does he have a special NTR kink? You mentioning this makes me realize. Looking at it this way, it does seem a bit like that. Zhang Yu felt something was off as he heard this, but he couldn't quite grasp it. Su Jin wasn't wrong in what he said. Those wild chickens seemed to be either adapting to the new environment or rejecting each other. The noise continued until it was almost dawn. I'll go prepare breakfast. What do you want to eat? Lion meat or wolf meat? Su Jin asked. No need, I'll tear off some lion meat to eat on the way. You just make your own breakfast. What are you going to do? Aren't you taking me with you? Su Jin asked, slightly excited, having subconsciously started to rely on this man in front of her since the incident with Jiro and Tal, fearing he might be displeased with her uselessness and want to leave her behind. There are quite a few things to handle below. I'm preparing to scout further east. You'll take care of things here at the cabin. First, check the traps that were set yesterday, then the pelts need to be washed with soapy water and continue to dry. Zhang Yu instructed. Natural pelts are stiff if not tanned. They must undergo a certain process, but conditions don't allow for better handling now, so they can only be treated simply with soap. Okay. You can go with peace of mind, I'll take care of home. Su Jin breathed a sigh of relief and replied. Zhang Yu picked up his machete, slung his bow and arrows over his back, and walked eastward. He moved cautiously through the coniferous forest, vigilant of his surroundings. The sunlight was blocked by the dense tree canopy, casting mottled shadows on the ground. As time passed, after walking 2 kilometers, he came to a river. This was the place where he had killed the mountain lion, the smell of blood long gone, even the blood and some organs left at the time had disappeared without a trace. He crossed the icy stream and advanced towards the unfamiliar east. Passing through a dense forest of larch and spruce, continuing eastward. The deeper he went, the taller the trees grew, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. After advancing about 5 kilometers or so, as he chopped through a thicket of dense bushes, a wave of hot wind rushed towards him, opening up a stunning view ahead. A gorge about 7 meters deep appeared before him. The gorge was shrouded in white mist, with several hot spring pools of varying sizes flickering in the haze. What surprised him even more was the lush vegetation around the hot spring pools, where he could even see several fruit trees bearing some red fruits. Zhang Yu did not go down immediately. Holding his bow and arrow, like the most patient hunter, he quietly hid at the edge of the gorge, carefully observing. Only after confirming there were no enemy contestants or large predators around did he descend along a less steep part of the cliff. He reached a hot spring, crouched down, and tested the water temperature, which was about 50 degrees, slightly hot but acceptable. Then he reached out to touch several other pools, most were about the same temperature, only one smaller hot spring was much hotter. Zhang Yu estimated it to be over 70 degrees. Zhang Yu felt an immense joy in his heart, this discovery was extremely significant. Although the original shelter had made all necessary preparations, no one knew how low the temperature in this wilderness could drop during winter. But seeing that the surrounding area was filled with cold-resistant plants like spruce and larch, the winter temperature here must not be too low. If another shelter was built here, they could use geothermal heat and hot springs to keep the temperature in a controllable state. He stood up and walked around the gorge, finally stopping beside a slightly sunken hillside. Carefully examining it, a blueprint suddenly formed in Zhang Yu's mind. This concave area is about 5 to 6 square meters, wrapped within the hillside except for the front, only a door needs to be built. It can be directly lived in. Zhang Yu made up his mind, he would build an emergency shelter here next. Zhang Yu was live streaming, after 2 beautiful kills and enough showmanship, his audience had now reached 11.23 million, already occupying 1/10 of the total population of the Dragon Nation. Just as the barrage in the livestream began to rise. In an instant, it was covered by the next barrage of comments. Wow! Is this a hot spring? What luck for Zhang Yu, he won't have to worry about winter at all. This place is simply the ultimate winter getaway. According to Professor Yuan's research, the temperature here in winter can drop to -20 or 30 degrees. Oh no, Zhang Yu will definitely be coming to the hot springs with Goddess Su every day now. What should our fiancé do? If they forget to turn off the livestream while soaking like in a Three Kingdoms, that would be great. You lot upstairs, get lost. This pair of adulterers. When they come out, I'm going to take care of them. In the livestream, Xiaosa and Lu Fei were very excited, but only Professor Yuan had a worried expression. Xiaosa asked in confusion, Professor Yuan, did you discover something? Professor Yuan shook his head, hesitating for a moment before saying. I hope Zhang Yu doesn't decide to move the shelter here. Lu Fei, on the side, was even more puzzled. Professor Yuan, you said before that winter is coming to the wilderness world, and the temperature is very low. With a hot spring here, why can't he move it here? Professor Yuan replied. That's right, but don't forget, the wilderness world has countless large predators. Once winter comes and the outside temperature drops, and the water sources freeze, where do you think those large predators will go for warmth and water? As soon as these words were spoken, the excitement of all the viewers was covered in a layer of frost, instantly sinking down. Xiaosa tried to smooth things over. What Professor Yuan said makes sense, let's focus on Zhang Yu and see if he will move the shelter here. I don't think he will, Zhang Yu is such a clever person. You never know, who would refuse the chance to soak in hot springs every day? Chapter 29, The Grizzly Bear Attack. The hot spring pool was surrounded by mist. Zhang Yu leaned against the pool wall, closing his eyes to enjoy the soothing warmth of the hot spring. After days of being tense, his body gradually relaxed, and the fatigue was completely relieved. Suddenly, 25 meters away, near the entrance of the canyon, the bushes shook violently. A fully grown grizzly bear stomped through the undergrowth, heading toward the hot spring pool. With extraordinary perception, Zhang Yu instantly sensed the danger, his body tensing up. Bear! Oh no! Zhang Yu looked at the sturdy grizzly bear, only 30 meters away, and a feeling of dread flashed through his mind. He frantically thought of a way to respond, looking at the bow and knife over a meter away from him and cursing himself internally. After days of smooth sailing, he had let his guard down. The weapons that had never left his side were carelessly tossed aside upon seeing the hot spring. Now it would be too late to grab the weapons. What to do? In the livestream, there was a moment of silence in the chat, as everyone was stunned by the grizzly bear. Then panic burst forth like a dam breaking. Oh no! What am I seeing? A grizzly bear. Run, Zhang Yu. The bear is coming. I thought discovering the hot spring was a good thing. Now. 3 pure ones, Shakyamuni, Jesus. Whatever gods they are, please protect our Zhang Yu. Don't be scared. Our Zhang Yu has killed mountain lions before. Is he afraid of a little grizzly bear? People from Long Country, your luck has run out. The grizzly bear will take your country's contestant and bring misfortune to your nation. The grizzly bear kept moving toward Zhang Yu. Its foul smell was still discernible from over 20 meters away. In a critical moment, Zhang Yu instead calmed down. The more panicked you are, the quicker you die. Just as the massive body of the grizzly bear fully revealed itself, not more than 30 meters from the hot spring, Zhang Yu made his move. He did not run away nor did he confront it head-on. Instead, he made a surprising decision. He took a deep breath, and his whole body dove down, sinking directly underwater, leaving only a trail of bubbles. He prepared to use the hot spring as a cover, hiding his figure in the water and masking his breath. Through the water's surface, Zhang Yu could see the blurry, enormous shape of the brown bear approaching step by step. His heart raced a little faster, his body pressed against the edge of the hot spring, hands gripping the protruding stones tightly, ready to spring out of the hot spring at any moment. Once the brown bear spotted him and jumped into the water, he would immediately push himself to the shore to fight it with his bow and axe. Everyone in the livestream held their breath, their hearts racing in sync with Zhang Yu's intense heartbeat. Yuan-san suddenly slammed the table, his reading glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. Good. Zhang Yu's decision is definitely the best right now, using the hot spring water as a cover. Look at his movements, his body stiff as a bow, hands and feet tightly pressed against the protruding edges. Once the brown bear enters the water, he can escape immediately. Little Saw worriedly said. What I fear the most is that this brown bear won't enter the water or leave the shore. If that happens, Zhang Yu will be in danger. He can't hold his breath for long. The brown bear reached the pool's edge, its massive head looking side to side, its nose twitching, seeming confused as to why the scent had just disappeared. Then it lowered its head to sniff the pool water, a sulfur smell causing it to sneeze. Zhang Yu felt tightness all over, a spicy choking sensation rising from his lungs. He knew he couldn't hold his breath much longer. After several seconds, the brown bear seemed to lose interest, turning slowly and stepping heavily away toward the other side of the valley, its figure gradually disappearing into the thick vegetation. Seeing this, everyone in both the Dragon Country's livestream and Zhang Yu's personal livestream let out a sigh of relief. Little Saw patted his chest, the tension in his shoulders instantly easing. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. That brown bear finally left. Shit. You people from Dragon Country really are lucky. If that bear had stayed another minute, your contestant would have met God. IP address from beautiful country. Agreed. But God won't always favor you Dragon Country folks, next time it will be your contestants meeting Satan. IP address from Bull Country. Hee hee. We're just lucky, what can you do about it? It makes you mad, but what can you do? Zhang Yu still endured the intense choking sensation, remaining underwater without surfacing. It was only after another half-minute that he slowly surfaced like a water ghost. He wiped the droplets from his face, his expression grim, staring hard in the direction the brown bear had gone. Climbing out of the pool, he put on his clothes and picked up his weapons. He scanned this warm yet perilous valley. There are still many things to do if I want to settle here, he muttered to himself. This place is very livable but also full of dangers, just like that brown bear. This is just the present. Once winter comes, this place will be even more dangerous. If this major problem isn't resolved, settling down here will be impossible. Moreover, although this hot spring valley is nice, it is in a low-lying area. If enemy contestants occupy the high ground, he will become a turtle in a jar, only able to passively endure attacks, unable to fight back. If he wants to take control here, he must be cautious and prepare thoroughly. Zhang Yu's expression was serious as he stood on the high slope, turned back, and gazed deeply at the misty valley in the direction of the brown bear's departure. The tools and materials are in the cabin. Zhang Yu thought while walking quickly. I'll return to the cabin first, prepare everything, and then come back here. Viewers from various countries flooded into Zhang Yu's personal livestream. What a coward. Such a great place, and your Zhang Yu actually ran away. If it were our James, he would have definitely taken down that brown bear. IP address from beautiful country. Ha ha. Your James is probably still hungry. Seems like he's been eating only berries and grass for almost 2 days, he might not last much longer. That is our James being unlucky, he just didn't encounter this brown bear. Whenever it appears in front of us, James would have long since slaughtered and eaten it. This gaze. I bet Universe Master is already planning how to deal with this big guy. Ha ha. Destroy it. This dog of a man loves to play with other people's wives, right? I wish him to be toyed with to death by a brown bear. Chapter 30, the Cherry Blossom Nation begins to act. Rushing all the way, the wooden cabin drew nearer, and as Zhang Yu approached the cabin, Xiaobai's cheerful calling reached his ears, and Su Jin also noticed Zhang Yu's approach. With an anxious face, she picked up a nearby clay bowl and came over. Inside the clay bowl were some deep blueberries. You came back just in time, I found this under the larch tree in the west. I've never seen it before, so I don't know if it's edible. Zhang Yu took the fruit, gently squeezed it with his fingers, and the skin cracked open, with blue-purple juice bursting out. He put it in his mouth to taste, nodded. This is bilberry, it's not poisonous, and it tastes much better than those berries, rich in vitamins, just perfect for a fruity snack. Hearing this, Su Jin's face lit up, her eyes instantly brightening. Really? There's a large patch over there, but I'm not sure if it's poisonous, so I didn't dare to pick more. Let's go and pick some more for fruit. Zhang Yu then followed Su Jin. Upon seeing the bilberries, the audience in the livestream started to feel envious, resources on Blue Star were depleted, and hardly anyone could eat fruits. Universe Master is really strong, simply a walking encyclopedia. Su is so lucky to follow him. Learn something new again. Bilberry, I haven't even seen it in reality. I really want to eat fruit. Who in the real world gets to eat fruit? Wilderness survival? More like wilderness enjoyment. Those upstairs, enjoyment? Only Universe Master can enjoy like this. Look at the other contestants. Who else can be so comfortable? Arriving under the larch tree that Su Jin mentioned, a patch of low bilberry bushes stretched continuously, with deep blue fruit hanging in clusters on the branches and leaves. The two crouched down and skillfully began to pick them. Soon, they filled a pot, and after returning loaded, dinner became extraordinarily rich. In the clay pot, lion meat soup was boiling, and on a nearby stump were the washed bilberries. The two sat by the fire, eating the steaming meat soup, and when they got tired of it, they grabbed a few bilberries to refresh their taste. Did you find anything interesting during the exploration today? Su Jin set down her clay bowl, wiped her tender little mouth, and asked Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu set down his clay bowl. I found a good place to the east, about 7 kilometers away. There's a canyon with hot springs. That place is very hidden. Su Jin's eyes brightened, excitedly saying, hot springs? Doesn't that mean we can soak in hot springs? And in winter, wouldn't it be? Zhang Yu understood her thoughts and explained. That place is indeed good for winter, but the terrain is lower, making it easy to attack but hard to defend. Once someone occupies the surrounding high ground, those below can only wait to die. Also, once winter sets in, the hot spring is warm while the surroundings are cold, which could attract the attention of some large predators. I encountered a brown bear there today. Ah. Were you okay? Let's not go to that place anymore. Su Jin suddenly stood up, and her clay bowl dropped to the ground. She grabbed Zhang Yu's arm tightly, looking at him with concern. Zhang Yu patted her delicate hand back, don't worry. Then he reminded. First, close the live stream. The audience in the live stream looked at the suddenly darkened screen, instantly bursting into waves of question marks. Are you two giving each other an escape route? Daytime exhibitionism? You were talking so well and then crashed? Now, we don't know just how cold the winter is here, and we need to make other preparations. He then picked up a stick from the ground and drew a simple terrain map. While it is easy to attack and hard to defend here, it can still be managed. He pointed at the map he drew on the ground and continued. With my archery skills, even if they hide on the high slopes, as long as there's no fixed cover, it wouldn't matter. I have seen it above, just set some traps in these places and on these essential paths, we can initially ensure our safety. Zhang Yu marked a few points on the ground and smiled. If we can't ensure the temperature in this shelter in winter, do you think anyone can hike here to the canyon in the cold? So, what do you mean? Su Jin asked softly, feeling somewhat confused. As night fell deeper and the chill grew stronger, Zhang Yu stood up to add a few more logs to the fire. We may not necessarily go, but we must be prepared for both outcomes. Looking back, if we had conducted a systematic check around, we wouldn't have missed discovering the blueberries until now. So, we must increase our patrols to ensure safety and confirm the distribution of supplies. The canyon side also needs this. Secondly, we need to build a new shelter by the hot spring pool. That way, if unexpected situations arise, we won't be helpless. Su Jin listened quietly, the orange flames reflecting on her snow-white face. Suddenly, she felt an indescribable quality from Zhang Yu. If she had to use one word to describe it, it would be safety. It was as if having him around made everything seem manageable. Understood, so what do we do next? Su Jin asked. Zhang Yu thought for a moment. Tonight we continue digging. As for tomorrow, we will set some more traps and strive to raise a flock of wild chickens, so we can have more security in winter. At the headquarters of the think tank in the capital. The elder had just finished a call with the Gallic chicken president and immediately gathered all the members of the think tank for a meeting. I just spoke with the Gallic chicken president. They promised not to follow the beautiful nation's demands and take action against our Zhang Shuang for now. However, according to reliable intelligence we received, the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Stick Nation have reached an agreement. They plan to eliminate our Wu Jun contestants first. Hearing this, Li Guodong immediately pulled up a wild map with Wu Jun's location and displayed it on the screen. What is Wu Jun's condition right now? The elder asked. He is currently building a shelter, about halfway done. He has also gathered some food, ranking among the top contestants, Li Guodong said as he pulled up Wu Jun's personal livestream on another screen. Wu Jun was inside the partially completed shelter, roasting fish. What about the contestants from the Cherry Blossom and Stick Nations? The Stick Nation contestant Kim Jiangxing is still in place, but the Cherry Blossom contestant has already shut down his livestream. Based on his route before shutting down, it seems he is moving towards the Cherry Blossom contestant's location. Should we notify Wu Jun? A young think tank member asked. The elder fell silent and turned to look at Li Guodong. Li Guodong frowned and said, "This is their overt scheme. The Cherry Blossom Nation is using external hints first. If we use external hints, then the Stick Nation might do the same." So what is the opinion of your think tank? The elder asked solemnly. Chapter 31, The Storm Approaches. 10th day in the wild world, morning. The sky was gloomy, clouds covered the sun, and the fierce wind made the needle-leaf forest roar. Xiaobai curled up in Zhang Yu's arms, shivering. Zhang Yu pushed open the wooden door, and a cold wind blew in, making him shiver all over. A heavy rain is coming, Zhang Yu frowned. This heavy rain totally interrupted his plans from yesterday. Su Jin followed closely behind, squatting by the chicken coop, her face full of worry. What about these wild chickens? I'm afraid if we leave them here. If it were just rain, it wouldn't be too bad. The worst fear was the fierce wind. Su Jin was worried that the chicken coop would not withstand the ravaging wind. The wild chickens seemed to sense the change in weather, fluttering anxiously in the coop. Don't rush, this chicken coop is sturdy. With a little reinforcement. We can't move it inside the house. Zhang Yu did not want to move the wild chicken into the house. On one hand, there was an unpleasant smell, and on the other, there was Xiaobai. Despite being young, it was still a fox, and chasing chickens was its nature. The two of them reinforced the chicken coop and jointly moved the firewood and skins that had been drying outside into the house, while Xiaobai seemed to sense the change in weather, anxiously circling around their feet. The weather grew increasingly dark, and the sky at 10 a.m. looked like night. The strong wind blew in gusts, creating half-meter-high waves on the once calm lake, constantly crashing against the embankment. Whoosh! Just as Zhang Yu moved all the supplies into the house, the sky finally released heavy rain, and the wild chickens panicked, huddling together and no longer moving. The wild wind drove raindrops through the gaps, pelting the wild chickens continuously. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind came, and the chicken coop was actually blown a few feet off its spot. Seeing this, Zhang Yu thought to himself that it was not good. He pushed open the door, braving the wind and rain, and hurried over to the chicken coop. After observing closely for a moment, he turned back and shouted at Su Jin, "Bring me the rope and the hatchet." Zhang Yu deeply embedded the hatchet into the hillside, then used the rope to firmly tie the chicken coop to the hatchet's handle. This should be fine now. Zhang Yu rushed back into the house, his entire body soaked through. The icy rainwater made him shiver involuntarily. Su Jin was also soaked, her clothes sticking to her skin, barely concealing her figure. "Sir, fire, change clothes, to avoid catching a cold." Zhang Yu wiped the rainwater from his face. The campfire was burning, with two bamboo poles leaning on either side, supporting clothes. The orange flames dispelled the cold. Zhang Yu and Su Jin sat beside the campfire to warm up, but Su Jin's face was flushed, hugging her legs while crouching on the ground. No one spoke, the atmosphere was quite awkward. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a deafening roar of thunder echoing through the forest. Xiaobai, startled, shrank into Zhang Yu's embrace, not daring to move. What are we having for lunch? Su Jin took the initiative to speak, breaking the awkward tension. Bamboo rat, I guess. Zhang Yu replied. Okay. Su Jin got up, cleaned the marinated bamboo rat thoroughly, and prepared to chop it for soup when Zhang Yu suddenly took the bamboo rat from her, saying, Today, we are having wild onion stir-fried bamboo rat. He then hung the pot over the campfire, adding the leftover fat from making soap. As the oil heated, he added some wild onions and wild ginger. Instantly, a rich and fragrant smell emanated from the pot, filling the entire wooden house with aroma. Su Jin quietly studied beside him, not wanting to rely completely on Zhang Yu. If you rely on others, the wall may fall. Only by continuously learning and improving can she keep up with Zhang Yu's pace. She watched Zhang Yu's movements, focused and serious. Occasionally, he would look up, and her gaze would inadvertently land on him. Zhang Yu, concentrated on cooking, appeared exceptionally earnest and charming. Though his handsome face was somewhat tanned by the sun, it radiated a sunny vibe. Having him nearby made one feel exceptionally at ease. It was only then that she noticed Zhang Yu's chin was covered with a layer of longer stubble, making him appear a bit more rugged. This was indeed unavoidable. After all, he was constantly on the go in the wilderness and had no proper tools to shave, so he had to let it be. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Su Jin's mind. She got up, picked up the hatchet hanging on the wall, and walked to Zhang Yu's side, carefully examining his stubble, contemplating where to start. Zhang Yu poured the bamboo rat meat into the pot, stir-frying before adding clean lake water. As he turned around, he suddenly saw Su Jin holding the hatchet beside him, looking at his neck with a strange expression. What the heck? Zhang Yu was startled, but he quickly calmed down, quietly watching Su Jin to see what she wanted to do. Seeing this, Su Jin quickly explained. Don't get me wrong, I just think your beard is too long and wanted to help you trim it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu was a bit confused. It was the first time he saw someone use a machete to shave a beard. He then touched his chin, indeed feeling a bit prickly, and pointed at the machete in Su Jin's hand. With this? Are you planning to shave my beard or perform surgery on me? Su Jin's cheeks instantly flushed red as she realized how absurd her suggestion was. However, her pride as a woman prevented her from backing down in this situation. She muttered softly. I just saw your beard was long and wanted to help you trim it. Why can't you appreciate a good intention? The audience in the livestream instantly burst into laughter. Ah, our Su was so cute. How did she come up with this bizarre idea of shaving with a machete? Using a machete to shave? Su must be planning to murder her husband. But I suggest changing it to a bow and arrow, that might be easier, laughs. Wow. Yugu is really sitting there, he actually trusts our Su. Zhang Yu sat on the ground with his head raised. Su Jin lowered her head, raising Zhang Yu's chin with one hand and slowly bringing the machete closer to his face with the other hand. This position brought their faces incredibly close. Wait. Zhang Yu suddenly said, startling Su Jin, causing her hand to shake. How about I do it myself? I see your hand shaking. Su Jin, with a face full of defiance, responded, I'm just scared by you. If you didn't scare me, I could definitely do it. What if you make a mistake and I lose my looks? What if I can't find a wife, and you have to take care of me for life? This made Su Jin's ears even redder, but she insisted, trust me just this once. She held her breath, focusing all her attention, slowly moving the blade against Zhang Yu's skin. To Zhang Yu's surprise, her hand was very steady, her movements soft and precise. Zhang Yu quietly watched Su Jin's enchanting face up close, feeling her warm breath. At that moment, it felt as if the raging storm outside had calmed, leaving only the heated breaths between the two of them. After a moment, Su Jin stepped back, looking at her work with satisfaction. Perfect. Just then, a sudden announcement appeared. Dragon Country contestant Zhang Shuang has committed suicide, with 7,122 contestants remaining. Dragon Country suffers a penalty of 1,000th of resources. Chapter 32, Contestants in the Heavy Rain. In the capital, at the think tank's headquarters. Bang! A teacup crashed heavily to the floor, scalding tea splashing everywhere. The old man's face turned pale, rarely losing his temper like this. Zhang Country. Gallant country. He seethed, these words forced through gritted teeth. The meeting was dead silent, everyone held their breath, the old man's fury was terrifying, instilling fear in all. Li Guodong hurried forward to report on the situation. Last night, contestant Malfoy from Zhang Country kept his livestream closed, unexpectedly attacking Zhang Shuang. It was our mistake for not considering everything. Zhang Shuang was ambushed in his sleep, although he managed to react, he was still injured. For the country, he ultimately chose to. The old man gradually regained his calm, his fingers tapping the table, making a thud, thud, thud sound. Immediately terminate, no, the issues in the wild world must be dealt with in the wild world. Blood must be repaid in blood. He stood up, walking to the screen, his cold gaze locking onto the area where the Zhang Country contestants were located. What's going on with Wu Jun? I've already notified Wu Jun. He has closed the livestream. This way, Sakura Country and the Korean Country won't be able to locate us through the livestream, Li Guodong said. Locate all the Zhang country contestants' positions and find out the locations of our nearby allies. This grudge will not be left unresolved. Our nation faces difficulties, and we are not here to endure humiliation. I will never allow those robbers to defecate and urinate on us again. In beautiful country, a blonde old man lay lazily on the sofa, talking on the phone with Queen Elizabeth of Zhang country. Ha, you did a great job in Zhang country this time. I want to see how Dragon country will face this. Queen Elizabeth replied elegantly, Zhang country has always been beautiful country's most steadfast ally. Of course, our alliance has already added 17 countries. Although Dragon country can resist us on Blue Planet, this time I want to see how they will cope in the wild world. After the call, the blonde old man walked to the window, looked outside, and murmured to himself. It's time to let those allies start moving. In the wild world. The heavy rain showed no signs of weakening, instead, it grew more intense. Strong winds swept through the coniferous forest, causing clusters of trees to shake violently, with branches sometimes breaking and being swept into the sky. Rainwater cascaded down the hillside, forming muddy torrents. Mark, a contestant from Monkey Country, set up his shelter in a gully to make building easier. As a result, the flood directly washed away the shelter, and the resources he had accumulated over days were drowned in the water. He stood in the storm, looking at the collapsed shelter, his face full of despair. Soaked from the rain, he felt the sting of ice spread throughout his body. A gust of wind blew, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground. He looked at the large trees around him and the dense branches and leaves. He no longer hesitated and quickly climbed the sturdy trunk, finding a spot between the branches to sit down. Just as he steadied himself against the trunk, preparing to catch his breath, a sudden, unprecedented gale hit. The entire tree shook violently, its branches swaying like floating duckweed. Mark felt his body become weightless, and in the next second, he found himself uncontrollably flying up into the air. He struggled to grab at the branches swaying before him. But it was all in vain. He was swept up into the sky by the gale, spinning around in the wind. He sensed the ground twisting before him, gradually drifting away. Contestant Mark from Monkey Country is dead, remaining contestants, 7121. Ibrahim, a contestant from Kangaroo Country, successfully built his shelter on the mountainside. After waking up in the morning, seeing the storm outside, he decided not to go out and lay happily on his wooden bed, imagining the miserable state of those contestants who hadn't built a shelter. Suddenly, the news of Mark's death from Monkey Country came, and he burst into laughter. I'm so clever. The first thing is to build a shelter. How could those monkeys understand our noble white people's foresight? I hope this heavy rain takes more lives. In the live broadcast room of Kangaroo Country, the host lavished praise on Ibrahim. Dear viewers, prioritizing the construction of a sturdy shelter in the wild world is absolutely the right choice. Ibrahim exemplifies the wisdom of our Kangaroo Country's people, contrasting sharply with those contestants who were unprepared. The comments in the live chat began to boil. Well said, the wild world is a survival of the fittest, all countries are opponents. Our contestant Ibrahim is definitely among the best. Look at the number one contestant from beautiful country, James, hiding under a tree, already soaked like a drowned rat. Ibrahim ignited the campfire, lay back in bed, and fantasized about the hero's treatment he would receive after helping his country win, along with the embraces of beautiful women. Just as he fell into this beautiful dream, a dull roar like 1,000 horses thundering from outside suddenly came, and then the shelter began to shake. Ibrahim instantly froze in place, the smile on his face became stiff. Then, a mudslide carrying trees and giant rocks suddenly crashed into his shelter, burying him. No. The expectation in Ibrahim's eyes was replaced by fear. He let out a scream, stretching his hands up, trying to break free. The mudslide was like a raging beast, instantly swallowing both the man and the house, completely engulfing Ibrahim. The viewers in the Kangaroo Country livestream, who had been chatting excitedly just a second ago, fell into a deathly silence. The host stood frozen, pale-faced, eyes wide open, unable to speak. Kangaroo Country contestant Harris has died, 7,120 contestants remaining. Some contestants were smarter, hiding in the trees, but tied themselves tightly to the trunk with ropes, braving the fierce winds and rain, remaining as steady as a mountain. However, behind this decision lay another deadly crisis. Beautiful country contestant Tom Dale was hiding in a tree, a rope tying him to the trunk. The cold rain pounded against him, his soaked clothes continuously lowering his body temperature, while the strong winds carried away the last warmth from his body. At first, Tom could rely on his willpower to hold on, but as time passed, his temperature kept dropping. He began to shiver uncontrollably, his face turning blue, his consciousness becoming hazy, desperately clinging to the rope by instinct. Perhaps at this moment he would not die, but he absolutely could not hold on for long. Chapter 33, After the Storm, the Brown Bear Attacks. Canaan Country contestant Mohammed has died, 7,119 contestants remaining. North Stick Country contestant Jean Zhongqing has died, 7,118 contestants remaining. Stick country contestant Zhang Xiuxi has died, 7,117 contestants remaining. Gull country contestant Jack has died, 6,781 contestants remaining. The storm raged for a whole day, only gradually calming down early the next morning. In just one day, the number of contestants decreased by over 400, some blown away by the storm, some swept away by flash floods, some frozen to death by the cold. When the sky finally brightened, Zhang Yu got up and walked out of the wooden house. The coniferous forest had changed drastically, with puddles of water and broken branches and leaves scattered all over the ground. He carefully observed the wooden house and the chicken coop, feeling relieved. The main structure of the wooden house was mostly intact, just some insulation mud had been blown away by the strong winds. Inside the chicken coop, the wild chickens had lost their previous vitality, curled up in the corner, looking listless, but at least they were still alive. He scattered a handful of berries, picked up his machete, slung his bow and arrow over his back, and prepared to check the hiding place of the rotten mountain lion meat. He carefully maneuvered through the forest, avoiding the branches and puddles underfoot, his eyes scanning the surroundings cautiously. The air was filled with the scent of mixed earth and rain, which felt very pleasant. As he finally approached the hiding place of the meat, his footsteps suddenly halted. A massive figure was facing away from him, lowering its head, focused on eating the pile of rotten mountain lion meat. This should be the brown bear that appeared by the hot spring. Zhang Yu tightened his grip on the machete, carefully watching the brown bear. His mind raced with thoughts. Facing this bear head-on was practically a path to death. An adult man would hardly win without a firearm. But if he retreated now, he could leave safely, yet letting this bear hunt would be a huge disaster for himself and Su Jin, worrying about its attacks every time they stepped outside, living in constant fear. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Yu's gaze sharpened, tightly gripping the machete in his hand. I absolutely cannot let this bear leave. He lowered his body, using the trees to adjust his position, trying to move to a more advantageous spot. He took down the bow and arrows from his back, his 3 fingers gripping the bowstring tightly, moving quickly. At this moment, all he could rely on was his LV5 archery skill. This was also his most prominent ability now. At this time, the live streams from various countries began to switch to Zhang Yu's perspective, with everyone discussing feverishly, some taking delight in his misfortune, while others showed concern. In the Dragon Country's live stream, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Little Sa gripped his hands tightly, his voice trembling with anxiety. Dear viewers, it seems that Zhang Yu is preparing to attack the brown bear. This is so crazy. Professor Yuan Sen analyzed calmly. This move is indeed very risky, but it shows Zhang Yu's judgment of the situation. This bear has posed a serious threat to the safety of Zhang Yu and Su Jin. If this bear hunts again, they will face great danger even during their daily activities. Zhang Yu's choice to take the initiative is exactly using this opportunity while the bear is eating. Everyone knows his archery skills. If this move succeeds, the crisis will be completely resolved, and even the danger near the hot spring will be eliminated, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. Lu Fei bit her lip tightly, a look of worry showing in her eyes, unable to utter a word as she nervously watched the live stream. Yet, live streams from other countries were wildly mocking. In the beautiful country's live stream, the host, General MacArthur, spoke with unmistakable sarcasm and glee. Hee, foolish dragon people, do they really think they are gods? They have no idea how terrifying an adult brown bear is. Their luck ends here. In Zhang Country's live stream, foolish dragon people, typical arrogance. Today, we will witness the most brutal slaughter in the wilderness. In the Bear Country live stream, the host expressed admiration and agreement. Davashi. Dragon Country Zhang has guts. A real man. Facing a strong enemy and daring to fight back, this is a true warrior. Go, brothers of Dragon Country. In Arctic Fox Country's livestream, so cruel, why do it this way? I hope both the brown bear and he can be safe. The bullet screen erupted, comments in various languages rolling madly. Ha, he's really looking for death. Waiting for Dragon Country's casualties. IP address, Elegant Country. I bet 2 nutrition bars, this dragon person won't last a minute. IP address, Philippine Monkey Country. God bless, of course, bless the brown bear. IP address, Pasta Country. Get lost. Ruyi has a history of killing mountain lions. What can a small brown bear do? IP address, Dragon Country. The comments went wild. But at this moment, Zhang Yu remained calm, his heart as still as an ancient well. He threw himself fully into the moment, with his eyes only on the brown bear not far away, everything else cast aside. He stopped behind a stout spruce tree, slowly exhaling, adjusting his state. The bow in his hand was like a full moon, the arrow tip pointing straight at the ground, his gaze gradually sharpened, filled with killing intent. Now is the time. He suddenly turned, aiming the arrow tip directly at the bear that was eating. Whoosh. The bow released, the arrow flew. This shot was fast. Fierce. Accurate. The arrow sliced through the air, shooting straight toward the bear's eyes. This arrow concentrated all the power of his LV5 archery skill. In the live stream, millions of viewers held their breaths at this moment, their eyes glued to the screen, awaiting the outcome. Just as the arrow was about to pierce the bear's eye, the bear seemed to sense danger, raising its head at the critical moment. Hiss. The arrow struck flesh, blood spraying forth. But it did not hit the bear's eye, instead, it grazed the side of its eye and embedded in its shoulder. Roar. The intense pain stimulated the bear, it became enraged, emitting a deafening roar. Then it stood up, its blood-red eyes locking onto Zhang Yu, burning with vengeful fury. Oh no! In the Dragon Country livestream, Professor Yuansen was astounded. This arrow missed just by a little. Failed to deliver a fatal blow. It's angry now. It's over. It's over, you, run. It's about to catch up. You can't run away. The only hope is to climb a tree. We can only hope to survive by going up the tree. Ha, catch up and bite him to death. IP address, Beautiful Country. In the Beautiful Country livestream, MacArthur laughed heartily. Ha ha. Seeking death, this Zhang Yu is finished. Truly foolish. In the Sakura Country livestream, Wutong Maria also laughed. Ha ha. The Dragon Country is always like this, every time it tries to rise, it falls to the bottom, be it in history or in the wilderness world. Zhang Yu's heart sank immediately when he failed to deliver a fatal blow, but he did not hesitate for a moment, he turned around and started running wildly. The injured brown bear ran on all fours, gathering all its strength, crashing through bushes and small trees like a tank, charging toward Zhang Yu. Life and death were just a moment apart. Chapter 34, Killing the Brown Bear. Zhang Yu darted through the dense forest. With the brown bear hot on his heels, completely ignoring the pain from the arrows embedded in its body, its only focus was Zhang Yu who had wounded it. Not good. Seeing this, Zhang Yu frowned. At this rate, he would surely be caught. In a moment of crisis, he quickly scanned his surroundings, his mind racing. Suddenly, he saw a complex terrain ahead with towering boulders. Without hesitation, he changed his direction, making a sharp turn directly toward the rocky area, while swiftly retrieving 2 arrows from his quiver. Without looking back, he drew his bow and shot, relying solely on his extraordinary perception. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows were fired almost simultaneously, aimed at the brown bear. This blind shot was truly astonishing, and the live stream erupted with countless gasps of amazement. Wow! What is this? Looking back to shoot? Is the bear going to dodge? Wow! This core strength. No wonder Su is so infatuated with him. The brown bear is confused. Is it really playing like this? That bear might be finished. It's risky. Throughout history, archers have been very lucky. I bet he won't hit the brown bear. Just as the comments were in a frenzy. The brown bear surprisingly showed unexpected agility for its size, lowering its head to dodge the first arrow. However, the second arrow struck firmly into its right front leg. Blood spattered. Roar. The intense pain only made it more furious, and at that moment, its speed actually increased. At this time, Zhang Yu had already dashed into the rocky area, using the rocks as cover, constantly changing his position. As the brown bear entered the rocky area, its speed was forced to decrease, its massive body continuously scraping against the jagged rocks. The pain throughout its body only made it more frantic. Thud. Thud. The brown bear grew even angrier and more frantic, its massive paws slamming the ground, sending debris flying. Zhang Yu held his breath, sticking close to a large rock, focusing all his attention on determining the brown bear's position through sound. His extraordinary perception again played a crucial role. The sounds of wind, falling leaves, and the distant buzzing of wings from nearby rocks filled his ears. He took an arrow and placed it on the bowstring, pulling it back like a full moon. In the live stream, some viewers were anxious, while others were gleeful. What is you doing? Why hasn't he moved? Doesn't he know that brown bears have a keen sense of smell? It's over. It's over. You, run. Don't confront it directly. Trust you. He definitely has a way out, he can't fall here. Playing tricks. Dragon Country folks love to be mysterious, I think he's just scared. IP address, John Country. At that moment, Zhang Yu suddenly opened his eyes wide, shifting the direction of the bowstring. Whoosh. The arrow shot through the air, but it wasn't aimed at the brown bear, instead, it struck a 4-meter-high rock wall behind him. Buzz. The arrow hit a honeycomb on the rock wall and knocked it down. Ha, the Dragon Country man is indeed scared and just shot wildly. IP address, Sakura Country. Ha ha. The bear is still not taken care of, and now he's stirred up the bees. It's still the killer bees that our animal experts speak of. IP address, Gaul. The beehive crashed to the ground, shattered into pieces. In an instant, thousands of enraged killer bees flew out, heading straight for the brown bear. Suddenly, the brown bear was surrounded by the swarm. Although its thick fur provided some protection, it was unable to withstand the relentless swarm, especially on vulnerable spots like its eyes, nose, and anus, which swelled up from the stings. Roar! It roared again, but this time the roar was not of anger, but filled with pain. Its huge paws swung wildly at its body, attempting to swat away the bees. The intense pain caused it to completely lose its mind, crashing around the rocky area like a headless fly. The live chat room went wild again. What is happening? Wow! You is still that invincible you. He actually thought of using that beehive. Using a knife to kill someone. No. This is borrowing bees to kill a bear. Who can match that? Shit. Lucky dragon people. Why is there a beehive here? God. Why are you so kind to the dragon people? IP address, Yage country. In the Dragon Country live room, Xiaosao was extremely excited, his voice trembling. Ladies and gentlemen. Did you see that? This is Zhang Yu. This is our Dragon Country contestant, who not only remains calm in dire straits but also finds the best solution. Professor Yuan San's worry had not completely faded, still showing some concern. This arrow represents Zhang Yu's observation of the environment and his timing, reaching an astonishing height. But we must not relax, the brown bear's crisis is not over yet. I hope Zhang Yu will be very careful. Lu Fei's eyes were glistening with tears. It's really not easy, in this situation. Zhang Yu could think of such an unexpected way to break the deadlock, it's truly amazing. In the beautiful country live room, 5-star General MacArthur had a stiff expression but forced himself to remain calm. I must say that Zhang Yu really surprised us greatly. But the brown bear is tough, the swarm cannot cause it too much harm. So his danger is not over. In the Cherry Blossom Country live room, host Maria Moda had a grim face. Zhang Yu is always so lucky. If it weren't for this beehive, he would already be dead. In the Bear Country live room, host Ivanov laughed heartily. Dear Eastern Deva, well done. This Dragon Country brother is a strong warrior, with allies like him, we should be happy. Hooray! At that moment, Zhang Yu once again raised his bow, slowly knocking the second arrow. This time, the arrow still pointed at the only weakness of the brown bear, its eyes. Whoosh! The arrow made a sharp sound as it broke through the air, piercing through the swarm. This time, the brown bear didn't have time to react. The arrow accurately lodged itself into its eye. The brown bear let out a painful wail, then its body began to convulse. In a few seconds, that massive body fell to the ground with a crash, raising clouds of dust. Zhang Yu slowly lowered his bow, standing straight, eyes looking down, his posture akin to an ancient master swordsman, calm yet filled with the pride of a victor. He gently raised his chin, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Was that arrow handsome or what? Before the viewers in the live chat could respond, they erupted in laughter. Tonight, extra servings. Chapter 35, Reactions from Every Country. At this moment, in every country's live room, excitement boiled over. In the Dragon Country live room, Xiaosao was full of excitement, having lost his usual decorum, almost jumping out of his seat. He did it! Zhang Yu did it! He alone, relying on extraordinary courage and incredible archery skills, successfully hunted a mature brown bear. Professor Yuan Sen, rarely lost for words, waved his fist vigorously, his tone full of excitement. Wonderful! Absolutely stunning! This hunt not only showcases Zhang Yu's extraordinary archery skills, but this is also a reflection of his overall strength. From initially luring the enemy, to maneuvering using the terrain, and leveraging the disturbances of a swarm, all the way to delivering the final blow. The entire process was a textbook-level outdoor hunt. I believe this hunt will be used by the country as an educational model in the future. Lu Fei's eyes sparkled like stars, filled with admiration. Zhang Yu is really too strong, too charming. The comments surged like a tsunami, rolling across the screen. This arrow is simply too cool. This is the battle to deify Master Yu. All of Long Country congratulates Master Yu on his deification. Master Yu is awesome. From today on, I am your ultimate fan. The international live broadcast rooms had varying reactions. In the beautiful country's live room, 5-star General MacArthur looked as if he had lost his last ounce of strength, slumping in his chair. Incredible. He actually did it. But I believe if James were in this situation, he would have done even better than Zhang of Long Country. In John's live room. Okay, we must admit, this arrow is indeed flawless. In the Bear Country's live room. Yura. Let me ask you guys, how about Kalashao, this is a real man? When Zhang of Long Country comes out, I'll spend all my fortune just to buy him a shot of Little Bird vodka. In the Stick Country's live room, the host looked shocked and then became excited, saying, Incredible, this is simply a miracle. Zhang Yu is so powerful, he must have our stick country's bloodline. Our country must rescue Zhang Yu back home. He definitely wants to return, but he is restrained by those people in Long Country. We have the best beauties, the best kimchi. In Long Country, at the headquarters of the think tank. The elder sat in his chair, watching Zhang Yu standing proudly on the screen, and a comforting smile appeared on his usually calm face. All members of the think tank stood up, bursting into warm applause. The applause subsided after a while, and the elder spoke. The think tank will immediately produce a teaching video of the entire hunting process by Zhang Yu, with a focus on analysis. We must thoroughly study his decision-making during the crisis, the strategies he used to leverage the environment, and then promote it nationwide. This has significant guiding implications for all our military and civilians in wilderness survival. After all, no one knows if there will be another wilderness survival challenge. In the pile of stones, Zhang Yu is still sitting nearby, waiting. Only after the bees had completely left did he slowly approach the brown bear. He drew out a cleaver, examining this hard-won trophy, and began to study where to strike. After a moment of thought, he moved, the cleaver gleaming coldly in the sunlight. He squatted down, pushing the brown bear to expose its belly. Zhang Yu picked up the cleaver and struck at the softest part, the chest and abdomen, with skillful movements. Skinning must be done while it's hot. Once the body cools down, it will be hard to handle, he explained while peeling the skin. The blade slid between the fur and fat, and the entire process flowed smoothly. Within less than an hour, the entire bear skin was removed without any damage. Master Yu's technique is simply too professional. Could it be that his ancestors worked in a slaughterhouse? Did some secret skills get passed down? I'm starting to suspect that Master Yu is actually a hitman in real life. His technique is so proficient. After finishing the bear skin, he began to break down the bear meat. The bear paw must be cut off separately. After all, I have to taste the bear paw flavor from my past life. Subsequently, the front and back leg meat was neatly removed, the tenderloin and ribs separated, and the internal organs carefully taken out for later use. Brothers, look, this brown bear has such thick fat. It's clearly storing up for winter, but now it's my gain, this oil will not be lacking. Zhang Yu explained to the viewers in the live room while cutting the meat. In less than half an hour, he completely separated the bear meat. He directly threw the hard-to-handle internal organs to the place where the rotten cougar meat was hidden. Eat my cougar meat. You will turn into cougar meat. Zhang Yu chopped down several thin trees, made a simple wooden frame, and then placed the bear skin, over 300 pounds of meat, and internal organs all on the frame, starting to walk towards the wooden cabin. In front of the wooden cabin, Su Jin had already lost count of how many times she anxiously peered at the cabin door. The fire pile beside her had gradually extinguished, and steam was still rising from the pot above. After getting up, she hadn't noticed Zhang Yu's absence. At first, she only thought Zhang Yu had gone to wash up by the lake as usual and would soon be back. So she began preparing breakfast, thinking that they could eat warm food together when he returned. But the meat soup was ready, yet he still hadn't come back. She searched the surrounding area repeatedly, calling his name countless times, only to be answered by the gentle mountain breeze and the chirping of birds. The sun had gradually risen, and it was already noon. The meat soup had long boiled soft, but Zhang Yu still did not return. She started to feel restless, various terrible guesses surfacing in her mind. Did he encounter some wild beast, or perhaps the contestants from a rival nation? Or did he not want me anymore? Has he abandoned me? A kind of unprecedented panic spread in her heart. She didn't know what to do and could only wait anxiously and pray by the wooden cabin. Just then, she saw that familiar figure appear on the forest path, and the obvious meat on the wooden frame behind him and the huge bear skin. She was completely stunned, her pupils involuntarily dilating, her mouth opened wide enough to fit an entire egg. As Zhang Yu walked closer, a strong smell of blood filled the air. Finally, she reacted, her heart filled with mixed emotions of joy and worry. She quickly stepped forward and asked anxiously, "Did you go kill a bear?" Zhang Yu flung the heavy wooden frame to the ground, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and tried to make his tone sound casual. "I happened to run into it on the way back and conveniently brought it back." Conveniently? Happened to? Su Jin was a bit confused as she circled around the massive bear skin and looked at the pile of meat on the frame. Then, as if remembering something, she instinctively grabbed Zhang Yu's arm, concern filling her face. "You didn't get hurt, right? It's fine, you think it can hurt me? It's still too tender." Zhang Yu patted the bear paw. "Tonight, extra dinner. Let's taste this bear paw's flavor." In the livestream, the audience was also amused by Su Jin's reaction. Look at how shocked our Su is. Asking for her current psychological shadow area. No, wait. It's her psychological admiration area. Master Yu swaggering here deserves full marks. Conveniently, tonight extra dinner. So damn cool. Chapter 36, Bear Meat Feast. The afterglow of the sunset illuminated the coniferous forest, the cold wind taking away some warmth, and the temperature had dropped to around 10 degrees Celsius. Outside the wooden cabin, the campfire emitted a bit of warmth. The two of them sat around the bear meat, handling it. The bear meat piled up like a mountain, truly taking a lot of effort from both of them. Look at this meat, it's a perfect mix of fat and lean. Making skewers out of it would definitely make people drool, Zhang Yu said, rubbing salt on the meat while looking at the fresh and juicy pieces beside him. An adult brown bear, with several hundred pounds of meat, even after discarding many scraps and some internal organs at the site of the rocky pile, still had about 400 pounds of meat left. If not handled in time, it would surely spoil. Should we make some grilled meat tonight? Su Jin looked at the enticing bear meat, drooling, unable to resist the suggestion. Of course, with such fresh and top-quality ingredients, not trying something new would be a waste. Tonight we will roast some meat and make a bear paw dish. Zhang Yu affirmed with a smile, then continued. So much meat, just relying on the two of us will take too long. We must hurry to marinate and smoke this meat. Good. Su Jin immediately sprang into action, moving with great speed and without hesitation, directly starting to cut the meat into pieces, evenly spreading salt on each one, and then marinating them. Zhang Yu picked up a bear paw, examining it carefully in front of him. This bear paw was large and thick, but it was covered with a thick layer of horn-like skin and rough, tough hair. This is the legendary mountain delicacy, the best of its kind. But handling it is a bit troublesome. We need to find a way to remove this hard shell and hair first. Tonight, we will have roasted bear meat and stewed bear paws. He then placed the bear paw directly over the fire, starting to scorch the tough hair off it. The entire process was quite difficult, as he had to ensure the hair was burned off completely while making sure the meat didn't get cooked, which took Zhang Yu a good amount of time to finish. Next came the cleaning and scraping away of the thick skin from the bear paw. The live stream audience watched with shining eyes, saliva dripping. In their resource-scarce Blue Star, when would they see such high-end goods? I am already drooling. Yugu and Susu's quality of life is skyrocketing. Steamed bear paws, steamed flower ducks, the dishes described in the comedy routine are finely visible. Zhang Yu placed the bear paw on a wooden stump, using the back of a cleaver to strike the thick skin repeatedly. We need to loosen this hard shell first, it will be easier to handle after we pour hot water over it. He explained to Su Jin while he struck. Upon hearing this, Su Jin immediately set up an iron pot and started boiling water, clearly dividing the tasks. While waiting for the water to boil, Zhang Yu began preparing the roasted meat. He selected some branches and cut the bear meat, which had the perfect mix of fat and lean, into pieces, stringing them up one by one. The fat shimmered with an enticing glow in the firelight, the snowflake patterns clearly visible on the meat, making one salivate at the sight. If only we had chili and cumin. Zhang Yu felt quite regretful, eating barbecued meat without these spices lost a large part of its flavor. He placed the prepared skewers over the bonfire, and an aroma instantly rose into the air. At that moment, the water also boiled. Su Jin carefully poured the boiling water over the bear paw. And Zhang Yu immediately used the cleaver to scrape it, and after being poured with hot water, the entire hard layer became soft, with the skin coming off in one go. Once the bear paw was clean, Zhang Yu directly placed it into the pot, adding a few wild spices he could find, and then began to stew it. Next, we just wait for time. Zhang Yu clapped his hands and started to turn the roasting meat. Soon, the first batch of roasted meat was finally cooked. He handed Su Jin a skewer while taking one for himself, tearing off some roasted meat and tossing it to Little White, who gobbled it up happily. The outer layer was crispy and fragrant, while the inside was tender and juicy. The unique rich flavor of the bear meat burst in the air, and although lacking spices, it remained delicious and juicy under the touch of salt. So good. Su Jin squinted in satisfaction, enjoying the food. As night deepened, the pot steaming the bear paw continuously emitted an enticing aroma, combining a unique gelatinous fragrance with the roasted meat's charred scent, leaving people drooling. It's about done. Zhang Yu lifted the lid off the pot, and a wave of hot steam rushed toward him. He took a knife and gently drew a line on the bear paw, which had once been tough, now turned soft and glutinous. Su Jin handed him 2 ceramic bowls, and Zhang Yu filled them with bear paw stew, handing one to Su Jin, then indulging himself. This texture, simply unbeatable. Su Jin savored it, her eyes filled with delight, as this was the best and most delicious thing she had ever eaten in her life. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, the director split the screen into multiple smaller screens, showing the perspectives of contestants from different countries. The contestant from the beautiful country, James, and the contestant from the stick nation, Choi Sushan, were laboriously digging up grass roots. Contestant Ian from the John country sat beside the fire. His face thin and filled with longing, he gazed at the pot-boiling tree bark in the fire. The Black Federation contestant, Zebu, squatted in the grass, staring blankly at the empty trap. Little Saw looked at the screen where 2 people were feasting, and the starving expressions of contestants from various countries, and couldn't help but sigh. Dear viewers, while Zhang Yu and Su Jin are enjoying this bear meat feast, we can see so many other contestants from different countries worrying about their next meal. Some contestants have been hungry for days, and we don't know how much longer they can hold on. Professor Yuan Xin chimed in. This stark contrast highlights the experience and skill of our contestant Zhang Yu. In the same environment, he not only built a solid shelter but, while protecting Su Jin, still has plenty of food. This is the manifestation of strength. Lu Fei nodded, her eyes filled with pride. Yes, but we must also see the tremendous effort behind this stark contrast. From hunting the mountain lion, to battling the pack of wolves, and now outsmarting the brown bear, he has teetered on the edge of life and death at every step. He deserves all of this. Professor Yuan and Lu Fei are right, this is not luck, but a display of strength. In the wilderness, Zhang Yu shows us through his abilities that true strong ones fear no challenges. Little Sa concluded. This comparison is just too heart-wrenching. The director is so mischievous to create this contrast. Normally watching Master Yu doesn't feel like much, but seeing this comparison, the gap suddenly appears. While others struggle for survival, my Master Yu is on vacation. What does dimensionality strike mean? This is dimensionality strike. Our Su Su is so comfortable. This is the benefit of choosing to follow our Master Yu. Is this the legendary bear paw? Even through the screen, one can still feel its deliciousness. After finishing dinner, Zhang Yu walked up to the bear gallbladder, carefully handling it. Bear gallbladder is a rare medicinal material, it has strong heat clearing and detoxifying effects, and can be used to treat severe throat swelling and inflammation caused by heat toxins. This is a very important strategic resource for Zhang Yu. In the wilderness, having inflammation can be a deadly affair. Although bear gallbladder has great medicinal value, handling it is very troublesome. First, impurities on the gallbladder must be cleaned without hurting it, otherwise, the bile will leak out. Then it must be placed in a ventilated, shaded area to dry in the dark. Any contact with open flames or being baked in sunlight will significantly reduce its medicinal effect. Chapter 37, Dealing with Bear Skin. The night was deep, and the cold was intensifying. The firelight flickered, dispelling some of the chill. Su Jin carefully hung the bear gallbladder under the eaves of the wooden house. The eaves could block sunlight and were well ventilated, making it the best place to dry the bear gallbladder. At this moment, Zhang Yu was busy around the enormous brown bear skin. The brown bear skin lay flat on the ground, its dark brown fur glistening in the firelight. Although Zhang Yu had carefully skinned it among the pile of rocks, there were still many clumps of fatty meat attached beneath the bear skin. These fats and pieces of meat must be cleaned off, otherwise, a good piece of skin would be ruined. Zhang Yu picked up the nearby machete and carefully began to remove the residual fat and meat from the skin while mumbling to himself. This big fellow really takes a lot of effort to process. Dealing with bear skin is a task that requires both strength and patience. The skin is thick and tough, and if he applies too little force, it won't be cleaned properly, but if he applies too much, it could tear the fur. Thus, he had to be extremely careful. Every cut needed full concentration, even Zhang Yu. After a round of operations, it has become quite overwhelming. In the Dragon Country live room, Xiao Sa looked at the scene before him and said, "We can see that contestant Zhang Yu has begun to process this precious bear skin. This thing is priceless in the wilderness world. After winter arrives, having this under your bed will keep you very warm. But if not handled properly, it would be a waste. However, with Zhang Yu's ability, I believe he will have no problem." That's right. The key to processing bear skin lies in 2 steps, cleaning and curing. It is essential to completely remove the fat and other sticky substances from the skin, otherwise, bacteria will multiply quickly and eventually cause the entire skin to rot, Professor Yuansen continued. Cleaning and curing alone are not enough. Tanning is needed to make it soft and durable. There are many methods of tanning, and I believe contestant Zhang Yu can do well in this regard. After all, he did a decent job tanning the mountain lion's skin and the wolf skin before. Lu Fei looked on with admiration. Once the bear skin is processed well, when winter comes, Zhang Yu and Su Jin will each have a mountain lion skin and a brown bear skin, plus so many wolf skins. Oh, and let's not forget Kikujiro and Tal, as well as the clothes of the Canaan country contestant killed by Tal. Adding all this meat, these supplies, have already surpassed all the contestants. The live room's bullet comments. He. Listening to Lu Fei, I really want to see the wilderness world enter winter quickly, then our Yu Yi and Su Su can live a sweet life in the shelter with all their supplies. Don't say. I was actually worried about how the contestants would survive after winter. Now, I hope it snows soon, the other contestants get eliminated, and Yu Yi and Su Su win with their abundant supplies. After completely cleaning the fat and fragments of meat, it took about an hour. The cut-off fragments of meat and fat all became snacks for Xiao Bai. Su Jin also did not rest. She was rendering the fat of the brown bear into oil, especially adding some wild onions and wild ginger during the cooking process, making the oil smell even better. Phew, finally done. Zhang Yu straightened up, rubbing his waist with both hands. The prolonged bending caused his lower back to feel unbearable, sore, and heavy. Next comes washing and tanning. At this moment, Su Jin walked over, massaging his arms and shoulders, and said, "Let me wash the bare skin, you can take a break." Zhang Yu shook his head, "Let's go together. It's unsafe when it gets dark." The two held torches and carried the bare skin to the lake's edge. Zhang Yu submerged the bare skin completely into the water. The originally clear lake water instantly became murky. Dark red blood and impurities floated away in an instant. The lake water was very cold, and the two did not enter the water but held a long bamboo pole, continuously stirring the bare skin. The bare skin rolled up and down in the lake water, attracting some small fish that came to nibble on the scattered fragments of meat and fat. After a lot of effort, the bare skin was finally cleaned. Zhang Yu pulled it out and, with Su Jin's help, shook off the water from it. Next, it was the most critical step, tanning. This time, Zhang Yu did not use the previous method but instead employed the oldest method, the oil tanning method. He took the solidified bear oil that Su Jin had rendered and rubbed it with his hands, then applied it evenly to the cleaned bearskin while instructing Su Jin. By repeatedly applying this, the fat seeps into the fur, making the bear skin soft and not prone to drying or cracking. "Okay, let me try," Su Jin said, rolling up her sleeves, rubbing some oil in her hands, and starting to apply it on the fur. Her proficiency was on par with or even better than Zhang Yu, who looked at her in surprise and asked, "Have you done this before?" Su Jin shook her head, her voice playful. "No, this is my first time." "Why? Does it look very skilled?" After applying the grease, Zhang Yu grabbed the edge of the bare skin and began to stretch it repeatedly, like kneading dough. This was a process to loosen the fibers and promote the absorption of the grease, and it was extremely energy-consuming. Su Jin also joined in to help, with each of them holding an end, working together to tan the skin. When it seemed about right, Zhang Yu set down the bare skin and told Su Jin, "Tomorrow, hang it in a ventilated place to dry slowly. Remember, this oil tanning method must not be placed under direct sunlight, otherwise, the fur will crack. Afterward, it needs to be regularly kneaded to prevent it from hardening." Hearing this, Su Jin quickly asked curiously, "Then didn't the mountain lion skin and wolf skin need to be kneaded?" "No, they use a different tanning method, which is much simpler but doesn't work as well as the oil tanning method." As night deepened, the fire crackled. Zhang Yu rolled up the processed bear skin, carefully tied it with bark rope, and hung it in the ventilated area under the eaves. "Starting tomorrow, we need to knead it every day," he said, brushing off the grease from his hands, "at least for 7 days until the skin fully absorbs the grease." Su Jin looked at the hanging bear skin and suddenly remembered something. "By the way, what about the bear meat? I'm afraid there won't be enough space inside." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu was taken aback. Indeed, with so much wolf meat and now more than a few hundred pounds of bear meat, it was inappropriate to hang it all inside. It was time to build a storage room. Tomorrow I'll build a storage room next to the wooden house, and also set up a smoking rack. This makeshift smoking rack is a bit inadequate. Zhang Yu checked the time, it was nearly 11:30 p.m. He clapped his hands. "Let's go, wash up and rest." After tidying up, it was already late into the night. Both were exhausted, but their hearts were filled with a sense of accomplishment. Zhang Yu looked at the fruits of their labor, feeling tired yet very happy. "With these, even if winter comes, we will have confidence." Su Jin looked at his profile and nodded vigorously. In this treacherous wilderness, every bit of accumulation meant more hope. The firelight illuminated their profiles as she nodded hard. In this perilous wilderness, every bit of effort accumulated represented more hope for survival. "Get to bed early. We have more to do tomorrow, and we still need to prepare the hot spring area. There will be many tasks in the coming days." Chapter 38, Su Jin soaks in the hot spring. The morning sun broke the horizon, waking up the wilderness world. Zhang Yu opened his eyes, looking at the sleeping Su Jin. She lay on the straw-covered bed, a few strands of dark hair resting against her fair skin. Zhang Yu's gaze lingered on her face for a moment before he got up and pushed open the wooden door. The morning chill invigorated him. He first carefully checked the bear skin he had handled last night. Then he walked to the chosen spot for the storage room construction and began the day's work. To build a good storage room, a solid foundation is essential. Unlike the shelter, a storage room needs to be ventilated, cool, and able to bear weight. So the foundation must be strong. Moreover, he not only wanted to build a storage room but also planned to create a cellar, so in winter, the temperature inside would be a bit higher, allowing for categorized storage of various supplies. Zhang Yu squatted on the ground, measuring dimensions and mentally planning the blueprint. The foundation of the storage room must be deep, so that when the cellar is excavated, it won't become unstable and collapse, Zhang Yu muttered to himself, using a stick to draw the outline on the ground. At this moment, Su Jin came out with Xiao Bai, looking at Zhang Yu, pouting and complaining. "Why didn't you wake me up? I could help more." This kind of work is quite dirty, I can handle it, Zhang Yu replied without getting up and continued to dig the foundation pit with his axe. You always say that. Su Jin sighed lightly. He rolled up his sleeves to help build the storage room. With the two of them working together, the construction of the storage room moved quickly. In just one morning, the surrounding wall was completed. The wall was covered with small holes, which Zhang Yu had deliberately punched through for ventilation. Sunlight streamed through the treetops, making the storage room shine. Su Jin wiped the sweat from her forehead, looking at the building before her eyes full of excitement. It's going much smoother than I imagined. She clapped her hands and looked at Zhang Yu, who was digging the cellar, and curiously asked. Why are you digging a hole in the storage room? Are you planning to make a secret room? Seeing Su Jin's curious expression, Zhang Yu had a mischievous thought and intentionally grinned lewdly. He. I'll dig a secret room to lock you in. Then. Su Jin also played along, pretending to be scared, her tone drawn out. I'm so scared. The viewers in the livestream watched the interaction between the two, unable to look away. Damn it, are they constantly feeding us dog food? Are they afraid we'll starve? But what does dog food taste like? Look at this perverted smile on Yuji's face and Su's exaggerated acting, such a stark contrast. Suddenly, the vibe has become so strange. But if Yugu really did this, Su would have no way to escape. He. I hope to see that scene. Zhang Yu was amused by her exaggerated performance and stopped joking, continuing to dig. I plan to set up a cellar, where I can store some ready-to-eat food for the winter, using geothermal heat to keep these foods from freezing hard. The two continued to work until around 3 in the afternoon. The storage room had begun to take shape. This seemingly simple project actually concealed many survival wisdoms. Whether it was the mortise and tenon structure or the simple ventilation system, all contained Zhang Yu's accumulated experience from his past life. Let's take a break and tidy up, I'll take you to a nice place. Zhang Yu put down his tools and called out to Su Jin. What's wrong? The storage room only lacks a roof to be complete, why not just finish it all today? Su Jin put down her work and looked at Zhang Yu with confusion. You'll know when we get there. Though she had questions, there was more trust. She quickly tidied up her tools and then, holding on to Little Bai, followed closely behind Zhang Yu, heading east. The two walked along, crossing streams and weaving around bushes. After about 2 hours, the view suddenly opened up, revealing a hidden hot spring pool in the valley. Su Jin looked at the various hot spring pools in front of her, her eyes wide with shock. Is this the hot spring pool you mentioned? Su Jin asked. Although Zhang Yu had talked about this place, it was her very first visit. Even in Blue Star, she had never seen such a sight. The depleted resources of Blue Star were completely different from this wild world. In Blue Star, all that remained was withered yellows, vast stretches of yellow sand, with no sign of green. But in this wild world, there were green pines everywhere. While the scenery was beautiful and resources abundant, it was also fraught with danger. One false move could lead to death. Looking at the valley shrouded in light white mist, Su Jin felt an irresistible urge rising within her. She wanted to rush down immediately and throw herself into the hot spring pool, to experience something she had never felt before. This is a hot spring lake? Su Jin's tone was filled with uncontainable excitement. The scenery before her was more beautiful than anything she had seen in her life. The milky blue water constantly steamed with heat, and the mist surrounding the valley painted the surroundings like a fairyland. Yes, let's go down together. After saying that, Zhang Yu was the first to walk down a gentler slope, turning to extend his hand to assist Su Jin. Seeing this, Su Jin placed her soft, boneless hand in Zhang Yu's hand, following him with light footsteps. Once they reached the valley bottom, a unique smell of sulfur suddenly filled the air. Su Jin squatted by the nearest hot spring pool, eagerly reaching out to touch the water. So comfortable. As the warm touch met her fingers, she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. She immediately turned around, her eyes sparkling with expectation as she looked at Zhang Yu. That little gaze almost made Zhang Yu lose control. Zhang Yu also tested the water temperature and said to Su Jin, "You go wash first, I'll step out to set up traps and help you keep watch." He certainly knew what Su Jin meant. Who could resist the lure of a natural hot spring? To his surprise, Su Jin actually took off her shoes and socks right there, dipping her fair, glistening feet into the hot spring. The warm sensation made her close her eyes in pleasure, unconsciously swaying her feet like a cat being stroked. Seeing her relaxed and content expression, Zhang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, then he prepared to head to the high slope to check the terrain. By the way, Zhang Yu suddenly turned his head, seeing Su Jin happily getting ready to take off her clothes. He quickly reminded her. Don't forget to turn off the live stream. Su Jin froze in place, her face instantly heating up. She hurriedly said, "Dear viewers, see you next time." In Su Jin's personal live stream, over 20 million viewers instantly wailed in despair. You good? What are you doing? Your meat eating can't affect my soup drinking, right? What the hell? I've already taken off my pants. What are you telling me? Zhang Yu? I won't share the same sky with you. You scoundrel. I vow to take your dog head. Chapter 39, Wu Jun is being pursued. While Su Jin enjoyed the hot spring, all the viewers from the Blue Star focused on Wu Jun's livestream. Since the outside alert, he had kept his livestream closed, escaping overnight, but he never expected that Ichiro Sato from Sakura Country was a master tracker. No matter how he changed his routes, Sato was like a hound, always able to precisely find his position, following him all the way. He knew continuing like this would not work, so after creating a bit of distance, he opened his live stream, revealing his location, tricking out the outside alert opportunity of the Korean player, In Sanchuan. Hiding in the trees, he watched the two players coming from a distance, praying not to be discovered. Rustle. Footsteps grew nearer. Wu Jun held his breath, hiding deep among the treetops. Through the gaps in the leaves, he saw two figures searching their way closer. Ichiro Sato from Sakura Country had a lean build and sharp eyes, giving a sense of shadowy intensity. He carried a katana, walking in front, occasionally bending down to look for something. Behind him was a man panting heavily, wielding a machete. This man was the Korean player, In Sanchuan. The two stopped right beneath the tree where he was hiding. Ichiro Sato crouched down, carefully examining the traces on the ground. He went that way. Sato said in a stiff tone, pointing in a direction. Then hurry up, don't let that Dragon Country guy escape. In Sanchuan urged, quickly moving toward the direction Sato indicated. Those traces were deliberately left by Wu Jun, meant to lure them in. Just as a glimmer of joy rose in Wu Jun's heart, he silently prayed for them to leave quickly. Then, at the moment Sato stood up and prepared to leave, his cautious nature, or rather, his instinct, alerted him to look up at the treetops. Suddenly, he stopped in place, grabbing hold of the departing In Sanchuan. Seeing this, Wu Jun's heart dropped to the abyss. He realized he had been discovered. Though he didn't know how he was found out, Sato's actions had already revealed everything. Without making a sound, Ichiro Sato slowly lifted his head, those cold eyes, like a venomous snake, precisely locked onto Wu Jun hiding in the treetops. Their gazes met. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Ichiro Sato's eyes showed a mocking smile, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Little mouse, I've found you. In the Sakura Country's live broadcast room, the host, Wu-Tang Maria, was unusually excited, her voice trembling with enthusiasm. Dear viewers. Did you see that? This is the wisdom of our Yamato people. Sato-kun is like a real ninja, no prey can escape his tracking. Today, our Sato-kun will defeat the Dragon Country's clown. This is the highest honor of a samurai. He will bring resources to the Sakura Country and contribute to the future of the Yamato people. As soon as this was said, the live chat exploded. Ha, no wonder the Dragon Country is full of monkeys, hiding in the trees like a monkey. Sato-kun is the best. Let them in the Dragon Country see the power of our samurai spirit. Sato-kun, don't drag it out, quickly deal with him and restore resources for our Sakura Country. He is truly a master tracker. Does that Dragon Country person really think he can escape? But Sato-kun also shouldn't be careless, especially beware of the player from the Stick Country nearby. Don't let them steal the kill. In the Dragon Country's live broadcast room, Little Sa hammered the table in anger, all professional decorum thrown to the wind, his eyes filled with rage. Shameless. This is pure shamelessness. Two countries practice against just one of our Wu Army's players. Do they have no shame? Professor Yuansen squinted, forcing back his inner anger, the muscles on his face twitching as he slowly spoke. This is unavoidable. As I said on the first day, the alliance led by the beautiful country has opened its bloody jaws, exposing its fangs to hunt us Dragon Country people. Our think tank must start considering. We have to pay blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Strike one punch to avoid 100 punches. Lu Fei was already in tears, pointing at the two on the screen, angrily shouting. How can they do this? Wu Jun is just one person. Fuck those little devils and little sticks. I'm going to their country to kill them. What kind of skill is it for two people to fight one person? If you have the ability, come face me in reality. Ah, you always have to pay back what you owe. You Zhang Yu and Su Jin are hunting our Tal. How could you not think that your turn would come? IP address, elegant country. Exactly. God won't always protect you Dragon Country, although Zhang Yu has received God's favor, Wu Jun must come to repay. IP address, beautiful country. On the screen, Sato Ichiro smiled coldly, his voice carrying a chilling tone. Dragon person, do you come down by yourself or should we come up? Wu Jun knew he couldn't escape. He struggled, knowing that suicide could save territory, but the country would lose that precious 1,000th of resources. If he came down to fight for his life, and was killed, it would mean losing 1% of territorial area. These two possibilities suffocated him. As he struggled in despair, Yun Chan-hoon at the tree base impatiently yelled. Dragon person, hurry up and come down. I'm giving you a quick end. If I have to come up to catch you, I will ensure you wish you could live and wish you could die. Wu Jun instinctively looked down at the tree and saw Sato Ichiro behind Yun Chanhun, wearing a menacing look. Surprisingly, his eyes held a hint of murderous intent towards Yun Chanhun. Wu Jun's pupils contracted as his mind raced with thoughts. The scene below the tree indicated a subtle relationship between the two. It was like a beam of light that dispelled the confusion and despair within him. I have a way. They are not of one mind. They are both dependent on the beautiful country, like two dogs trying to fight for the position of the top dog. Even Sato Ichiro might have plans to dispose of both of them. If that happens, the Sakura country will recover 2/1000 of the resources all at once. Wu Jun understood. Then a bold plan formed in his mind. He intended to exploit the suspicion between the two. Stir up the wariness between the two. This plan, although crazy, is currently the most likely solution to break the deadlock. He instantly showed a terrified expression on his face, his voice trembling slightly, showing the desperation of having nowhere to turn. I only have one life. Which one of you two is going to kill me? Chapter 40, Domestic Struggles in the Cherry Blossom Country. Sato Ichiro and In Sanchuan were separated by several meters, each holding a weapon, watching each other warily. Wu Jun's words instantly sparked the wariness between the two, and the already fragile alliance now reached freezing point. If there were still opportunities for outside hints, maybe the two countries would still discuss and give the players hints. But now, they no longer had any chance for outside hints and could only rely on themselves. This was also Wu Jun's plan. Before reaching this point, he had already considered this step. First, start the livestream, expose their positions, and lure them into using their final outside hints, thus severing all external support. If the Cherry Blossom country and the Baji country had already agreed on the head distribution in advance, Wu Jun could only blame himself for his bad luck. In Sanchuan, I saw very clearly from the tree earlier, Sato Ichiro's gaze towards you was full of killing intent. Wu Jun noticed that the two were becoming more wary of each other and was immediately pleased, but still maintained a fearful expression, continuing. Didn't you notice? Sato Ichiro has been standing behind you this whole time. It seems like he already predicted that he would ambush you. If that's the case, the Cherry Blossom country will instantly recover 0.2% of their resources, but you, the Baji country, will lose 1% of your territory because of you. This way, you will become a criminal in the eyes of the whole Baji country. You will be despised by the entire country, and your family will not be able to face the citizens of the Baji country because of your failure. Do you guess what will happen to them? Wu Jun's mind was spinning wildly, and he poured out every word he could think of to provoke them. Whether this succeeds or not depends on this move. Wu Jun carefully examined the expressions of the two under the tree. Sato Ichiro looked as if his thoughts had been exposed, his face clouded with shadows, a murderous look in his eyes, and his grip tightening on his samurai sword. In Sanchuan, on the other hand, seemed like a gas tank ready to explode, his face twisted with rage, his entire body trembling, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. His bloodshot eyes, filled with fury, kept scanning between Wu Jun and Sato Ichiro. It worked! Wu Jun secretly rejoiced in his heart. He knew that his plan had succeeded halfway, and now, it was time to figure out how to make the two fight each other and how he would finish it off. In the Baji country livestream, the host, Jean Minshio, suddenly froze, her smile vanishing and panic setting in. Wait! In Sanchuan Appa, you must stay calm. This is a Dragon Country plot, we must take down the Dragon Country person first. Baji country viewers were both angry and worried. Aish, this cunning Dragon Country person actually dares to use the 36 stratagems to steal from us Baji country. Disgusting. In Sanchuan, this fool. What is he doing? Is he preparing to attack his ally? The beautiful country won't forgive us. Dragon Country is so despicable, using such lowly methods. But didn't our strategic team in the Cherry Blossom country think about the head distribution? Why would the Cherry Blossom country dare to steal our Baji country's head? In the Cherry Blossom country livestream, the host, Wutong Maria, exclaimed in shock. Sato-kun, you must be careful, that Baji country idiot is about to attack you. You must fight back and kill him to restore our Cherry Blossom country's resources. The comments were filled with anger. Go. The cunning Dragon Country person and the stupid Baji country person are both going to die. Since it's like this, Sato-kun, don't hold back anymore, take them both out. Ha ha. I think this is actually better. That way, the responsibility of killing the Korean player won't fall on us. After all, our Sato-kun is a descendant of Bushido, killing two weaklings is a done deal. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, host Chaosa suddenly stood up, his face filled with excitement. Good. Fellow countrymen, do you see this? Wu Jun, the player, remained calm in the face of danger and found a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation. He used his wisdom to successfully ignite internal conflicts among the enemies. This greatly increases the chances of our Wu Jun player surviving. Professor Yuan-san also let out a sigh of relief, but his face remained solemn. Wu Jun really opened our eyes, truly a brilliant psychological battle. He precisely grasped the biggest problem between the two, the conflict of interests. He successfully turned their weapons against each other. The bullet screen in the livestream was filled with astonished comments, Wild Onion's former despair turning into surprise. Wu Jun is amazing. This move is absolutely spectacular. It has me stunned. If Wu Jun manages to survive, I will call him Wu Yi. Together with Yu Yi, we will be the Yi generation. Oh ho! Don't be fooled by the simplicity of Wu Jun's move, it contains many strategies from our Dragon Kingdom's ancient text, the 36 stratagems, such as, bait the enemy with a fake move, sow discord, one peach kills two warriors, and so on. Wu Jun was just an ordinary food processing worker, earning a meager salary from making nutrition bars. He didn't have a strong body, but fortunately, he had a relatively clever mind. At this moment, he chose not to climb down the tree, still hiding on the trunk. Compared to Sato Ichiro, a descendant of Bushido, and the strong Yun Chanhun, he had no confidence whatsoever. He planned to wait for the two to fight each other first, then decide whether to climb down or stay up. He had already made up his mind. If his scheme to stir up trouble failed, he would choose. Every inch of Dragon Kingdom's land was earned by the martyrs with their lives, and not a single inch was surplus. Even if it meant death, he would never be that sinner. Yun Chanhun, look. Sato Ichiro's eyes. He's ready to make a move, and you still haven't acted? Are you waiting for him to take a swing at your head? Wu Jun continued to stir up trouble. These words seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Damn it! Sato Ichiro, die. Yun Chanhun exploded, now fully aware of who his biggest opponent was. Wu Jun's small frame was no match for him, a fitness coach, but Sato Ichiro was different. The news of him being a descendant of Bushido had already been communicated to him through outside hints from Korea. If he wanted to claim all the benefits, he had to eliminate Sato Ichiro first, then slowly take care of the damn Dragon Kingdom player. Yun Chanhun swung the weapon in his hand, no longer caring about Wu Jun on the tree. He used all his strength to strike fiercely at Sato Ichiro. At this moment, Sato Ichiro was both shocked and angry. He never expected Wu Jun to be so vicious, and he hated the Korean player Yun Chanhun even more for being such an idiot, so easily falling for the trick. Facing the incoming machete, he reacted quickly and raised his katana to block. Clang! A sharp metallic clash sounded instantly. The two fought fiercely, with no time to pay attention to Wu Jun on the tree. Now's the chance. Wu Jun immediately moved in response. Sato Ichiro was both surprised and angry. He never expected Wu Jun's trick to be so vicious, and he hated the Korean player Yun Chanhun even more for falling for it so easily. Facing the whistling stone axe, he had no choice but to block with his sword. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing exploded. The two were immediately locked in combat, completely ignoring Wu Jun on the tree. Now's the chance. Chapter 41, The Loneliness of Bushido. Japanese player Sato Ichiro has died, remaining players, 6780. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom player Wu Jun for the kill. The reward for Dragon Country is the recovery of 1,000th of their resources, and the punishment for Sakura Country is a reduction of 1% of their land area. The reward for Dragon Country is the recovery of 1,000th of their resources, and the punishment for Beach Country is a reduction of 1% of their land area. The player from Beach, Yun Chanho, has died, leaving 6,779 remaining players. Congratulations to Dragon Country's player, Wu Jun, for the kill. The reward is the recovery of 1,000th of Dragon Country's resources, and the punishment for Beach is a reduction of 1% of their land area. These two messages appeared in front of everyone, causing them to be greatly shocked. In Dragon Country's livestream, everyone cheered and jumped with joy, while in the Sakura Country and Beach livestreams, everyone was as if they had lost their loved ones. In the Sakura Country livestream, the host, Maria Mutu, turned pale, her lips trembling. She tried several times to speak, but her mouth seemed as if it had been sewn shut, and no words came out. The livestream froze on the image of Ichiro Sato lying motionless on the ground. Maria Mutu, like a lost soul, shook her head repeatedly, muttering to herself. Impossible. Impossible. This must be fake. How could our samurai heir, Ichiro Sato, be killed by someone from Dragon Country? After a brief silence, the bullet comments, Danmu, completely broke down. Baka Yoru. Damn dragon people, just like before. We had the absolute advantage, we could have completely taken Dragon Country, but we still failed. Is the wild world the same? Sato is a useless fool, Bushido. What bullshit Bushido? We lost part of Kyushu, just like that, disappeared. In the Beach livestream, the host, Kim Minsu, cried loudly. The makeup she had carefully applied was now covered by tears, and she cursed loudly. Aishiba. Yun Chanho, that fool, ruined the hope of our great beach. Beach's experts were also pale with anger. He took off his headset, threw it violently to the ground, and without saying a word, left his seat. At this moment, the bullet comments went wild. Yun Chanho, that idiot, should be put on the disgrace column of our beach history. He will be despised and cursed by future generations. We were made fools by Dragon Country? This is a shame for our nation. We should make the 36 stratagems a mandatory course. Look at Dragon Country, they stole our culture and books, but instead made them flourish. These little devils. How dare they fight back? Aren't they afraid of our great beach? We must join forces with beautiful country to punish them. In contrast to the sadness and anger in the Sakura and beach livestreams, Dragon Country's livestream was filled with wild celebrations. Little Saw jumped up excitedly, tearing off his tie and shouting loudly. Brothers! This is the backbone of our Dragon Country. Wu Jun has shown the whole world don't mess with Dragon Country, but those who harm Dragon Country, no matter how far away, will be punished. Professor Yuansen was also in tears, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. His voice choked as he said, I'm proud of our young men from Dragon Country. Whether it's Zhang Yu or Wu Jun, or any other contestants, they are the pride of Dragon Country. This is the blood and spirit we Dragon Country's sons should have. Though surrounded by 10,000, I will still go. The bullet comments had already turned into a sea of celebration. Wu Jun. Hero. From now on, you are the one after Uncle Yu, I'll call you Wu Yi. Now I understand the true meaning of how sadness and joy never diminish, they only transfer. Now, sadness has gone to beach in the Japanese, while joy has come to us. Everyone, stand up. Pay tribute to the hero. Tonight. The bullet comments kept coming, when suddenly, Little Saw's headset received a notice from the command center. He quickly adjusted his emotions, stood up, and regained his professional hosting demeanor. Received the highest command center's notice. Today, a portion of rice will be taken from the national frozen storage and used to make rice porridge. Tonight, street personnel from all over the country will go door to door to distribute it, to celebrate this great achievement. In the wild world, Wu Jun was helplessly slumped on the ground, looking at the two people who had died in front of him, his heart filled with an overwhelming sense of relief. His thoughts drifted, and he remembered the moment that was hanging by a thread. Wu Jun hid in the tree, continuously stirring the relationship between Ichiro Sato and In Sanchuan. In the end, In Sanchuan was provoked, coupled with his fantasies of returning to the real world, the cheering crowd, and the rewards the country might grant to girl groups. He resolutely raised the machete in his hand and charged towards Ichiro Sato. Seeing this, Wu Jun's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his feigned panic instantly vanished. He was like a cheetah ready to pounce, stealthily coming down from the tree, light and swift in his movements. Yet the two battling did not notice Wu Jun's actions at all. He did not join the fray but took cover behind the trees, observing the situation. He was waiting. Waiting for the best moment to strike decisively. He held the axe in his hand, quietly lying in wait like a hunting cheetah. Like a mantis catching a cicada, with a yellow bird waiting behind. Today, Wu Jun would become that last yellow bird. On the battlefield, Ichiro Sato clearly had the upper hand, pushing In Sanchuan down. Even though In Sanchuan had strength, he showed no skill at all, while Ichiro Sato was a descendant of the samurai way, with systematic training. Before long, In Sanchuan was covered in wounds, retreating step by step. Seeing this, Wu Jun realized he could not wait any longer. If Ichiro Sato killed In Sanchuan, he would be next. And he was just an ordinary worker, how could he be a match for a samurai like Ichiro Sato? So, he lifted the axe and charged forward, shouting loudly. In Sanchuan. Let's cooperate, I'll help you take down this devil. You can have the head, but afterward, you must let me go, we won't interfere with each other. These words were like a bomb dropped into calm waters. Ichiro Sato's mind shook violently, momentarily pushed back a few steps by In Sanchuan. In Sanchuan, who was at a disadvantage, calmed down amidst the continuous pain, a deep regret flashing through his heart. Why had he offended this disaster? Just as he was about to lose his life there, a thought of surrender crossed his mind. Hearing Wu Jun's words, In Sanchuan was instantly reinvigorated, wielding his machete even more fiercely, completely adopting a life-or-death fighting style, shouting back to steady Wu Jun. Good. Dragon countryman, let's work together to kill this little devil, I promise I won't kill you afterward. Wu Jun sneered coldly, such nonsense wouldn't fool a 3-year-old. He didn't believe this man's words. He lifted the axe and charged forward, yet his movements were extremely slippery. He never engaged head-on but moved like a ghost, constantly hovering around the battlefield. Whenever Ichiro Sato was fully focused on In Sanchuan, his axe would strike out like a venomous snake from unexpected angles, forcing Ichiro Sato to defend. With their cooperation, wounds started to appear on Ichiro Sato, and he began to retreat step by step. Baka! You two shameless scoundrels! Ichiro Sato roared in rage, yet found himself helpless, only able to manage a tiring defense. The swordsmanship he prided himself on could not be displayed at this moment. Soon, more wounds adorned his body, blood spurting forth, staining his garments. Ichiro Sato's heart was consumed by despair and humiliation. He could feel his strength slowly being drained away. Baka, how could I, the warrior of the Yamato people, die in such a humiliating way? He roared inwardly. A wave of determination surged within him. He knew he would surely meet death today, but even in death, he must take one down with him. To wash away this humiliation with the enemy's blood, to maintain the last dignity of the samurai way. His gaze swept between Wu Jun and In Sanchuan. Good. It'll be you, he resolved. Then, like an ancient warrior, he took off his shirt, held a knife in both hands, completely gave up defense, and resolutely launched an attack. Chapter 42, Counterkill of Two Countries' Contestants. Ichiro Sato completely gave up defense, his eyes fixed on In Shanhun, brandishing the samurai sword, rushing towards him. He locked his final target on In Shanhun. If it weren't for that fool, the outcome would not be like this, nor should it be. As for Wu Jun, as an opponent, he felt a bit of admiration. In such a disadvantageous situation, to come up with such a method, he felt he was inferior. But In Shanhun, this shameless scoundrel, must die here today. With his determination set, the samurai sword drew a silver line in the air. Ichiro Sato charged forth, fearless of death. In Shanhun was startled by this sudden desperate move. He hurriedly retreated. But during his retreat, he stumbled on the roots of a tree and fell to the ground. He could only watch helplessly as the blade drew near. Ichiro Sato's face twisted in rage, veins bulging, muscles tensed, and he aimed the sword down at In Shanhun's head. Not good. Wu Jun, who was circling nearby, also changed his expression drastically. This scene had exceeded his expectations. His original plan was to let the two defeat each other, then calmly reap the rewards. If Ichiro Sato killed In Shanhun with one stroke, he would also fall into danger. I must act immediately. In the blink of an eye, Wu Jun made his decision. He no longer waited patiently but rushed forward like a cheetah. His target was not Ichiro Sato, but In Shanhun. Just at the moment Ichiro Sato's samurai sword was about to cleave In Shanhun's skull, Wu Jun delivered a powerful kick that struck In Shanhun hard. Then the axe arced through the air, aiming straight for Ichiro Sato. PFF. The sound of the sword cutting into flesh rang out, and In Shanhun collapsed to the ground, blood spraying like a fountain. Thank goodness. Wu Jun let out a sigh of relief. At the last moment, he kicked In Shanhun aside, and the samurai sword nearly grazed In Shanhun's ear as it plunged into his shoulder. Simultaneously, Wu Jun's axe struck heavily into Ichiro Sato's back. Ha ha! The samurai sword pierced In Shanhun's shoulder blade, pinning him against the tree behind him. Almost at the same time, Wu Jun's stone axe forcefully struck into Ichiro Sato's back. PFF, Ichiro Sato spat out a mouthful of blood, but he didn't care at all, wearing a twisted smile, gripping the sword handle tightly, using his last ounce of strength to twist the blade, wanting to make a final contribution for Sakura country before dying. In Shanhun let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, blood gushing like a river from his wound. Let's both go to hell. Ichiro Sato roared, his gaze fixed on In Shanhun, completely ignoring Wu Jun beside him. Seeing this, Wu Jun calmly picked up the machete left by In Shanhun on the ground and struck directly at Ichiro Sato. Bang! The sound of the heavy strike echoed. Ichiro Sato let out a short cry, his eyes darkened, and he fell to the ground, losing his breath. On the other side, In Shanhun lay on the ground, still shaken, watching Wu Jun like a god of death, having killed Ichiro Sato. Then, with unrelenting steps, he approached him. In Shanhun hurriedly adjusted his expression, displaying a hint of flattery. We won, don't forget we can have a pact. Your dragon country has a saying that promises are worth 1,000 gold. You don't want to go back on your word, right? Wu Jun wiped the blade with his sleeve, nodding. That's right, our dragon country values credit, saying one thing and meaning it. We agreed before that we would kill Ichiro Sato together and then let me leave. In Shanhun relaxed with a long breath at these words, instantly feeling at ease. That's good, you'd better leave quickly. He secretly rejoiced at how easily this dragon country person was deceived. He was a big fool. Once he recovered from his injuries, he would immediately chase after and kill him. Wu Jun's face showed no sign of joy or anger, only calmly nodding his head and replying, I will leave now. Before the words had even left his mouth, he made as if to turn around. Just as In Sanchuan felt a flash of triumph in his heart, Wu Jun's right hand, holding the knife, drew an arc, and the blade directly slashed across In Sanchuan's neck. But the sharp blade slid across the neck, and before the triumph could fade from In Sanchuan's face, his head was already separated from his body, rolling onto the ground. Wu Jun, with an expressionless face, wiped the knife across In Sanchuan's body, and said faintly. It's a pity, I said I would leave, but I never promised to let you leave. Seeing this scene, the live streams of various countries exploded. In the Sakura Country livestream, the host, Maria Mutu, was still grieving for Ichiro Sato's death, but when she saw Woo Jun mercilessly slay the South Korean contestant In Sunchuan, a twisted sense of pleasure appeared on her face, which had been sad. Ha 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 ha. Damn South Koreans. Well done, this is the consequence of betraying trust. Ha 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 ha. Although Ichiro-kun died, seeing this despicable In Sunchuan die in front of my eyes is truly satisfying. The bullet screen in the live stream, however, revealed a slightly strange tone. Although I'm unwilling, seeing this South Korean bastard die is really satisfying. Ichiro-kun, you are the true warrior, you can rest now, the South Korean scoundrel will go down to accompany you. In the South Korean livestream, the host, Jin Mincho, let out a miserable scream. She trembled all over, pointing at the screen and shouting. Ashi ba. This Dragon Country contestant Woo Jun is a treacherous scoundrel. How dare he treat our South Korean contestant this way? We clearly agreed on an alliance, but this Dragon Country person used despicable and shameless methods to kill In Sunchuan Appa. Our South Korea will never forget this blood debt. You Dragon Country people will pay a bloody price for this. Ah. Damn Dragon Country people, not only did they steal our land, but they even stole our culture, and now they have stolen the resources that belong to our South Korea. Woo Jun, you won't die a good death. I curse that lightning strikes you when you step out the door. In contrast, the Dragon Country livestream was filled with laughter and cheers. The host, Xiao Sa, after a brief moment of shock, actually jumped up, his face flushed. My god, dear viewers, did you see that? Woo Jun directly showed us that in this wild world, the wisdom of our Dragon Country people is supreme. With such a disadvantage, he still managed to complete a counterattack. This is different from Zhang Yu's exquisite archery. Woo Jun used the ultimate wisdom. The bullet screen was also wildly celebrating. Woo Jun. Awesome. The entire country sends congratulations to Woo Jun, who is crowned Lord Woo. The second contestant of the Lord generation. 2 catches, 2 counterattacks. How bad is this? Don't know how to play? If not, just go down and settle down. I just came back from the South Korean and Sakura Country livestreams. They were so arrogant before, now they're getting slapped in the face. 3 live streams, 3 different atmospheres. And Woo Jun's extraordinary wisdom and his cold, emotionless knife-wiping figure deeply etched into the minds of viewers around the world through the live broadcast. At this moment, on the other side of the wilderness world, Zhang Yu was standing on a high slope, looking at Su Jin, who was soaking naked in the hot spring. Chapter 43, Setting Traps in the Hot Spring Canyon. Zhang Yu stood at the high point of the canyon, observing the entire canyon's terrain, planning in his mind how to lay out the traps to take control of this canyon. When his gaze accidentally swept across the hot spring pool shrouded in white mist, all of his plans instantly froze. His eyes were involuntarily drawn in, immersing himself in the sight. There, Su Jin was soaking in the hot spring pool, facing him. Her black hair, wet, draped over her smooth, white shoulders. Her fair hands gently stirred the water, occasionally raising her hand to splash water, letting the droplets fall from her graceful, perfect body. The smooth neck slips away. Zhang Yu gasped, instinctively scanning his surroundings. But then he remembered, this is the wilderness world, there won't be anyone else. His gaze continued forward, appreciating the beauty. Japanese contestant Sato Ichiro has died, remaining contestants 6780. Congratulations to Long Country contestant Woo Jun for the kill, reward to Long Country's resources increased by 1,000, punishment to Sakura Country's land area decreased by 1%. Korean contestant In Sunchuan has died, remaining contestants 6779. Congratulations to Long Country contestant Woo Jun for the kill, reward to Long Country's resources increased by 1,000, punishment to Korean Country's land area decreased by 1%. Suddenly, the system's prompt sounded, like a bucket of cold water poured over him. Zhang Yu was instantly awakened from the enchanting scene. In an instant, he digested the system notification, murmuring to himself with a tone of approval. Woo Jun, well done. A double kill means Long Country's resources will restore by 2,000s, plus the 2,000s he obtained, and the 1,000th deducted due to Jiang Shuang's suicide. Long Country's resources have now restored by 3,000s. Long Country's territory is vast, even 3,000s is still a grand number. This means that in reality, Long Country has gained a significant advantage, along with more room for error. But at the same time, this also means that the remaining contestants, especially those from opposing countries, will feel an even stronger sense of crisis and urgency. This will push them to quickly unite and launch a crazed siege against Long Country. His gaze hardened, his expression serious, he looked again at Su Jin in the hot spring, his eyes completely different now. I must speed up the process of fortifying this place, without defenses, it is too dangerous here. Zhang Yu made a determined decision in his heart to quickly turn this place into a solid fortress, allowing him and them to have a truly safe backup shelter. No longer hesitating, he turned and walked briskly away, starting to set up traps. He carefully sharpened each spike, arranging each trap meticulously. His movements quickened significantly. The originally planned 2 hours to set up several trigger traps now only took less than 1 hour to complete. He set up multiple tripwire traps along the main road leading to the hot spring. Once triggered, the traps would instantly flip a person upside down, and then the side stakes would sweep out, striking intruders with a quick blow. These traps not only protect against humans but are also effective against large predators like brown bears. When Su Jin finished soaking in the hot spring and walked energetically to Zhang Yu's side, she was stunned by what she saw. In just an hour, multiple traps had been set up near the canyon entrance. These? She looked in shock at the sharp wooden spikes that were barely hidden by the trees, unable to help but gasp. Zhang Yu put down the work in his hands and said to Su Jin, "Follow me for a round, remember the trap locations, take one wrong step." He tossed a branch onto the trap, and instantly the ropes tightened. The sounds of the traps being triggered echoed in succession as a row of sharp stakes flew out from the side, smashing towards the point where the trap was triggered. Su Jin was so frightened her face turned white, instinctively stepping back half a step, quickly nodding. I will remember. I definitely won't step wrong. Just remembering is not enough, it must become instinct." Zhang Yu's tone was not to be doubted. "Next, watch carefully and remember it in your heart." He took Su Jin around the areas where traps were set up, introducing them as they walked. "This is a pit trap, there are spikes below, and it's covered with loose soil and leaves. Once someone steps on it, they will immediately fall down. See this? There's fishing line set below, and it connects to falling stones above. Definitely cannot walk between these two trees. This is a nail trap, stepping on it will." Zhang Yu meticulously informed Su Jin about the location of each trap, the triggering mechanism, and the range of danger. Su Jin listened intently, working hard to remember every word Zhang Yu said. Only after Su Jin confirmed all the traps several times did Zhang Yu cover them with dead leaves and branches. "Alright, let's head back for now. We need to improve things here over the next few days. Only then can we feel safe moving in." As the time approached 6 o'clock, Zhang Yu called to Su Jin, and they began making their way back to the wooden house. The evening sun's afterglow spread over the forest path, laying a golden carpet for their return. Zhang Yu and Su Jin cautiously advanced along the path they took. On the way back, Su Jin constantly replayed the locations of the traps and important points in her mind. As a result, she stumbled twice. Luckily, Zhang Yu was quick to catch her. The two spent nearly 3 hours on the return trip, not arriving back at the shelter until after 9 when the sun had fully set. Upon returning to the shelter, they began preparing dinner. "Are we having roasted bear meat again tonight?" Su Jin asked. Zhang Yu thought for a moment, then shook his head. "No, we are having hot pot tonight. You go make the soup base with the bear bones. I'll prepare the ingredients." Having lived in Blue Star in the wilderness world for many years, Zhang Yu missed the taste of hot pot. Although it lacked some chili peppers, a clear broth wouldn't be bad either. Su Jin started a bonfire, chopping the bear bones to make the soup, while Zhang Yu sliced the bear meat into even, thin pieces and prepared the bear's entrails to go into the hot pot. After everything was ready, Zhang Yu walked directly to the unfinished smoke rack from the day before, using the firelight to continue building it. He checked the stability of the main structure and then wove a grid, which would be used to place the strips of meat, ensuring the smoke could evenly flavor them. "Su Jin, bring over the marinated bear meat," Zhang Yu shouted to her. Using pine cones and pine wood as fuel will give the smoke a hint of pine fragrance. The flavor should be good. The two sat around the fire, a pot of bear bone soup steaming hot. Zhang Yu picked up a large chopstick of bear meat and dropped it into the pot. And Su Jin did not hold back either, grabbing a big piece of bear leg bone and taking big bites, causing everyone in the live stream to drool. As night deepened, the front of the wooden house was still a scene of busy harmony, with the glowing embers from the smoke rack giving off a faint orange light, and the storage room taking shape. It gave a sense of thriving prosperity. In this wilderness filled with dangers, they were building the foundation of hope with their own hands, step by step. Chapter 44, Building the Fireplace. 12th day in the wilderness world. In the morning, Zhang Yu was awakened by a strong smoke odor. The wooden house was filled with a light haze, and visibility was very low, with every breath bringing the pungent smell of incomplete combustion. Cough, cough, cough. What happened? Su Jin was also awakened, coughing violently. Zhang Yu immediately jumped up and saw little white scratching at the door. It was clear that it was also suffering from the thick smoke. He hurriedly opened the door, and the smoke rushed out as if it had found an escape. Zhang Yu squinted and looked at the remnants of the fire inside, which was still puffing out white smoke, then glanced at the pile of wood in the corner, which was obviously still damp, quickly identifying the problem. The firewood. It should be that the firewood burned last night was not fully dried, creating a large amount of smoke when burned, accumulating in the semi-closed space of the wooden house, leading to this situation. This situation is very dangerous. Breathing in a large quantity of smoke can seriously harm the lungs and may even cause carbon monoxide poisoning and death. Fortunately, this situation did not occur last night. After explaining to Su Jin, she patted her chest and nervously said, It's too dangerous. What should we do in the future? If we don't light the firewood, it might be very cold, but if we do, there is no dry firewood. After that heavy rain, there is no dry firewood at all. It's too late to dry them now. Zhang Yu walked outside, took a few deep breaths of the cool air, turned back to look at the wooden house with curling white smoke, and said in a deep voice, "This can't go on. We can put everything else on hold today, we must build the fireplace and chimney." He had been planning this earlier, but due to prioritizing food and storage issues, he had kept it on the back burner. But now, this smoke crisis made it essential to address it as a top priority. A fireplace? What is that? How do we build it? Su Jin asked curiously. Hearing Su Jin's question, Zhang Yu was reminded that in the resource-depleted Blue Planet, traditional heating facilities like fireplaces had long been phased out. More efficient and energy-saving tech heating appeared in every household. So, fireplaces only existed in historical records. Zhang Yu picked up a branch, drawing a simple diagram on the ground while patiently explaining. A fireplace, simply put, is a fixed campfire pit built with stones. Above it, a pipe connects to the outside. This pipe is called a chimney. That way, we just need to light a fire in the fireplace, and the smoke produced by burning the wood will flow up this chimney to the outside without spreading into the room. We can enjoy the warmth of the flames without being choked by thick smoke. Also, building a fireplace is more efficient for heating and safer than a campfire. Su Jin listened carefully to Zhang Yu's explanation while looking at the diagram on the ground, her eyes gradually lighting up as she suddenly understood the principle. So how are we going to build it? Have we chosen the location? Zhang Yu replied. The steps aren't too complicated, the main thing is to prepare the materials. We need a lot of clay and stones to build the fireplace. As for the chimney part, we can build a pipe with wooden boards and then coat it with a layer of clay. As for the location, let's choose the side near the chicken coop, so those wild chickens can warm themselves too. Then, he detailed the key points of construction, chimney layout, and angles to Su Jin. Su Jin listened very attentively, occasionally asking questions when she didn't understand. This explanation not only made Su Jin understand what to do next, but it also opened the eyes of the viewers in the livestream. So this is a fireplace. I've learned something new. Uncle Yu's knowledge seems like it's from ancient times. The principle isn't that complicated, but it tests manual skills. Achieving this in the wilderness is a bit difficult. After confirming the plan, they began the specific construction work. The two spent quite a bit of time finding a spot along the stream with evenly textured clay. The clay must be fine and sticky, Zhang Yu said, grabbing a handful of clay, kneading it in his hands, and teaching Su Jin. Transporting stones and clay was heavy labor. Zhang Yu carried the stones while Su Jin used Jiziro's backpack to carry the clay. After several trips back and forth, they finally had gathered all the necessary materials. In the chosen corner, Zhang Yu carefully stacked stones and clay to create the base and back wall of the fireplace. He was meticulous, every gap between the stones was filled with clay. Su Jin continuously helped by moving stones and clay, assisting Zhang Yu in learning diligently. Next came the building of the chimney. Without a power saw, cutting uniform thickness wooden boards was incredibly difficult. It took the two of them quite a bit of effort to carve out a few usable wooden boards. Zhang Yu was no longer troubled. In this kind of environment, it was enough if it was usable, and he did not pursue high quality. Originally, he wanted to wrap the smoke flue around the roof and connect it to the outside. This way, he could fully utilize the heat in the smoke to warm the inside of the house. But the conditions really did not allow it. He could only make a small hole in the side wall, connecting the smoke flue and allowing the smoke to be directly discharged outside. Then, Zhang Yu spread the prepared clay mixed with chopped hay evenly in circles on the smoke flue, completely sealing the gaps between the wooden boards. The entire building process left the presenters and viewers from various countries in awe. This skill, if placed in ancient times, would definitely make him a master craftsman, earning a living with it. Our Yu Gu is so versatile? Is there anything he can't do? I now suspect he is a walking artificial intelligence. I am already looking forward to the moment the fireplace lights up. With this fireplace, even after winter arrives, we won't be afraid. If we run out of wood, we can just go chop some, completely unafraid of the smoke. When the last layer of clay was finished, it was almost evening. A rough but very complete fireplace appeared in the corner of the wooden house. Inside the fireplace were piled some dry grass, and Su Jin held the firestone, standing beside Zhang Yu, looking at him with full expectation. Zhang Yu carefully checked it again and nodded at Su Jin. Light it, give it a try. Su Jin took a deep breath and rubbed the firestone hard. Crack! A few sparks flew into the hearth covered with dry grass. After a short wait, a wisp of blue smoke rose slowly, and then the dry grass quickly caught fire. Zhang Yu kept a close eye on the fireplace. Until he saw the smoke smoothly discharged from the chimney along the flue, he sighed with relief. It worked! Su Jin couldn't help but cheer, her face glowing with excitement as she jumped into Zhang Yu's arms. Chapter 45, players from Bear Country kill players from Beautiful Country. The non-union player Saluka is dead, with 6,777 players remaining. Player Sokolov from Bear Country is dead, with 6,776 players remaining. Player Tyreshkova from Second Bear Country is dead, with 6,529 players remaining. Just as Zhang Yu and Su Jin were sitting around the warm fireplace, enjoying a steaming bear offal hot pot, a series of alerts chimed like the death knell, appearing one after another in front of everyone. A player from Bear Country hid in a shabby shelter, the campfire reduced to just a few flickers, wrapped in clothes soaked by the rain from the previous day, as he took his last breath, tortured by a high fever. A player from Noodle Country clutched his aching stomach, rolling on the ground, ultimately passing away in regret. A player from Maple Leaf Country had a pale face, foaming at the mouth, with colorful poisonous mushrooms scattered around him. In the live broadcast rooms of other countries, there were sighs and moans, with the hosts and all the viewers looking heavy-hearted, the bullet screens filled with sadness, anger, and complaints about their country's players. Of course, there were also occasional exclamations about Zhang Yu's luck. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, Xiaosa watched Zhang Yu pick up a piece of braised bear liver and place it in Su Jin's bowl, speaking with emotion. Dear viewers, when we see that Zhang Yu and Su Jin can have such a solid shelter, abundant food, and even sit around the fireplace enjoying a hot pot in the wilderness world, we must not forget the dangers of the wilderness world. They can enjoy all of this entirely due to their extraordinary courage and wisdom. Professor Yuan-sen added. As you can see, unlike many other live broadcasts, Zhang Yu and Su Jin have achieved food freedom. This stark contrast precisely verifies the huge gap in strength. Zhang Yu and his team, through planning and construction, have completed the basic infrastructure of the wilderness world. I believe that even after winter arrives, they can still live well. Outside, the cold wind began to rise, whistling through the treetops. But inside the house, it was a different scene. The flames in the fireplace continuously emitted heat, illuminating the room warmly. The bear bone soup in the pot was bubbling, wafting an enticing aroma. This bear meat is really good when dipped a little. Su Jin exhaled a breath of warm air, a rare sense of relaxation on his face. Yeah, the soup base is great too, Zhang Yu said as he sipped the thick soup made from bear bones and wild onions, feeling warmed all over. Little White lay by the fireplace, gnawing on the meaty bone Zhang Yu had tossed to it, its tail swaying gently in delight. Just as Zhang Yu and Su Jin were enjoying their meal, Ivan Petrov from Bear Country's live broadcast suddenly fell into darkness, as he had clearly chosen to end the stream himself. Inside Bear Country's broadcast room, host Vasily, upon seeing the black screen, did not panic but instead showed a knowing smile. Ha, it seems our player Ivan is about to start serious work. I wonder who will become the target of his efforts. Special guest, former Special Forces Commander Nevsky also chuckled. Real warriors are never on the defensive. Our Bear Country's warriors believe in attacking, only offense is the best defense. Eliminating threats means safety. Clearly, our player Ivan is a true warrior. The comments exploded in excitement. Yura! Ivan is going to show some strength to those hidden in the dark. Who is the target? Hopefully it's Beautiful Country. The hatred from before is forever etched in the hearts of us Siberian bears. Reforge the might of Bear Country. We have been silent in the wilderness world for too long, and the whole world is about to forget our power. We must succeed this time. In Beautiful Country's broadcast room, 5-star General MacArthur had a grim expression as the think tank's messages came through his earpiece. Citizens of the free country, Ivan from Bear Country is almost certainly preparing to target our player Wilson. We have already used our outside hint opportunity, but Wilson is just an ordinary unemployed civilian. Bear Country is too arrogant. If they have the guts, go target our James. Don't bother a civilian. We must impose sanctions on them. It's time for our Beautiful Country's flag to rise on Siberian soil. Exactly. To conserve resources, our aircraft carrier fleet has been idle for too long. It's time to explore around Siberia. If we don't act now, they'll really think we're soft. Darkness is the best cover. Ivan's massive figure moved swiftly through the dense forest. This hunter from Siberia was quickly advancing towards the point marked by the outside hint. Wilson, upon receiving the hint, did not take it to heart. When did the citizens of Beautiful Country need to fear others? He did not end the stream. Instead, holding an axe, he confidently spoke to the camera. Ha, I didn't go looking for that Bear Country guy, he dared to come look for me instead. When he arrives, I'll send him to meet Satan. But before he finished speaking, a wooden spear shot through the air, grazing his throat and embedding itself into the rock wall beside him. He froze in place, his body trembling involuntarily. The bravado from just moments ago vanished, replaced by a surge of fear. Ivan! James exclaimed, looking around in panic. Ivan stepped out from behind a tree, casually twirling another spear in his hand. Beautiful Country's rascal, your adventure ends here. Wait. We can cooperate. Wilson hurriedly stepped back. Ivan revealed his white teeth in a grin. Us Bear Nation folks have a tradition, we never negotiate with prey on the dining table. Seeing this, Wilson knew it was impossible to continue the negotiation. He mustered his courage and charged with the axe, aiming to get close enough to prevent its use as a spear. But in that instant, Ivan sidestepped easily, his strong arm gripping Wilson's wrist. A sound of cracking bones echoed as the axe fell to the ground. Too weak. Not even worth warming up, Ivan sighed as he twisted and broke the prey's neck. American contestant Wilson has died, with 6,528 contestants remaining. Congratulations to Bear Nation contestant Ivan Petrov for the kill. Reward Bear Nation with a 1,000th resource recovery. Penalty for America is a 1,000th loss of land resources. Immediately, the Bear Nation livestream erupted in victorious cheers. Host Vasily jumped up excitedly. Let's cheer for our brave hunter Ivan. He has proclaimed to the wilderness world that our Bear Nation is still that invincible great power. This time it was American Wilson, so who will be next? Tumao Nation or Cherry Blossom Nation? Chapter 46, Mushroom Picking. That night, Zhang Yu slept exceptionally soundly. The steady warmth from the fireplace dispelled the damp cold of the wilderness night, and the carefully built chimney ensured fresh air inside the house. Without the trouble of smoke and the worry of cold, he fell into deep and comfortable sleep. In his dream, he and Su Jinjian built a big manor. What was once a messy empty lot with woods had been cultivated into fields, flourishing with crops, and heavy fruits swayed in the wind. Inside the fenced area, wild chickens roamed in flocks, and wild chicken eggs were everywhere in the grass, never-ending sources of food. Zhang Yu woke from his beautiful dream, and soon after, Su Jin also awoke. The two sat on a tree stump eating breakfast. What plans do we have for today? Su Jin asked softly. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and replied. Today's top priority is to build the storeroom and then move the meat over. It's not right to keep it in the house all the time. Then, we will set up some traps. Wild chickens are social animals, the more there are, the better their survival rate. For the whole morning, the two used the spruce wood they had cut down as the main beam above the storeroom, securing it tightly with vines and mortise and tenon joints. At the same time, they spread supporting beams across the roof and then added a layer of clay and moss for insulation and waterproofing. Finished. Zhang Yu jumped down from the roof, clapped the dirt off his hands, and looked at the simple yet functional storeroom with satisfaction. After having a simple lunch, the two began their journey to set up traps. The traps they had set up before had long been washed away by the heavy rain, leaving no trace. They took tools and weapons, setting traps in areas where they had noticed animal tracks more densely before. The air in the woods remained refreshingly clean, and Zhang Yu walked through the bushes, occasionally setting one trap after another on the paths the animals frequently walked. Although he was unsure which path had been walked by animals most recently, they were trying quantity over quality. Since they couldn't distinguish the paths, they decided to set traps on all possible animal routes to ensure some harvest. Zhang Yu, come quick! Su Jin's exclamation came from a distance. Zhang Yu hurried over, finding Su Jin crouched next to a fallen tree, carefully observing. Look, so many mushrooms. Zhang Yu stepped closer. Sure enough, around the tree and even under the fallen leaves, various sizes of fungi had sprouted, some dark, some bright in color, looking like colorful little umbrellas. Be careful, Zhang Yu immediately warned. Many mushrooms are poisonous. Su Jin nodded, but then she revealed a look of regret. It's a pity I can't tell which ones are edible and which are not. After all, eating the wrong ones can be life-threatening. Zhang Yu laughed and patted Su Jin. You can't, but I can. I'll take care of it. These are mountain treasures, delicious, and paired with wild chicken soup is a real delicacy. But we can't touch the wild chicken now, we'll wait for later. Tonight, we'll use bear meat for the soup instead, it's just as good. Su Jin was a bit surprised as she looked at Zhang Yu. You know about this? Is there anything you don't understand? Haha, what's so strange about knowing this? Zhang Yu squatted down and pointed at the gray-white fan-shaped mushroom saying. Look at this, it's an oyster mushroom, edible but the taste is average. And those brown ones, looking like little umbrellas, are chicken mushrooms, very delicious, we can gather more of these. Then there's this one, called green hand, its taste is outstanding. The two began to carefully gather those edible mushrooms, mainly oyster mushrooms and chicken mushrooms, while the green hand was much rarer. Zhang Yu used a knife to cut at the root, avoiding damage to the mycelium, so they could keep growing in the future. Su Jin stood by, carefully mimicking Zhang Yu. Soon, they had gathered a full layer of mushrooms. Such a scene of abundance caused a huge impact on the audience of Blue Star, who faced resource depletion. Host Xiao Sa looked at the screen filled with mushrooms, his voice excited. Did you see that? So many mushrooms. In my memory, I've only seen this many in National Ecological Conservation Laboratory isolation chambers. Even the mushrooms in those labs don't compare to this wilderness world. Professor Yuan Sen, though shocked, had some worry on his face. It's truly unbelievable. Nature is a masterpiece. In an untouched natural environment, so many varieties and such a large quantity of mushrooms can grow. These mushrooms are high-quality food, but we've seen many national contestants get poisoned and die after eating mushrooms. Just now, our fungal expert informed us that among the 3 types of mushrooms Zhang Yu picked, the oyster mushrooms and chicken mushrooms are edible, but the green hand contains deadly poison. It causes dizziness and hallucinations, and in severe cases, can lead to immediate death. As soon as this was said, the barrage exploded. It's over. Master Yu, stop quickly. That green hand is poisonous. What do we do? We don't have any prompts from outside now. Whoa whoa. I can't bear to watch. Master Yu is a human, not a god. Humans make mistakes, but I don't want to see Master Yu die. Ha ha. You Dragon Kingdom are done for. Dragon Kingdom Zhang is such a foolish and arrogant person, pretending to know when he doesn't, just wait to see him perish. IP address, beautiful country. God won't always protect you Dragon Kingdom people. The gaze of Satan will always find a gap, embrace Satan, Dragon Kingdom Zhang. IP address, Yage. In beautiful country's live broadcast room, 5-star General MacArthur crossed his arms, a trace of disdain on his face. Oh. It seems this Dragon Kingdom wilderness master is ready to start his adventure. Eating mushrooms? Sounds more like a roulette game for the bear country, gambling the slightest chance with his own life. Our contestant James would never take such a reckless risk. In Sakura Country's live broadcast room, host Moto Maria slightly covered her mouth, letting out some mockery. Dragon Kingdom Zhang truly has a spirit of exploration. He dares to touch those brightly colored mushrooms. This life-risking romance might just reflect the character of their nation. In comparison, our Yamato nation's contestants are clearly much more cautious. Let's look forward to their dinner results tonight. Hopefully, tonight's system announcement won't disappoint. In Korea's live broadcast room, Jean Minchio also wore a face full of schadenfreude. Ah she. It seems the luck of the Dragon Country contestant ends here, picking up a bit of food and forgetting everything. How dare they casually pick such mushrooms, truly the ignorant are fearless. Chapter 47, the ranking is updated again. Inside the wooden cabin, the fire in the fireplace flickers, a pot is perched on the flames, simmering with bear meat soup, bubbling away. Su-Jin carefully adds the cleaned pleurotus, chicken mushrooms, and blue-green mushrooms into the soup, and immediately, an enticing aroma fills the air, enveloping the whole wooden cabin. Su-Jin then places a smooth stone slab next to the fire and begins to slice the remaining blue-green mushrooms. The mushroom slices quickly reveal a unique blue-green color upon contact with air. She prepares to stir-fry another blue-green mushroom as requested by Zhang Yu. In the live broadcast room of Zhang Country. Look at that color, it definitely contains deadly poison. Are these Dragon Country people not valuing their lives? Still not throwing it away? Last century's documentaries recorded that Dragon Country people would risk their lives for food, scorpions, venomous snakes, etc. I used to think it was deliberate smearing, but now it seems the documentaries were telling the truth. I'm just waiting for the Dragon Country contestant to be eliminated, it's a pity for so much food. But they just have to touch those poisonous mushrooms. Su-Jin brushes bare fat evenly onto the stone slab. Once the oil is hot, she places the blue-green mushrooms on it. Sizzle. The contact between the mushroom slices and hot oil instantly releases a rich and unique aroma, overshadowing the smell of the meat soup in the cabin. She patiently turns each mushroom slice, ensuring they heat evenly. Zhang Yu reminds from the side, cook it a little longer, at least for half an hour. Don't worry. Su-Jin is fully focused on stir-frying, you go rest, I've got this. Time flies quickly as Zhang Yu teases the little white, and soon half an hour passes. Su-Jin brings out the bear meat mushroom soup and stir-fried blue-green mushrooms. The two of them enjoy dinner with the delicious mushroom soup. It's truly delicious. Zhang Yu praised after eating a piece of blue-green mushroom, and then continued to eat several pieces. Seeing this scene, the audience of Dragon Country instantly felt relieved. Xiaosa took a deep breath, excitedly saying, "Did you see? This is the power of experience and knowledge." Zhang Yu successfully transformed poison into delicacy, wilderness survival is like a vacation in his eyes. That's right, it seems our worries were unnecessary. Their process of handling the poisonous mushrooms is very meticulous, using long cooking times to decompose toxins, so they can enjoy gourmet food safely. These mountain delicacies are treasures even in the cultivation labs of Blue Star, wanting to eat them is simply a dream. To be honest, I'm a bit envious of Zhang Yu and them. Professor Yuan-san sighed. Lu Fei patted her chest, her face still showing some lingering fear. I was really scared just now. I thought. But now, I just want to say, Zhang Yu is awesome. The other countries' broadcast rooms, which were originally looking forward to Zhang Yu's elimination, fell into silence at this moment, as if they had been silenced. The hosts all wore solemn expressions, not saying a word. The bullet screen even showed a brief blank. In the data center of Dragon Country. Just as Lu Fei finished speaking, the data statistics department suddenly boiled over, erupting with a high-spirited cheer. The ranking has been updated. An excited data analyst stood up, pointing at the ranking given by the big data on the central screen, shouting loudly. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to the big screen. First place, James, beautiful country, 30 years old, Delta Force instructor. Second place, Chris, Sun Never Sets country, 27 years old, aircrew member. Third place, Xia Chen, 27 years old, Dragon Country, main battle troop member. Fourth place, Ivan Petrov, Bear Country, 30 years old, Siberian hunter. Fifth place, Luxon, John Country, 26 years old, Air Force member. Sixth place, Matsuda Saburo, Sakura Country, 26 years old, Imperial Guard member. Seventh place, Odibio, non-aligned country, 29 years old. Legendary driver. Eighth place, Heinrich Heine, Battle Car Nation, 32 years old, member of the main combat unit. Ninth place, Kim Soo-hyun, Bamboo Nation, 29 years old, member of the Marine Corps. 10th place, Anderson, beautiful country, 29 years old, former Navy SEAL instructor. 77th place, Zhang Yu, Dragon Country, 22 years old, unemployed drifter. 996th place, Wu Jun, Dragon Country, 28 years old, worker. Suddenly, on the big data global leaderboard, Zhang Yu's name shot up like a rocket, jumping from 99th place straight to 77th. Wu Jun, who achieved a double kill, leaped from over 4,000 to break into the top 1,000, ranking at 996. Xia Chen moved up from 4th place to 3rd place. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, Xiaosa received the latest data from the backstage, filled with excitement, almost shouting. Dear viewers, breaking news! According to the latest big data assessment, our contestant Zhang Yu has risen to 77th place with his outstanding survival ability. He paused and continued. And our contestant Wu Jun, displaying his wisdom and courage under extreme adversity, achieved a stunning double kill, soaring over 3,000 places to successfully enter the top 1,000, now ranked at 996. As for contestant Xia Chen, he has always been our seed contestant from Dragon Country, and now he has also made progress, reaching 3rd place. This is our Dragon Country's moment, a recognition of our contestant's strength by big data. At this moment, the bullet screen went completely crazy. 77. Master Yu is awesome. From the last place at the start to now 77th. How can this not be shocking? 100 wows won't describe my excitement right now. Wu Jun is impressive too, breaking into the top 1,000, his ranking shot up like a rocket, it's explosive. Xia Chen's journey isn't easy either, from 10th place to 4th, and now again moving up to 3rd. In the live broadcast room of Asan Country, the host looked pale, staring at the leaderboard where the highest rank was only 780, a surge of frustration rising within him. He suppressed his anger and forced a stiff smile at the camera. Dear viewers, I seriously question the authenticity of this ranking provided by big data. Our Asan Country's contestants can only rank over 700, this is a disrespect to us. Why can the people of Dragon Country advance so much? Our Asan Country contestants have shown unparalleled resilience for survival in this wilderness world, achieving such high results. And look at some of the other countries' contestants, all they do is chop trees and build houses, how can such people get into the top 100? I strongly demand the Big Data Committee to reveal their algorithm. There must be an issue behind this, we need a fair ranking. That's right. This ranking is targeting us, even the contestant Zhang Jihan from Bamboo Nation has to rely on our country's contestants to survive. Why are we ranked so low? I suggest our Asan Country withdraw from this ranking and establish our own big data scoring. Exactly. Look at Dragon Country contestant Zhang Yu, all he does is flirt with beautiful girls, how can he rank 77th? Look, he's all over that girl again. Chapter 48, Transporting Squirrels for Winter Supplies. 13th day in the wilderness world. In the early morning, the temperature dropped significantly, hovering around 5 degrees Celsius. Thin mist enveloped the forest, lingering for a long time, with visibility below 50 meters. Zhang Yu and Su Jin wrapped their clothes tightly around them, carrying tools and weapons, heading to check the more than 20 traps they set up yesterday. The first few traps were empty, it was uncertain whether there were no animals or if the animals just didn't pass through. Most traps were intact, and Zhang Yu moved them to a new spot, waiting to check again tomorrow. While checking the 7th trap set beside a beast path, they finally had their first catch, a plump snow hare caught tightly by its hind leg. When Zhang Yu arrived, it was still struggling futilely, trying to break free from the trap's binding. Trap experience plus 50. Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills, Archery LV5, Ultimate, Entry, hitting the target at 100 steps, Trap LV2, 100/200, Fishing LV1, 37 out of 100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skills LV1, 0 out of 100. Zhang Yu was a bit dazed after hearing the system prompt for a long time. This really is a useless system. Zhang Yu looked at Trap LV2, 100-200, and felt speechless, thinking of those novels from his past life where the system panels were so easy to level up, but for himself, it was so difficult. Catching an animal gives 50 experience points. How many would he need to catch to reach the top level LV5? But then he looked at knife skills LV1, 0/100, and fell into deep thought. Since archery gives experience points for killing, could he also gain experience for killing animals with knife skills? Although he had previously tried and failed with fishing, it doesn't mean it wouldn't work with animals. Let's do it! Zhang Yu quickly stepped forward, swiftly ending the snow rabbit's suffering with one clean cut. Knife skills experience plus 10. Knife skills LV1, 10 out of 100. 10 experience points? Oh my! How long would it take to get that? Forget it. It's better than nothing. Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly, putting the rabbit in his backpack and moving on with Su Jin to the next trap. However, bad luck struck again, as they encountered nothing until the 17th trap, where there was finally a change. He saw a pit that was originally meant for capturing some small to medium animals had been triggered, but inside there was only a pool of fresh blood that hadn't yet congealed, some coarse brown fur, and dense scratch marks on the walls of the pit. It's a wild boar. Zhang Yu crouched by the edge of the pit, carefully examining the traces, then turned to Su Jin and said, "It's quite large, has been wounded, but it still managed to escape." Zhang Yu pointed in the direction of the bloodstains through the thick fog. "We need to be cautious, an injured wild boar is very aggressive and dangerous. Remember to stay close to me." Upon hearing this, Su Jin became a bit nervous, closely following behind Zhang Yu, one hand always gripping the hem of his clothing, refusing to let go. This discovery cast a shadow over their subsequent journey, and both of them gripped their weapons even tighter. Fortunately, nothing happened along the way, but the traps yielded no rewards. As the sun gradually rose, it dispersed the thick mist in the forest, and visibility improved somewhat. While checking the 22nd trap along the way, near a patch of larch forest, Su Jin accidentally bumped into a loose stone while going to the bathroom. The stone shifted, revealing a small hole hidden beneath the larch leaves. "Ha!" Su Jin curiously crouched down to take a look. Inside the tree hole, there were various nuts and shriveled berries piled up, numerous in variety and quantity, filling the entire hole. "Did a pie fall from the sky?" Su Jin chuckled and loudly called out to Zhang Yu. This is a squirrel's old nest." Zhang Yu gently poked at the hidden items inside the hole with a stick, realizing that this was food that the squirrel had stored for winter, which included pine nuts, acorns, and hazelnuts. "So Su Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement, meaning unspoken. "Well, we can share, but we can't take it all. Let's only take half, in case our food runs out in winter, we can still come back and check. Who knows, we might also catch that little squirrel," Zhang Yu said. Su Jin nodded, reached into the hole, and carefully picked out the plump nuts, taking them out one handful at a time to put in the backpack. The fragrance of pine nuts and the fullness of hazelnuts made both of them feel joyful. They quickly extracted about half of the nuts, filling the backpack to the brim. Zhang Yu covered the hole slightly with some dry leaves and stones, leaving some reserves for the unseen squirrel and providing some disguise. "Let's go, there are still a few traps left to check." Zhang Yu readjusted his backpack and picked up his weapon again. Zhang Yu's personal livestream viewership had stabilized at over 47 million, ranking 19th in the global live streaming list. The comments in the livestream chat were filled with joy. "The squirrel's world is collapsing, what? I worked hard for half a year, and now it's like I'm back to square one in one day? Are you even human? These nuts look so delicious, I've never tasted them before, I'm crying from craving. Master, you really hit the jackpot, one snow rabbit and a bag of nuts. How come they find rewards as soon as they step outside? The country of A3 is about to cry." At the same time, in the live broadcast room of A3, the atmosphere was bleak. The host forced a smile, explaining in a dry tone, "Our contestant is performing an ancient ritual, praying to Vishnu, showing his sincerity by reducing food. This is a sign of piety." On the screen, a skinny contestant from A3 lay in the bushes, carefully licking the rainwater collected on the leaves. His lips were cracked, and his eyes were vacant. What kind of contestants did the wild world pick for us? How can we win looking like this? Damn it, the contestant next door in Dragon Country is already eating nuts, they have so much meat they can't finish it, what about us? Suddenly, this contestant seemed to miraculously regain spirit, his complexion rosy again. He stood up unsteadily, bowed to the sky, and smiled, saying, "I heard the whisper of Vishnu, the omnipresent god is sending me energy." Seeing this scene, the host jumped up in joy, excitedly addressing the audience, "Did you see that? This is a miracle. It shows that the god of our A3 country is everywhere, even the wild world will be influenced by him. You can dream on. This is just a flashback before dying. IP address, Dragon Country. Get lost. You Dragon Country people are just a bunch of fools. This is Vishnu's miracle. You're just jealous. Exactly, don't talk to dragon people, they are just envious of our A3 country, our god is everywhere, while you needed to come to our A3 for wisdom in ancient times. Great Vishnu, praise you. The barrage continued with insults, and suddenly, the contestant collapsed on the ground. A3 contestant no chair has died, remaining contestants, 6501. Chapter 49, The First Snow. The two returned to the wooden house with a bag of nuts and a snow rabbit. Maybe luck had run out, as the following traps brought no rewards. The weather became increasingly gloomy, and the cold wind turned more piercing. Seeing Su Jin starting to categorize the nuts, Zhang Yu took the snow rabbit to the lakeside to process the rabbit meat. He carefully skinned the snow rabbit, the fur of such small animals makes for nice socks or gloves. After finishing, his gaze was inadvertently drawn to the reeds by the lake. He saw that the reeds had begun to wither, gradually losing moisture. Not good. Zhang Yu secretly blamed himself. Earlier, they had agreed to collect more reed roots before they turned old as a source of carbohydrates for winter. Instead, he forgot because there was too much food and things were too busy. Surviving in the wild is not only about fat and protein, without carbohydrates, the body will become increasingly weak. Zhang Yu hurriedly put down the snow rabbit, walked into the reeds, and pushed aside the dried reeds, exposing the roots underneath. He pulled hard, washed it in the lake, then cut a small piece with his knife to chew. A sweet juice spread in his mouth. Though it had a hint of bitterness, it was still very delicious. Fortunately, it's not too late to eat now. Zhang Yu quickly returned to the wooden house, put down the snow rabbit, and called Su Jin to dig for reed roots together. Damn, I almost forgot about the reed situation. Master Yu doesn't lack food, but I didn't pay attention to the reed roots. Luckily, Master Yu discovered it in time, otherwise, without carbohydrates, their bodies would soon face problems. Master Yu is amazing. But by the way, why haven't I seen that green-hatted fiancé brother lately? He felt a bit uncomfortable not being able to see him. Zhang Yu was responsible for cutting the rhizomes, while Su Jin was in charge of transporting them back and forth to the cabin. With their combined efforts, after more than an hour, they finally gathered all the rhizomes from this area. Zhang Yu decided not to collect any more. The cabin was indeed getting too full, and collecting more would just be wasteful. By the time they returned to the cabin, night had fallen. Zhang Yu hung a pot over the fireplace, putting the snow rabbit and the rhizomes inside, preparing to stew a thick soup. Su Jin, on the side, was processing nuts, ready to peel some pine nuts as an after-meal snack. Just as Su Jin was placing a handful of pine nuts into a ceramic bowl to roast by the fireplace, she accidentally caught a glimpse outside, instantly freezing in place. Zhang Yu, look outside. Hearing her, Zhang Yu looked up toward the window. In the dim sky, snowflakes began to drift down. It was snowing. The first winter in the wilderness world was marked by this first snowfall, officially declaring its arrival. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, Xiaosa spoke with a slight seriousness. It's snowing. Viewers, the winter in the wilderness world has officially arrived, much earlier than we expected. Currently, we can see that less than one-third of the contestants have built their shelters, and only a few dozen have any food reserves. This snow is a disaster for them. Professor Yuan-san also had a serious expression. This snowfall doesn't seem big right now, but no one knows if it will get worse. This first snow is a clear signal that winter has come, and temperatures will continue to drop. It's hard to say how low it will go. However, botanists studying the vegetation in the livestream have basically confirmed that it will be between -20 to 30 degrees. The upcoming challenges of warmth and food acquisition will be the greatest adversity all contestants will face. I can almost see that after winter sets in, more than half of the contestants will be eliminated due to cold and hunger. Different from Xiaosa and Professor Yuan-san, Lu Fei was quite cheerful, playfully adding. Among these people, there's definitely no Zhang Yu and Su Jin. Their food and shelter are undoubtedly the best among all the contestants. But I still don't understand why such abundant resources only ranked him 77th. Professor Yuan-san said. Maybe it considered Zhang Yu's real-life situation. Honestly, I'm also very curious as to why Zhang Yu is so knowledgeable about wilderness survival. Yes. I'm also curious how Yu Yi knows so much. Could it be that he has been exposed to it in real life? Don't joke. In real life, try to find a place for wilderness survival, there are simply no such places anymore. Even if there are, they're strictly controlled by the state. Who knows, maybe in your country Zhang Yu is a privileged illegitimate child. You should hurry up and ask the state for an explanation. IP address, beautiful country. In the Bear Country livestream, everyone erupted with excitement at the sight of the snow. The host exclaimed. Finally, it's snowing. How could our Siberian warriors be afraid of a little snow? This snow might be a disaster for contestants from other countries, but for our Bear Country contestants, it's as simple as eating and drinking. Yura. Just ask the contestants from other countries if they can stand it. Things are finally starting to turn in our favor. Exactly. Once winter comes and temperatures plummet, our Siberian warriors will be fearless and unmatched. Other nations like the empire on which the sun never sets and Norway also cheered. However, people from tropical and subtropical countries started to look uneasy at this moment. Complaints arose that it was unfair. Why wasn't it the peak of summer? In the wild world. Zhang Yu walked to the door and quietly watched the snow outside getting heavier, and said in a deep voice. This snow has come a bit earlier than we expected. Su Jin, after dinner we need to immediately count our supplies. We must be clear about what exactly we are lacking. From now on, our range of activities may have to shrink a lot, and going out to search for supplies will become much more difficult. So, we must make good use of this time to replenish the missing supplies. We need to prepare for the harsh winter. Also, the work on the hot spring pool needs to be accelerated. Su Jin nodded, her expression no longer as happy as when she first saw the snow, instead revealing a hint of worry. Zhang Yu walked to the window, quietly watching the increasingly dense snowfall outside, his eyes deep. The flames in the fireplace burned fiercely, the temperature inside the house far above that outside. The meat soup simmering in the pot emitted a tempting aroma, but both knew a crisis was approaching. Only that little white dog was by the fireplace, watching the bubbling pot with a greedy expression. Chapter 50, How the competitors from various countries respond in the snowstorm. The snow kept falling heavier. At first it was just some snowflakes, but soon it turned into a sky full of goose feathers. The temperature also dropped rapidly at this moment, and this sudden heavy snow made all the competitors still struggling in the wilderness realize a serious problem. Winter has come. Without any shelter, there's only a dead end. The competitor Ivan Petrov from Bear Country, after killing Wilson from Beautiful Country, inherited his supplies. He was living fairly well, but the heavy snow falling from the sky made him worried again. He was not as brainless as the audience in Bear Country, thinking that the wind and snow were nothing to be afraid of. As a Siberian hunter, even though he had never practiced the inherited knowledge from his ancestors, he understood the terror of wind and snow in the wilderness. Without any hesitation, he directly found a high, wind-sheltered slope. He tested the soil and determined it was a soft type with no large stones and began to dig slowly with his knives. His method was rough yet effective. An underground cave capable of withstanding the wind and snow was slowly taking shape. Vasily, the host of the Bear Country live broadcast, shouted boldly. Hooray! Do you see? This is our ancient Siberian hunter's way of survival, diving into the embrace of Mother Earth. No matter how great the wind and snow, it won't affect our Ivan one bit. Ivan, well done. Truly a Siberian hunter, just like the legendary polar bear. Wind and snow are no threat to our Bear Country competitors, it even acts as a boost. Thanks to the wild world's wind and snow, thanks to our hero Ivan. Competitors from Beautiful Country and Stick Country, Choishushan, braved the wind and snow, found a concave rock wall at the foot of a mountain, and were trying to block the entrance with branches mixed with mud, attempting to build a simple artificial cave. In the Beautiful Country live broadcast, General MacArthur nodded happily and said, We can see our competitor James quickly found a way to respond to this blizzard. Under his leadership, I believe this shelter will be built soon. Competitor Luxon from John Country discovered a huge fir tree blown down by the strong wind, creating a natural triangular area between the trunk and the ground. He was busy collecting branches and moss to build a shelter. The host from John Country still maintained a so-called gentleman's demeanor, but the worry on his face was visible to everyone. Luxon showed us classic English wisdom, skillfully utilizing favorable conditions. According to his method, it is believed that soon the shelter will be built, and tonight, just by lighting a bonfire, they can sleep soundly. Contestant Asan is using his method to avoid the wind and snow. He found a dense thicket, directly dove in, hiding himself among the bushes, then covered himself with some fallen leaves, seemingly trying to use this method to stay warm. The host Rajiv was sweating, thinking to himself that he wanted to curse, but still forced himself to explain, Everyone, look. Contestant Air is merging with nature. Utilizing nature to fight against nature, this way he can keep warm and conserve energy, this is the wisest choice. No wonder. I think it should be like this, Air is ranked 4th in our country, there's definitely no problem. Oh. Just now I thought he was a fool. But now that you say that, I just want to say, Air is impressive. Many contestants have begun to build shelters, while many others are desperately running in the wind and snow, trying to find a place to hide. Some are hiding under trees or in the canopy, trying to resist the cold's invasion. Meanwhile, Dragon Country's star contestant Xiao Rui is currently wearing the winter clothes given at the start, curled up under a tree, covered with a thick layer of dry branches and leaves. She is sobbing uncontrollably, suffering from hunger and cold, not knowing if she will survive this heavy snow. Only a few contestants who have already built their shelters are safely enjoying the first snow of winter in peace. The Dragon Country livestream is constantly switching perspectives, and when it switches to Xiao Chen's livestream, all the viewers from Dragon Country finally relax their worried hearts. Previously, they saw dozens of contestants from Dragon Country doing their best to resist the wind and snow outdoors, which made them extremely anxious. Now seeing Xiao Chen hiding in the shelter by the fire, their suppressed feelings dissipate a little. In the picture, Xia Chen and the contestant from Camel Country, Fahida, are sitting by the bonfire inside the wooden house, drinking hot tea. Although the food is a bit scarce, they can at least not worry about this snowstorm. Once the snow stops, I'll check the traps, and you can use some mud to fill in the gaps in the wooden house to stop the wind, Xia Chen said while sipping hot tea. No problem. Fahidi, at the moment, no longer complains as he did before, quietly sitting there watching the snow falling outside. In contrast, Wu Jun, who had a dramatic comeback against the two, now looks a bit disheveled, curled up in the tent selected at the start. The tent cannot be heated, so he has to tough it out. Fortunately, the comeback earned him 2 extra sets of winter clothing, which helps him endure the cold. When the cameraman switches to Zhang Yu and Su Jin's wooden house, all the viewers from Dragon Country burst into cheers. In the picture, while heavy snow is flying outside and the cold is invading, the inside of the house is warm like spring. The flames in the fireplace burn steadily, crackling with sound. Su Jin is carefully cleaning the reed roots they dug up, some dividing into pieces, preparing to put them into the meat soup that's cooking. The remaining ones will be stored in the pantry for the winter. Zhang Yu, however, finds the temperature from the fireplace too high and feels a bit hot, standing at the door holding Xiaobai, letting the cold wind cool him down. Though Xiaobai was born only a few months ago and has never seen snow, now looking at the snow falling from the sky, the innate nature of a snow fox awakens inside. It jumps down from Zhang Yu's arms, leaping playfully in the wind and snow, chasing the snowflakes falling from the sky. Dear viewers, when we see 95% of the contestants still struggling desperately in the snow for a place to shelter, our 2 top contestants from Dragon Country. Sitting in a solid and warm wooden house, calmly watching the heavy snowfall, steadily sipping tea and eating meat, this is the wisdom of our Dragon Country. Little Sa said happily. The comments are also very happy. Other contestants, starving and freezing, hell difficulty. Master Yu Su Su, carefree eating and drinking, vacation mode. No comparison, no hurt. Look at Master Yu and Xia Chen, then look at the others, the gap appears instantly. Once called a major infrastructure nation and a farming expert, that title is not fake. At this moment, the commander of Baba Sheep is worriedly looking at the live broadcast of Ikbar and took out his phone, dialing the phone number of the Dragon Country's commander. Chapter 51, Request for Help from Baba Sheep Country. Thanks to White Hair God, Carefree, various numbers, food, for the company. Dragon Country Command Center. The commander is listening to Li Guodong's latest report on Zhang Yu and Xia Chen. On the right side of the table, a red encrypted phone rang, dingling. Dingling. He glanced at the caller ID, Commander Musharraf of Baba Sheep Country, and immediately pressed the answer button. Old friend, what's the matter? The commander asked. The situation is urgent, I won't beat around the bush. Our contestant Ikbar is in some trouble. He currently doesn't have a proper shelter and can only hide under a tree from the wind and snow, but his clothes got wet while fishing during the day. The temperature is still dropping, and he can't hold on for much longer. Musharraf's anxious voice came from the phone. Oh? Old friend, how do you want us to help? The commander asked calmly. He naturally knew Musharraf's intention, but such matters can never be said outright, one must seek help through others to make it seem precious. Our think tank has drawn up a simple map, and you can see that your contestant Xia Chen is not far from Ikbar. I want Ikbar to go to your Xia Chen to avoid the storm. Our Baba Sheep Country will always remember this friendship. Musharraf paused, then as if remembering something, he continued. Of course, if your Xia Chen contestant does not welcome him, we can let Ikbar leave after the storm passes. But if you welcome him, I will have Ikbar follow your Xia Chen's guidance. The commander did not answer immediately, he quickly scanned Xia Chen's live room, then pulled up a picture of Ikbar, who was curled up and shivering in the wind and snow, and said solemnly. Okay. Our Dragon Country is never stingy with friends, but for safety's sake, when you send the external prompt, our diplomatic personnel in Baba Sheep must be present at all times to confirm the information you send. This is not a distrust of you, after all, Xia Chen is our seed contestant and must not have any issues. Moreover, we need some top-secret information to let Xia Chen know that it is our Dragon Country sending Ikbar to find him. Thank you. Thank you so much, your request is very normal. If I were you, I would make the same choice. Rest assured, Dragon Country will always be a friend of our Baba Sheep. In the wilderness world. Ikbar, who was curled up on the ground, received the country's prompt and instantly became happy. Dragon Country's Xia Chen is not far away. That's great. He quickly stood up, wrapped his already damp clothes, and walked step by step in the direction of the prompt. In the Baba Sheep Country's live room, the long-suppressed atmosphere was instantly ignited. The host was so excited he could barely speak. Did you see, fellow countrymen? At a critical moment, Dragon Country has extended a helping hand again. Our good brothers haven't forgotten us. Go, Ikbar. This is truly timely help. In such a fiercely competitive environment, everyone bears hostility towards people from different countries, yet at this moment, Dragon Country once again chose to help us. This kindness is beyond words. Long live the Dragon Country brothers. I knew that the Dragon Country would always be our good friend. Thank you, Dragon Country. Iqbal, hold on. Move towards the direction of the light. How do you know that Dragon Country is helping us? What if it's to trick our country's athletes over and then butcher them to restore resources? Right. Besides, countries led by Beautiful Country have already started preparing to act against Dragon Country and Bear Country. It's really not a good idea to side with them now. The bullet comments in Baba Yang's live broadcast room were divided into two factions, one supporting the alliance with Dragon Country and the other supporting the alliance with Beautiful Country. The Dragon Country live broadcast room was also closely watching this scene. Little Saw passionately narrated. In the wilderness world, we see not only disputes but also the glimmer of humanity. Dragon Country upholds the principles of harmony and coexistence, treating everyone equally. The slaughter in the wilderness world only leads to the degradation of humanity and reduces the land resources of other countries. This is unacceptable. The lives of the contestants are also lives and should be respected. Lu Fei continued. That's right, I suggest we let the contestants stay together, forming a large group, so everyone can live in peace in the wilderness world until the last country emerges victorious. After resources are restored, all countries worldwide can work together, taking these resources as seeds to cultivate more resources, allowing Blue Star to fully regain its previous vitality. Iqbal braved the wind and snow, bumping along the way, searching continuously. Finally, guided by the country's hints, he found some traces near Xiaochen's cabin. At last, he discovered the wooden cabin shining with firelight in the woods. He trembled, dragging his nearly frozen body towards the cabin little by little, struggling to move. But before he could get close, the cabin door opened. Xiaochen and Fad pointed their weapons at him. Should we just kill him? Fad asked from the side. Before Xiaochen could say a word, Iqbal hurriedly explained. No. I am Iqbal from Baba Yang country. I received an outside hint telling me to find Xiaochen. After verification, Xiaochen brought Iqbal into the cabin. However, Fad wore a somewhat unwilling expression, as food was already scarce, and now another person would be sharing the food. Inside the cabin, the flames in the fireplace continued to burn. The rich aroma of thick soup mixed with bear meat, mushrooms, snow rabbit meat, and reeds made one's mouth water. Zhang Yu and Su Jin sat around the fireplace, enjoying a delicious dinner by the firelight. The reed roots, when stewed, are soft and sticky with a hint of sweetness. They're truly delicious, Zhang Yu remarked after sipping the soup. He then filled a bamboo tube with a bowl of meat soup and placed it in front of Xiao Bai. Su Jin nodded, happily munching on the roasted nuts. It really is tasty. But shouldn't we take this time to stock up on food? Like going fishing? I've also counted the supplies. Currently, the most lacking is dry firewood. If this cold weather continues, our hands and feet will freeze when going out, Su Jin continued. Zhang Yu thought for a moment, those pelts could indeed be used to make gloves, hats, and socks. However, they were missing the most crucial tool, needles and threads. The thread could be solved, whether it's fish line or animal fur could work. But needles were the most scarce item at the moment. But how should this problem be solved? Chapter 52, Making Fishbone Needles. Outside, the sky had completely darkened, and the wind and snow seemed to have intensified. Having tidied everything up, Su Jin walked over to Zhang Yu's side, squatting down, carefully observing Zhang Yu's movements. Zhang Yu held the cleaned fish ribs in his hands. These fish bones were hard and flat, making them excellent materials for making fishbone needles. As he sat by the glow of the fireplace, one hand held a fishbone while the other grasped a rough sandstone. He began to carefully polish the fishbone on the sandstone. He needed to sharpen one end of the fishbone to a fine point, while the other end needed a small hole, like a needle, to thread it. This was a process that required immense patience and skill. If he applied too much force, the fishbone would break, so he had to proceed slowly. Seeing the process, Su Jin also learned Zhang Yu's movements, picking up the fishbone and sandstone to grind alongside him. The room fell quiet in an instant, leaving only the soft sound of fishbone scraping against sandstone. In the livestream, the audience quietly watched the scene, their mood surprisingly relaxed as they chatted amongst themselves. Ah, it's so leisurely, I never knew fishbones could have such use, it's really an eye-opener. It's just like the ancient saying, outside the snow falls heavily, inside with a few close friends, around a hot pot, so carefree. I just browsed through all the live streams of the competitors around the world, and Ryugu is definitely the most comfortable. Time ticked away slowly. After about an hour, Zhang Yu stopped his actions, lifting the polished fishbone needle to check it carefully against the firelight. One end of the fishbone was sharpened to an extremely fine point, and on the other end, a small hole had been made. Give it a try. Zhang Yu handed the fishbone needle to Su Jin. Su Jin took the fishbone needle, still warm from Zhang Yu's palm, and carefully threaded one end of the fishing line through the tiny hole. One try and it was successful. The thin fishing line smoothly passed through the needle hole. We did it! She cheered happily, holding up the bone needle to show Zhang Yu. What shall we sew? Zhang Yu could see that she was eager to try. You can sew the wolf skin together to make a blanket. You could also make things like hats and gloves, Zhang Yu suggested. Currently, they had one bed with a mountain lion skin and another with a bear skin. However, they still needed a blanket, having to sleep in their clothes and cover themselves with a bit of wolfskin for warmth. If they could sew the wolf skins together, although lacking thick batting, it would still provide some warmth. Su Jin nodded, turning her gaze to the tanned wolf skins. Though still a bit stiff, they were perfectly usable. Instead of sewing the wolf skins first, she took out several bamboo rat skins, preparing to practice by making a small nest for Xiaobai. Then, using the fishbone needle threaded with fishing line, she began to sew carefully. Though inexperienced in needlework, she had at least seen how the ancients did it in dramas. After some initial clumsiness, she gradually mastered the technique, quickly finishing a small, practical, but somewhat ugly nest. It looked like a small round nest, but the stitching around the edges, resembling centipedes, was a bit frightening to look at. Su Jin placed the little nest by the bed, lifted Xiaobai, and carefully set him inside. It was a perfect fit. Xiaobai seemed to understand that this was his bed, jumping around happily, absolutely delighted. With practice on the bamboo rat skin, Su Jin turned her focus to the wolf skin again. She picked up the smallest piece of wolf skin. She measured Zhang Yu's head circumference with her hands, cutting the material according to the size with a knife, and then sewed the wolf skin together to create a hat with a wolf's tail. Inside the hat, she intentionally stitched in a layer of soft snow rabbit fur lining for extra comfort. This time, her skills had indeed improved greatly. The hat, while not beautiful, certainly wasn't as hideous as Xiaobai's nest. Give it a try. Su Jin handed the hat to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu reluctantly put it on. While it wasn't particularly good-looking, it fit perfectly, and the thick wolf skin effectively blocked the cold. Very suitable to wear on snowy days. It's very warm and fits well, Zhang Yu said. After a small episode of trying on hats, the two took out all the tanned wolf skins. Although they were not as huge and thick as bear and mountain lion skins, they had the advantage of quantity and were warm enough. These wolf skins, if made into a single layer, could indeed create two quilts, but they would be a bit thin. If made into a double layer, although there would be no cotton filling, we could stuff some dried leaves or hay in the middle, which would be very warm. However, we would only be able to sew one quilt, Zhang Yu said, casting a look at Su Jin to seek her opinion. Su Jin initially listened carefully, but when she heard they could only sew one quilt, her cheeks instantly flushed, and she quickly lowered her head, unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her clothes. She clearly understood what Zhang Yu meant. In this resource-limited wild world, maximizing resource utilization and survival were the top priorities. A double-layer quilt filled with hay and dried leaves would definitely be much warmer than a single layer. Moreover, with winter temperatures dropping sharply, no one knew if a single-layer quilt could last through the winter. Double layers would definitely be the best choice. But, one quilt meant the two of them would have to squeeze together on one bed, sharing a quilt at night with Zhang Yu. Even knowing it was for survival, the girl's modesty still made her heart race and her ears flush with warmth. Zhang Yu noticed her reddened ears and her fluttering eyelashes and understood her shyness. He cleared his throat and said, I think a double layer is better. A single-layer quilt might be fine now, but later it may not hold up. Even without freezing to death, getting sick from the cold here in the wilderness could lead to unimaginable consequences. Su Jin still kept her head down but subtly nodded, quietly saying, let's just make one. In the live broadcast room of Long Country, the host was stunned for a moment, then a meaningful smile appeared on his face. It seems our contestant Su Jin has decided to use an efficient warming solution to cope with the upcoming cold, as survival is the top priority, right, survival first. Professor Yuan-san also smiled and earnestly analyzed. From the perspectives of thermodynamics and human engineering, sharing a heat-retaining unit can effectively create a heat transfer cycle, reducing heat loss. In extreme environments, this is indeed the optimal solution. Zhang Yu's decision is very scientific, indeed, very scientific. Lu Fei directly covered her mouth and laughed. Oh my! Su is blushing, so cute. Are you thinking too much? Friends, this is purely for survival, so please don't overthink it. The bullet comments were also teasing at the right moment. Master Yu, I'm doing this all for survival. What do you all know? Su. Blushing. Haha, scientifically warming, no problem. Master Yu's move is in the stratosphere, killing two birds with one stone by using science to share a bed. Everyone learned from this, smart people are already taking notes like crazy. Take notes for what? I tried it once and got beaten up. What did the upstairs person say? I told my roommate I was cold, wanted to sleep with him. Result? Chapter 53, Setting Traps After the Snow. 14th day in the wild world. The fire in the wooden cabin's fireplace had dwindled to a flicker, but some warmth still lingered in the house. Zhang Yu was awakened by the sound of wild chickens outside, slowly getting up without waking Su Jin, who was sound asleep on another bed. But Xiao Bai was startled awake, jumping out of its little nest made of bamboo rat skins, rubbing against Zhang Yu's pants as it acted cute. Picking up Xiao Bai, he pushed open the door, and a bone-chilling cold wind hit him, making Zhang Yu shiver. Dressed in winter clothes, he stepped outside, and the coniferous forest had completely transformed, no longer resembling the green pines of the past. What greeted his eyes was a world draped in silver. The heavy snow had fallen all night. Until dawn, it slowly calmed down, and a thick layer of snow covered the ground. Zhang Yu probed. It was about 20 centimeters deep, already past his ankles. In the dense forest, all was silent, only the howling cold wind and the occasional crack of branches breaking under the weight of snow could be heard. Looking at the sleeping Su Jin, he added more firewood to the fireplace to keep the room warm, then covered Su Jin with his wolfskin blanket. After that, he grabbed a handful of berries and tossed them to the wild chicken, put on the wolf tail hat Su Jin made yesterday, and took his weapon out the door. The traps he set were definitely covered by snow. Waste or not, in the wilderness, every bit of material is scarce and must be cherished. The sound of crunching came from underfoot. It was deeper than his ankles, and walking was more laborious than usual, but fortunately, he had a pair of high leather boots from his initial supplies, along with a full set from his killed Kakujiro, and 2 sets from Tal, so there was no need to worry. He lowered his wolf tail hat a bit, wrapping his ears and neck snugly. Following the route in his memory where he had set traps, heavy snow covered many tracks, and some paths and markers that were originally used to determine position were buried under snow. He could only rely on memory and familiarity with the terrain to find the approximate locations of those traps. After searching for more than a dozen traps to recover, he still had 10 traps that remained unfound. He headed east, searching for new places to set traps. Currently, he could no longer determine animal traces by the leaning grass and had to find another method. Near the river where he hunted the mountain lion, on the thick layer of snow, he found the first clear footprints, small and compact, leading straight into a thicket. Zhang Yu rushed forward. In the thicket, there was a small hole leading underground, and the snow surface was covered with footprints and scratch marks. It should be a snow rabbit, Zhang Yu quickly concluded. And it's a hole that this small animal frequently uses. This was an excellent trap setting point. He immediately got to work, carefully observing the clearest paths around the hole to determine the route this little creature most commonly took. Then he took out the trap he had previously recovered from his backpack, carefully buried it at the hole's entrance, and mixed some leaves and snowflakes from the thicket to cover the trap. Finally, he carefully smoothed out the footprints and traces he left behind. After finishing all this, he slowly stepped back, erasing his footprints as he went, and nodded in satisfaction once he confirmed there were no issues. He did not linger to avoid leaving scents that might scare away the prey. After marking the location, he continued to explore upstream along the river. Along the way, he found many clear footprints left by animals in the snow. Some were foxes, others were wild chickens, and there were even large hoofprints that looked like deer. Following these footprints, he also discovered several caves and set traps in each one. Inside the wooden cabin, Su Jin slowly woke up in a warm feeling. She opened her eyes, slightly tilted her head, and indeed, Zhang Yu's spot was completely empty. Looking at the wolf skin on her, which carried a hint of Zhang Yu's scent, and the burning firewood still crackling in the fireplace, it was obvious someone had just carefully added more firewood not long ago. A warmth surged in her heart. He always does this. Su Jin looked at the dancing flames, her eyes gentle. And never calls for me. After getting up, she added some firewood to the fireplace again, opened the door, and the pure white snowy world came into view, majestic and cold. Seeing a line of footprints in the snow leading deep into the forest, she knew Zhang Yu had gone out to be busy again. I hope everything goes smoothly. She closed the door. A simple handful of nuts was eaten, and a little white creature was teased. Then she shifted her focus back to the unfinished quilt on the bed. She spread out 2 layers of wolfskin, picked up a fishbone needle, and sat by the fireplace to continue sewing. After last night's trial, her technique became more skilled. She aligned the edges of the 2 layers of wolfskin and stitched them together with fine, even stitches, deliberately leaving a larger opening for the dry grass and leaves. They had collected quite a bit of dry grass in the past few days, using it as a mattress under the bed and also to help ignite the flint. So there was enough dry grass, but they still needed to gather some leaves. But there's snow outside, where can I find dry leaves, she thought while stitching. In contrast to the situation of Zhang Yu and Su Jin, the Dragon Country livestream focused on Li Rui's perspective. Both the host and the audience in the livestream room were filled with sorrow. In the footage, a valley completely swallowed by snow appeared. Li Rui curled up in a narrow rock crevice, almost buried by the snow. He wrapped himself in his clothing, but the wet clothes soaked by snow could not bring him any warmth. His face showed a bluish-purple hue, and frost covered his eyebrows and beard. He trembled, desperately trying to open his eyes, but they felt frozen, only managing to crack open a tiny gap. In the end, it seemed he exhausted all his strength, and his eyes fully opened. He weakly swept his gaze over this white world. His eyes filled with nostalgia, and he weakly said, "Wife. Goodbye, I can't go back, take good care of our child." And then he was completely gone. Dragon Country contestant Li Rue has died, remaining contestants 6,500. The cold system notification, like a death knell, struck in everyone's heart. Everyone knew this was only the first, but definitely not the last. More people would perish due to the cold and hunger in the future. Chapter 54, Contestants from various countries continue to decrease. Sakura Country contestant Oda Yukinabu has died, remaining contestants 6,499. Asan Country contestant Laymanche has died, remaining contestants 6,498. Maple Leaf Country contestant Emily has died, remaining contestants 6,497. Football Country contestant Luca Rossi has died, remaining contestants 5,132. Li Rue's death seemed to open the curtain on a tragedy. In the next few hours, a series of notifications appeared before everyone's eyes. One after another, the notifications represented vibrant lives lost. In the live streams of various countries, the atmosphere was filled with mourning, and many contestant live streams turned black, never to provide updates again. The hosts and guests all turned pale, some silent, and others covering their faces to weep. All were enveloped in despair. Only in the beautiful country livestream, 5-star General MacArthur looked regretful. It's a pity for these hundreds of lives, all just a resource of 1 in 1,000. If we had killed them in the beautiful country, we could have recovered nearly half of our resources. What a shame. Even the contestants who temporarily survived were mostly struggling on the edge of life and death. Beautiful country contestant Amani had also built a shelter, but it was drafty on all sides. Although the snow had stopped, the cold wind whipped in with some snowflakes through the gaps in the shelter, causing Amani to shiver violently. He curled up in a corner, his lips turning purple. Looking at the wood that had not dried, despair gleamed in his eyes. In order to build this shelter and find food, he had exhausted all his energy, and coupled with a lack of experience, he couldn't chop more wood to dry. In the past, he could use a lot of dry fallen leaves and dry grass as kindling to start a fire, but now all of this was soaked by the heavy snow. Unable to ignite the campfire. Charles, a contestant from the John Kingdom, had ice crystals all over his hair. He used an axe as a cane, pushing against the wind and snow, continuing forward to find a warm place that could shelter him. The situation of Laoing from the Sasan Kingdom was the most bizarre. He was almost buried under the snow, relying solely on bushes and clothes for warmth. He trembled all over, seemingly holding on only through some stubborn willpower. The harsh cold was like the most ruthless sieve, swiftly eliminating contestants who were unprepared and too weak. The survival rules of the wilderness were vividly displayed at this moment. Inside the cabin, the flames of the fire flickered, radiating warmth. Iqbal had already recovered to normal after a night of rest. His clothes were dried by the flames, and he no longer had to worry about losing warmth. Thank you, Xia. Without you, I would have already died in the ice and snow like those mentioned in the tips. Our Babayan Kingdom has made me completely obey your commands. Whether it's a life-saving grace or a duty to my homeland, I will support you unconditionally, Iqbal said. Got it. How are you now? Do you need to rest more? Xia nodded in satisfaction, knowing that Iqbal was a soldier and not at all like Fad. This relieved him of much pressure. Iqbal shook his head, don't worry. I know my body, I am perfectly fine now. Just tell me what needs to be done, I can't be a burden to you here. How about this? You come with me to familiarize yourself with the terrain, and then we'll reset the traps. After all, with such heavy snow, the traps must be buried under it. Xiao looked at Fad and continued, as for you, you must ensure that this campfire does not go out. We don't have enough straw to light the firewood. Then on one hand, patch up the points in the cabin where the wind leaked last night. The rest is to chop more firewood and place it by the campfire to dry. This way we can ensure the temperature at the resting point. Xia methodically assigned tasks to both of them, showcasing his leadership ability. Fad nodded, with no past complaints or reluctance. Despite his laziness, he was certainly not foolish. He understood that Xia's arrangements were their guarantee to survive. If they couldn't achieve these, they would inevitably meet the same fate as those mentioned in the tips, all freezing to death. In the live stream room, everyone looked at the screen with worry, praying for Wu Jun's safety. On the screen, Wu Jun lay in the bushes, covered in snow, with only his head sticking out to breathe. Even his face was covered with a thin layer of snow. He chose to bury himself in the snow to use the thick snow as an insulation layer, wrapping himself up to reduce the loss of body heat. He was wrapped in 3 layers of winter clothing, thanks in part to the contestants from Cherry Blossom Nation and Stick Nation. Without their help, he might have frozen to death last night. Zhang Yu set up the traps and then returned to the cabin. It was too cold outside. The temperature had probably dropped nearly 10 degrees Celsius, reaching -5 degrees Celsius. Inside the cabin, Su Jin had already finished stuffing the double-layer wolf fur quilt and had completely sewn it up. The thick quilt was piled up on the bed, looking so inviting that one would want to lie down and try it. The fireplace steadily provided warmth, the pot simmered with bulrush root soup, and there were skewers of marinated wolf meat roasting, already charred to a crisp at the surface, making one's mouth water. You're back. Seeing Zhang Yu return, Su Jin immediately came up to him, took his weapons and equipment, placing them aside, and said to Zhang Yu, "Lunch is ready, bulrush soup and roasted wolf meat, and the wolf fur quilt is done." As she spoke, her face turned red, and she lowered her head, playing with the edge of his clothes. Zhang Yu nodded. "Yeah, let's eat. The traps we set yesterday were all buried under the heavy snow, and some were not found. Today I set up traps in a few new places, and tomorrow we will go check if there are any catches." Su Jin ladled a bowl of reed soup and handed it to Zhang Yu, then picked up a piece of roasted wolf meat, tore it apart, and gave it to Zhang Yu. She squatted quietly beside him, watching Zhang Yu eat. Zhang Yu felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze and asked, "Aren't you eating?" "You eat first, I'm not hungry right now, I'll eat later." As soon as she said this, the live chat exploded. "Are you kidding me? This is meat. Pure wolf meat and reed soup, and you tell me you're not hungry? If you're not hungry, let me eat. I've lived on this blue star for over 20 years, and I've never tasted meat. Ah. Drought deaths, flood deaths. Forget meat, I haven't even eaten rice, just these nutrition bars and carbon bars every day. No more talking. No more. This is just asking for hate." Chapter 55, Fishing in the Snow. After lunch, Su Jin cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks. Zhang Yu placed some damp firewood by the fireplace, relying on the heat to continue drying it. Then he went outside to check the snow accumulation on the roof of the cabin and the storage room. "It's time to clean up a bit," Zhang Yu thought to himself. The cabin and the storage room were not made with bricks or concrete and had not been checked by professionals, so no one knew how much weight they could hold. Moreover, because of the existing fireplace, the temperature in the cabin was not bad. The snow close to the roof would melt due to the heat, and the freeze-thaw cycle could severely damage the roof. However, he couldn't remove all of it. In this snowy world, the snow was the best camouflage, removing all of it would only make things too obvious. Zhang Yu picked up his tools and climbed to the roof from the slope behind the cabin, carefully handling the snow, leaving some intentionally. After that, he took care of the snow on the storage room before coming down from the roof. Su Jin was waiting outside with Xiaobai for Zhang Yu to come down. "What are we doing this afternoon? Are we going to gather some firewood?" Su Jin asked while supporting Zhang Yu as he descended. "We have enough firewood for now, and we can't continue cutting down trees nearby, we have to leave enough trees for cover. We'll go further out to chop later. This afternoon, while the lake is still not frozen over, let's go catch some fish." "It's always good to stock up on food," Zhang Yu contemplated before answering. "Okay, it's just right, the fish we caught last time is already gone." Talking about fishing excited Su Jin instantly. Being with Zhang Yu, she was mainly relying on him, like a useless baby, depending on him for food, drink, and shelter, even needing him to take care of her. This feeling of being cared for gave her a sense of security, but deep down, she longed to prove her worth and contribute more to this home. Since the last fishing trip, the feeling of abundant harvest made her crave more. If it weren't for the endless chores in the cabin, she would have gone fishing long ago. The two dressed warmly, with wolfskin hats covering their heads and necks completely. With tools in hand, they reached the lake's edge. Although the temperature was below zero, there were still no signs of ice on the water's surface, which made things much easier for both of them. They returned to the spot where they fished last time, and Su Jin skillfully took out the fishing gear, putting a piece of wolf meat on the hook and casting it into the targeted water area. She then sat quietly, holding the bamboo rod and feeling the movements underwater. Zhang Yu also took out his fishing rod and cast it into the water as well. Time passed silently while they waited. The lake's surface sparkled under the cold wind, causing both of them to tighten their clothes. Su Jin leaned closer to Zhang Yu, using his body as a shield against the wind. Not knowing how long it had been, just as Zhang Yu was about to question his life choices. Almost simultaneously, their fishing floats made of pheasant feathers twitched slightly. The two exchanged a firm look. Su Jin's float suddenly dipped down, plunging completely into the lake. "Got one!" She shouted joyfully, pulling up with all her strength as a powerful tug came from the fishing rod. "Not small." Su Jin focused intently on reeling in the rod, knowing she had a big fish on her line, and its strength was immense, she dared not slack off. Carefully controlling the angle of the rod, sometimes loosening, sometimes tightening, she wore down the fish's strength. Zhang Yu was also not at ease, a tremendous force came from the water below, greater than Su Jin's. While managing the fishing rod and guiding the fish, he kept an eye on Su Jin's movements, his experience was richer, and his technique was more skilled. After a few rounds, the underwater struggle weakened significantly. Splash! The water surface was broken by the fish, and Zhang Yu was the first to pull the fish to the shore, lifting it up. A large salmon lay on the ground, its thick tail still slapping the ground ceaselessly. Zhang Yu lifted it, estimating it to be about 6 pounds. Fishing experience plus 10. Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded: Archery LV5, Ultimate, Title, Bullseye, Traps LV2, 100/200, Fishing LV1, 47/100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skills LV1, 10/100. Wow! Upgrading fishing skills is so damn hard. Zhang Yu swiftly removed the fish and rebaited the hook, tossing it back into the water. Su Jin was also at a critical moment. After a series of maneuvers, she finally gathered her strength and dragged the fish to the shore. A silver-bodied flat fish, though not as large as Zhang Yu's, still weighed about 3 or 4 pounds. Zhang Yu didn't intervene, just watched, and when Su Jin successfully lifted the fish onto the bank, he stepped forward to help remove the hook. Not bad, this fish is quite fat, Zhang Yu praised, threading the two fish through their gills with a rope to keep them fresh in the water. Hee. Su Jin was very excited and impatiently rebaited her hook to fish again. Just then, the Dragon Country live broadcast switched its view to the two of them. When both of them almost simultaneously caught fish and pulled up 2 big ones, the atmosphere in the live chat reached a climax. Xiao Sa exclaimed excitedly, "Double strike. Beautiful. It looks like they're going to have a bountiful harvest today." Since Su Jin met Zhang Yu, she has almost completely transformed. Does everyone remember the scene when she almost fell from a tree for a bird's egg? Now under Zhang Yu's leadership, her performance is simply amazing. Professor Yuansen smiled and said, "With Zhang Yu's strength and such abundant resources, I actually suggest that the other competitors near Zhang Yu gather around him, so we can lead them to survive together. This would be much safer." The comments also flooded in, some celebrating the two's success, while others discussed Professor Yuan's suggestion. Su, didn't expect it. The me with Zhang Yu and the me alone are 2 different people. I think Professor Yuan is right, gathering together greatly enhances survival ability, so we won't have to fear competitors from other countries. Exactly. This way we'll have the numbers, and each enemy competitor that comes will meet their end. Perhaps it was just the right timing for the School of Fish, or perhaps it was an exceptionally lucky day. Over the next 3 hours, their haul continued. Su Jin caught 3 fish, and Zhang Yu added another to his account. Plus a few instances of losing hooks, Zhang Yu's fishing skill also reached Fishing LV1, 63/100. Though still far from upgrading to LV2, Zhang Yu was in no hurry. He was almost certain that given the current situation, reaching fishing skill LV5 was completely impossible. Since it was impossible, why rush? Chapter 56, Sleeping Together. In the live stream room of Maple Leaf Country. Contestant Allison Green is a biological researcher on Blue Star. She has watched countless documentaries, learning about the habits of those creatures through them. Having watched so many documentaries, she was chosen by the wilderness world to participate in this competition. At first, she was full of confidence, boasting that no one could compete with her due to her rich research experience. A few days ago, she even said that even though soldiers were useless in this world, without their weapons, they were only slightly stronger than ordinary people, with no other advantages. The situation unfolded just as she had expected. Relying on her many years of research experience, she set traps in the wilderness world based on animal tracks and caught a great number of prey, having no worries about food and drink. Like Zhang Yu, she predicted that winter would soon arrive in the wilderness world and even prepared a cave for shelter in advance. However, she underestimated the harshness of winter in the wilderness world and overestimated her theoretical knowledge. The cave she chose had too wide an entrance. Although it saved time in building a shelter, it completely failed to effectively block the severe cold and biting winds brought by the snowstorm. The cave was damp and chilly, much less warm than Zhang Yu's carefully built wooden house with a fireplace. When the snowstorm finally arrived, she realized how cruel the harsh winter, lightly mentioned in the documentaries, truly was. The cold wind rushed through the cave entrance, stealing away the little warmth brought by the campfire. A heavy snowfall caused the temperature to drop by several degrees, making her shiver uncontrollably, only able to sit by the small fire for warmth. She wanted to block the entrance, but she had no materials or tools at all. Now, she regretted not closing off the entrance earlier. If she had only blocked it at the beginning, she wouldn't be in this situation now. She could only keep adding matches to the fire. Even more deadly, her stored firewood was nearly gone. Before long, she felt her strength draining away, with prickling pains and numbness in her fingers and toes. Her former arrogance and confidence crumbled little by little. Curled up beside the fire, her body trembled as she whispered, "How can it be so cold?" Her teeth chattered, memories of animals surviving calmly in the snowstorm flashed through her mind. She never expected that as a human, she would fare worse than those creatures. Watching her hands and feet turn bluish and lose feeling, despair and regret flooded Allison Green's eyes. She might be an excellent researcher, but in the face of the wilderness world, she was just an inadequate survivor. In Maple Leaf Country's livestream room, the host and viewers watched this once successful female scholar shivering in the cold wind, weighed down by heavy hearts. With a sorrowful expression, the host could barely bear to comment. Contestant Allison is in serious trouble. She needs firewood and warm clothing, but we are powerless to help. May God bless her. The situation for the contestant from Kangaroo Country, programmer Rabbit Jeff, was even more tragic. His makeshift shelter, built with branches and mud, had already collapsed halfway under the heavy snow. Rabbit was on the verge of madness, pulling at his few remaining strands of hair and angrily roaring at the sky amidst the rubble of his shelter. Damn snow! Damn God! Damn the wilderness world! I want to go back, I want to go back! He knelt in the snow, frantically pounding the ground, his fists breaking and blood splattering, then he began to cry like a child. So hot, why is it so hot? Under the shocked gazes of everyone in the live stream room, Rabbit began to take off his clothes, mumbling about the heat. In the live stream room, everyone felt utterly bewildered. What's going on? Has it gotten warmer over there? Could it be that God is looking favorably upon him? Otherwise, it makes no sense for him to act this way. It's over. This is hypothermia, it's doomed, I can't bear to look. The wooden cabin isolated them from the biting wind, and the campfire radiated warmth. Su Jin was carefully roasting a delicious big fish by the fireplace. The fish meat was charred and crispy, the flesh snow-white and tender, sprinkled with some salt and wild-foraged spices, adding a touch of flavor to the roasted fish. The two of them sat by the fireplace, happily eating in the heat of the flames. After finishing, Zhang Yu teased Xiao Bai, while Su Jin was tidying up the leftover scraps. The night was deep, and it was time to sleep. The thick, fluffy double-layered wolf fur quilt was tightly spread on the bed, as if it was quietly waiting for someone to cover it. At that moment, the atmosphere seemed to begin to turn a bit ambiguous. Both of them were silently aware of what tonight meant, neither spoke, each busy with their own things, but their peripheral glances always unintentionally swept over each other. Zhang Yu took off his heavy clothes and finally spoke first. It's not early, let's rest soon, we should go check out the hot spring pool tomorrow and arrange everything. Su Jin responded softly, her voice almost inaudible. Su Jin also began to take off her clothes, though it was just her outer coat. The ambiguous atmosphere intensified at this moment. One in front and the other behind, they lifted a corner of the quilt and crawled in. The bed wasn't large, only about a meter wide, and it was originally made just for one person. Now, with two people in it, it naturally felt small, their bodies unintentionally touching together. Even with clothes on, Zhang Yu could still feel the silkiness from Su Jin's body, and his body reacted in an instant. Helpless, Zhang Yu hunched over, shrinking his backside back. At first, both of them were stiff, not daring to glance sideways. But their body temperatures quickly intertwined under the quilt, dispelling the cold and bringing a different kind of intimacy. Su Jin could clearly hear Zhang Yu's steady and strong breaths, even feel the warmth radiating from his body. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart involuntarily quickened. Zhang Yu was equally unsettled, the scent of Su Jin lingered at his nose, and looking at her so close, he just needed to reach out to hold her in his arms. The stirring in his heart constantly battering against his reason. After an unknown amount of time, the two gradually fell into a peaceful sleep. Perhaps it was the closeness, perhaps it was the attraction of their natures, or perhaps it was the cold that drove them. Su Jin gently turned her body, pressing against Zhang Yu. In a haze, Zhang Yu felt a soft object close to him and instinctively adjusted his sleeping position, wrapping his arm around Su Jin and pulling her into his embrace. Although it was already late at night, many people were still watching the live broadcast. Due to Zhang Yu's several nail-biting victories and stunning performances, he had stabilized in the top 10 of the global player live rankings. Even in the middle of the night, there were still over 40 million viewers online. The audience saw the scene and suddenly became lively. Although we know you have a leg, but are you really being this open about it? Is this something we can watch? Outside the quilt seems normal, but inside? Are you already in close contact? Where's the fiancé bro? What do you think of this scene? Is there a special thrill? The Dragon Kingdom's live room also switched perspectives to this scene. Xiaosa covered her mouth, looking at Professor Yuan Sen. Professor, how is this behavior explained in survival studies? Professor Yuan Sen's hand trembled slightly, racking his brain to explain. From the perspective of the second law of thermodynamics and human ergonomics. Increasing contact area can improve heat retention efficiency. Their actions, very scientific. Lu Fei blushed and smoothed things over. Alright, you guys don't need to explain more. The more you explain, the weirder it gets. Let's just wish them a good night's sleep. In the darkness, Su Jin quietly opened her eyes, her flushed face carrying a hint of a smile. He secretly glanced at Zhang Yu, then hurriedly closed his eyes, pretending to sleep, but he pressed his somewhat stiff, cold feet against his calf. Chapter 57, Morning Awkwardness. The next morning, a ray of sunlight sneaked in through the crack of the door. Zhang Yu was the first to wake up, not fully alert, and the first thing he felt was the soft warmth in his embrace and that gentle, jade-like breath, as well as the slight ache in his arm, along with the fullness in his palm. He looked down to see Su Jin burying her head in his chest, her cheek pressed against him, sleeping sweetly, like an adorable kitten. And his right hand was wrapped around her waist, stretching across, resting on her round fullness. And the morning arousal was pressing against a certain spot. This intimate position fully woke Zhang Yu, and his right hand unwittingly squeezed. Perhaps feeling the sensation on her chest, Su Jin slowly stirred awake, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, and she opened her eyes to see Zhang Yu's face so close. She froze for a few seconds, then suddenly realized something, and her face blushed at a visible speed, spreading all over her body. Feeling Zhang Yu's movements, her heart raced violently, like a frightened rabbit wanting to escape backward, but she was tightly held by Zhang Yu's arms, unable to move. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the clear sounds of their breaths and heartbeats. Su Jin felt that hand tighten a bit more. Although the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't see what was under the wolfskin blanket, they could guess something from the expressions and atmosphere after the two locked eyes. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in Zhang Yu's personal live broadcast room skyrocketed, instantly breaking through the 100 million mark, directly becoming the number one in global live rankings. Wow! Is this going to turn into an adult channel? We in Sakura Country are familiar with this. Zhang Yu and Su Jin can seek help from our Sakura Country players, as long as you can meet them. IP address, Sakura Country. Is this what I can see without paying? Are we going to see a replay of the performance that happened in the broadcast between India and Korea? Hooray! A real man conquers, whether it's conquering the wilderness or conquering a woman. Go for it, Dragon Country Zhang, conquer this woman under everyone's watchful eyes. IP address, Bear Country. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the director also understood what the audience loved to watch and directly switched the camera to Zhang Yu. As the scene changed, Little Sa, who had just drank the water filtered multiple times, sprayed it out, turning bright red from choking. Cough cough cough, yes. Now let's have Professor Yuan explain. Ha! Professor Yuan-sen, who was initially watching intently, heard Little Sa and blushed, instinctively taking off his glasses to wipe them, stuttering for a long time before speaking. Well, yes, this is science. You see, when two people hug, yes. This way, heat loss is reduced a lot, and it's much warmer, just like that. Lu Fei covered her blushing face with her hands, but through her fingers, she still couldn't help but sneak a peek. What exactly is happening under that blanket? Can't we lift the blanket to observe? I declare, this is the second most stimulating live broadcast of the year. The first must be that live broadcast between India and Korea. How come as soon as winter arrives in the wilderness world, I smell the scent of spring? Is the instinct of all creatures about to arise? Fiancé brother should be completely hopeless now. Before he could still say he hadn't seen them, but now he's seeing it. Your fiancé is in bed with a man, she even woke up in his arms. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Zhang Yu was the first to move. He shifted his but slightly. Reluctantly released his hand. Before letting go, he intentionally. Su Jin became even more shy. Good morning. Su Jin quickly seized the opportunity to pull back, wrapping the blanket around her chest, turning her back to Zhang Yu as she sat up, flustered and hurriedly tidying her messy hair and clothes, quietly saying, Good morning. She didn't even dare to turn around, just lowering her head to fiddle with the blanket. Zhang Yu also got up, putting on his clothes, and glanced at Su Jin's blushing neck, clearing his throat and saying, Today, the weather should be nice. I'll go check the traps first, you hurry up and get up to tidy up, then we'll go to the hot spring pool together, we need to improve that area. Okay. I will go start a fire to make breakfast first. Su Jin got dressed, jumped off the bed, and quickly walked to the fireplace, pretending to focus while starting to clean the ashes and add new firewood. Meanwhile, Little White stared at the two with big eyes, curiously watching them, as if seeing something fresh and interesting. Zhang Yu tidied up briefly and then escaped the cabin with his weapon on his back. Inside the cabin, only Su Jin and Little White remained. Su Jin continued to add firewood to the fireplace, her heart still pounding wildly, her face flushed for a long time. That embarrassing handprint felt like a brand stamped on her body, and she could still feel it now. What are you looking at? Su Jin glared at Little White in a mix of shyness and anger, prompting an innocent woof from Little White in response. Little White wagged its tail and returned to its little nest. The cold wind hit Zhang Yu's face, tempering his racing heart somewhat. He took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to shift his focus to the task at hand. Following his memories and the traces left behind, he began checking the traps he had set the day before one by one. The first trap yielded no results. The second trap was triggered, leaving a pool of blood and some feathers in the surrounding snow. It seemed they had caught a wild chicken, but it was taken away by another predator. The third trap was empty, the fourth trap was empty. Until he reached the streamside, where the trap set at the entrance of the snow rabbit hole finally bore fruit. But what he caught was not a snow rabbit, but a wild chicken. The wild chicken was lifeless, its body somewhat stiff from the cold. Trap experience points plus 50. Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded, Archery LV5, Ultimate, Entry, 100 Steps Through Yang, Traps LV2, 150/200, Fishing LV1, 47/100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skills LV1, 0/100. What a pity. Zhang Yu sighed inwardly. If it were a live wild chicken, the number in the chicken coop would have reached 4, making it easier to raise the wild chicken population. At least it wasn't a complete waste of effort. Zhang Yu could only comfort himself with that thought. After untying it, it wasn't light, it was enough for one meal. Holding the wild chicken, Zhang felt a bit more at ease. The feathers could dry out, and he could gather more to stuff into the wolfskin blanket later. As he thought this, the scene of waking up that morning unconsciously surfaced in his mind again. Su Jin's blushing face, her soft body, and that full. He shook his head, pushing those thoughts out of his mind. Surviving here was the priority. Any distractions or desires would weaken the will to survive, bringing severe harm. However, once certain thoughts began to sprout, they were hard to ignore easily. He hung the wild chicken at his waist and continued checking the remaining traps. Only those occasional moments of distraction revealed his inner turmoil. In the cabin, Su Jin should be preparing breakfast by now, right? I wonder if she still has a flushed face. Chapter 58, Perfecting the Hot Spring Pool Shelter. Zhang Yu calmed his emotions and continued checking the remaining traps. He found nothing along the way, until he heard a slight fluttering sound near a thicket that was deep in snow and sheltered from the wind. Found something. And it's alive. Zhang Yu quickly ran over, stepping deeply and shallowly toward the thicket. Before he arrived, he saw that the trap had firmly caught the claw of a wild chicken, and the key was. This wild chicken was still alive. Struggling hard, the gray-green feathers were especially dazzling in the snow. Trap experience plus 50. Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded, Archery LV5, Ultimate, Tag, Aiming for 100 Steps, Trap LV3, 0/300, Fishing LV1, 47/100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skill LV1, 10 out of 100. Good luck! Not only caught a wild chicken, but my trap skill also leveled up, not far from LV5 now. Zhang Yu felt joy in his heart. He had just complained about not catching a live wild chicken, but here it was. He stepped forward, carefully avoiding the pecking of the wild chicken, took down the trap, tied the wild chicken's wings and feet with a rope, and placed it in his bosom to avoid secondary injury. After checking the last few traps with no catches, Zhang Yu was already very satisfied. Catching 2 wild chickens in one day, one dead and one alive, was quite a rich harvest. Holding the wild chickens, Zhang Yu returned to the wooden house. Su Jin had already prepared the food, and hot water was boiling in the clay bowl. Seeing Zhang Yu bring back 2 wild chickens, her face also lit up with surprise. This live one is just right to raise. Now we have 4 wild chickens. Zhang Yu said, walking over to the chicken coop and placing the live wild chicken inside. Originally, the 3 wild chickens, upon seeing a new member join, huddled together and made a few vigilant calls to the newcomer, but soon they calmed down and started playing together. As a result, Zhang Yu and the others now had 4 wild chickens, and the hope of sustainably obtaining eggs increased a bit more. After a simple breakfast, after Su Jin processed the dead wild chicken, the two set off again with the necessary tools and weapons towards the hot spring canyon. Su Jin was very happy about going to the hot spring canyon. She especially loved the feeling of soaking in the hot spring pool, especially now that the temperature had dropped sharply. If she could soak in the hot spring during the snowy weather, it would feel wonderful. The road after the snow was increasingly difficult to navigate. They not only had to deal with the deep snow but also needed to pay attention to the sharp bushes and some pits hidden beneath the snow. One careless step might lead to injury. Zhang Yu walked in front, trying his best to follow the route he remembered, constantly poking the snow with a stick to find the way, moving very slowly. Walking through the coniferous forest, the two discovered many animal footprints along the way, small ones like wild chickens and snow hares, as well as deep footprints left by unknown animals. After spending quite a bit of time, the two finally arrived at the edge of the hot spring canyon. Zhang Yu pulled Su Jin, signaling her to squat down. Although he had not yet seen it, the strong perception brought by LV5 archery made him feel that there was something resting in the dense forest below the canyon. Zhang Yu bent down and slowly moved behind a rock at the canyon's edge. Inside the canyon, white mist still swirled, contrasting with the cold outside. The presence of the hot spring made the accumulated snow inside much less than outside, with many places where soil and stones were still exposed. His gaze swept across the dense forest at the bottom of the canyon, and he saw several large animals with gray-brown fur gnawing on leaves and moss near the hot spring pool. The pair of huge antlers on their heads made one feel a chill. "It's a moose," Zhang Yu whispered to Su Jin. "These moose are good things, plenty of meat, thick fur, and loads of fat. If we hunt too, we might not need to squeeze into the same blanket anymore." Once these words came out, Su Jin's face turned red, but she also looked a bit unhappy. Is it such a pity for you to squeeze with me in the same blanket? Humph. But why are all these moose here at the hot spring? It snowed, and the temperature dropped sharply. While this hot spring pool is warmer, see, except for some snow on the treetops, there's much less snow at the canyon bottom. So these animals gathered here to keep warm. Let's hurry down and catch a big stag. We can finally taste the stag's flavor. Zhang Yu was increasingly excited, her eyes shining with light. Who would dislike having more food in this environment? Zhang Yu shook his head, not accepting Zhang Yu's suggestion. Let's just focus on setting up traps. Today, we should aim to get the traps ready. Zhang Yu directly rejected Zhang Yu's proposal. He had his own considerations. First, food was not lacking, killing a stag would only be an added bonus, and bringing it back to the cabin was also a problem. Second, they were here to improve this temporary shelter. If they hunted a stag, today's schedule would definitely be a waste. Third, hunting a stag would leave blood behind, which would attract predators. Moreover, if there were stags around, it would help Zhang Yu determine if there were predators or intruders. Temporarily suppressing the urge to hunt, the two began to work on improving this backup shelter. Zhang Yu started setting traps around the canyon, digging pitfall traps on the narrow path, with sharp twigs stuck at the bottom. He set up triggering snares in the middle of the woods, connecting to heavy wooden stakes hanging. Zhang Yu followed behind to camouflage, using snow and dead branches to erase the signs of the traps. After a busy half-day, by around 3 in the afternoon, all the traps had been set up in the important spots of the canyon. Next, they just needed to finish the rock wall shelter in the indentation. Looking at the fruits of their labor, Zhang Yu felt a sense of relief. Once this place was completed, even if something unexpected happened at the cabin, they would have a relatively safe retreat. Let's go. Do you want to soak in the hot spring together? Zhang Yu stood behind Zhang Yu, glancing at the hot spring pool, and asked inexplicably. Ah! Zhang Yu exclaimed, turning around suddenly, 2 red clouds appearing on her face. Soak together, you won't keep an eye on me? She lowered her head, but in her mind appeared the image of the two bathing together, making her heart race faster. Zhang Yu looked at her, amused, seeing her like a shy little deer. What was initially just a casual remark suddenly sparked a thought in him to tease her a bit. Keep an eye? We've just checked here, it's very safe. It's safer to soak together and watch out for each other. Zhang Yu's ears turned redder as she murmured softly, nonsense. Who wants to soak in the hot spring with you? Chapter 59, The Saintly Xiao Rui. White mist rose above the hot spring, shrouding the two figures in a hazy veil. Even as the temperature dropped suddenly, the water in the hot spring remained above 50 degrees Celsius, unaffected. The water temperature was just right, dispelling the chill yet stimulating the blood, making Zhang Yu's whole body flush with a layer of crimson. Zhang Yu almost completely submerged herself, only her head above water, her chin touching the surface, her gaze wandering as she dared not look in Zhang Yu's direction. She could clearly feel her heart pounding fiercely and the shyness welling up inside. Zhang Yu calmly leaned at the edge of the pool, arms stretched out resting on the bank, occasionally scanning Zhang Yu's direction. Though mist blocked the view, it could not completely obstruct sight, instead, it enhanced the charm. Zhang Yu's graceful figure in the water was shrouded in mist, even the blush on her snow-white skin seemed to appear and disappear, adding a touch of alluring temptation. He unconsciously swallowed, not forcing himself to look away, continuing to stare. As if Zhang Yu felt Zhang Yu's fiery gaze, she quietly turned around, showing her back to him, her face red like a ripe apple. Seeing this, Zhang Yu also withdrew his gaze, awkwardly trying to break the silence. The water temperature is quite nice. Zhang Yu responded softly, sinking further into the water. Stirring a ripple, a few water droplets splashed up, falling onto her bare white shoulder exposed above the water surface. The droplets slowly rolled down her smooth skin, leaving a sparkling trail as they fell from her chest into the water below. Fortunately, both of them had turned off the livestream, otherwise, if this scene were exposed to global viewers, it would truly be a social death. Of course, even with the livestream off, it couldn't stop the audience's imagination. The host, Little Saw, looked at the dark screen showing the contestant has turned off the livestream and wore a slightly mischievous smile on his face. He. It seems our contestants need some, absolutely private space to deal with some, physiological needs. Of course, don't think too much, after all, soaking in a hot spring on a snowy day is something everyone dreams of. They certainly needed to turn off the livestream. We should wish them a pleasant rest. Then Little Saw turned to Professor Yuan-sen and said, Professor Yuan, I wonder how you would analyze this from a scientific perspective. Professor Yuan-sen glanced sideways at Little Saw, then turned his head to stare blankly at the ceiling, remaining silent as if he hadn't heard Little Saw's words. Lu Fei chuckled at the black screen, saying, why did they turn off the livestream? It must be that the hot spring is too comfortable, and they want to enjoy it in peace for a while longer, right? The bullet comments became completely insane, flying with various speculations and jokes. I bet 50 cents. Yugo must have made a move, maybe even had inappropriate contact. The temptation of a black screen. It's even more unbearable than watching directly. I've already thought of a trending news headline about the deep communication between top survival contestants in a wilderness hot spring. While Zhang Yu and Su Jin relaxed in the hot spring, Longhua contestant Xiao Rui was struggling alone in the vast white snowfield. Since the heavy snow, she had embarked on the journey to find shelter. Starving and freezing, she was supported by the last bit of will. She didn't know when she would collapse and never get up again. But as long as one is alive, one must strive, right? Moreover, the cost of failure is one's own life. The cold wind was like a dull knife, piercing her all over. She tightened her clothes and continued to move forward, one step deep and one step shallow. Just as she passed a rock area covered in snow, a very faint whimpering sound caught her attention. She cautiously stopped, looking toward the sound, and saw a small gray wolf cub curled up in the gap between the exposed rocks, probably only 1 or 2 months old. Its hind leg seemed severely injured, with blood and fur mixed, frozen into blood crystals. It trembled in the cold wind, as if it would freeze to death at any moment. Food. There's something to eat. Xiao Rui's eyes sparkled, saliva wildly secreting in her mouth, and her stomach, starved for 2 days, was burning with acid. The injured wolf cub in front of her had already become a steaming dish of wolf meat in her eyes. She no longer hesitated, quickly moving forward, no longer caring whether there were pits or dangers under the snow. She rushed to the rock edge, picking up the small wolf cub in one swift motion. The little guy was light, feebly struggling in her hands, letting out weak whimpers filled with fear and pain. Driven by hunger, she opened her mouth, ready to take a bite. Just when her teeth were about to touch the little one's neck, she saw the pleading and fear in the wolf cub's eyes. At that moment, she froze in place. Remembering the struggles and despair she faced in the wilderness world, thinking of her own fears of hunger and cold. Wasn't this little guy just like herself? The soft spot in her heart grew stronger, and her hand that was lifting the wolf cub slowly put down. Strong hunger receded like a tide, replaced by a kind of pity, a sympathy for shared suffering. Never mind, if you can hold on, consider yourself lucky. If you can't and I eat you, don't blame me. Xiao Rui sighed deeply, hugging the little wolf cub, warming it with her still warm chest. Whether you can survive depends on your fate. She whispered to the little guy in her arms, as if she were also speaking to herself. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, Little Saw watched as Xiao Rui chose not to eat the little wolf cub, but instead held it in her arms, speaking with complex emotions. Dear viewers, we see competitor Xiao Rui has made an unexpected decision. While in a state of hunger, she chose not to eat this wolf cub, showing a shining side of humanity. But whether this is the right choice, we cannot predict. Professor Yuan Sen, what do you think? Professor Yuan Sen replied. In terms of humanity, Xiao Rui is indeed a model, but for a competitor, this is extremely absurd. One must understand she has the whole Dragon Country behind her. Self-preservation must be the highest priority. In the beautiful country live broadcast room, 5-star General MacArthur laughed mockingly. Look, what a compassionate person from the Dragon Country. In the wild world, any act of charity can bring death upon oneself. Let us wait for the demise of this Dragon Country. In the John Country live broadcast room, host Charles spoke exaggeratedly. Oh, this is a saint from the East. May God bless her, and I hope she can find some comfort in that unrealistic sense of morality when she starves to death. In the 3 Country live broadcast room, host Jifang spoke with some regret. Alas, what a pity, such a beautiful woman. If she were in our 3 Country, how wonderful it would be. Chapter 60, The Wolf Pack blocks Xiao Rui. The warmth of the hot spring dispelled the fatigue of the past days. Zhang Yu and Su Jin dressed neatly, packed their belongings, and set off on the way back. The sky gradually darkened, the last rays of sunlight stretched their shadows long on the snowy ground. At first, everything was very calm, with only the crunch of snow underfoot and the whistling of the cold wind. However, after walking a short distance in the dense forest, the extraordinary perception brought by LV5 archery made him faintly feel something was amiss. He frowned, suddenly stopping, took off his bow, and quickly scanned the dense forest behind him. What's wrong? Seeing this, Su Jin's previously shy face changed abruptly, becoming alert, as she took the machete from her back and asked softly. Something is following us. Zhang Yu spoke in a low voice, his gaze continuing to carefully observe the surroundings. Su Jin followed his gaze. Apart from some shaking leaves, she couldn't see anything clearly. What is it? A wolf or a bear? I don't know. Zhang Yu shook his head with a serious expression. Let's go first, stay close, and watch our surroundings. Zhang Yu said. After saying this, he turned and walked away, and Su Jin, feeling quite scared, hurriedly walked behind Zhang Yu, closely following him. Absolutely do not run, just walk like this. Zhang Yu advised, in such a situation, one must not run. The enemy is hidden while they are in the light. Running would only cause panic and miss the best chance for counterattack. Moreover, running might trigger the predatory instinct of the creature behind them. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, after the barrage of reminders, the director switched the screen to Zhang Yu. Little Sa's voice rose. Dear viewers, something seems to be wrong with competitor Zhang Yu. It seems something is stalking them. Professor Yuansen also spoke urgently. I trust Zhang Yu's judgment, it may be intuition or perhaps he has noticed something. Being targeted by an unknown creature in this weather and environment is extremely dangerous. They must remain calm and absolutely cannot run. The audience also became highly tense. Oh no! What is going on? Just finished soaking in the hot spring and now this? Susu, hurry and stick close to you. It's safest by his side. Remember, don't look back, just follow you. Why can't I see anything? Is it wolves, mountain lions, or bears? After walking for about 10 more minutes, that thing had been hanging behind them, neither appearing nor leaving, as if it were watching them from the shadows. Let's not worry about it. Stay alert and hurry back to the cabin. Zhang Yu decided quickly. In the wild, especially in the dim evening light, facing an unknown creature in the dense forest is not a wise move. The cabin has strong walls and preset traps, so holding out until daytime and then taking a slow approach is the best choice. The two stopped talking, and with unspoken understanding, quickened their pace slightly. Zhang Yu held his curved bow, with an arrow drawn, sweeping glances back every now and then. That gaze, or rather the feeling of being followed, felt like thorns on their backs. They continued to feel that way until after they crossed the stream where mountain lions had been hunted, and that feeling of being followed finally faded away. Zhang Yu let out a breath of relief, signaling to Su Jin that the thing had retreated. Back at the cabin, Su Jin quickly went to the fireplace to light a fire, finally feeling a bit at ease. In her eyes, any animal would fear fire. As long as the fire was lit, they were safe. Meanwhile, Xiaobai was wide-eyed in his little nest, curiously watching the movements of the two. Zhang Yu, carrying his bow and arrows, stepped out of the cabin, standing on the small slope behind it to carefully observe the surroundings, especially the east, but found nothing. So he stopped worrying and returned to the cabin, closing the door tightly before sitting down on the bed. What was that thing? Su Jin asked. I don't know. Zhang Yu shook his head, his expression serious. But it's definitely not an ordinary beast. It was too patient, and too smart. On the eastern bank of the stream, after Zhang Yu and the others vanished, a young brown bear jumped anxiously by the water's edge. It had discovered two unfamiliar creatures by the hot spring, and smelled its mother's scent on them, but it dared not approach, only hanging back from a distance. But once they crossed the stream, it became stuck, unable to get across. At this moment, Xiao Rui was struggling through the dusk, holding a small wolf cub who had slightly recovered. Finally, before the sunset, she found a small cave to take shelter. The cave, though small, was enough to shield her from the wind and snow. To her surprise, since this spot was sheltered from the wind, there were some relatively dry twigs and leaves inside. She placed the wolf cub aside, collecting all the dead branches and leaves to start a fire. Then she went outside to chop some smaller wet branches to roast in the fire. Smoke quickly filled the cave, causing her to cough. But compared to freezing to death, a little coughing was still within an acceptable range. The flames grew stronger, dispelling the darkness and cold. Xiao Rui moved closer to the fire with the little wolf cub, seeking warmth. The warmth brought drowsiness, and she quickly leaned against the fire and fell into a deep sleep. The night was deep and quiet, with only the crackling of the flames and the occasional whimper from the wolf cub. Just as Xiao Rui was half asleep, a faint sound of footsteps and animal breathing suddenly came from outside the cave. Xiao Rui jolted awake, her heart racing. She grabbed her weapon, nervously looking at the cave entrance. It was wolves. 2 of them. Oh no! A heavy feeling sank in her heart. She tightened her hold on the wolf cub, preparing to fight with everything she had by the fire. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, everyone watching the cave entrance froze as they saw 2 pairs of glowing green eyes appear, their hearts racing with worry. Xiao Sa said nervously, wolves. 2 of them. Xiao Rui is in danger. Professor Yuansen stood up from his seat, staring at the screen intensely. This is trouble. It is very likely that the wolf cub Xiao Rui saved is a member of this wolf pack. Now they are coming, following its scent. Right now, the bonfire is the only hope. This is danger, but also an opportunity. If Xiao Rui can counterattack successfully, then she won't have to worry about food or warmth. Whether it's wolf meat or wolf skin, she desperately needs these supplies now. Let's see how she will choose. Oh no, 2 wolves. How to fight? Hit them with my head? All the deities, may the 3 purities, the 5 emperors, and Buddha bless our Shiroi. Ha ha ha. You Dragon Nation contestants, let your caring nature come into play, you will reap what you sow, don't blame anyone else. IP address, Bangzi Country. Exactly. What a pity. Such a beautiful young girl. IP address, Asan Country. Look, the wolves are moving. Time to hunt. Chapter 61, The Wolf Pack Brings a Snow Rabbit. Oh no! Xiaorui felt utterly desperate, even her hand holding the weapon began to tremble. However, the anticipated attack did not come. The two wolves lingered at the cave entrance, occasionally letting out low whimpers, as if calling for something. The little wolf cub in her arms also heard the noise and began squirming, making adorable whimpering sounds. Xiaorui tightened her clothes, pressing the little wolf cub down to keep it from moving around. After a while, the sounds at the cave entrance gradually faded, seemingly leaving. Xiaorui could hardly believe it, but she dared not relax at all. She added a handful of damp firewood to the bonfire, squatting next to it and remaining alert. The hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room were like a roller coaster, going up and down repeatedly. Left? Just like that? What's going on? Didn't they come to hunt? Did they get scared by the bonfire? This is great, Xiaorui is safe. Really, I barely dared to breathe just now. I'm so glad Xiaorui is safe. Little Sa let out a long breath, wiped the cold sweat off his brow, and said, "That was too thrilling, the wolves actually left. This is completely illogical. Professor Yuan, what do you think?" Professor Yuansen slowly sat back down, with a thoughtful expression. But then he seemed to understand something and slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "I know! They must have come to find that little wolf cub." As we all know, wolves are social animals, and every member considers the wolf cubs their highest priority to protect. Their retreat is not a good sign, they are likely going back to call for their companions. What? Lu Fei exclaimed from the side. Should we use the outside tips to tell Xiaorui to get away quickly? Professor Yuan shook his head. No, wolves have extremely sensitive noses, she won't be able to escape. Once attacked by a wolf pack in the open, it would only lead to a quicker death. Staying here, relying on the protection of the flames, offers a slim chance of survival. Xiaorui sat beside the bonfire, always on guard. But after waiting for more than an hour, there was still no sign of movement outside the cave. She even began to feel relieved, hoping the wolves had forgotten about her. But after another 15 minutes, there was suddenly a noise at the cave entrance again. This time the noise came quickly and left quickly. She saw a wolf walking slowly into the cave, holding a snow rabbit in its mouth, stopping just a few steps away from the bonfire and Xiaorui. Its deep green eyes looked deeply at Xiaorui, seemingly assessing and also being cautious. Then its gaze fell upon the little wolf cub squirming in Xiaorui's arms. After that, it dropped the snow rabbit and, with another wolf, left without looking back. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, so fast that Xiaorui hardly had any reaction. She stared blankly at the dead snow rabbit on the ground. Then she looked at the little wolf cub in her arms, and instantly understood something. If the retreat of the wolf pack just now was puzzling and confusing, then this scene at this moment exploded in everyone's minds like a bomb. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, Little Sa stood up in shock, his mouth wide open. My gosh, did everyone see that? The wolf actually brought a snow rabbit to Xiaorui. Professor Yuansen also said in astonishment. Incredible. Truly unbelievable. It seems my speculation was not wrong, that little wolf pup is a member of this wolf pack, and they brought this snow rabbit as a gift. But why didn't they take that wolf pup back, instead leaving it with Xiaorui? Didn't we just say Xiaorui was a saint? Look at this, good deeds bring good returns. This snow rabbit could really save a life. Xiaorui hasn't eaten for days, and this snow rabbit could help her survive. Is this big star Xiaorui really going to star in a movie called About My Wilderness Survival While Being Taken Care of by a Wolf Pack? After the wolf left, Xiaorui waited for a long time, confirming there was no sound outside, before getting up to pick up the snow rabbit. A surge of mixed emotions welled up in her heart. She hadn't expected that her moment of compassion would result in this reward. After simply processing the snow rabbit, she threw the innards to the little wolf pup and began roasting the remaining meat over the fire. The command center in the capital was brightly lit. Report. A biologist stood up, his voice tinged with excitement. Commander, Minister Li, I just made a detailed image analysis of the two wolves that appeared at Xiaorui's cave entrance. The commander and Li Guodong focused their gaze on him. Speak. The expert quickly pulled up 3 sets of images and projected them on the big screen. One set was of the wolf that appeared at Xiaorui's cave, another set showed the scene when Zhang Yu was besieged by a pack of wolves, and the last one was of the shadow of a wolf flashing under the tree where the contestant Tal was sleeping. Everyone, look. The expert used a laser pointer to circle a few spots in each image on the big screen and continued. Everyone carefully look at these 3 images. The shape, color, and the injured leg of this wolf. I just analyzed it thoroughly. It can be said with almost 100% certainty that the wolf appearing at Xiaorui's cave is one of the members from the pack that attacked Zhang Yu, and also the one that later encountered contestant Tal. Li Guodong quickly walked to the big screen, examining it closely. This means Xiaorui's location is not far from Zhang Yu. Another biologist stepped forward, excited. Based on our understanding of wolf behavior, the activity range of a wolf pack is about 20 kilometers in a straight line. Therefore, hearing this, the commander also stood up and walked to the screen. Immediately retrieve past recordings, analyze frame by frame, and deduce the specific locations of Zhang Yu and Xiaorui. Report as soon as confirmed. Every contestant is a precious asset to our dragon country. If they can meet in one place, they will form a cohesive team, greatly enhancing their risk resistance and danger response. Then, the commander addressed Li Guodong and another major in charge of security. By the way, everyone is strictly prohibited from going out, all electronic devices must be handed in, and ensure that this information cannot leak. The commander's cold gaze swept across everyone. We have received news about spies from beautiful country, we still have a little mouse that hasn't been exposed. We have some clues about who it could be. He can't escape. Before that, we must be on high alert. I hope you understand this matter concerns the fate of our dragon country, and any accidents are unacceptable. Chapter 62, Tracking Paw Prints, Encountering a Lynx. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks of the wooden cabin, inopportunely waking the two who were sleeping in each other's embrace. Zhang Yu woke from the warm wolf fur blanket, his arm still around Su Jin, his hand inevitably resting on a curvy spot. With yesterday's experience, Su Jin's face was still red, but she finally calmed down a lot, only lowering her head and saying nothing. The two of them tacitly did not dwell too much on this matter, quietly putting on their clothes and getting out of bed. After a simple breakfast, Zhang Yu assigned today's tasks to Su Jin, then he strapped on his bow and axe and went straight out, walking eastward. Today, he was going the same way they returned yesterday, carefully checking what was following them all the way. He would never feel at ease until this danger was eliminated. Crossing the stream, Zhang Yu followed the path back from yesterday, searching carefully, his eyes scanning around, not missing any traces on the snow. Fortunately, it hadn't snowed again, and the footprints were not covered. However, it had been 2 days since the last snowfall, and various new and old footprints mixed together on the accumulated snow, causing enough trouble for Zhang Yu, who needed to expend a lot of energy distinguishing the animals represented by the various footprints and their walking directions. After searching for about an hour, he finally discovered a relatively new set of footprints beside a thicket in the snow. Finally, beside a thicket in the snow, he found a relatively new set of footprints. He squatted down and observed carefully. Then continued to follow this footprint forward. He found that these footprints often paused near trees and bushes, as if cleverly using the terrain and vegetation to hide its shape, just like this creature possessed extremely high caution and patience. These footprints were not big, although Zhang Yu didn't know what animal they belonged to, he always felt a familiar sensation, as if he had seen it not long ago. He pondered carefully but achieved no results, so he continued to follow the footprints forward. After walking for more than half an hour, the terrain began to rise gently, and the trees became taller. This was the road to the hot spring pool. Could this thing have returned to the hot spring pool? Zhang Yu speculated in his heart. Suddenly, he stopped behind a huge spruce tree. On the snow here, there were not only the footprints he had been tracking. Next to these footprints, there appeared a larger set of claw marks, along with some scattered small footprints, and some white fur on the ground. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air. Zhang Yu immediately became alert and peered forward while taking cover in the woods. He saw a long-bodied adult lynx on the slope, holding a still-twitching snowshoe hare in its mouth, followed by 2 furry cubs behind it. Zhang Yu instantly understood that the extra footprints were from this lynx. At this moment, the lynx also sensed something unusual, its ears perked up, rotating like radar, searching. Then, as if it had discovered Zhang Yu's presence, it turned its head and looked in Zhang Yu's direction, emitting a low growl, sounding like a warning and a show of strength. Zhang Yu didn't make any sudden moves, only knocking his bow and quietly watching the lynx. Currently, there was no lack of food, so there was no need to take risks against a dangerous animal, especially since this predator showed no desire to attack him. The lynx seemed to have its fill and lost the desire to continue hunting, or perhaps it was cautious because it had its young nearby. In any case, after letting out a few low growls and seeing Zhang Yu did not move, it hurried its cubs away toward the distance. The viewers in Zhang Yu's personal livestream were also bursting with excitement over the sight of the 2 adorable lynx cubs. What is this? A lion or a leopard? Why have I never seen it in a documentary? It should be another kind of creature called a lynx, a medium to large cat species, a top predator in the jungle, very dangerous. They are so cute, but why does mom look so fierce, so cute? It should taste even cuter. Are you a devil upstairs? How can something so cute be eaten? Zhang Yu quietly watched the family of lynxes gradually move away, then began to follow the previous footprints to track further. But at this moment, his heart had settled a lot. The previous feeling of being pursued indeed kept him restless, always worried. But looking at the lynx's large paw prints and the small footprints of the pursuer, his heart felt much lighter. In the wilderness world, although danger is not judged by size, body size is a direct measure of overall strength. The feeling of threat from a bear and that from a fox are clearly two different concepts. After tracking all the way to the hot spring canyon, there was almost no snow accumulation on the ground, and the footprints disappeared. Zhang Yu searched around the hot spring canyon, and apart from a large herd of elk and some flying birds, he found nothing else. Since I'm here, I might as well improve the shelter here, Zhang Yu murmured. Zhang Yu was not happy to go back. He had come so far, and it would be a waste of time to just return without doing something. So he continued to improve the shelter here. He did not chop down the trees inside the canyon. Instead, he moved further up the canyon and chose some appropriately sized spruces and firs to fell. Then he slid the logs one by one down from the canyon. In this way, he could avoid being discovered for any anomalies as much as possible, and the upcoming heavy snow would cover the traces of the sliding logs. After eating some smoked meat he had carried with him, Zhang Yu continued to work. As the sunset once again painted half the sky red, there was already enough wood piled up at the bottom of the canyon for him to complete the door of the rock wall shelter and even finish some beds. Zhang Yu looked at the fruits of his labor, satisfied, and patted the wood chips off his clothes, ready to start his return journey. It was already getting late. If he stayed here any longer, not only would it get cold after nightfall, but the wild predators would also be enough to give him a scare, not to mention Su Jin would worry. Although he hadn't found the owner of the footprints, today wasn't a total loss, at least the wood was ready. Oh no! Zhang Yu suddenly thought of something, slapping his thigh and quickening his pace toward the wooden house. I haven't checked today's trap yet. If I catch a wild chicken, it will be frozen to death. Chapter 63, Global National Conference. In the capital city, the command headquarters. The commander took off his headset, rubbed his brow, weariness apparent on his face, and pressed a blue button on the table. He had just concluded a multilateral summit that lasted several hours. Li Guodong walked in from outside, concerned, and asked, Commander, how's the situation? What did the other countries say? The commander walked to the large screen, looking at the fragmented map and the marked positions of the contestants from various countries, and said solemnly, I proposed the plan of global wilderness survival community at the meeting, suggesting that all countries unite, refuse to fight among themselves, and gather all contestants in one place to survive together until the last person remains. If someone is sick or dying for any reason, the countries can negotiate who should end their suffering. This way, all countries can preserve their land and obtain more resources. But, the beautiful country took the lead in rejecting this proposal. They stated openly at the meeting that this is an ultimate trial centered on competition, and only the last survivor can obtain resources. Following them, countries like Yage, Zhan, and Cherry Blossom also opposed our opinion. Li Guodong's face darkened as well. They plan to take advantage of us. They're not afraid of breaking their teeth. I would rather see the contestants kill each other than see all the countries survive. After the meeting, our 5 great benevolent nations held a small meeting, and the bear country also made a suggestion. The commander took a sip of water and continued. Currently, there are more than 5,000 contestants still alive, and killing one contestant can restore 1,000th of resources. By killing 1,000 contestants, we can restore 100% of the resources. So, the bear country proposed that the 5 of us act in reality against those small countries, control them, and let their contestants die, feeding the 5 great nations. The bear country also suggested that the largest and most resource-rich countries, the beautiful country, the dragon country, the bear country, the maple leaf country, and the football country, should act to kill contestants of other countries to restore resources, and then let the John Bull and the Gallic Rooster occupy and control the maple leaf country and the football country in advance, achieving a resurrection using their corpses. The beautiful country must have refused as well, right? Li Guodong asked, but he already had the answer in his heart. The bear country can say this, but the beautiful country cannot agree. The bear country has almost no allies and can say whatever it wants. But the beautiful country has many small country allies. Although many things are tacitly understood, if brought to the surface, those countries would absolutely not agree. Even if the leaders agree, the people definitely will not agree. The commander nodded. Yes, the beautiful country also refused. They did not agree to this plan. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. The deputy commander in charge of intelligence security, Wang Feng, entered with a serious look and a classified document in hand. Commander, Lao Li, urgent intelligence from the Cherry Blossom country. He glanced at Li Guodong, continuing only when the commander nodded. Our department has just received extremely confidential intelligence from the Cherry Blossom country's undercover agents, and the content is quite shocking. He handed the classified document to the commander and continued. The intelligence confirms that several countries led by the beautiful country have reached an elite immigration agreement, where officials, elites, experts from various fields, and their children from each country will begin to transfer to the beautiful country one after another. In exchange, their contestants in the wilderness world will unconditionally follow the command of the beautiful country and will ultimately make the final contribution to the beautiful country. This final contribution needs no further explanation, as it is naturally that 1,000th of the resources. What? Li Guodong gasped, shocked on his face. What do they want? To abandon their own country and people? How can they be worthy of their ancestors? The commander's eyes revealed a cold light, and he spoke in an icy tone. What a good strategy! The families of the contestants are under the control of various countries, and using this as a threat, they aren't afraid the contestants will refuse. The key is that even if those contestants win, they must return to their country, falling into the hands of the beautiful country. In this way, who would dare not comply? Wang Feng continued. According to information from various countries' undercover agents, the Empress of Zhang's country and the leader of the Gallic Rooster have already pressured the Maple Leaf country. They will prioritize restoring full resources for the beautiful country, and subsequently meet the needs of the Maple Leaf country. After the wilderness world ends, the Zhang's country and the Gallic Rooster will all immigrate to the Maple Leaf country, achieving rebirth through the system of the Maple Leaf country. In this case, not only does the beautiful country have its own contestants battling, but it may quickly have a servant army composed of contestants from various countries. Ha, what a clever calculation! The Bear country's proposal was also adopted by them, only they excluded the Bear country from the plan. What a good move! Li Guodong gasped, expressing his feelings. The beautiful country's move is extremely ruthless. They are using their position and power in the real world, combined with their long-standing influence, to bind all allied countries together for a grand gamble that costs them nothing. Not only did this greatly enhance the survival rate of the beautiful country contestants, but it also increased their strength, fundamentally changing the existing pattern of the wilderness world. The commander fell silent for a moment, then suddenly slammed the table and said, "The situation is far more severe than we expected. The beautiful country wants to surround the field for hunting, they are the hunters, while everyone else is just fish and meat. However, I want to see, are they truly the hunters, or just the mantises? Do you know how many countries are involved in that alliance?" The commander looked at Wang Feng and asked. Wang Feng shook his head and said, "I don't know the exact number or countries, but a few have been confirmed: Zhang country, Rooster country, Elegant country, Monkey country, Sakura country, Stick country, and Wave country." What about a 3-country and Battle Car country? A 3-country has been excluded from this plan due to its large population. As for Battle Car country, whispers from the European League say they are considering it but have neither agreed nor refused to join the alliance. Immediately adjust our strategy. You think tank, based on the current situation, come up with a specific response plan for me, and also strive to use this opportunity to catch that big rat. After all, it has been hiding inside, which is too dangerous. The commander said to Li Guodong. He then turned his gaze to Wang Feng. Contact all undercover agents in various countries at once, prioritize saving themselves, then infiltrate. Investigate this information thoroughly, and be sure to confirm which countries are participating in this plan. Also, see if we can secretly bring the relatives of those small country contestants to Dragon Country. Understood, I'll get on it right away. Wang Feng said as he prepared to leave, but was called back by the commander. Wait, spread this news secretly, then contact the public figures we sponsor in each country to stir up opposition. We've supported them for so long, it's time to reap some rewards. Yes. I promise to complete the task. Chapter 64, The Conflict Between Baba Sheep and Camel Country. Until late at night, Zhang Yu finished checking all the traps and headed toward the shelter. The hard journey was not without its rewards. He successfully caught a squirrel that had long since frozen stiff, he just didn't know if it was the one that was stolen from his old home last time. This also successfully added 50 experience points. Trap experience points plus 50. Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills, Archery LV5, Ultimate, Entry, 100 steps penetration, Traps LV3, 50/300, Fishing LV1, 47 out of 100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skills LV1, 10/100. Looking at the Proficiency System panel, Zhang Yu fell into deep thought. Archery has already reached the top level, with no room for improvement. Although he really wanted to know what kind of entry would be unlocked if Fishing and Knife Skills reached LV5, the progress for these two skills was indeed too slow, he didn't have so many resources to upgrade. Catching a single fish only gave him 10 experience points. How many fish did he need to catch to reach LV5? Originally, Zhang Yu had not fully realized his situation, he thought it was merely a matter of time. But after fishing so many times, catching just 1 or 2 each time, he had long since given up hope for this skill. Perhaps when the shelter lacked nothing, he could then leisurely fish and slowly improve. As for knife skills, Zhang Yu could only laugh dryly, just wait. This pottery skill? It's not useful, forget it. The focus should still be on traps. Zhang Yu decided to set more traps tomorrow, casting a wider net, so that his gains would be greater and the speed of skill improvement would increase. In the dead of night, the cold wind howled, the wooden house's door was wide open, and a bit of light glowed from inside. Zhang Yu shivered with cold as he walked step by step towards the wooden house. Su Jin had been standing at the door, ignoring the cold, looking around anxiously, her face filled with worry. Seeing the silhouette carrying the squirrel in the dark, she let out a sigh of relief and hurried over. You finally returned. Her voice trembled slightly, the anxious heart finally settled down. Why are you back so late today? Did something happen? It's nothing. Zhang Yu stepped into the wooden cabin, shutting out the cold air. He casually handed the frozen squirrel to Su Jin and said, I followed those footprints all the way to the hot spring canyon, searched around but couldn't find anything. Since I went there anyway, I thought it was better to keep improving that area, so that's why I'm late. As he spoke, he took off his wolf-tail hat, walked to the fireplace, and started warming up. Are you hungry? I made some meat soup. Su Jin didn't ask more questions, just filled a clay bowl with steaming hot soup and handed it to Zhang Yu. The warm soup went down, driving away the cold inside. After quickly washing up, the two added some firewood to the fireplace and then lay down to rest. The wolfskin blanket, warmed by their body heat, felt much cozier. Su Jin seemed a little restless because of Zhang Yu's late return. After lying down for a while, her body gradually relaxed. Zhang Yu, are you asleep? Su Jin turned over in the wolfskin blanket, facing Zhang Yu. Not yet. Is there something you want? I organized things during the day and found that we don't have much firewood left. Those new logs are not dry yet, and I tried burning a few during the day. The smoke was terrible, unbearable. Su Jin's voice carried worry. In winter, firewood is essential for survival. Without dry wood, it means no continuous warmth, and the cold will bring disaster. Zhang Yu was silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, he spoke. I understand. Don't worry, we won't go hunting tomorrow. Let's see if we can try making charcoal. Charcoal? Zhang Yu explained. Yes, wood that doesn't burn completely turns into charcoal. This stuff burns long and releases more heat, and the most important thing is that it produces almost no smoke. With it, we won't have to worry about keeping warm. His explanation was simple and clear, yet it brightened Su Jin's eyes. Although she didn't quite understand how to do it, she believed that since Zhang Yu proposed this plan, there would be no problem, it would surely succeed. Is it troublesome to make? Is there anything I can help with? It's not too troublesome, mainly, we need to dig a furnace pit, which requires some time and patience. Tomorrow, you help me prepare some clay, and then we can find a place to build the furnace. Okay. Su Jin immediately agreed. Then she turned over, facing away from Zhang Yu, and fell into a deep sleep. In the Long Country livestream, the screen was showing Xia Chen's perspective. Inside the wooden cabin, the fire was burning brightly, and a snow rabbit was roasting over the flames, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a fragrant smell wafting through the air. Xia Chen, Fad, and Iqbal sat around the fire, quietly waiting. At first, the atmosphere was friendly and harmonious. As the leader, Xia Chen divided the snow rabbit into 3 parts and handed 2 portions to Fad and Iqbal. Iqbal took the rabbit meat and expressed thanks to Xia Chen with the unique etiquette of Baba Yang country. Fad grinned and then eagerly dug in. The contestant from the camel country, Fad, in just a few bites, reduced the portion he received to almost nothing. Looking at the bones in his hand, he noticed that Xia Chen and Iqbal still had a lot of meat left, and greed and hunger surged in his heart. He calculated in his mind. Xia Chen is the leader, so it's not good to speak up to him. But Iqbal is a newcomer, he should honor his seniors, right? So, he licked his lips and said. You eat slowly, share a bit with me. I'm so hungry, this little bit isn't enough to fill my teeth. Hearing this, Iqbal was taken aback for a moment, looking at Fad and saying. That's not appropriate, Xia Chen already divided it evenly, everyone's amount is the same. You're hungry, I'm hungry too. Upon hearing this, Fad suddenly stood up and angrily shouted at Iqbal. You're hungry? You, the newcomer, only know how to take away food. What else can be done? You originally ate from my and Xia Chen's share, and now you want to take some back, that is what you deserved. Who do you think you are? I'm here to listen to Xia Chen, and besides, I don't see any use in you, except for eating and complaining. Xia Chen is the leader of our team, and he is the one who hunted the food, the distribution power lies with him, not you, Fad. What right do you have to say this food was originally yours? Iqbal naturally was not afraid, he was a soldier and would not fear a small Fad. Fad seemed to have hit a sore spot, momentarily at a loss for words, and then his face turned red, clearly angry. He yelled at Iqbal. Bullshit. You newcomer, before making a contribution, you must give up the food. As he said this, he actually reached out to snatch the meat from Iqbal's hand. Iqbal did not indulge him, he grabbed Fad's wrist and coldly said. Fad. Do you want to forcibly snatch it? Let go. Fad pulled hard to try to free his hand, but couldn't pull it out no matter what. In the Dragon Country livestream, the comments exploded instantly. Whoa, they are about to fight, the Camel Country and the Baba Sheep Country are about to fight. Fad has gone too far, Xia Chen distributed the food fairly, yet he wants to take more. Exactly, I've disliked this fod from camel country for a long time, he does nothing but complain, stealing food. I say let him die sooner. At that moment, Xia Chen acted. He didn't shout loudly or rush to mediate, instead, he abruptly threw the clean bone in his hand into the fire. Have you all made enough noise? Chapter 65, Making Charcoal. The next morning, Su Jin woke up from the warmth, feeling a strange sensation behind her and the strong arms wrapped around her waist. She suddenly woke up, realizing that she was almost entirely in Zhang Yu's embrace. Her face instantly flushed, and her heart raced. She froze, not daring to move, afraid of waking Zhang Yu, and then began to quietly move her body away from him. However, this slight movement still startled Zhang Yu. He instinctively tightened his arm, pulling Su Jin back into his embrace and rubbing his chin against her hair. Su Jin shuddered, as if being electrocuted. Zhang Yu was fully awake but didn't mind at all. He wrapped his other arm around Su Jin, pulling her closer, and surprisingly, one hand slid up a bit and gave a gentle squeeze, causing her body's instinctive reactions to intensify. Su Jin's face turned even redder. She dared not move, closing her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Get up, don't be like an ostrich. Zhang Yu patted Su Jin's bottom and got up to get dressed. Su Jin softly agreed and started to tidy her slightly messy clothes. After Su Jin and Zhang Yu finished breakfast, they walked out of the wooden house. The glaring sun shone on the snow, reflecting dazzling light, while the cold wind continued to blow. We need to follow yesterday's plan and prepare to make some charcoal. Zhang Yu rubbed his hands together, exhaling white mist. Today the temperature dropped a bit more. If this continues, it might reach below -10 degrees in a few days. Zhang Yu complained, he hadn't expected the wilderness world to cool down so quickly. However, thanks to the brown bear, mountain lion, and those wolves, the supplies were quite abundant, or else he would have worried about the supply issue. I'll go get some wood, and the previous wood can continue to dry as a backup. You go dig some clay by the lake, Zhang Yu instructed. Okay. Next, they split up. Zhang Yu started cutting wood while Su Jin began digging clay. This process was not easy. The cold weather made her fingers stiff. Moreover, the ground was frozen hard, making digging very difficult. When Zhang Yu moved the wood in batches to Su Jin's side, she had not finished digging yet. So Zhang Yu also joined in the digging of the clay. After another half hour, the clay was finally dug out, but it was frozen and could not be mixed with water to make mud. Zhang Yu could only go to the cabin to fetch some dry firewood and dry leaves, lighting a fire next to the clay to thaw it. During this process, Su Jin was also working hard, piling up the chopped firewood into a small hill as Zhang Yu instructed. You work on the mud, and I will improve the wood pile, Zhang Yu said, then added some dry firewood and dry leaves into the wood stack. If it were all wet wood, it wouldn't catch fire at all, so some kindling was necessary to let the flames rise. Soon, Su Jin had also mixed the mud well, and the two worked together to wrap the mud around the wood pile, leaving some air holes at the bottom and a small ignition hole at the top. This step is crucial. It cannot be burned with a strong fire, nor should it be allowed to go out. Oxygen must be controlled, Zhang Yu said while operating. It needs to be smothered inside to slowly burn off the moisture without letting it burn completely, which will form charcoal. As he spoke, Zhang Yu ignited the flame at the top ignition hole. The damp mud hissed at the encounter with the flames, releasing a lot of steam, while the flames spread downward, making the entire earthen mound look like a small volcano. Now is the time that tests patience and luck. This process will last for several hours, Zhang Yu said. Su Jin looked at the furnace with a gaze full of expectation. If they could make charcoal, it would be a huge benefit for their survival ahead. The two squatted by the furnace, carefully adjusting the size of the air holes based on the smoke condition. The Dragon Kingdom's livestream was also closely following Zhang Yu's dynamics. Little Sa looked at the two squatting by the furnace and said, Dear viewers, we can see that Zhang Yu and Su Jin have successfully completed the preliminary plan. Now is the critical moment, controlling the oxygen level. Professor Yuan Sen, do you think they will succeed? Professor Yuan Sen replied. That's right, I just reviewed some ancient texts, and their current approach fully aligns with the descriptions in the texts, but the most crucial part is sustaining the oxygen control. This step is vital. If the oxygen level is too high, the wood will completely burn to ashes. If the oxygen level is too low, the wood will extinguish and cannot convert to charcoal. So, this is a highly demanding step that tests skill and experience. We know that, not to mention living trees on Blue Star, even dead trees are nowhere to be found. If it were someone else, I would remain skeptical, but this person is Zhang Yu. He has brought us surprises multiple times, so I believe they should succeed. So when is it considered a success? Lu Fei curiously asked from the side. Professor Yuan Sen explained. The key is to observe the color of the smoke. When the white smoke, which indicates water vapor, slowly reduces, and the smoke turns light blue, or there is no smoke at all, it indicates that it is basically complete. At that time, all air holes should be quickly and completely sealed to let the wood in the charcoal kiln cool naturally in an oxygen-deficient state, and then it will be completely done. The bullet screen was exceptionally lively at this moment. My god, it's so complicated. I thought just lighting it would be enough, and it would naturally turn into charcoal. Learning something new, got it. Turns out this thing is so hard to make, but is charcoal really as good as you says? Several hours. Staying out here in the freezing weather for several hours? Aren't we gonna turn into popsicles? Upstairs. Do you think there's no temperature when the wood burns inside that furnace? Still cold. What were you thinking? Comparing to some neighboring countries, they are still struggling for firewood, while we, have already started making charcoal. If this goes on, we might end up making industrial products. At that moment, Professor Yuansen suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted. Not good. Smoke is coming out from the furnace walls. We're doomed. Chapter 66, Charcoal is out. As soon as Professor Yuansen finished speaking, the screen showed a small crack appearing on the sidewall of the furnace that was tightly sealed with mud, and a puff of smoke started to escape from the crack. This is bad. A crack has appeared in the furnace. This means oxygen will enter from the crack, turning firewood into ashes. We must find a way to seal this crack immediately. The comments exploded like fireworks. It's over. A day's effort might go to waste. What should we do? Hurry up and think of a solution. Foolish dragon country people. Lady Luck won't always be by this brat's side, it's time for him to face misfortune. IP address, Sparta Nation. Don't worry. This is nothing, Yuga can handle it easily. But this crack seems to be getting bigger. Zhang Yu quickly noticed the smoke rising from the furnace wall and instantly realized the gravity of the situation. He quickly got up, glanced at the crack, and shouted loudly. Su Jin, hurry, bring the mud. Su Jin also reacted extremely quickly, immediately shoveling a large chunk of wet mud with some ice crystals from the ground and handed it over. Zhang Yu didn't care about the cold and the dirt, he grabbed a large piece and smeared it over the crack, barely blocking it completely. Then, he smeared several more layers of the remaining mud on the board over the crack, ensuring it was thoroughly covered. The whole process took only a dozen seconds, so fast that people struggled to keep up. Seeing that smoke no longer escaped from the crack, Zhang Yu let out a long sigh of relief. Go prepare some wet sticky clay mud, he instructed. The remaining wet mud was already scarce, and making charcoal would take a lot of time, no one knew if there would be any accidents. Moreover, the heat generated by the incomplete combustion of the firewood inside would dry out the already damp furnace. Once the mud dried out and lost its moisture, it would naturally crack. Fortunately, Zhang Yu chose a type of clay with better stickiness. If it were ordinary mud, it would almost certainly crack a lot. Upon hearing, Su Jin didn't hesitate and rushed to dig for clay. Zhang Yu stayed beside the furnace, carefully watching the fire. Seeing that the crack was sealed, the viewers in the Dragon Country livestream let out a sigh of relief. Little Saw, still shaken, asked. Professor Yuan, is the crisis now resolved? Professor Yuan Sen's tense body finally relaxed as he sat back down in his chair and said. The crisis is temporarily resolved. Zhang Yu and Su Jin's quick reactions and cooperation were perfect. If it had been half a minute later, a large volume of air would have entered through the crack, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. The crisis is now resolved, but the frequency of crack formation will increase. The heat generated by burning firewood inside the furnace will cause the moisture in the furnace wall to evaporate quickly. Once the moisture is evaporated and the dry mud loses its stickiness, it will lead to large-scale cracking, which will really test Zhang Yu and Su Jin's reactions and responses. Time passed second by second. Cracks occasionally appeared on the furnace wall, releasing wisps of white smoke. With the intensifying loss of moisture, the frequency and size of the cracks were increasing. The two of them were almost constantly circling around the furnace, trying to fix things. Zhang Yu's personal livestream comments skyrocketed. My god, it's like playing a whack-a-mole game. As soon as you fix one, another pops up somewhere else. Looking at it makes me tired, shouldn't we just not make this charcoal anymore? Using wet wood doesn't really matter, it just means more smoke. The person upstairs is not wrong at all, it's just more smoke, and then we might just choke to death at night, what's the big deal? After several hours of intense whack-a-mole game, Zhang Yu and Su Jin were almost exhausted of all their energy. Their sweat had dried and soaked again, and the sweat on their brows had turned to ice pellets in the cold temperature. Just as the two were about to give up, the flames in the kiln finally began to subside. No new cracks appeared on the kiln walls, the temperature also started to gradually dissipate, and eventually became warm. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yu finally let out a long breath. Is it about to end? Su Jin asked Zhang Yu with a hint of uncertainty. Zhang Yu nodded, placing his hand on the kiln wall, carefully feeling the temperature, and said. It's about to end, it has cooled down, we can open the kiln. This sentence was like a heavenly melody, and Su Jin instantly became rejuvenated, all her fatigue seemed to vanish as she exclaimed. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and open the kiln, let's see what the charcoal looks like. Under the eyes of countless people, Zhang Yu picked up an axe and began to clean the kiln walls, while Su Jin helped beside him, not caring about getting dirty. She directly started digging with her hands, her eyes shining as if something precious was hidden inside. As the mud was slowly peeled away, a wave of heat rushed to their faces. When the last chunk of mud was pried open, revealing the situation inside the kiln, both of them couldn't help but cheer. It worked! Inside the kiln, all the firewood had disappeared, revealing the glossy black charcoal. Most of it still maintained its original shape, but a small amount had turned into white ash. Zhang Yu bent down and picked up a larger piece of charcoal, carefully examining it, then broke it apart with force, the broken end showing a perfect black. We did it, we succeeded. Zhang Yu's voice was filled with excitement as he handed the charcoal to Su Jin. Su Jin received the black charcoal and checked it carefully, looking left and right, her face full of smiles. Great! Now we can say we have solved the most critical fuel problem. In the live broadcast room of Dragon Country, when Zhang Yu broke that piece of charcoal, little Saman was filled with excitement. They succeeded, dear viewers, Zhang Yu and them succeeded. They successfully made charcoal. Professor Yuan-san nodded repeatedly. Exactly, they succeeded. I knew it, everyone look at these charcoals, they are uniform in texture, wonderfully carbonized. With this charcoal, they have solved a huge problem, it's a significant milestone on the path to survival. At this moment, the bullet comments were like a tsunami. Nyobwa Yu Yi is amazing. Congratulations to Yu Yi and Su Jin, all the hard work hasn't been in vain, a successful effort, it will be easy to make in the future. Just think, we will have endless charcoal, so happy. Knowledge is power, Yu Yi is the god who holds the power. Oh no! Oh no! Something happened on Xia Chen's side. Chapter 67 Fahad is attacked. While all the audience was cheering for Zhang Yu and Su Jin's successful charcoal making, in the Camel Country live broadcast room, all attention was focused on Fahad's live footage. Their host was happily introducing. Dear viewers, we can see our contestant Fahad's ranking has risen to 189th place, which is the highest ranking for our country. That's right, Fahad is in the team of Dragon Country's contestant Xia Chen, he has made many contributions, look, he is still hard at work chopping wood. If it weren't for our contestant Fahad's supply support, how could contestant Xia Chen possibly rise to the top 3? Another commentator complained. The key is, what use is that Iqbal from the Babayan country? Last night, how could so much food be allocated? This is not fair. Our player Fahad has contributed so much, he should get more. In the live broadcast, Fahad was lazily chopping trees, still complaining endlessly. Suddenly, a heavy footstep sound came from the dense forest behind him. He seemed to sense something, impatiently stopping his actions and looking back. Just that one glance made his eyes wide open, frozen in place. In the dense forest, a robust adult brown bear was slowly walking toward him. Roar! The brown bear let out a deafening roar, and without waiting for Fahad to react, it walked straight towards him. Ah! Help me! Fahad was scared out of his wits, his previous complaints instantly replaced by endless fear. He watched the brown bear quickly approaching him, and without thinking, he turned around and began to run. The host was still complaining, but at this moment, he screamed in fear. Bear! It's a brown bear, run Fahad, may God protect you. Another invited biological expert shouted urgently. Don't run, absolutely don't run. Running will only provoke its hunting instinct. Fahad, quickly learn from Lungwa's Zhang Yu, you must face the bear directly, spread your hands, shout loudly, make yourself look strong, and scare the bear away. But Fahad's chance for guidance had long expired, he was consumed by fear and made the worst choice. His back was completely exposed to the brown bear. And the brown bear, seeing Fahad running away, was driven by its animal instincts and began to run toward Fahad. The live comments in the Camel Country broadcast room were filled with despair and prayers. May God protect us, quickly save Fahad. It's over, he can't outrun the bear. Xia Chen, Iqbal, where are you? Hurry and save Fahad. Damn it, I can't bear to watch anymore. Who complained about unfairness just now? In the wilderness world, only strength is real, without strength, everything is rubbish. He's caught up. It's over. Who can save Fahad? The host looked at the increasingly approaching brown bear, his face pale, his voice trembling with tears. It's over, it's too late to turn back now. Fahad is done for, we can only pray for God's protection. As soon as he finished speaking, in the live broadcast, the brown bear had already caught up to Fahad, its massive paw raised high, striking down heavily on Fahad's back. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, accompanied by Fahad's sharp scream of agony. He was sent flying like a kite, blood spewing from his mouth as he arced through the air and crashed to the ground hard. Meanwhile, on the other side, after checking the last trap with nothing to show, Xia Chen and Iqbal were preparing to return to the cabin. Suddenly, they heard a loud roar from the direction of the cabin, followed by a painful scream. They exchanged glances and immediately knew something had happened to Fahad. A fierce beast was prowling around the cabin and had attacked Fahad. Xia Chen was filled with worry, but it wasn't worry for Fahad's life, it was the concern that if there was a fierce beast nearby, they would live in constant fear, always on guard against the unpredictable beast's attacks. Iqbal, on the other hand, was somewhat happy. After having a dispute with Fahad yesterday, now he was in trouble, which made him quite pleased. Let's go, we must find out what kind of fierce beast it is and see if we can kill it, otherwise, we will all live in danger, Xia Chen said as he grabbed his weapon and quickly ran off. His words reminded Iqbal, and he quickly figured out the key point, following Xia Chen as they ran toward Fahad's direction. The brown bear watched as Fahad lay helplessly on the ground, terrified and constantly scooting backward. It was no longer in a hurry, leisurely approaching, walking right up to Fahad. In his terrified and desperate gaze, a massive front paw was raised and slammed heavily against Fahad's chest. Crack! A clear sound of bone breaking rang out. Fahad spat out a mouthful of blood, his body instantly went limp, his gaze began to lose focus, and his body instinctively convulsed. Seeing this, the brown bear continued to raise its paw, but this time it was not to strike down, but to poke at Fahad's body, as if trying to confirm whether he was already dead. At this moment, Xia Chen and Iqbal also arrived at the scene. The sight before them sank their hearts to the bottom. A massive adult brown bear was continuously poking at Fahad's body with its paw. Meanwhile, Fahad lay limp in the snow, his chest caved in, with a large pool of blood beside him. Kill the bear, Xia Chen decisively ordered. You draw its attention, and I'll attack from behind. Save him? Fahad was definitely beyond saving. If it were on Blue Star, there might have been hope, but in this wild world, there were no conditions to save him at all. They had to drive away or kill this brown bear, or else. Iqbal understood Xia Chen's meaning as well. Being a strong soldier himself, he was filled with courage, swinging his weapon and running to the side, shouting loudly. Hey, bro, look over here. As he spoke, he continuously struck his weapon against a nearby tree trunk. The brown bear was startled by this sudden noise, it stopped poking at Fahad and turned to Iqbal, letting out a loud roar. As Iqbal boldly stepped forward, the entire Babayan livestream room erupted. The host's voice was filled with pride. Ha, look, this is our contestant Iqbal, ranked 145. He did not back down in the face of danger, actively attracting the brown bear's attention to create an opportunity for Xia from Dragon Country. That's right, this reflects our Babayang nation's noble spirit and national quality, but it must be said that Iqbal's act is extremely dangerous, and he must be extra careful. An analyst's face showed concern. Iqbal brother, well done. You are our pride, this is what our Babayang soldiers are like, brave and fearless. Keep it up, this is the wild world version of the collaboration between Dragon Country and Babayang Country. Exactly, our friendship lasts forever. Isn't it? Why doesn't Xia from Dragon Country attract the bear himself? It's clear he is using our Iqbal as bait. Wake up, everyone. At this moment, Xia Chen was quietly sneaking toward the back of the bear from downwind. Chapter 68, Killing the Brown Bear, Facing a Choice. Xia Chen did not linger, nor did he let Iqbal bear the threat of the bear alone. Just as Iqbal successfully drew the brown bear's attention, Xia Chen moved, like a seasoned hunter, dropping his body low and moving with great lightness, he quickly darted to the downwind, sneakily heading toward the bear's back. Look, Xia Chen is starting to act. He didn't let Iqbal face the threat alone, he is maneuvering. This is the standard flanking maneuver tactic used in the military, only soldiers like Xia Chen and Iqbal can understand. The Dragon Country livestream room also shifted its focus to Xia Chen. Little Sa was excitedly watching Xia Chen's actions on the screen. Professor Yuan Sen was analyzing rapidly. This is perfect cooperation, a flanking maneuver. Iqbal acts as a feint to draw fire, while Xia Chen is moving in for a deadly strike. This is the most efficient tactic, but if the opponent were a human, then this tactic would surely work, but the opponent is an adult brown bear, its sense of smell and hearing are extremely sensitive. Actually, the best tactic is still to use the terrain to create distance like contestant Zhang Yu and then shoot from a distance with a bow until a fatal strike is achieved. Meanwhile, in the wild world, the brown bear noticed someone trying to touch its spoils. It became furious again, roaring loudly as a warning. But Iqbal was trying to attract the brown bear's attention, so he wouldn't give up. He continued to yell, keeping a safe distance, striking the tree trunk with his machete, creating a dull sound. The brown bear was also enraged by his actions, starting to move, preparing to pounce on Iqbal. At this critical moment, Xia Chen acted. He jumped out from behind the brown bear, pouring all his strength into the machete, the sharp blade cutting through the air, aiming precisely at the bear's neck. This strike was quick, accurate, and fierce. However, the bear's instincts and perception were beyond imagination. It seemed to sense the crisis from behind and began to turn its head. If it noticed, Xia Chen's decisive strike could lose its effect. The consequences were unimaginable. If the bear survived this blow, they would face a fierce and furious creature. Hey, look here, you fool, look here. Seeing this, Iqbal hesitated not at all, instantly raising his voice and running towards the bear, swinging his machete to keep attracting its attention and create an opportunity for Xia Chen. Whoosh! The machete grazed the brown bear's body. Although it didn't hit, it distracted the bear, its motion of turning stopped as it focused on the unarmed ant approaching it. Roar! It let out a loud roar, getting ready to pounce on Iqbal. At that moment, Xia Chen's machete arced through the air, striking fiercely into the bear's neck. Sizzle! The blade sunk into flesh, making a sound. The brown bear let out a tragic and angry roar, its massive body trembling from the excruciating pain, blood gushing from its neck and staining the surrounding snow. It wildly swung its giant paws, trying to swat the attacker behind it. However, after Xia Chen struck successfully, he rolled away, creating distance from the bear. Iqbal also quickly retreated, ignoring Fad, who was lying on the ground, trembling. They knew that Fad wasn't dead, he was likely injured and unconscious. After all, the death notification hadn't sounded yet. The bear struggled violently, its massive body crashing everywhere, breaking surrounding bushes and small trees. Meanwhile, Xia Chen and Iqbal stood far aside, watching. The bear's struggles grew weaker, blood continuously flowed from its neck, staining the surroundings, whether on the snow, tree trunks, or bushes. 5 minutes passed. The bear's wails gradually ceased, and finally, its gigantic body collapsed thunderously into the pool of blood, twitching a few times before finally becoming silent. The two of them tacitly did not advance to deliver a finishing blow. After all, no one could guarantee they could dodge a last-ditch strike from a dying bear. If so, it was better to wait for the bear's blood to flow out slowly before it died. The battle started quickly and ended quickly as well, but the bear was the first to play. Xia Chen panted heavily, his chest rising and falling sharply. That brief strike had exhausted almost all his strength. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, Xiaosa excitedly exclaimed. They did it, they did it! My god, they succeeded! Xia Chen and Iqbal's cooperation successfully killed this adult brown bear. This is a great victory. It means they won't have to worry about food anymore, and can safely reinforce the wooden house and prepare firewood. That's right, I believe their chances of survival have greatly increased, just like Zhang Yu and Su Jin. Without the worry of food, they would completely liberate themselves, but they didn't know how Fad was doing. If he didn't make it, wasting even a tiny fraction of resources wouldn't be good. The Baba Sheep Kingdom live broadcast room was also in an uproar. God bless, we won. It's our Iqbal. He not only successfully drew the attention of the brown bear, but at the most crucial moment, risked his life to create a finishing opportunity for Xia Chen. The host excitedly waved his arms, saying. In stark contrast to the excitement in the Dragon Country and Baba Sheep Kingdom live broadcast rooms, the Camel Country live broadcast room fell into a deathly silence. The host's face was pale, he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but let out a powerless sob. He looked at Fad, lying in a pool of blood, painfully closing his eyes. The expert beside him took over hosting responsibilities. The threat of the brown bear has been lifted. Xia Chen and Iqbal achieved an almost impossible kill, but the price for us is simply too painful. His tone grew heavy, continuing. Player Fad's injuries, in this environment, almost declare him dead. This means our top-ranking player is about to say goodbye to this stage. Let us pray to God, may Fad return to God's embrace. In the wilderness world, Xia Chen did not have time to check the brown bear, but immediately rushed to Fad's side, carefully examining his injuries. How is it? Iqbal stood beside him, looking indifferent. Not good, many ribs are broken, the shoulder blade is also broken, and I don't know how the internal organs are. He definitely can't be saved. What about the head? After all, it is a tiny fraction of resources. It would be such a waste. Chapter 69, A Difficult Choice. In the Camel Country live broadcast room, the host's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. What is Iqbal saying? Is he going to kill our player Fad? How dare he even think this way? Fad is not dead yet, even if there was a dispute before, but this is murder. The expert beside him also turned pale, standing up and slamming the table. This is provocation. How dare Iqbal? We must immediately pressure the Dragon Country. Fad and Xia Chen teamed up well, but it was the Dragon Country that chose to let Baba Sheep player Iqbal join this team. They must take responsibility. The live broadcast room audience was also extremely angry. Madman. Iqbal is a madman. Are the people of Baba Sheep Kingdom all like this? So inhumane. How dare he have such thoughts? If he really dares to do this, we must take action to punish them. Dragon Country, we must find Dragon Country, they must be held accountable for this. Xia Chen crouched on the ground, looking at the soon-to-be lifeless Fad, his face pale. Iqbal's words, wasting even a tiny fraction of resources is simply too regretful, rang like a curse in his mind. He was torn inside. Should he act? Just one move, it could quickly end things, and then Dragon Country could restore the tiny fraction of resources. Any chance to recover resources was incredibly precious. The entire dragon country's hundreds of millions of people could only survive on nutrient bars. If they could restore this tiny fraction of resources, it could bring some light to the future of Dragon Country. But once he acted, Dragon Country would restore that tiny fraction of resources, while Camel Country would lose 1% of its land area. The relationship between Dragon Country and Camel Country would instantly turn from allies to deadly enemies. This was not just data, it was a real 1% of land area, the home of countless Camel Country citizens. This blood feud would not end easily. If the enemy attacked, it might not be so bad, but dying at the hands of an ally was something that no civilians could ever accept. At that time, the Camel Country would move closer to the beautiful country, and the already vulnerable Dragon Country would become even more precarious. Is it really for that 1,000th of the resources, or for some possibilities in the future? Xiaochan's hand gripped the knife handle tightly, sweat dripping from his forehead. In the Dragon Country livestream, the atmosphere was tense. Xiaosa, Professor Yuansen, and Lu Fei all remained silent, staring intently at the screen to see what Xiaochen would choose. Meanwhile, in the Baba Sheep Country livestream, the host was anxious, exclaiming, "What is Iqbal doing? Why is he giving this head to Dragon Country's Xiaochen? Don't you know that this head is equivalent to 1,000th of the resources? How much has Dragon Country recovered, and we in Baba Sheep Country have regained nothing?" In the Camel Country livestream, the host's face turned dark. He looked at Xiaochen's silent and struggling figure on the screen, and at Iqbal's cold demeanor, and his anger finally erupted completely. Bastard! What kind of ally is this? Once there's an interest, he turns his back without hesitation? Calculating how to divide his teammate's life? This is shameless. He turned to the camera and almost shouted. Listen, Dragon Country and Baba Sheep Country. If you dare to take action, I suggest that our Camel Country immediately cut off all cooperation with Dragon Country and Baba Sheep Country. Furthermore, in the wilderness, if our players encounter players from Dragon Country or Baba Sheep Country, we will use our outside hint chances, and at all costs, fight them to the death. These furious words ignited the entire Camel Country livestream. Almost all the bullet comments were filled with words like fight to the death and must take revenge. In the capital city, the command center. The commander and a group of higher-ups gathered together. Almost all the available higher-ups attended, while those who couldn't be there participated via video call. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy. In the center of the large circular conference room, the central screen displayed Xiaochen's perspective in the wilderness world, while two side screens showed the live streams from Camel Country and Baba Sheep Country. The Baba Sheep livestream was alright, but the Camel Country livestream was filled with fight to the death and must take revenge bullet comments, which were particularly jarring. The commander sat in the main seat, looking serious. The situation is clear to everyone. Our player Xiaochen is currently teetering on the edge of national interests and international relations. One choice will directly determine our relationship with an important ally and even influence our image in the international community. As the commander spoke, he looked at everyone intently and continued. What are your thoughts? An elderly man in military uniform stood up. 1,000th of the resources is significant, but our Dragon Country has never sacrificed the trust of allies for temporary gains. If Xiaochen strikes, the situation for our Dragon Country and the entire wilderness world will become even more perilous. This loss cannot be compensated by 1,000th of the resources. Exactly, I agree. Although we lack resources, Dragon Country absolutely cannot act this way. The efforts and struggles of our ancestors over generations have brought Dragon Country to its current status and reputation. Losing it for that 1,000th of resources is really not worth it. A deputy commander in charge of economic resources frowned, feeling a bit reluctant. But, this is 1,000th of the resources. Do you know what this means for our Dragon Country? It means we can build 10 more oases with these resources, leaving so much hope for our descendants. Seeing the discussion growing more heated, the commander forcefully slammed the table. I didn't call you here to argue about this. The off-field hint opportunity for summer morning has already been used up, and now all decisions must be made by him alone. What we must do is figure out how to compensate after he makes his decision. Then he looked at Li Guodong and asked, have your think tank considered all the possible outcomes after summer morning makes his decision? Li Guodong stood up and replied. Commander-in-Chief, our think tank has considered everything and listed corresponding solutions. In the wilderness world, Summer Morning crouched beside Fod, motionless. Iqbal also noticed Summer Morning's hesitation. He frowned and softly said again. He can't last much longer. Either you act and the resources go to Dragon Country, count it as me returning the favor for taking me in. Or I will do it, and the resources go to our Baba Sheep Country. Make your decision quickly. Chapter 70, Using Charcoal to Start a Fire. Iqbal's words were like a death knell, striking at Summer Morning's nerves. He looked at Fod, who was on the brink of death, knowing that time was truly running out. 1,000th of the resources, Dragon Country's future, the survival of billions of people, each one was like a flame, constantly eroding his reason. But as a person and as a soldier, his bottom line always pulled him back from the edge. One side was the tangible resources within reach, the supplies urgently needed by the country, the other side was the bottom line and trust he had to uphold, while the third side held the terrible consequences of his decision. His hand gripped the knife handle tight, then loosened, repeating the motion endlessly, sweat soaking his back. Iqbal watched his struggle, his eyes flickering, then spoke again. "If you can't do it, then let me do it. Enough." Summer Morning suddenly shouted in a low voice. He took a deep breath and slowly relaxed his hand that was tightly gripping the knife handle. He looked up and, with a determined gaze, said to Iqbal, "My dragon country knows what to do and what not to do. Resources, we will take from the enemy, but if it requires sacrificing the interests of allies to satisfy ourselves, then we do not want these resources." These words stunned Iqbal in place. As long as Fahd was killed, it meant 1,000th of the resources. If he could make it back to Blue Star alive, he would become a national hero, admired by all. Even if he died in the wilderness world, he would still become a hero of his country, and his name would be written in bold letters in the history books. He had thought no one could refuse such an easily obtainable honor, but unexpectedly, Summer Morning had really held back. Summer Morning no longer looked at Iqbal. He bent down, straightening Fahd's torn clothes, trying to leave him with a dignified ending. "He is our teammate. Even though he wasn't the most outstanding, we cannot let his final journey be so disgraceful." In the Dragon Country livestream, Xiaosao let out a long sigh, but his face still showed hesitation. "Summer Morning's final choice earns our respect." In the face of immense temptation, he upheld the bottom line of humanity. "But I cannot say whether this choice is right or wrong. Time will tell." In the Baba Sheep Country livestream, the host was just as hesitant as Xiaosao. "Summer Morning's choice is indeed unexpected. 1,000th of the resources is so important to Blue Star, which is running out of resources. It may be the last spark of life for a country or a nation. But we must respect Summer Morning's choice, because if we were in the position of Camel Country." In the Camel Country livestream, the host saw the scene, and the anger on his face completely disappeared, replaced by a sense of relief. He really gave up. But Fahd can't come back. Dragon Country, in the face of enormous benefit, chose not to betray friends, but to uphold their bottom line. Camel Country contestant Fahd has died. The remaining contestants are 50-32. Looking at the lifeless Fahd before him, Xia Chen crouched down, picked up a machete, and started digging in a relatively soft patch of soil. Iqbal, seeing his actions, paused for a moment, then understood his intention. He slowly walked over and began to help dig the earth. The two of them said nothing, just quietly worked to prepare a final resting place for Fahd. After a while, they placed Fahd's body into the pit and buried it with dirt and snow. Xia Chen stood in front of the grave and whispered, "Rest in peace." He then turned his gaze to the corpse of the brown bear. The corpse of this brown bear would be their most precious resource for survival. Whether it was hundreds of pounds of meat or the heavy bear skin, it would guarantee their livelihood going forward. Unlike the tension on Xia Chen's side, Zhang Yu and Su Jin were busy transporting charcoal. The two carefully took the precious charcoal out of the kiln and packed it up with the backpack left by Jikuzu, transporting it in batches to the wooden house. After much effort, they finally brought all the charcoal back to the wooden house. Looking at the pile of charcoal in the corner, both of their faces burst into smiles. After a long day of hard work, neither had eaten and were already starving and cold. "Let's heat with charcoal, try it out, and then cook some meat broth to warm up. I'll go check the traps," Zhang Yu said to Su Jin. Currently, almost all the cooking chores had been left to Su Jin, which saved him a lot of trouble. Su Jin nodded and curiously took some charcoal, stuffed it into the fireplace, along with some dry grass and leaves, then lit a fire. Sure enough, the charcoal began to slowly glow red under the flames. As the leaves burned away, the flames completely disappeared, leaving only the red-hot charcoal. There was hardly any smoke in the fireplace, completely different from when burning firewood. "That's great, now we don't have to worry." Su Jin squatted by the fireplace, feeling the warmth emitted by the charcoal, incredibly happy. Su Jin hurriedly filled a pot with water, placed it on the charcoal to boil, and then went to the storage room next door to prepare the food for stewing. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu headed off to check the arranged traps. He first checked several traps near the larch forest, all were empty, with only some small animal footprints left on the snow. He did not feel disheartened, reset the traps, and continued forward. All empty until he arrived at a cave beside some bushes. His eyes brightened, a trap had been triggered but was pulled far away, the line taut, the other end disappearing into the cave. He hurried forward, pulling the line, and immediately felt a struggle coming from within the cave. "Nice!" Zhang Yu was very happy. He exerted force, pulling the prey out of the hole. It was a snow rabbit, its hind legs tightly bound by the rope, still struggling in vain. Trap experience plus 50. Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded, Archery LV5, Ultimate, Entry, 100 steps through Yang, Trapping LV3, 100/300, Fishing LV1, 47 out of 100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skill LV1, 10 out of 100. Oh, the trap skill level is not far from LV4. Zhang Yu was somewhat happy, untied the rabbit, bound its limbs, and put it into his backpack, then reset the trap again. Rabbits are social animals, capturing one here definitely meant many more were around. He continued onward, checking the last few traps, but unfortunately found nothing. However, on his way back, he discovered a patch of frozen dried berry bushes. After identifying them as non-toxic, he picked all the berries, preparing to take them back to feed the wild chickens. I wonder when these wild chickens will lay eggs. Zhang Yu was indeed a bit impatient. If they still did not lay eggs, he was prepared to slaughter them to raise his knife skill level. Chapter 71, Making Candles. When Zhang Yu's figure appeared near the wooden house, the sky had already begun to darken. He saw a wisp of white smoke rising from the chimney of the wooden house from a distance, indicating that Su Jin had prepared dinner. He pushed the door open, and a rich aroma of meat soup rushed towards him. Su Jin was standing by the fireplace, and upon seeing him return, she immediately broke into a happy smile. Beside her, Little Bai also became curious, gathering around Zhang Yu to see the struggling snow rabbit in his hands. You're back. Just in time, the soup is ready, Su Jin said, stepping forward to closely inspect the snow rabbit in his hands, then asking. What should we do with this snow rabbit? Should we keep it or kill it? Let's keep it. We don't really need to eat it now. Snow rabbits are easy to take care of, we can kill it if it dies, Zhang Yu replied. The meat of the snow rabbit wasn't very tasty, as it had too little fat, was too tough, and had a strange odor that couldn't be masked without heavy seasoning. Su Jin then tied the hind legs of the snow rabbit with a rope, securing the other into a wooden stump, and tossed a handful of hay to it. The snow rabbit, once on the ground, immediately raced off. If the rope hadn't been short, it might have really crashed against the wall in a dramatic scene. Little Bai curiously approached the snow rabbit, sniffing this new roommate. Though Little Bai was smaller than the snow rabbit, it scared the snow rabbit into a tight ball, trembling. Looks like Little Bai found a new playmate. Now it won't be lonely, Su Jin said with a smile at this sight. Usually, when the two were busy outside, they would lock Little Bai inside the wooden house, making it quite lonely. Now, with the addition of a snow rabbit, it finally had some company, despite being different species. For now, Little Bai is fine. But if it gets bigger, it might want to eat this snow rabbit. After all, let's not forget it's a fox, Zhang Yu said as he walked over to sit by the fireplace. He looked at the burning coals glowing red in the fireplace, nodded with satisfaction, and asked Su Jin. How are the coals? Do they burn for a long time? Yes, they last a long time, almost 3 to 4 times that of the previous wood. Plus, they use very little, so we won't have to worry about running out of firewood in the future. While stirring the meat soup in the pot with a wooden spoon, Su Jin added. And these coals almost produce no smoke, so we don't have to constantly worry about adding wood. It feels so much easier now. She scooped a small spoonful of soup, blew on it gently, and held it to Zhang Yu's mouth. Try it and see how it tastes. Zhang Yu drank a sip from her hand, and the hot soup was incredibly fresh and sweet, with nuts mingling with the meat aroma, warming him all the way to his stomach. The fatigue of the day dissipated significantly in an instant. Zhang Yu nodded, filled a bowl with meat soup, and started eating while looking at the burning coals. Suddenly, he paused and realized an issue. He put down the pottery bowl and pointed at the fireplace. Su Jin, have you noticed? The coals are nice, but there is a problem. What problem? Su Jin looked up, somewhat confused. Before, we burned firewood, which gave a bright flame. At night, when getting up to add firewood or go to the toilet, there was some light, and we could see clearly. But now with the coals, there is only dim fire. The time is longer, but there's almost no light. At night, the room becomes pitch black. The viewers in Zhang Yu's livestream also realized the problem. Wow, yeah. How did I not think of this? Yu Gu is really sharp. Yes. We focused on the benefits of the coals while ignoring the advantages of firewood. It's indeed troublesome in complete darkness at night. Now, getting up in the middle of the night has become a problem. Are we going to need to go back to using firewood? Hearing this, Su Jin also became aware of the issue. In the illuminating less wilderness world, losing open fire means that nighttime activities become extremely difficult. Even going out to use the toilet becomes a bit dangerous without open fire by our side. What should we do then? We can't just keep burning wood at night, Su Jin frowned, worried. No, even if we burn wood at night, we don't have that much dry wood left. We need to think of a way. Zhang Yu quickly searched for feasible methods in his mind. Right. We can make grease candles, this will perfectly solve the trouble. Moreover, we have enough grease right now, so we aren't worried. Candles? Can you make those? Su Jin's eyes brightened. Zhang Yu nodded. Yes, we have enough animal grease, and it's sufficient for making candles, but we need to think carefully about the wick. Let's eat first, and I'll think about it. The wooden house instantly fell into silence, and both of them ate quietly, while Xiao Bai, on the side, stopped eating meat and just kept circling around the snow hare. Zhang Yu quickly thought about how to make the candle. We have the animal grease for the candle. Next, we need to prepare a wick and a container, which will make the candle last longer. As for the container, Zhang Yu looked at the ceramic bowl holding meat soup in his hand. Let's use the ceramic bowl as the container. Then for the wick, we can use some sturdy dry grass or just pull out a few cotton threads from Josie Lang or Tal's clothes and twist them together. Zhang Yu stood up, finished the meat soup in the bowl in one gulp, and immediately got to work. He went to move the large ceramic jar storing animal grease, scooped out a big spoonful, and put it into a small bowl, placing it next to the charcoal to heat and melt. Then he rummaged through his backpack for Josie Lang's clothes, pulled out a long cotton thread, and twisted it into a thicker wick. Afterward, he soaked the cotton thread in the melted animal grease and took it out, one end soaked in grease, while the other rested on the edge of the bowl. Alright, just wait for it to solidify slowly. Zhang Yu looked at his creation with satisfaction. Su Jin curiously watched from the side. Although she didn't understand it all, she knew it would surely succeed. Because the person making this candle was Zhang Yu. In the Long Kingdom live broadcast room, Xiaosao watched Zhang Yu's actions, his tone full of admiration. Zhang Yu's series of actions show us fully his knowledge and decisiveness. Such a competitor is simply a treasure for our Long Kingdom. Professor Yuan, do you think Zhang Yu and the others can successfully make the candle? Professor Yuan Sin nodded. From Zhang Yu's current steps, there is no problem at all. They can definitely make the candle, but what? Lu Fei asked curiously, frowning. Professor Yuan Sin said. Only that the illumination effect and duration of this grease lamp may not be ideal. This is just ordinary animal grease, and the brightness is limited. Moreover, the most important thing is that using cotton thread as the wick, the burning speed may be faster, and the wick will need to be trimmed frequently. If in the future they can find beeswax or purer grease, like fish oil, the quality of illumination will significantly improve. Moments later, the animal grease completely solidified, and a simple candle was fully formed. Zhang Yu and Su Jin leaned close to the candle, and Su Jin curiously asked, "Is this a candle? Why does it feel completely different from the candles I saw in the documentary?" As Su Jin spoke, she gestured with her hand. The candles in the documentary are all round and long. But this one is just a lump. Zhang Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. That was made with industrial molds, and we don't have the conditions now. Just a little more, and it should be good. You give it a try. Hearing this, Su Jin instantly jumped up, quickly stepped forward, reached into the fireplace with a machete, lifted a burning charcoal, and lit the grease candle. In an instant, a small flame rose, flickering in the wooden house. Zhang Yu looked at the little flame and nodded with satisfaction. Although this lump of candle didn't look impressive, it was indeed useful. And in the wild world, practicality was the most basic criterion for judging an item. Su Jin carefully placed the candle on a smooth little stump, exclaiming, "It really lights up. Zhang Yu, how are you so amazing, even able to make candles? Hee, this is nothing. You haven't seen how amazing I really am." In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, Little Saw wore a smile. It seems that Zhang Yu has given us another surprise. Who would have thought candles could be made in the wild world? It's truly astonishing. Professor Yuan, what do you think of this candle's effect? Professor Yuan Sin also smiled broadly. I have to admit, Zhang Yu's knowledge and practical skills are indeed impressive, from making pottery to charcoal, and now to candles. Almost no one in the entire Blue Star understands this kind of knowledge aside from those experts. But the key is, those experts do not have Zhang Yu's practical abilities. So, having Zhang Yu in the Dragon Country is indeed a blessing. Wow! Is there anything that Master Yu can't do? Awesome, right? It may look like a lump, but as long as it lights up, it's a good candle. In the wild world. Su Jin looked at the candlelight in front of her, suddenly thought of something. Should we make some more candles? After all, if we lose the burning firewood, just having this one candle, I'm worried if something sudden happens at night, this one candle won't be enough, and firewood won't light up that quickly. Zhang Yu nodded. This was something he hadn't thought of. Sure, tomorrow I'll set up a stove again to make some pottery. With the idea in mind, the two crawled into bed and started to rest. While Zhang Yu and Su Jin were resting, the beautiful country's contestant James and the stick country's contestant Chui Shoshan were hiding in a cave under a rocky wall, gnawing on the meat-scarce squirrel. The cave was very simple, with a campfire in the middle and beds made of dry grass on either side. Suddenly, James froze in place, while Cui Xiushan quietly watched him, knowing that James, a Delta Force instructor, wouldn't act like this for no reason. Only one possibility existed, which was that he had received an outside tip from the country. A few seconds later, James's expression hardened, and he swallowed down all the squirrel meat in a few bites, picked up his weapon, and stood up. He closed the live broadcast and hinted Cui Xiushan to do the same. "What's wrong?" Cui Xiushan asked. "I received a tip that 5 kilometers to our east, there's the Stick Country contestant Kim Jong-hyun, and we need to take him out." "Stick Country? Let's go, we leave immediately." Hearing it was a contestant from Stick Country, Cui Xiushan's eyes instantly sparkled. The two countries had always been in a hostile state in reality, and due to resource shortages, there had been constant small frictions at the border. If they could kill a contestant from the Stick Country in the wild world, it would deal a heavy blow to them and make himself a hero of the Stick Country. Thinking about the moment he returns to the real world, surrounded by beautiful girl groups belonging to politicians and tycoons, he couldn't help but want to act now. "Pack up, let's go." They quickly gathered all their gear, vanishing silently into the dense forest like ghosts, swiftly heading in the direction of the command. 5 kilometers in this dark forest was not an easy distance to cover. They spent nearly 3 hours getting closer to the target area. The Dragon Country Command saw that James and Cui Xiushan had closed the live broadcast room, and immediately checked their location, discovering that the North Bark Country player, Kim Jong-seon, was not far away. At once, they sent a warning to the North Bark Country Command. Upon receiving the warning, North Bark Country also held an immediate meeting of the staff. Kim Jong-jun looked at the advisors and asked, "How accurate is Dragon Country's information analysis? Any results?" An officer with a gold star on his shoulder stood up. "Report to the commander, in our own map of all players, James and Cui Xiushan's locations are currently undetermined, it's not clear where they are. Additionally, it is officially rest time, and they have a habit of closing the live broadcast room while sleeping at night. Therefore, after our staff's collective analysis, the accuracy of the information provided by Dragon Country is about 29%. Kim Jong-jun stood up, looked sternly at the officer who spoke, and said, "Don't tell me so much, just tell me directly whether you have analyzed the information and whether we should use the outside hint." The officer responded, "Our staff's plan is to temporarily not use the hint opportunity and save it for later." "Oh? You don't trust Dragon Country so much? When has Dragon Country ever done such a thing to deceive allies? What if Dragon Country's information is correct? Then we, North Bark Country, will be embarrassed in front of the whole world, and that is absolutely unacceptable." Kim Jong-jun paced back and forth, contemplating in his heart, and after a moment continued, "I will use the outside hint opportunity. I would rather waste this opportunity than allow us to lose face in front of global countries. But my demand is not for Kim Jong-seon to escape, but to confront them directly. Our North Bark Country has been silent in the wilderness world for too long, we must make our voice heard. Let the world and its people know that our North Bark Country is a strong nation." Chapter 73, Preparing to Face the Enemy. In the wilderness world, Kim Jong-seon was lying under a large tree, resting inside a simple shelter made of pine needles and dirt with his eyes tightly closed. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the outside hint and immediately became alert, crawling up from the grass mat. "Is it beautiful country's James and Bark Country's Cui Xiushan?" He quickly thought in his heart, planning to escape, but then recalled the command in the outside hint, which demanded that he must annihilate all enemy forces to demonstrate national prestige, making those with ill intentions dare not reach out again. He slowly stood up, and the thought of escape completely disappeared, his eyes gradually becoming firm and resolute. Whether for his country, for himself, or for his family, he must face the enemy head-on and annihilate them. He thought about his strategy. According to the outside hint, the enemy would arrive at his shelter in about 2 hours. Facing 2 enemies alone, the chances of victory were extremely low, so he needed to make preparations. He did not run away, nor did he attempt to hide or reinforce the shelter, but instead opened the live broadcast room. He prepared to show his bravery to the nations and audiences of the world, telling them that his country is not to be trifled with. He quickly gathered all the dry grass and leaves and piled them outside the shelter, then bound the dry branches and leaves with rope, forming a human-shaped model inside the shelter. To make it realistic, he even took off one of his clothes and put it on the scarecrow. After finishing all this, he went to chop some damp trees and placed them in the pile of dry grass. Inside North Bark Country's live broadcast room, the host appeared serious. "Fellow countrymen, I have received instructions from the highest commander that enemy forces intend to make a move against our Kim Jong-seon. But look, our brave Kim Jong-seon is not afraid. There is no escape, only endless courage. He will face strong enemies head-on, letting all the countries in the world and the audience know our strength and fearlessness. Everyone can see our brave Jin Jingxiong athlete is actively preparing for battle. He is collecting fuel and making dummies. He will make those enemies who want to kill him pay a painful price." The audience from the North Bangzi country in the bullet comments is also filled with anger and excitement. "Jin Jingxiong is amazing. He is our country's brave warrior and will make all invading enemies die. This is the spirit we North Bangsi people should have. Fight. 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 If you want to fight, then fight. For the North Bangsi country, go Jin Jingxiong. Kill all those treacherous enemies. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, Xiao Sa and others also received notifications from the command center. Xiao Sa said, "Dear audience, just now we saw the beautiful country athlete James and the Bangsi country athlete Choi Xiaoshan close their live broadcast room, and it is clear that the North Bangsi country athlete Jin Jingxiong has received a warning. We can basically confirm that James and the others are heading toward where Jin Jingxiong is. They probably want to repeat the same tactic they used against the Mao Xiong country, but athlete Jin Jingxiong did not choose to evade. Instead, he chose to set traps and confront them head-on. Professor Yuan, what do you think?" Professor Yuansen frowned. By looking at his setup, he seems to want to expose his location with a bonfire, then use dummies to attract their attention, and finally carry out a counterattack. "But?" Xiao Sa anxiously asked, "But what?" "But you must know that the opponents have two people, while Jin Jingxiong is alone. The most critical point is that James is a Delta Force instructor. How will Jin Jingxiong respond to that?" In the Bangsi country live broadcast room, the host Jin Minxiu was full of excitement and mockery. "Ha, the North Bangsi country athlete actually chose to resist instead of running away? That's truly a blessing from the heavens. Our athletes Choi Xiaoshan and the beautiful country's James are fighting side by side, and this North Bangsi country's Jin Jingxiong actually wants to face them head-on. Isn't that just hitting a stone with an egg, handing over his life and resources for free?" In the beautiful country live broadcast room, 5-star General MacArthur spoke with disdain. "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems our prey has already sensed us. But looking at his actions, he seems to want to fight stubbornly, which is commendable but lacks intelligence. In the face of absolute strength, all small schemes are in vain. But this is good. If he really ran away, we would have to worry about how to catch this little mouse. But he chose the most correct choice, which saved us a lot of time and effort." A guest next to him also said with a smile, "General MacArthur is right, our instructor James has rich combat experience, and these ugly traps are nothing but child's play in his eyes. Let's look forward to how Instructor James will decisively eliminate this little trouble and restore 1,000th of our beautiful country's resources." "Ha, look at what this North Bangsi country guy is doing? Playing house? This stuff is just childish tricks in front of James. Hurry up and end this boring hunt, quickly restore 1,000th of our beautiful country's resources. Looking forward to seeing Instructor James triumph. How much resources has the Dragon Country restored so far? Our beautiful country must ramp up its efforts. In the wilderness world." Jin Jingxiong looked at the time. "It's about time." He walked to the woodpile, pulled out a flint, and ignited the bonfire in front of him. In an instant, sparks fell on the dry leaves, and the flames quickly spread, igniting the withered branches and leaves. The bonfire instantly blazed, driving away the surrounding darkness. In the dense forest, news spread. The damp firewood burned, producing a large amount of smoke that curled up into the air, creating a pillar of smoke in the sky. After doing all this, he quickly stepped back, erasing the footprints and traces on the snow as he retreated. He held the bow and arrow, quickly climbing a sturdy spruce tree, quietly waiting. Deep in the forest, James and Choi Susan moved forward, suddenly stopping and staring at the sky with serious faces. "What's wrong?" Choi Susan asked, puzzled. James raised his hand, pointing to the eastern sky. Choi Susan looked in that direction and saw a column of smoke spreading with the wind. "Over there." While speaking, James lifted his weapon and quickly approached that direction. A trace of joy mixed with contempt appeared on Choi Susan's face. This North American contestant is really something. He doesn't know how to hide in the wilderness and dares to be so ostentatious. If you don't die, who will? He quickened his pace, following James as they hurried toward the smoke column. Chapter 74, Severely Wounded Contender from North America. In the forest, James and Choi Susan moved stealthily like cheetahs, making their way toward the flickering firelight and the curled-up figure in the shelter. James signaled Choi Susan to stop. He carefully observed the figure lying in the shelter, feeling something was strange. The instinct of a special operations team instructor made him think there must be a trap. He turned to Choi Susan and said, "I will take the head of the contestant from Bear Country. For this North American contestant, I will only give you one chance to act. If you can take his head before I do, then it's yours. If not, don't blame me for not giving you the opportunity." As soon as he said this, Choi Susan instantly became excited. He originally thought that this head would still belong to James, but unexpectedly, he would give it to himself. With a face full of excitement, he looked at James, his eyes revealing his uncontainable excitement. He nodded and whispered, "Thank you, I will not let you down." His voice trembled a little, as if he could already see the scene of cheers and excitement from the audience at home after he kills Kim Jong-young. James glanced at him coldly and said no more. He needed someone to test the waters, to draw out Kim Jong-hyun hiding in the dark, and Choi Susan was the most suitable pawn. Stay quiet, it must be a lethal strike. James pretended to remind him kindly. Choi Susan took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited heart, holding his weapon, and cautiously bent down to approach the figure lying in the shelter, using the trees for cover. Since James and Choi Susan had closed their live broadcast, the North American broadcast switched its focus to Kim Jong-hyun. Kim Jong-hyun was hiding in the crown of the trees at the edge of the shelter, holding a recurved bow, staring intently at Choi Susan, who was sneaking out from the woods, hesitating whether to strike. The host, Kim Min-soo, looked anxious. Oh no! Choi Susan, that fool, don't go over. This is a trap. The comments erupted. Oh no, Choi Susan, what are you doing? Stop now, you are just a test mouse for the pretty country. James is clearly using him as bait. It's over, it's completely over. We can only hope Kim Jong-hyun's archery isn't as precise as Dragon Country's Zhang Yu. This damned pretty country takes all the benefits, and we North Americans have to suffer. What kind of ally is this? What is our damned government doing? Teaming up with Dragon Country is better than teaming up with the pretty country. Exactly, at least Dragon Country won't choose to betray their allies. That Camel Country's fought is almost dead, and the Dragon Country contestants didn't even strike him. Take a look at this beautiful country, they treat us like cannon fodder. However, Choi Susan was completely unaware of this, all his attention was focused on the figure lying down. He carefully moved a few steps forward, and after confirming that the figure was motionless again, he continued to creep forward. Until he reached the edge of the shelter, peering through the flickering firelight at the lying figure, he moved. Bastard from North Bangsi Country. Go die. He roared in his heart, raising his weapon, and swung it at that figure. Hidden in the shadows, James frowned at the scene. Thinking to himself. Did I get it wrong? Kim Jong-sung is sleeping right there? Oh no. The head is going to be taken by the Bangsi Country. This cannot happen. Just as he was about to call out to stop, he caught a glimpse with his peripheral vision, a flash of cold light appeared among the crown of a nearby tree, and a shadow streaked through, shooting straight at Choi Susan. Choi Susan's smile froze instantly, the machete struck hard against the figure lying down, but he felt no resistance of flesh. Instead, a sound of breaking air came from behind him. He began to panic, unable to react, feeling a piercing pain in his right shoulder. The enormous inertia of the arrow propelled him forward, causing him to stumble several steps and fall to the ground. A tragic scream pierced through the night sky. Choi Susan looked down, incredulously staring at the arrow protruding from his shoulder, the intense pain nearly causing him to faint. James, help me. He endured the agony, a strong instinct to survive driving him to cry out for help, while his left hand struggled to crawl little by little towards the shelter. In the treetops, Kim Jong-sung's eyes were icy, he hesitated not for a moment, swiftly taking out a second arrow, continuing to aim at the fallen Choi Susan. He wanted to eliminate this threat completely before dealing with James. Trash. James, hidden in the dark, cursed under his breath, quickly made his way towards Kim Jong-sung's position. Almost at the same moment Kim Jong-sung shot the second arrow, James moved. He quickly picked up a stone from the ground, leaping out like a cheetah, reaching maximum speed, the stone in his hand cutting through the air, shooting towards Kim Jong-sung's hiding place. Kim Jong-sung also noticed James's movement. In a clever move, he released the arrow, then sidestepped to avoid the incoming stone. However, the second arrow was slightly affected, veering just enough to hit Choi Susan in the stomach, causing a wail of pain. Help! Save me! Choi Susan clutched his bleeding wound, wailing like a tortured pig. James didn't even glance at him, his entire focus concentrated on Kim Jong-sung. His tactical goal was very clear, which was to close the distance and mitigate the threat of Kim Jong-sung's arrows. Kim Jong-sung saw that although the second arrow was not fatal, it had already taken away Choi Susan's combat ability, and James was closing in. He decisively chose to change targets, drawing the third arrow, beginning to aim at James. But James kept shifting his body left and right, making Kim Jong-sung's already average archery skills lose focus, unable to land a hit. Whoosh! The arrow flew out. James ducked low, directly dodging the arrow shot at him. Taking advantage of the time Kim Jong-sung was drawing another arrow, he quickly rushed to the base of the tree where Kim stood. Hiding behind the tree, avoiding Kim Jong-sung's arrow, he kept throwing mud and stones at him. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, Xiaosa saw James's unexpected tactic, first stunned, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ahem, dear viewers, this response by player James is truly very pragmatic, it's eye-opening. Lu Fei laughed even more brightly. Ha ha ha. This is truly a profound lesson for the global audience. Ha ha ha. What did I just see? A Delta Force instructor online throwing mud? Is he trying to kill Jin Jingxiong or make me laugh to death? But it's really so funny. This isn't a fight, this is clearly an elementary school fight, one hiding in the tree, the other throwing mud from below. Is this what it is? They threw mud at me, and I plant lotus flowers with the mud? Chapter 75, James Double Kill. North Korean player Jin Jingxiong has died, remaining players 5,000. Congratulations to beautiful country player James for the kill. Beautiful country's resources recover by 1,000th, North Korea's territory decreases by 1%. South Korean player Choi Sushan has died, remaining players 4999. Congratulations to beautiful country player James for the kill. Beautiful country's resources recover by 1,000th, South Korea's territory decreases by 1%. The continuous prompt appeared in front of all the players and the audience. Whether in the wilderness world or on Blue Star, both erupted in excitement. In Dragon Country's live stream room, Xiaosa frowned but felt a bit of glee inside. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see that at the beginning, James kept hiding under the tree throwing mud, while Jin Jingxiong was looking for an opportunity to shoot arrows from the tree. Dozens of arrows were all tricked out by James. So, he had no choice but to jump down from the tree and duel with James. After several exchanges, he was killed by James. Meanwhile, South Korean player Choi Sushan also died from 2 arrows and was finished off by James with a knife. Ha, South Korea deserves it. Always charging forward, now they've been slaughtered by their master. Serves them right. Exactly, they've been used to being dogs for so long, once they lose their value, they're naturally squeezed dry for whatever's left. In South Korea's live stream room, host Kim Minasio's face was dark, and she angrily cursed. Aish. Betrayal, this is naked betrayal. Our player Choi Sushan always considered James a reliable teammate, fighting side by side, even trusting James unconditionally after being injured. But he actually struck down our Sushan Appa. We can't accept this, beautiful country must pay for this. The barrage was filled with endless insults. Aish, beautiful country go die. They actually killed their allies, such animals. We trusted them so much, followed them, but they treated us like tools and killed us when they were done. Our South Korea has lost 1% of its land, beautiful country must pay for this. Even the nearby Dragon Country didn't act when Camel Country's player was dying, but these beautiful country bastards actually attacked their ally. The Red Tile House must take action and retaliate. Exactly. Even the Dragon Country we've always looked down on did better than beautiful country. We can no longer trust beautiful country, we need to contact Dragon Country and cooperate with them. After all, we were once their suzerain, and this cooperation will bring back our Asian power. All those who used to worship and boast about beautiful country, come up now. See what you were praising. All those who praise James and beautiful country, come up now. See what you were idolizing. In South Korea, inside the Red Tile House, Chief Commander Yin Mingxuan was on the phone with the beautiful country's chief commander. Hey, your country's James really gave me a problem. Now the whole country is online demanding to sever ties with you and fully cooperate with Dragon Country. That's your problem, don't forget our country's agreement. We beautiful country gave you South Korea 200,000 slots, Old Tae said indifferently. Hearing this, Yin Mingxuan frowned even deeper. That agreement clearly stated it was after eliminating all hostile forces. We will send out more heads to help you restore your resources. But not now, with everything happening, the whole country is watching me, how can I express my stance? He sighed and continued. If this matter is not handled well and stirs up a nationwide anti-beautiful nation wave, it won't be good for you either. What if I, the commander, get dismissed and a commander close to Dragon Country takes my place? Hearing this, Old Tae frowned as well. Indeed, if this matter is not handled well, and the whole country turns to Dragon Country, it would be a huge blow to beautiful nation. He thought for a moment and said. How about this, I will add 100,000 quotas for you, beautiful nation. No, what we care about is not the quota, but the positions and numbers of officials. We demand an increase of 5 seats, said Yin Mingxuan. No. At most 2, nothing more, if it increases any more, I can't explain it to other factions. Old Tae said. Fine, then let's increase 2 seats. As he spoke, Old Tae suddenly had a bright idea, he said into the phone. In this way, you can take this opportunity to establish a relationship with Dragon Country and pretend to rely on them. Later. At this moment, in the North Banshee Country's live broadcast room, the host looked sad. We can see that Jin Jingxiong indeed tried his best. He first seriously injured Choi Sushan, and then faced beautiful nation's James, showing the might of our North Banshee Country. He attacked again and again without retreating, even after being stabbed dozens of times, he still persisted in fighting. That's right, Jin Jingxiong really did try his best, but facing the Delta Force instructors, the gap was too large. Bastard. A defeat is a defeat, everything is judged by success or failure. He is a sinner for losing. How many territories has he cost our country? We must start nationwide training in wilderness survival skills and combat techniques. If there is a next wilderness survival, we must win. In contrast to the sadness and anger of the Banshee Country and North Banshee Country's live broadcasts, the beautiful nation's live broadcast room was filled with joy. Five-star General MacArthur lounged in his chair, feet propped on the table, talking to the live stream. Haha, dear friends, just as we predicted, James has killed Jean Jinxiong from North Banshee Country, showcasing our beautiful nation's strength. Although there were some minor incidents, like Trey Shoshan being seriously injured, he can no longer survive. We James only gave him a quick finish. We spared him from more suffering, he should thank us James. As for some noise, that can't be avoided. The weak always like to complain, while the strong will always be envied. Let's ignore those weak bugs and continue cheering for James. Not only were the live broadcasts of various countries in discussion, even the players in the wilderness world were shocked when they saw the prompts in front of them. Xiao Rui curled up in the corner of the cave with the little wolf, warming each other, and when she saw the prompt, she immediately felt puzzled. This beautiful nation player attacked the North Banshee Country player, fine, but why are they attacking the Banshee Country? Aren't they allies on Blue Star? The John Country player Seifels looked at the prompt in front of him, filled with confusion. What's going on? What is this beautiful nation's James doing? Attacking allies? Perhaps only Xia Chen and Iqbal knew in their hearts why these two prompts appeared. Chapter 76, Heavy Snow Returns, Temperature Drops. The two prompts did not affect Zhang Yu and Su Jin in the slightest, they were still deep in sleep. By late night, the cold wind howled, and heavy snow fell again. Many players who had not yet gone to sleep stared blankly at the snowflakes falling in the dawn. They knew that difficulties were about to become even harder. The next morning, Zhang Yu was frozen awake, and in the wolf fur blanket, he tightly hugged Su Jin and pulled her closer. After a while, he got up, only to find that it had started to snow heavily outside again. The snow that was originally melting was once again covered by fresh snow, and the vast white became the main color of the world once more. He added a few more pieces of charcoal to the fireplace, and as the charcoal burned, it brought a little warmth back to the room. Although the gaps in the wooden house had been carefully filled with mud and moss, and the walls were covered with a thick layer of mud insulation, it still seemed a bit thin against the ongoing low temperatures and wind and snow. Zhang Yu returned to the bedside and carefully tucked the wolfskin blanket on Su Jin's side more snugly. In her dream, Su Jin seemed to sense something, smacking her lips and smiling slightly. Zhang Yu did not go back to sleep but instead filled a pot with snow and put it over the charcoal fire in the fireplace to boil, adding some cured meat and berries into it. The meat and berries were frozen hard, and he really doubted that if they ate it directly, it might break their teeth. After a simple wash, Su Jin also woke up. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she sat up and said, "Why does it feel colder today? Is the temperature dropping?" "That's right, it's snowing heavily outside again. Looks like it probably started last night. Who knows when it will end?" "Looks like we'll have to stay in the wooden house today," Zhang Yu replied without lifting his head. He used his homemade chopsticks to break apart the pieces of meat in the pot to help them flavor better. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the corner of the wooden house. Little White crawled out of its little nest, stretched lazily, and walked elegantly to the fireplace, curling up close to Zhang Yu's feet, squinting its eyes contentedly. In its nest, the snow rabbit they caught yesterday seemed wilted, lying motionless as if suffering under the torment of the night. Su Jin also got up, got dressed, and opened the live stream room. "Dear viewers, it's snowing heavily in the wilderness world again today. We might have to wait for the snow to stop before we can go out." After speaking, Su Jin began to wash up. Soon, the smell of food filled the room, and Little White became anxious, circling around Zhang Yu, wagging its tail like a dog and making a whimpering sound for attention. "Don't be anxious, it will be ready soon." Zhang Yu patted Little White's head and continued to monitor the fire. Seeing the food in the pot bubbling and steaming, Zhang Yu first scooped a little warm meat soup and meat into Little White's bamboo bucket and placed it on the ground. Then he used a ceramic bowl to serve 2 bowls of meat soup, one for Su Jin and one for himself. Su Jin looked outside the house, sipping the hot soup softly, saying, "Although it feels a bit stuffy to not be able to go out, this seems pretty nice." "Yes, living and trying to live well is what we need to do now." Zhang Yu finished his hot soup in a few bites, then filled another bowl and said, "I'll go check the traps. You feed the wild chicken and snow rabbit some hay and berries, and see if you can make some gloves and socks from bamboo rat skin and the leftover wolf skin. This weather is likely to get even colder." "Okay." The viewers in the Dragon Country livestream watched this warm scene and started chatting happily. "Hey, other live streams are all tragic, living seems like a luxury. But watching Uncle Yu and Su Jin's livestream, I feel inexplicably healed. Outside is a freezing snowstorm, but inside is warm and cozy. Uncle Yu and Su Jin are growing more in sync, like a little couple, with the man taking care of the outside, and the woman managing the inside. If it weren't for the opponents from rival countries, I feel like Uncle Yu and Su Jin could live in this wilderness world until they grow old and die. Little White is so cute, their life is exactly what I envy, a couple raising 1 or 2 pets, sipping tea, fishing, and farming." Zhang Yu put down the empty bowl in his hand, and the plan to make ceramic bowls today could only be put on hold. Unless this heavy snow stops, he cannot dare to stay out for several hours in the wind and snow. In this wild world, catching a cold can be fatal. He adjusted his wolf tail hat, zipped up his clothes, slung his weapons and backpack, and plunged headfirst into the wind and snow. Inside the wooden cabin, Su-jin cleaned up the pots and bowls before heading over to the chicken coop. She saw that the wild chickens were all huddled together in the corner near the cabin, warmed by the wall that separated them from the fireplace. She scattered a handful of thawed berries into the coop, and watching the pecking wild chickens, she felt much more at ease. Then, she returned to the fireplace, took out the bamboo rat skin and the remaining wolf skin, along with the bone needles that Zhang Yu had polished earlier, and began carefully cutting and stitching. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai, having eaten and drunk enough, curled up by Su-jin's feet for a nap, his fluffy tail occasionally brushing her ankle, causing a ticklish sensation. In the fierce wind and snow, Zhang Yu trudged forward step by step, the biting cold wind swirling snow through the gaps in his clothes, stinging his skin. The snow had already reached his calves, and with each step, he had to expend more strength and time. He followed the route in his memory, searching for the traps he had set. The first trap, empty. The snare was covered with snow, stiff from the cold. Zhang Yu relocated it to a spot with animal footprints and reset it, then carved a mark on a nearby tree trunk. The second trap was still empty, and the third was empty as well. A trail of empty traps was disheartening, but there were still some benefits. At least, Zhang Yu discovered several new burrows, dug up by some animals in the snow. He reset traps at these burrow openings. After checking all the traps, Zhang Yu had a layer of snow accumulated on him. He estimated that the temperature was nearly minus 20 degrees Celsius. He brushed off the snow on him and headed back to the wooden cabin. Non-league player Sandbiao is dead, remaining players 4998. Pasta Nation player Odrelov is dead, remaining players 4997. Blue Lotus Nation player Sadie is dead, remaining players 4996. Asan Nation player Lanchadalios is dead, remaining players 4867. Looking at this series of notifications, Zhang Yu knew they had almost all frozen to death. With a worried tone, he said, "I wonder how those players are faring. How will they survive this harsh winter?" "Oh. When did you become so sentimental? Those people from enemy countries are dead, so what? Exactly, as long as our country's players are doing well, who cares if others die? You cannot be so soft-hearted. Those who must die, must die. You cannot become indecisive." Just as the live chat lamented Zhang Yu's kindness, he changed his tone. After all, everyone is a resource worth 1,000th. If they die, it's a waste. Chapter 77 Ugly Wolfskin Gloves. The heavy snow persisted, and by 3 in the afternoon, there was still no sign of it stopping. Zhang Yu returned to the wooden cabin empty-handed, and this rare occasion of returning without anything made Su-jin smile. At first, Zhang Yu was a bit confused, but after Su-jin explained, he helplessly smiled. "I thought I would have some gains today, so I rushed out to check, but I didn't catch anything at all. The key is, today's traps were set for nothing. With this much snow, they must be buried under it all." Zhang Yu felt a bit helpless. Had he known he shouldn't have gone out this morning, he would have just stayed inside, warming by the fire, drinking tea, and taking a nap instead of battling the wind and snow all morning. "Alright, let's take a break and try the gloves I made. It's also my first time making them. I don't know if it's good or not," Su-jin said, taking out a pair of gloves made from scraps of wolf fur from the bed and handing them to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu took them and, upon seeing them, felt a chill in his heart. Again, it was something whose functionality was uncertain but certainly looked terrible. These wolf fur gloves, while vaguely resembling a pair of gloves, were worlds apart from normal ones, making one feel an urge to throw them away at first sight. The gloves were thick, with the rough and sturdy texture of wolf fur filling his hands. As Su-jin said, this was definitely the level of a first attempt. The stitches were crooked, like centipedes crawling on the wolf fur, and the finger portions varied in length and thickness, looking quite abstract overall. Zhang Yu's facial muscles twitched, and he truly wanted to throw these gloves away. If he wore them outside, people would laugh at him for a lifetime. Seeing Zhang Yu's silent expression, Su-jin lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said with a hint of grievance, "Is it too ugly? If so, I can take them apart and redo them." Zhang Yu looked at the anxiety and hope on her face, and the words he was about to say got swallowed back. He said nothing, just put on these abstract wolf fur gloves. The inside of the gloves, filled with fluffy wolf fur, wrapped around his slightly stiff fingers, and in an instant, he felt a bit of warmth. Although the appearance was hard to praise, the warmth effect was definitely real. He moved his palm. Although some stitches were a bit thick, some were tight, and some spots even had small holes, the basic grip and movement were not an issue. "It's pretty good, very warm, I like it a lot." Zhang Yu held back the urge to throw them away and, against his conscience, said. Su-jin was taken aback for a moment, seeing that Zhang Yu really put on the gloves and didn't seem to mind. A joyful smile blossomed on her face. "Really? As long as it's warm, that's good. I was worried the stitches were too thick and inconvenient. I'll go sew some socks for you now." "Wait. Zhang Yu looked at Su Jin's back and reached out his hand, wanting to stop her, but the words didn't come out. It was a kind gesture from Su Jin, it felt a bit unkind to do otherwise. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, Xiaosa looked at Zhang Yu, who seemed to have a lot to say but held back, and couldn't help but chuckle. He quickly covered his mouth, saying, "Cough, cough, audience friends, we see how abundant the supplies are for this pair of contestants, it's hard to imagine." Su Jin handed over the wolf fur gloves to Zhang Yu. I have to say, although these wolf fur gloves look filled with a sense of abstract art, they are indeed very practical. The outer wolf fur can effectively block moisture, while the inner wolf fur provides insulation. Professor Yuan-san also seriously analyzed. That's right, the practicality of these gloves is unquestionable. As for the craftsmanship, given the lack of tools and experience, creating them like this is quite impressive. After all, in the wilderness world, everything is for survival. If other contestants could have a pair of these gloves, they would probably be extremely happy. Lu Fei added. In my view, the material is secondary, the main thing is the feelings between Zhang Yu and Su Jin. Su Jin sewed gloves for Zhang Yu, and although they were somewhat ugly, it represented her intentions. And you see, even though Zhang Yu's expression was a bit subtle, he was very considerate not to break the illusion. The livestream's bullet screen instantly turned into an ocean of joy. Ha, Yu Yi has so much to say but can't speak out, he wants to refuse deep down but can only accept on the surface. Yu Yi, I initially wanted to refuse, but how can I when she looks so happy? Su, what do you think of the gloves I made? Yu Yi, I like them a lot, gritting my teeth. But still, it's really full of love, this feeling of mutual support is truly touching. Other contestants are fighting for survival in life and death, while Yu is struggling with sweet burdens. At this moment, Xiaosa spoke up. Zhang Yu and Su Jin won't be going out this afternoon, they'll be staying in the wooden cabin. Let's check on the other contestants. The camera shifted to Wu Jun. After relying on the supplies obtained from killing contestants from Sakura Country and Stick Country, Wu Jun managed to endure the first wave of snow by digging out a small cave. He blocked the entrance with mud blocks and dead trees, creating a cozy hiding spot inside. The cave wasn't very big, and he carefully designed it into two parts. On the outside, there was a bonfire roaring, with thick smoke billowing out of the entrance. Moving further in, there was a solid earthen wall that had not been completely dug through, leaving only a small hole at the bottom for passage. Inside was where Wu Jun had set up his bedroom. The air here was dry and warm, with a thick layer of pine needles and dry grass on the ground, topped with a waterproof tarp he had obtained from his opponent, serving as his resting bed. In the corner, all his belongings were neatly stacked, and Wu Jun was lying there, clearly able to see the flickering firelight outside and feel the warmth radiating from the earthen wall. Xiaosa, with a joyful expression, said, "Our contestant Wu Jun is doing well too, in a dry and comfortable cave, at least he doesn't have to worry about the cold like most contestants." Professor Yuan interjected. That's right, while he doesn't have to worry about the cold for now, his food supply is running low, only enough to last 2 days at the most. And we don't know when the blizzard outside will end, hunting in heavy snow will be especially hard. I hope Wu Jun can hold on. Exactly. In this snowy weather, contestants need not only to guard against the cold but also to watch for food. Let's hope the blizzard stops soon. Alright, next, let's check on contestant Xia Chen. Since killing the brown bear, Xia Chen gained Fahad's initial supplies. Facing this fierce storm, Xia Chen and Iqbal were not at all anxious, they were quite cozy inside the wooden cabin. Both were sitting by the fire, quietly cutting up the brown bear meat. The bear meat was divided into chunks, neatly piled on the side. In the pot over the fire, bear organs and bear meat soup were being boiled, while several bear meat skewers were roasting beside the flames. The dry wood is running low. Iqbal looked at the dwindling flames, exhaling a puff of white breath. I need to go chop some nearby wood, but the wet wood I tried burning alone before produced too much smoke. I'm afraid if I light it up, there won't be anyone left in this wooden cabin. Xia Chen glanced outside at the blizzard and then at the few pieces of firewood piled up in the corner, thought for a moment, and nodded. The firewood might not be enough for tonight, without a bonfire in such weather, we might really freeze to death, but there's no need to rush. As he spoke, he picked up a skewer of roasted bear meat and handed it over. First, we must fill our bellies, maintaining our strength is the most important. After eating, you can go chop more wood, and I'll work with the mud to find a way to make a stove and a flue to vent the smoke outside. Iqbal took the skewer, nodding in agreement. Though the environment was harsh and resources were still scarce, at least they had solved the issues of food and shelter, and once they sorted out the fuel, they would truly thrive. James from Beautiful Country returned to the cave he had shared with Choi Shushan. Only this time he was alone, but he had brought back plenty of supplies. He had packed the supplies from Kim Youngsung and Choi Shushan. There was no expression on his face, only coldness. To him, Kim Youngsung and Choi Shushan were just a dog and a potential threat. Their lives and deaths to him were like ants, if they died, they died. Their demise could even provide resources, which was a good thing. Outside the cave, heavy snow was falling, but inside the cave, everything was different from before. The entrance of the cave was mostly blocked by dirt walls and trees he had erected, leaving only a small opening for a person to bend down and enter. On the walls of the cave, he had carved out a fireplace using an axe and a machete. Above the fireplace, he had dug a small passageway leading straight outside, forming a dirt chimney. At this moment, a pile of firewood was burning in the fireplace. Most of the smoke escaped through the chimney, leaving only a small amount to spread inside the cave. Food is a big problem. James sat beside the fireplace, thoughtfully chewing the last bit of food in his mouth, worry rising in his heart. He had combined 3 portions of supplies, which seemed plentiful, but the most critical point was that there was no food left. Without food, he couldn't last a few days. I must find a way. James's expression was serious, and he made up his mind. Just as James was planning how to obtain food, the Five Monkey Kingdom's livestream went dark. Almost simultaneously, a notification appeared before all the contestants' eyes. As James was strategizing for survival, the mercilessness of the wilderness was manifesting in the most direct way. In the Five Monkey Kingdom's livestream, the screen had turned into gray snowflakes, accompanied by the system's cold global announcement. Contestant Bar An of the Five Monkey Kingdom has died, remaining contestants, 4866. Inside the livestream, the host was in tears, even the special guests were slumped in their chairs. The director switched the screen back to the last scene before Baron's death. There he was, curled up in a makeshift shelter almost completely buried in snow, his body already frozen stiff, trembling uncontrollably. He tried to light the leaves on the ground in a desperate attempt to start a fire for warmth, but the damp leaves would not ignite at all. In this ultra-low temperature snowstorm, all his efforts seemed futile. Until finally, his body stopped trembling and lay completely still. In the live stream of the Persian kingdom, the wails were just as loud. Salfa, to escape the bitter cold of the snow, trudged through the storm, battling against the wind and snow. Fortunately, he found a cave and breathed a sigh of relief as he quickly crawled inside. To preserve heat, he used all his strength to block the entrance with snow, then lit a fire inside the cave. Unfortunately, he lacked the skills of James and the others. The fire crackled inside the cave, and exhausted, he leaned against the fire and slowly fell asleep. But the wet wood burned, filling the entire cave with smoke. Due to poor ventilation, it ultimately led to carbon monoxide poisoning, and he quietly died in his sleep. The live stream froze on the last moment before his death. His face had turned red, and even external notifications could not wake him up. He seemed to just be peacefully asleep, but he could never wake again. Contestant Salfa of the Persian kingdom has died, remaining contestants, 4865. Contestant Tangseed of the Maple Leaf Kingdom has died, remaining contestants, 4864. Contestant Imolasi of the Camel Kingdom has died, remaining contestants, 4863. Contestant Sanders of the Kangaroo Kingdom has died, remaining contestants, 4671. In just half a day, over 400 contestants had died. But this was far from the end. The wilderness world had just barely entered winter, and the cruel tests were still ahead. Unlike the wailing atmosphere in most countries' livestreams, the atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream felt a bit eerie. Whether it's the host or the audience, they were all fixated on the screen, not saying a word, just quietly watching, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. On the screen, Xiao Rui was holding a wolf cub, vigilantly watching the cave entrance. Suddenly, 2 wolves slowly walked into the cave. The 2 wolves were the same ones that had brought the snow hare before. Their massive bodies occupied a considerable space in the cave, with unmelted snowflakes clinging to their gray fur. Just when Xiao Rui thought she was doomed, those 2 wolves surprisingly did not attack. Their eyes merely glanced at Xiao Rui, and they let out a few low growls from their throats before they slowly walked to her side and lay down quietly. They curled up together, leaning against each other. At that moment, the little wolf cub in Xiao Rui's arms, which had been very quiet, suddenly howled and jumped out of her embrace, rushing between the 2 wolves. It turned back to look at Xiao Rui, its tail gently wagging, making a whimpering sound, as if calling her over. Xiao Rui froze in place. Outside the cave, heavy snow fell, and the temperature was below -20 degrees. The firewood inside the cave had long been burned out. She could feel her body temperature continuously dropping, and if she had no way to warm herself, she would surely die here. Looking at the 3 wolves curled up together, forming a warm ball, Xiao Rui felt uncertain in her heart. Should she take the risk of being attacked to get closer to these wolves for warmth or stay put and wait for death? Chapter 79, Zhang Yu enters the top 10. Xiao Rui stood helplessly in the cave, struggling vigorously within herself. Yet ultimately, the instinct to survive suppressed all fear. She gritted her teeth and moved closer step by step, trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. With each step closer, she could clearly see the ears of the 2 wolves twitching, but thankfully, there was no other reaction. They simply allowed the little wolf cub to rub against them back and forth. Finally, Xiao Rui trembled as she leaned against the outside of the wolves. In an instant, a wave of warmth came from the wolves' bodies. The two large wolves seemed to have accepted her presence, even adjusting their positions slightly to make her more comfortable against them. Meanwhile, the little wolf cub was happily burrowing between Xiao Rui and the big wolves. Xiao Rui gradually relaxed her tense heart, and her stiff fingers gently touched the thick fur of the big wolf. As her nerves began to unwind, a strong wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she surprisingly fell into a deep sleep among the wolves. At that moment, the live stream room erupted in chaos. Little Saw stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, and after a long moment, he excitedly said, "Dear viewers, did you see that? Oh my god, this is simply a miracle. Those two wolves didn't attack Xiao Rui, instead, they cuddled with her for warmth. Professor Yuan, from a scientific perspective, what do you think?" Professor Yuan-sen was no longer calm as usual, he incredulously said. "Incredible, unbelievable. This completely overturns our understanding. It is well known that wolves are highly social animals, and every behavior they exhibit contains survival logic. Now, they are cuddling for warmth and even allowing Xiao Rui to join them. This is definitely not just simple kindness, it's a choice made based on survival instincts under extreme environmental pressure. Wow! Xiao Daming actually dares to sleep in this environment, isn't she afraid the wolves will take a bite? My god, wolves and humans cuddling for warmth. If I hadn't seen this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it no matter what. I'm thinking, if Xiao Superstar could tame those two wolves, who would be a rival in this wild world? Wouldn't she just be unstoppable? Upstairs, are you forgetting? Our Yuya has killed a pack of wolves." As everyone chatted, Little Saw received a message through his earpiece from the backstage. He spoke excitedly. "All viewers, Big Data has updated the championship rankings based on the climate changes in the wild world and the recent performances of all contestants. Please look at the screen." As soon as Little Saw finished speaking, suddenly, the big screen switched images, and the championship rankings appeared on the screen. First place, James, beautiful country, 30 years old, Delta Force instructor. Second place, Xia Chen, 27 years old, Dragon Country, member of the main combat unit. Third place, Chris, Sunset Country, 27 years old, Air Force team member. Fourth place, Ivan Petrov, Bear Country, 30 years old, Siberian hunter. Fifth place, Matsuda Saburo, Cherry Blossom Country, 26 years old, member of the Emperor's Guard. Sixth place, Luxon, John Country, 26 years old, Air Force team member. Seventh place, Ode Biao, Non-Aligned Country, 29 years old, legendary racer. Eighth place, Heinrich Heine, Battle Tank Country, 32 years old, member of the main combat unit. Ninth place, Anderson, Beautiful Country, 29 years old, former Navy SEAL instructor. 10th place, Zhang Yu, Dragon Country, 22 years old, unemployed drifter. 996th place, Wu Jun, Dragon Country, 28 years old, worker. 4961st place, Lachinov, Two Hair Country, 33 years old, unemployed drifter. Seeing the updated rankings, everyone in Dragon Country became happy. Little Saw's voice was high and excited. Dear viewers, the new rankings have been released, and what excites us the most is that our Dragon Country has 2 contestants in the top 10. That's right, contestant Xiachen rose to second place because he hunted a brown bear, so we don't have to worry about food. And our contestant Zhang Yu surprisingly jumped from 77th to now 10th place. Now we can proudly tell other countries that our Dragon Country has 2 top 10 contestants. When he mentioned Zhang Yu's name, he intentionally emphasized it. Lu Fei quickly followed up. Indeed, Zhang Yu is someone we all know. He was at the very bottom of the initial rankings. He endured too much doubt and ridicule. I still remember that day when almost all the audience from various countries came to our Dragon Country's livestream room to mock him. Even choosing initial resources could be ridiculed by Cherry Blossom Country and Stick Country. Now, Zhang Yu used his skills to kill a mountain lion, drive away a wolf pack, and cleverly take down a brown bear. Through a series of real actions like defeating Tal and Jujiro, he has given a hard slap in the face to those who laughed at him. Professor Yuan Sen's tone was filled with joy. Zhang Yu's path to promotion is very representative and educational. He doesn't have the military training of contestant Xia Chen, nor the robust physique of contestant James, but he shows us that knowledge and wisdom are also incredibly powerful forces in the wilderness. From initially making pottery, to building a shelter, and later making charcoal to improve burning efficiency and crafting candles, every step he took was incredibly solid and steady. Xia Chen is amazing, directly at second place, striving for first next time. Master Yu actually climbed to 10th place, that's great, double happiness. The country is rising. 2 of the top 10 are ours. But I still feel this ranking is deliberately targeting Master Yu. How could his materials possibly only rank 10th? I say Master Yu should be in first place. Don't just look at materials. Big Data also considers profession and strength. Master Yu is strong, but compared to those special forces and soldiers, there is still a gap. I think 10th place is fair. At this time, the live stream room of a sand country was filled with anger and doubt. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. This is a blatant insult to our great sand country. The host's face was pale with anger, and he waved his arms to express his dissatisfaction. Our Asan country is a superpower, how dare you treat us like this? Our contestant Rajesh is like a monk, fearless of wind and snow, how could he only rank 999th? The comments were filled with outrage. Damn it, this big data is definitely manipulated by Beautiful Country and Dragon Country. Why do they have 2 spots in the top 10? The West and the East are working together to suppress us. We absolutely cannot accept this ranking. Even the non-United Nations Odd Biao could rank 7th. You know he's just a broken cyclist, why should he be 7th? No. Last time our country said it would create a big data ranking, so why hasn't it come out yet? Chapter 80, Clearing the Snow. Heavy snow continued to fall. It hadn't stopped for a whole day. The snow outside was half a meter deep, completely blocking the door. Zhang Yu noticed something was wrong and hurriedly called Su Jin to help clear the snow at the entrance of the cabin. After spending a good part of the day, they finally managed to remove all the snow at the door. Zhang Yu turned around and saw that the chicken coop next to the cabin was buried under the snow, turning into a white mass. Not good. My chickens. He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately put on his wolf-tail hat and ugly wolfskin gloves, then picked up his gear to clear the snow off the chicken coop. Looking at the wild chickens, although a bit sluggish, they were still huddled together for warmth, which made him feel relieved. Then he saw the thick snow on the roofs of the cabin and the storage room, his heart tightened, and he silently thought it was dangerous. Though the cabin and the storage room were sturdy, being made of pure wood, their load-bearing capacity was still limited. On the roof of the storage room, there were even hundreds of pounds of smoked meat hanging, and if the half-meter-high snow was left unchecked, it wouldn't be long before the cabin and the storage room were completely crushed. Zhang Yu didn't dare to delay and hurriedly climbed up the slope behind the cabin to the roof. Because it was a slope, the snow was a bit better, but it still almost reached his knees, making every step extremely difficult. Fortunately, he had Su Jin's ugly wolfskin gloves, otherwise, his fingers would definitely have frozen stiff. With great effort, he finally reached the roof. The wind and snow, having no shelter, blew even stronger, causing Zhang Yu to almost lose his balance, swaying his body around. He quickly steadied himself and swung the tool in his hand, pushing the snow off the roof. Fortunately, he had sloped the roof for waterproofing, which saved him quite a bit of effort. Large chunks of snow slid off the eaves, crashing onto the ground below, making loud noises. Hearing the sounds inside, Su Jin opened the door a crack, braving the cold wind to step outside. Seeing Zhang Yu on the roof, she worriedly shouted. "Zhang Yu, be careful." "Got it. You close the door and don't come out, be careful of the snow falling on you," Zhang Yu said, his hands continuing to work to clear the snow. Soon after finishing the cabin, he immediately rushed to the storage room nearby. The whole process took a huge amount of his strength and time. Finally, he had cleared all the snow from both roofs, and he was already panting, with a layer of frost forming on his eyebrows and beard, and his clothes soaked with sweat. He didn't linger but hurried back to the cabin to change clothes by the fireplace. In this weather, it was essential to keep the body dry. Any bit of sweat would quickly turn cold in this extreme weather, causing loss of body heat. Zhang Yu and Su Jin stayed inside the cabin, warming themselves by the fireplace, playing with the little white one, and occasionally going out to clear the snow in front of the house and from the roof. It continued until late at night, but the heavy snow showed no signs of stopping, and no one knew when it would end. Even Zhang Yu was filled with worry at this moment. If it kept snowing like this for another 2 days, the cabin might really be buried in snow. He hesitated, wondering whether to head to the hot spring pool now. The hot spring pool had hot springs, so the snow wouldn't be too much, and they might be able to survive. But the only drawback was that the shelter there was still half finished, and there were almost no supplies. It would be too risky to go now. But if they waited another 2 days? As the snow deepened, the path became impassable. When the time came to go to the hot spring, the difficulty and danger would greatly increase. Zhang Yu frowned and thought. Su Jin sat beside him and, seeing the worry on Zhang Yu's face, softly asked. "What's wrong? Is there something troubling you that you can share with me?" Zhang Yu shook his head, not saying much. He felt it was enough for him to know, and there was no need to burden someone else with his worries. However, he was also determined that if heavy snow continued tomorrow at noon or showed no signs of stopping, he would immediately start moving towards the hot spring. "Alright, let's rest. We need to get up tonight to clear the snow," Zhang Yu said. In the afternoon, he had built a temporary cage with wood in the cabin, moving all the wild chickens there. He was afraid this weather would freeze the wild chickens to death. "Okay, rest early." Su Jin nodded as well. The two first closed the livestream and snuggled under the wolf fur blanket. Looking at the familiar black screen of the livestream, instead of fading away, lively conversations began to emerge. "Oh. They've really turned into an old married couple. In the past, our Su was so shy and beautiful. Now it's so plain, everything feels so natural. Indeed, Su and Yu make a perfect pair, handsome and beautiful. I wonder what her fiancé thinks when he sees this. The fiancé says, I'm already used to it, my heart has no ripples, even feeling some strange excitement. Are you serious? In another part of the wilderness world, Carlos, a player from the football nation, was curled up in his hiding place, relying on the warmth radiating from the ground to stay alive. During the first blizzard, this hole indeed protected him from the cold wind and heavy snow. Yet this heavy snow turned the safe hole into a deadly trap. Snow piled up on the hillside, layer after layer. Eventually, the barrier he had propped at the entrance could no longer bear the weight of the snow and completely collapsed. A large amount of snow rushed in through the entrance, completely surrounding Carlos. He tried to struggle, to free himself from the bindings of the snow, but was powerless. Finally, under the dual assault of cold and lack of oxygen, he completely closed his eyes. Carlos from the football nation has died, remaining players 46-70. Yuan Wenshan, a player from the Jiaoji nation, was walking in the heavy snow, a strong hunger pang gripping his stomach, causing him to wince in pain. He had been hungry for a long time, driven by hunger to brave the snow in search of something to fill his stomach. He trembled as he looked around, trying to find something edible in the white snowfield, but there was nothing. The cold made his body start to stiffen, his teeth chattered, and his hands and feet gradually became numb and lost feeling. He persisted in walking forward. His body felt heavier, and his eyelids grew heavier. Finally, he exhausted the last bit of strength and warmth, his legs gave way, and he fell into the snow. He tried to struggle to get up, but Yuan Wenshan from the Jiaoji nation has died, remaining players 46-69. The wind and snow quickly covered his figure, leaving behind an inconspicuous snowbank. Chapter 81, Player count drops again. The snowstorm lasted through the night, only gradually calming down as the sky lightened. The wilderness world was completely covered in white snow, a blinding expanse. Overnight, the wilderness world showed all its cruelty to everyone. Those who were unprepared faced the harsh punishment of the cold. Joseph Carl from the Battle Chariot Nation has died, remaining players 43-12. Caitlin from the Maple Leaf Nation has died, remaining players 40-48. Cook from the Beautiful Nation has died, remaining players 36-99. Zhang Yu from the Dragon Nation has died, remaining players 35-69. In one night, more than 1,000 players perished in this heavy snow. The wilderness world is fair to everyone, any poorly prepared individual will be punished. But perhaps there are some lucky ones who escaped. And Xiao Rui is the luckiest among those who got away. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, everyone was enthusiastically discussing, and the host Xiao Sa was staring at the screen in shock. On the screen, Xiao Rui was hiding in a cave, holding a wolf cub, while the two big wolves had left the cave an hour ago as the snow stopped, disappearing from sight. Xiao Rui felt a little disappointed at that moment. But suddenly, there was some movement at the entrance of the cave. She looked closely and saw two wolves, one in front of the other, entering the cave, each holding a snow rabbit in their mouths. One of them walked to Xiao Rui's side and dropped the snow rabbit at her feet. Then it moved aside and began to feast with the other wolf. Is this for me? Xiao Rui found it hard to believe, but looking at the wriggling little wolf cub in her arms, she quickly understood their intention. After a moment of silence, Xiao Sa finally regained his senses, excitedly saying, "Dear audience, what are we witnessing? Just when we thought these two wolves had left, who could have imagined they were actually out looking for food and even brought a snow rabbit back for Xiao Rui? This completely overturns our understanding of wolves. Are they considering Xiao Rui one of their own? Professor Yuan Sen, what do you think? A miracle. This is definitely a miracle of nature." Professor Yuan Sen said with great excitement. Xiao Sa is right, this completely challenges our perception of wolves. We usually think of them as fierce and cunning, but at this moment they are showing incredible intelligence and sociality. However, we still cannot determine whether they see Xiao Rui as one of them, but this will definitely provide valuable material for our research on wolves. The host was seriously discussing, while the bullet comments were crazily scrolling. No way. Could it be true that I guessed right? Is Xiao Rui going to tame these two wolves and take off? Wow. Is Xiao Rui about to show us the iconic scene of primitive humans taming the first dog? If she can tame them, I believe Xiao Rui could instantly rise from the bottom to the top 10 on the leaderboard. These wolves are so versatile, they can keep warm and hunt, absolutely unbeatable. Exactly, I can already picture the scene when our three Dragon Country names make it to the top 10 of the leaderboard. And once they come together, the wolf pack clears the way, with Yu Yi shooting arrows behind, and Xia Chen documenting the journey. Zhang Yu woke up slowly from under the wolf skin, feeling the warmth in his arms. He smiled and tightened his embrace around Su Jin. Su Jin, feeling the warmth in her dream, nudged closer to Zhang Yu. After enjoying the moment, Zhang Yu gently got up, trying not to disturb Su Jin. After freshening up, he added some charcoal to the fireplace and started cooking breakfast. I must say, eating meat every day was making Zhang Yu a bit tired of it. He wanted a change of taste but had no choice. After getting dressed, especially after putting on those ugly yet warm wolfskin gloves, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. Outside, the snow remained very deep, but compared to the surrounding area where the snow was more than a meter deep, it had improved quite a bit. This is a big project. Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly and picked up a wooden board, starting to skillfully clear the snow at the doorstep. Just then, a white figure darted past his feet, plunging into the snow. Xiao Bai, be careful. Zhang Yu did not care whether it could understand or not, giving a warning. Xiao Bai, feeling cooped up in the wooden house, was a snow fox that feared no wind or snow. Now seeing the thick snow, it excitedly rolled in the snow, darting from one side to the other, leaving a trail of small plum blossom-shaped paw prints. It occasionally used its paws to push away some snow, as if looking for something, and at times chased its fluffy tail. Spinning in place, playing joyfully. Zhang Yu watched the cheerful figure of Xiao Bai, a smile appeared on his face. He continued to swing the wooden board in his hand, clearing the accumulated snow. At this moment, Su Jin walked out of the cabin, holding a steaming bowl of meat soup. Looking at the snow that had been cleared out mostly, and Xiao Bai frolicking in the snow, a warm smile also appeared on her face. Come eat breakfast, she handed the bowl and utensils to Zhang Yu, and then her gaze was drawn to Xiao Bai. Only to see Xiao Bai seeming to sense some movement under the snow. It stopped spinning, its ears perked up alertly, then with a push of its hind legs, its whole body dove into the snow pile, leaving only a fluffy tail wagging outside. Moments later, Xiao Bai clawed its way out of the snow. It shook its body vigorously, sending snow flying. The little guy seemed a bit unconvinced, lowering its head and constantly sniffing the snow, making confused whimpering noises. It looked cute and silly in its focused yet bewildered state. Su Jin stood by, unable to hold back and laughed softly. She walked over, helping Xiao Bai shake off the snow, and said with a smile, "Be careful, don't catch a cold." "Let it be, this guy is a snow fox, this little wind and snow are nothing to it." Zhang Yu smiled as he watched this scene. Xiao Bai squinted its eyes enjoying Su Jin's touch, nudged its head against her hand, then ran to the side, starting to repeat the earlier action. The result, of course, was another empty dive, leaving it covered in snow, like a moving little snowball. The audience in Zhang Yu's personal livestream watched this scene, laughing heartily. "Ha, what is Xiao Bai doing? Does it want to dig something out of the snow? This Xiao Bai is just too cute. It melts my heart, I really want to hug it tightly and squeeze. Xiao Bai, I'm not silly. I'm performing what is called snow conduct art for you. Compared to other live streams, where they suffer from cold or hunger, UGE's place is simply a paradise." Chapter 82, Making a Sled, Exploring the Lake Surface. After clearing the entrance almost completely, Zhang Yu began to prepare. He strapped on his backpack and took his recurve bow. Wearing a wolf tail hat and wolfskin gloves. Fully armed, he cut a piece of rabbit fur to cover his mouth and nose, then walked toward the lake. He needed to determine if the lake was frozen, and how thick the ice was. The surrounding area had been explored mostly, in such cold weather and with such thick snow, not many people would find the cabin. He wanted to confirm whether anyone could cross the lake from the opposite bank. If possible, he also wanted to check the other side of the lake. The path was very difficult, each step was extremely hard, and he kept lifting his feet from the snow and dropping them again. Just a short distance had already consumed a lot of energy. No way. At this rate, I'll tire myself to death. Zhang Yu did not continue forward and immediately turned back to the cabin. "Why are you back again?" Su Jin asked curiously. "The snow path is just too hard to walk on, I'll get a sled, or else I won't be able to move an inch." Zhang Yu removed the rabbit fur covering his mouth and nose, breathing out a huge puff of white mist. "A sled?" Su Jin's eyes lit up. "Like the one in the documentary, with a dog pulling it in front? But we don't have a dog, how will we pull it?" Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly. "How to pull? You pull in front, I'll be in the back." "Ah." Su Jin's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming in surprise. "Just kidding, I'm making a simpler version, which you step on with your feet to increase the surface area, so you won't sink into the snow." Zhang Yu explained, then began to search for materials. He found 2 slightly curved wooden boards. As a skateboard. Then he picked up a machete and began trimming the bottom of the wooden boards, making them smoother and flatter. He then placed it on his feet and made a few marks in the right places to tie the rope. Su Jin was not idle either, helping beside him. After about an hour, a rough but practical simple sled was completed. He found 2 sticks of similar thickness to serve as supports. He used rope to securely tie the sled to his shoes and then stepped back into the snow. Once again stepping onto the snow, this time he did not sink into it, standing firmly on top. He tried lifting his foot to walk, though not as smooth as the sleds in his past life, it was enough. "I did it!" Zhang Yu was very happy, taking the backpack and bow and arrows that Su Jin handed him, and set off again. In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, Xiaosa watched the scene, his face filled with joy. This is too strong, right? Why is Zhang Yu so powerful, as if no problem can challenge him? Are there really such amazing people in the world? How does he know so much? Faced with almost impassable snow, he made a sled on the spot. Who can match this ability to adapt and this knowledge? Lu Fei looked like a fan. Yes, Zhang Yu's every move is so unexpected. In this entire wilderness world, only Zhang Yu can walk freely. Other contestants either hide or can only walk on foot. Zhang Yu is ahead of everyone. Professor Yuansen stood at a professional angle to analyze. Zhang Yu's move not only expands his exploration radius in the wilderness world but greatly enhances safety. It's important to know that trekking through snow consumes a lot of energy, the body sweats a lot, and once you stop, you quickly freeze. Zhang Yu perfectly avoided this problem. He proves once again to the world that in the wilderness world stage, knowledge and creativity are far more important than strength. Exactly, from initially making pottery and burning charcoal to now making a sled, every step Zhang Yu takes is solid and full of wisdom. His rise to the top 10 is no accident, it's entirely due to his intelligence and ability. Yuye's practical skills are really amazing, he does what he says, giving no one an escape. That's right. I was a fan of the superstar Xiao Rui, but now I'm a regular here with Yuyi. I want to analyze frame by frame and learn, just in case of another wilderness survival, I can be like Yuyi. You upstairs, don't say. If Xiao Rui and Yuyi come together, and Yuyi makes a large sled, and those two wolves pull the sled, that scene would be too beautiful, I can't even imagine. Zhang Yu walked forward, the sled provided great convenience and saved a lot of energy. About 10 minutes later, a familiar yet unfamiliar lake finally appeared before him. Familiarity came from the fact that it was still the same lake, but it was completely covered in ice and snow, blending with the surroundings, making it hard to tell where the boundary was. Only some dried stalks of reeds were left by the lakeside, swaying in the wind above the snow surface. Zhang Yu followed the route in his memory to the lakeshore, using the stick in his hand to probe and confirm the boundary. He didn't recklessly step onto it, instead, he observed for a while. He set down his backpack, cleared the snow on the lake surface, took out his axe, and struck the ice layer on the surface of the lake. He needed to ensure how thick this ice layer was and if it could support his weight, so he wouldn't fall in. Only when he saw a few ice shards splashing on the surface without any cracks did he feel assured and stepped onto the lake. He carefully walked towards the center of the lake, taking each step cautiously, constantly using the axe and stick to tap on the ice surface. Observing the condition of the ice. The further he walked towards the center of the lake, the harder he struck. The thickness of the ice was far beyond his expectations, even at the center of the lake, one axe could not break the ice. This ice layer must be at least 20 to 30 centimeters thick. Zhang Yu squatted down, brushed off the snow on the ice surface, and observed carefully. The ice was clear and transparent, he could even see the big fish swimming in the water beneath the ice. He stood up, stood at the center of the lake, and looked around. Those places were all unexplored territory, completely unknown. There might be new resources hidden there, or there could be unknown dangers lurking. Now that the lake's surface was frozen, he could go there to explore. But equally, if there were other competitors on the opposite shore, they could also come over to his side via the ice. He did not continue forward. Today's goal was to check the condition of the ice. If he rashly headed to the opposite shore in such extreme weather, the risks would be too great. He needed to be fully prepared before exploring further. He didn't linger any longer, turned around, and headed back. Under the ravaging cold wind, he already felt his hands and feet becoming somewhat stiff. And the distance to return was still 4 or 5 kilometers. If he stayed any longer, unexpected dangers could arise. Chapter 83, Hunting Rabbits in the Snow. Zhang Yu walked back along the path he came. The sled under his feet greatly increased the surface area, allowing him to move forward on the snow, leaving 2 long trails behind. Not long after getting ashore, he made a new discovery. He saw a series of animal footprints beside the trees. He took a few steps forward, squatted down, and examined the footprints closely. These footprints were very small, and Zhang Yu recognized at a glance what animal had left them. A fox. These footprints looked like those of the little white one, just a bit larger. Could it be a relative of the little white one? Zhang Yu wondered in his heart. Foxes usually roam within their territory. Considering how close this was to the cabin, it was very likely to be the parents of the little white one. Should I catch it to keep the little white one company? Or maybe not. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and decided against it. If he accidentally harmed it, he wouldn't be able to face the little white one. He stood up again, looking at the series of footprints, and new ideas began to form in his mind. The snowfall had just stopped, and those animals would be looking for food. The footprints left on the snow were the freshest. If he could catch 2 snow hares or wild chickens, wouldn't that help to grow the breeding population? Zhang Yu looked at the time. It was still early, he had time. With determination, he changed direction and headed towards the bushes where he had previously found berries. If there was any place where animals were likely to be abundant, it would definitely be here. As he continued, he saw many animal footprints along the way. All these footprints were freshly made, very new. Zhang Yu observed closely. There were tracks from squirrels, foxes, snow hares, and wild chickens, mainly small animals. He had yet to see any signs of large animals. Reaching a bush, he carefully observed the chaotic footprints in the snow, and a plan formed in his mind. Wasn't this the best time to use the trapping skill? These small animals were coming out to forage after the heavy snowfall. He could follow their footprints to find their burrows or regular routes to set traps. Surely he would catch some. He no longer hesitated and carefully distinguished the footprints and their directions. Finally, he followed the tracks to discover a fresh footprint and signs of the bush being nibbled. It should be a snow hare. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu followed the footprints straight ahead. Eventually, under a large tree, he discovered a burrow. The burrow went directly underground through the accumulated snow. Zhang Yu immediately stopped, cautiously taking out a trapping ring from his backpack. Skillfully set a trap at the cave entrance. Then carefully covered the trap with snow, erasing any trace he left behind. After everything was arranged, he turned back to the bushes, looking for the next target's tracks. Suddenly, he heard a faint cooing sound not far away. A wild chicken? Zhang Yu's mind focused. His extraordinary senses allowed him to hear faint noises from a great distance. He took off his backpack, holding his recurved bow, and stealthily moved forward. After walking a short distance, he saw not far away, a vividly feathered wild chicken was scratching in a place where the snow was thinner, searching for food. He subconsciously nocked an arrow, fingers tightening on the bowstring. This was a perfect shooting opportunity. But he hesitated and slowly released his hand. He remembered the 4 wild chickens in the wooden cabin. Shooting one down was indeed simple, but it would only yield a meal. Did he lack food now? No, not at all. If he could catch it alive and bring it back, that would be 5 wild chickens, which would be quite a flock. When spring arrived next year, the wild chickens would start laying eggs. This way, the cycle of chickens and eggs would continue endlessly. Thinking of this, he suppressed the urge to act. He decided to set a few traps tailored for this wild chicken nearby. In this heavy snow, finding food was difficult for the wild chicken. If he could leave some food and set a trap. The only thing to watch out for was the cold. Once the wild chicken got caught in the trap, it might soon freeze due to loss of heat. He would call Su Jin to check on it from time to time. Had. As Zhang Yu thought this, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. He noted this location, went back to prepare, and would come back here to set it up later. He quietly retreated, tidied up his things, and began walking towards the wooden cabin. While he was moving through the white thicket, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something white moving in the snow to his left. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but as he turned his head and focused his gaze, he found it to be a snow rabbit. It seemed not to have noticed Zhang Yu and was leisurely digging in the snow, searching for food beneath it. Zhang Yu's heart jumped. This was food delivered right to him. Though he hesitated to take a shot at the wild chicken, he was ready to catch the snow rabbit, whether alive or dead. If caught alive, it could be raised alongside the other snow rabbits in the wooden cabin. If dead, that would also be acceptable. After all, the wild chicken had no fur, but the snow rabbit had a fluffy coat. He took off the wolf fur gloves he was wearing and placed them disdainfully on the snow. He drew the bow and aimed at the snow rabbit. In his mind, he muttered, calling Su Jin to help make new gloves from its fur later. Whoosh! The sharp arrow shot out, directly hitting the snow rabbit's eye. The snow rabbit didn't even struggle, immediately falling to the ground in silence. Zhang Yu quickly stepped forward, picked up the snow rabbit, and stuffed it into his arms. In this cold weather, the snow rabbit's body would freeze quickly, making it harder to process later. He picked up the wolf fur gloves left on the ground and began his way back home. The atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room was quite warm. Little Saw watched Zhang Yu's clean and swift shot, feeling no wave of emotion inside. After all, he had seen so many iconic moments. Shooting a rabbit felt like nothing special. Yet, he still maintained an excited expression. What a beautiful shot, a deadly strike. Zhang Yu's archery is getting more and more precise. If only this snow rabbit could be shared with other Dragon Kingdom contestants. Professor Yuan-san also nodded in agreement. This shot was quite significant. It showcased Zhang Yu's archery skills. Did you see? The arrow went straight into the rabbit's eye without harming its fur at all. What precision in archery! The rabbit's fur can be maximally utilized. Like knitting a pair of socks or a mask. Socks? Masks? I think he was now really wanting to knit a new pair of gloves. You, Su Jin, look, this snow rabbit fur is so soft and white, doesn't it look like a new glove? Oh, after watching the other contestants, then looking at you, the gap is really big. The other contestants are still struggling for basic needs. And Ryu has already started to pick on whether the gloves look good or not. Chapter 84, Su Jin makes a chimney. Back at the wooden house, Zhang Yu handed the snow rabbit to Su Jin. Looking at Su Jin, his face showed hesitation, wanting to say something but stopping. Su Jin seemed to understand Zhang Yu's thoughts and smiled, saying, "Alright, once this snow rabbit fur is tanned, I will make you a new pair of gloves. But during this time, you still have to wear these wolfskin gloves." Hearing this, Zhang Yu happily nodded and said, "No problem." Saying this, he grabbed a big handful of frozen berries from the storage room, put them in his pocket, and after putting on his sled, walked outside. "Didn't you just come back? Why are you going out again?" Zhang Yu waved his hand without looking back. "On the way back, I found a wild chicken. I'm going to set some traps to see if I can catch another one alive." Then he walked into the snow. Inside the wooden house, Su Jin was left alone again. Little White was also tired from playing in the snow, holding the snow rabbit in its arms and lying still in its little nest. The 4 wild chickens had recovered from last night's snowstorm. In the temporary chicken coop built in the house, they kept chirping non-stop. Su Jin finished dealing with the snow rabbit outside and carefully began to cut the fur piece by piece, afraid of hurting it. She walked into the wooden house and tossed the innards to Little White, who sniffed and felt there was a strange smell. Walking around the wooden house, she finally realized that the temporary chicken coop was filled with chicken droppings. Instantly, her brows furrowed tightly. It's just the beginning of winter, and it's still far from being over. If the wild chickens stay in the house, it won't be livable anymore. Su Jin looked at the chicken coop, deep in thought. In less than a day, the house was starting to have a strange smell. If it continued for a few more days, it might be completely filled with this smell. She was thinking of a solution. Should I wait for Zhang Yu to come back and ask him? He always has endless solutions. Then she shook her head. No way. If I rely on him for everything, wouldn't I be useless and a burden? She frantically thought in her mind. To move the wild chickens out of the wooden house, she had to solve their warmth problem. But how should she solve it? Her eyes moved, observing the surroundings, looking for a good solution. But after thinking for a long time, she still couldn't come up with a good idea. It's so hard. How does Zhang Yu know so much? Why can't I even solve this little problem? Su Jin gently tapped her delicate fist against her head. It's all your fault, stupid head. After complaining about herself, she spread her hands. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore, I'll wait for Zhang Yu to come back. I'll cook for him first. Saying this, she picked up the processed snow rabbit, rubbed a layer of salt on it, and stabbed it with a stick to roast it in the fireplace. The fire burned the snow rabbit. The fat on its body turned into oil and dripped onto the burning charcoal. Instantly, a cloud of smoke rose. But the smoke quickly disappeared into the chimney. The chimney! Su Jin seemed to think of something. She suddenly stood up, her eyes shining. Without caring about the cold, she hurried outside. Looking at the chimney puffing white smoke, with no snow accumulated on the pipe. She hurried forward and touched the chimney. Hot! No wonder there's no snow. Suddenly, an idea popped into her mind. If she could add a few layers of insulation to the original chicken coop, then lay the chimney around the chicken coop. Doesn't that guarantee the temperature inside the chicken coop? In this way, it solves both the heat retention for the chicken coop and the smell of chicken droppings in the house, a double benefit. Let's do it! She dashed back to the wooden house, flipped the snow hare over, and placed it a bit farther from the flame, using the residual heat to roast it. Then, she filled a pot with a mound of snow and set it on the fire to melt. After preparing everything, she grabbed the axe, leaned into the original chicken coop, and began chopping at the wall. She was not planning to make a protruding flue. Instead, she intended to dig a trench on top of the soil behind the chicken coop and then seal the outside of the trench. This way, it would create an embedded flue. The advantage of this method was very obvious. It could reduce the contact area with cold air and effectively slow down the loss of heat. Additionally, the temperature of the soil itself was not low, which would help with better insulation. During the digging process, she occasionally went back to turn the snow hare to prevent it from burning. Then she gathered the excavated soil, poured boiled snow water over it, mixed it into mud, and sealed the outside of the newly dug trench. Although she was extremely busy, her face was always filled with a happy smile. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, everyone curiously watched Su Jin hustle and bustle. Little Sa had a puzzled expression. Professor Yuan, what is Su Jin doing? She just dug a trench and then sealed it up again, what's the point of that? Professor Yuan Sin, being a knowledgeable expert, smiled and said. Su Jin isn't sealing the entire trench, she just closed off the outermost section, while the inside is still open. From my observations, she seems to be preparing to dig a new flue to replace the old one. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, and Lu Fei curiously asked. Wasn't the original flue fine? It's not broken, so why dig a new one? You see, she's digging inside the chicken coop. You know, keeping a flock of wild chickens indoors results in a smell that can be unbearable. I guess Su Jin noticed the smell and plans to move the wild chickens out of the wooden house. Pausing for a moment, he took a sip of water and continued. But if she moves them outside, she has to worry about them freezing to death. So what should she do? She can only find a way to solve the heating problem. The temperature in the flue isn't low, it's the heat directly produced by the burning fireplace. If this flue is set up inside the chicken coop, it would add a heating pipe to the coop, making it warm. Of course, I expect Su Jin will soon apply a thick layer of mud on the outside of the coop as insulation, and then it will be mission accomplished. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jin began to apply the excess mud to the sidewall of the chicken coop. Wow! It's just as Professor Yuan said, when did our Su become so clever? Indeed, following Master Yu can teach you a lot. In just this short time, our Su has managed to tackle such a big project alone. It's really frustrating to watch. While other contestants are still figuring out how to raise the temperature in their shelters, Su is thinking about how to raise the temperature in the chicken coop. What are the other contestants supposed to think? The Dragon Kingdom livestream was lively and bustling. Meanwhile, in the capital's command center, everyone frowned as they looked closely at the big screen. Chapter 85, Cooperation Request from the Stick Nation. Li Guodong stood in front of the screen and said to everyone, "Everyone, please look. Currently, the contestants from various countries led by the beautiful country are trying every possible way to converge." He pointed to the wilderness world map drawn by the think tank and sub-unit personnel on the screen, and continued. At present, they have already gathered 28 groups of people together, with the largest group having 4 members. We only have Zhang Yu and Su Jin in one group, while Xia Chen and Iqbal have gathered together, and the others are still scattered. With this, our disadvantage is significant. Once targeted, it will be a case of a few fighting many, and Zhang Shuang's situation will happen again. The commander looked at the big screen, frowning, and asked, "What suggestions does your think tank have?" The result discussed by our think tank is to quickly contact allied countries and gather nearby players together. This way, we can deal with the threat of enemy players and complement each other's strengths. Li Guodong said. "Have you made a preliminary plan regarding which countries and players are involved?" the commander asked. "It's already listed. It specifically involves Camel Country, Baba Sheep Country, Quadama Country, African Federation Country, and Saya Country. It involves our 5 players." The commander's brow furrowed. "Why isn't Bear Country and Persia included? I remember their players being quite close." Li Guodong explained. "If we converge with Bear Country, it will be hard to determine command authority. Sun Jiaboy is a teacher in real life, and joining with Bear Country may lead to losing command. As for Persia, from our observations, they still hold fantasies and wobble back and forth between us and beautiful country. Alright, complete the plan and hand it to me. I will contact various countries later." Zhang Yu brought tools to the place where he discovered the wild chicken, but the wild chicken had already vanished. He wasn't angry, he simply set traps in a few nearby spots and sprinkled some berries in the traps. He didn't stay longer and headed towards the wooden house. By the time he returned to the wooden house, the sky had begun to grow dark. He pushed open the wooden door, and a delicious aroma of roasted meat greeted him. "Back? How's the trap setting going?" Su Jin was by the fireplace, roasting snow hares and simmering a pot of berry and reed soup. Seeing Zhang Yu come back, she smiled and asked, her face showing a hint of anticipation and pride. "Well, I set up a few traps, let's see if we get lucky." As Zhang Yu took off his gear, he said, "By the way, I'll also make you a sled tonight, so we can check the traps tomorrow from time to time, to avoid letting the wild chicken freeze to death. By the way, where is the wild chicken? Why don't I see it?" As soon as Zhang Yu mentioned the wild chicken, he noticed that the temporary chicken coop in the wooden house had inexplicably vanished, taking the wild chicken with it. Su Jin's smile grew brighter, she stood up and pulled Zhang Yu's hand, heading outside. "Come look. I moved the wild chicken outside." She pointed at the chicken coop, thickly wrapped in mud, right next to the wooden house. Hearing this, Zhang Yu approached in surprise, squatting in front of the coop to inspect it closely. He quickly noticed the new flue and reached inside to feel it, clearly sensing warmth emanating from it. "You modified the flue? Did you provide heating for the chicken coop?" Zhang Yu instantly understood Su Jin's idea. This was equivalent to turning the flue into a heating pipeline. However, heating pipelines mostly use hot water, while this one used smoke and air. Although the heat loss was considerable, wild chickens were indeed cold-resistant creatures, and since the coop had been modified a bit, it was enough. "Yeah, the smell inside was too strong, so I thought maybe I could move them to the coop, but I was afraid they would freeze. Then I saw how hot the chimney was and thought to use it for heating the coop. How is it? Did I do well?" Su Jin nodded vigorously, looking at Zhang Yu with anticipation, like a child waiting for praise. Zhang Yu carefully inspected around the coop again and found no issues at all. The construction was done very well. the entire flue had no cracks or leaks. He turned around and walked to Su Jin's side, reaching out to ruffle her hair, genuinely praising. Not just good, it's amazing. As he spoke, his hands grasped Su Jin's slightly chubby face, bringing his face closer. Su Jin, you are truly a genius, completing such a large project in such a short time. Su Jin felt a bit shy from the sudden affection, her cheeks instantly blushing with 2 spots of red. She lowered her head, her eyes sparkling with joy and embarrassment, murmuring softly. It's nothing. I just watched how you usually do it and learned from you. By the way, dinner is still stewing in the fireplace, I should check it. Overwhelmed with shyness, Su Jin found an excuse and hurried into the house, leaving Zhang Yu alone in the snow. Dragon Kingdom General Headquarters. The commander was looking at the proposal submitted by Li Guodong, pondering whether to contact the leaders of various countries. Suddenly, a red landline phone on his right began to ring. He frowned, seeing the contact name on the phone screen, the commander of the stick country, Yin Mingxuan. What does he want? After a moment of thought, he had some idea and picked up the phone. Hello, Commander Yin, it's a surprise to receive your call. What do you have to say? Hello, Commander, I believe you have seen the tragedy our stick country has suffered. We have been betrayed by the beautiful country, and player Chui Xiushan was brutally killed by James. This is an insult to our dignity. The commander remained calm. We deeply regret the plight of your country's player. But may I ask what you want from our Dragon Kingdom? Yin Mingxuan pondered for a moment before speaking. I won't beat around the bush, Commander. Our stick country has deeply reflected that the beautiful country has betrayed us, and we must make them pay. However, we are weak and outnumbered. You know, your Dragon Kingdom is also a target of the beautiful country. Both our nations belong to Eastern civilization and share deep historical ties, we are partners worth relying on. Moreover, they formed an alliance primarily to target you, Dragon Kingdom, and the Bear Nation. With our stick country's inclusion, it would be like divine assistance. The commander secretly pondered and analyzed Yin Mingxuan's words. Oh. Commander Yin, cooperation needs to be built on a foundation of sincerity. Your country suddenly proposing cooperation, how can you prove your sincerity? Chapter 86, Laba Kanji. After ending the call with the stick country's commander, he summoned Li Guodong. Do you think what Yin Mingxuan said is sincere? Li Guodong thought for a moment and replied. It's hard to say. From his motives and strategy, cooperating with us is the best choice. But? Li Guodong frowned. However, given the personality of the stick country, it is not impossible for them to take this opportunity to play us against the beautiful country. Exactly, that's also what I was considering. The commander stood up, his gaze sharp. They just lost a player, and that player was killed by the beautiful country. Their power is shrinking, and public sentiment is boiling. This gesture towards us is merely to temporarily appease public anger. Whether they are truly siding with us, I think the possibility exists, but it's not high. However, we cannot refuse their goodwill this time. Therefore, how to make good use of this opportunity to benefit our Dragon Kingdom is paramount. Li Guodong nodded in response. Understood, I will gather the think tank to discuss this after returning. The commander added. The mouse hasn't been caught yet, so keep an eye on it. Got it. Suddenly, the commander asked. Tomorrow seems to be the Laba Festival, right? Yes, Commander, tomorrow is indeed the Laba Festival. The commander walked to the window, gazing at the still gray sky, polluted and lacking resources, and said. The waste of resources is our responsibility. Right now, Zhang Yu, Wu Jun, and the others are fighting in the wilderness world, restoring some resources for us. Those resources cannot be touched, they need to be reserved for sustainable development. But, the more difficult the times, the more we cannot lose the fundamentals. The festivals passed down from our ancestors, especially in these resource-scarce years, can more strongly unite people's hearts and give the common people a sense of hope. He said this and turned around, giving orders to Li Guodong. Send out orders to distribute the frozen grains, rice, and other food we have stored to every street. Tomorrow, we will all make laba kanji together, providing one free serving per person. It doesn't need to be thick, but it must be hot. Also, let's use some of the synthetic fish meat, cut into small pieces, and give each person just one piece. Li Guodong understood that this was not just about a bowl of kanji or a piece of fish. This was a manifestation of the nation's responsibility and warmth under extreme material scarcity, telling every citizen of Longwa that we are in this together. Yes, Commander, I will do it right away. I guarantee that everyone will have a warm bowl of laba kanji and a piece of meat to eat tomorrow. Just over an hour later, the order spread quickly across major cities, streets, and villages of Longwa. In Longwa's second city, at the Material Distribution Center. The director looked at the newly received red-headed document with an official seal, his face showing deep shock. Then he laughed and said to his secretary. Quick, gather all the management personnel to assemble at the B7 storage warehouse. Half an hour later, in front of the alloy door of the B7 storage warehouse. All departmental managers gathered, whispering to each other, their faces filled with confusion. The director stood before everyone, looking around without saying a word, then handed the keys to the custodian and said, "Open the warehouse door." As the door slowly opened, revealing huge refrigeration boxes inside. Only then did the director turn around and raise the red-headed document in his hand. "Comrades, I just received an order from the command center. The order requires that tomorrow, on Laba, we utilize part of the B7 stock to collaborate with the streets to provide all citizens in our district with free servings of Laba congee and synthetic fish meat." Silence, a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe this was real. No one knew better than them about the global material shortage. These materials were meant for the last hope and spark of Longwa, prepared since its establishment, only adding supplies and never taking supplies out. Now, unexpectedly. A few seconds later, a huge uproar erupted. "Director, is this real? My God, Laba congee. My daughter has only seen it in images and has never eaten it. That's great. This is truly wonderful." The director raised his hand to silence the crowd and said loudly, "Now, logistics department, immediately count the stocks of grains, beans, and dried fruits in the warehouse, and develop a distribution plan according to the population provided by the streets. Transport team, all vehicles on standby. Once confirmed, load the materials immediately and ensure delivery to all streets and towns before 12 tonight. Armed security team, immediately call back all personnel on leave, they must accompany all the convoys to safely escort them to the designated locations." Is everyone clear on their tasks? Clear, everyone answered in unison, their voices full of vigor and passion. At a certain street office, Lady Wine, the head of the office, received the notification and looked at the document, worried. Distributing Laba congee and fish meat is a big deal, but how on earth do we make this congee? After the resource depletion, there are no chefs left, or rather, there are no chefs at her level. Everyone usually survives on nutrient paste, charcoal sticks, or limited portions of synthetic mush to fill their stomachs. What should I do? Aunt Wang paced back and forth in her simple office, murmuring. We can't just distribute these things and let everyone cook them themselves. That would go against the orders, right? What should I do? Just as she was in a dilemma, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. The door was pushed open. Several elderly men and women appeared at the door. Director Wang, I heard we are going to cook Laba porridge. Is it true? The leading Granny Zhao asked somewhat shyly. She was nearly 90 years old and had helped in the cafeteria when she was young. Sister Wang's eyes lit up, as if she had grabbed a lifeline, and hurriedly approached. Granny Zhao, it's true, food has been allocated from above, tomorrow is Laba, and we will all get a bowl of hot Laba porridge and a piece of fish. But I'm worried, there's no one to make the Laba porridge. When Granny Zhao heard this, her face broke into a bright smile as she proudly raised her chin at a few old partners behind her. You see, what did I say? To do this, we need our group of old folks. Then she turned to Sister Wang and patted her chest. Director Wang, don't worry, making Laba porridge is up to us. We were all kitchen helpers when we were young. Don't look at us being old, we know how to do this. Now, being able to do something for everyone makes us happy. Chapter 87, Making Charcoal in the Snow. Night fell. The temperature in the wild world dropped a few more degrees. Even the temperature inside the wooden house dropped sharply. Zhang Yu had no choice but to add some charcoal to the fireplace, which ensured that the indoor temperature was around 0 degrees. At this rate, these charcoals will be used up in less than a week. Zhang Yu calculated to himself. He originally wanted to make more charcoal and pottery. However, a heavy snowfall disrupted all plans. If it really doesn't work, he could only find a way to chop some firewood and dry it by the fireplace, which could hold on a bit longer. But to really solve the problem, he needed to make charcoal, and he needed to make more charcoal. I can't delay, the longer I wait, the colder it gets, the stronger the wind and snow, and it becomes even harder. Zhang Yu made up his mind, and tomorrow he would find a way to make a bigger furnace to produce charcoal. Even though the wind and snow were fierce, Zhang Yu still felt a bit smug. He believed that other contestants were almost impossible to have his reserves. If this weather dragged on for a month or two, he was sure that few contestants would remain. Moreover, in this kind of weather, everyone could only stay in one place and it was nearly impossible to move around widely. This made their potential threat much smaller. After making up his mind, Zhang Yu went to bed with Su Jin to rest and recover. The night was deep. The fire in the wooden house gradually weakened. Zhang Yu and Su Jin curled up under a wolf fur blanket, while Xiaobai curled up with the snow rabbit in its little nest, sleeping soundly, and the whole world seemed to fall into silence except for the howling cold wind. However, in this tranquil silence, a miracle quietly unfolded in the sky of the wild world. At first, there was just a faint green glow in the sky, but soon, this glow began to flow and spread. The colors began to become brilliant, emerald green, deep blue. Layers stacked together, swirling in the air. Aurora. In this wild world, the aurora appeared, magnificent and splendid, illuminating the pure white wilderness like a fairyland. This stunning sight was seen through the eyes of contestants from various countries and transmitted to live broadcasts around the world. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the night shift team of hosts and professors were originally a bit tired. But when the aurora appeared on the screen, everyone was stunned. My God, viewers, look quickly, the night sky of the wild world has auroras, it's so beautiful. The host suddenly woke up and shouted excitedly. Another special guest, an actress with a background as an astronomy enthusiast, also exclaimed. This is simply a miracle, a masterpiece from above. In the depleted resources and polluted blue planet, how many years has it been since we saw the aurora? I didn't expect it to appear in the wild world. The audience was stunned by this picturesque scene, as they admired the aurora for an entire night. In the morning, Zhang Yu was the first to wake up. The charcoal in the fireplace had only a little residual warmth left. The house had cooled down again, but the temperature was still a dozen degrees higher than outside. He got up to add more charcoal, then woke up Su Jin. After they washed up quickly and ate a simple breakfast, they began to get busy. Both of them were dressed neatly, picked up their tools and backpacks, and stepped into the icy and snowy world outside. Zhang Yu chose a spot and started clearing the snow, while Su Jin built a bonfire on a cleared patch using charcoal and dry wood. Then, they filled the pots they brought with snow and placed them over the bonfire to boil. The weather was extremely cold, the ground was frozen solid, and without fire to slowly thaw it, they couldn't dig. And mixing mud required water, the lake was frozen, and even if they broke the ice, it would soon freeze again. It was better to melt the snow and then mix it with the mud, which would keep the mud warm and prevent it from freezing immediately. Finally, after clearing a sufficient area, Zhang Yu stood up and said, I will go chop some wood, you stay here to melt the frozen ground with the fire, and dig some more mud. Okay, Su Jin replied. Zhang Yu did not delay, directly picked up the axe and started chopping down spruce trees in the nearby woods. The sound of the axe hitting the trees echoed in the forest, and snow occasionally slid off the branches. He chopped for a long time this time, stopping only when he felt his arms go numb. Then he dragged back a dozen spruce trunks of various sizes with great effort to the cleared area. Su Jin had also nearly finished on her side. She tended the bonfire, continuously adding firewood, then picked up the burning logs and rolled them on the frozen ground. When she saw the flames begin to die down, she tossed more wood into the bonfire and continued. The once hard ground finally became soft. She started to carefully dig out the softened soil and pile it next to the fire. This repetitive process resulted in a significant amount of soil piled by the fire. We have enough wood and dirt now, Zhang Yu said, stacking the wood together, panting. Then, just like last time, together they completed a charcoal kiln. You keep boiling some water. Zhang Yu walked to the bonfire, picked up a burning piece of charcoal and tossed it into the fire pit. Then came the long wait and the careful management of the airflow. The burning of the charcoal kiln released massive heat. The surrounding frozen ground began to gradually thaw, saving the two a lot of time. Su Jin continued to boil snow water and mix it with the mud. Zhang Yu kept managing the airflow and repairing the cracks that appeared on the kiln walls from time to time. His inner shirt was soaked with sweat, but fortunately, there was a huge charcoal kiln providing heat, driving away the surrounding chill. This helped them avoid losing body heat. Until he saw no more cracks appearing on the kiln walls, Su Jin finally returned to the wooden house to change her clothes, then went to check the trap she had set yesterday to catch wild chickens. However, instead of catching a wild chicken, she found a frozen squirrel. Look, what is this? Su Jin happily brought the squirrel to Zhang Yu's side. Nice, a roasted squirrel for dinner sounds great. Even though the fur is a bit small, it can still be saved to make something small. Yeah, I'll watch the charcoal kiln, you head back and change your clothes, don't catch a cold. Su Jin added some wood to the bonfire and began to process the squirrel. Zhang Yu closely checked the charcoal kiln, ensuring everything was fine, and nodded. Okay, I'll be quick, keep an eye on it for me. Zhang Yu did not hesitate, and left quickly, directly walking towards the wooden house. The temperature of the charcoal kiln is slowly dropping, and if we wait for it to cool completely, the sweat on our backs will freeze, causing hypothermia. Chapter 88: The Darkness of Human Nature. About an hour later, the temperature of the charcoal kiln finally dropped. Zhang Yu and Su Jin quickly knocked open the side wall of the charcoal kiln, revealing the inside of the kiln. They saw piles of black charcoal stacked together, surrounded by white ashes. After completely uncovering the charcoal, Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Having learned from the previous experience, this time he put nearly 4 times the amount of firewood inside. Although some burned away, there were still some logs inside that did not burn completely. But overall, it was about 3 times the amount of charcoal from last time. Combined with the previous charcoal, it was enough for them to use for a month. However, Zhang Yu was still not satisfied. After moving all the charcoal to the wooden house, he said to Su Jin, "Let's make another batch tomorrow. I think the amount of charcoal will be just right." Su Jin obediently nodded beside him, while organizing the charcoal. "This way, we can use charcoal at night and mix firewood and charcoal during the day. This will also save some charcoal. During the day, everyone is awake, so even if the undried firewood produces a lot of smoke, it doesn't matter. But at night, when everyone is asleep, a lot of smoke can be deadly." The two of them sat in the wooden house, finishing dinner, and washed their clothes from the day, placing them by the fireplace to dry. Outside the wooden house, it was extraordinarily cold, making it impossible to go out. They sat by the campfire, chatting idly, going from Blue Star to the wilderness world, from preferences to dislikes, from astronomy to geography, just chatting back and forth. The viewers in the live stream were yawning continuously, and started chatting in the comments. "It's a bit boring, I'm going to check out Susu's personal live stream to see what they're talking about." "Don't go up there, I just came from Susu's live stream. They're currently in a heated debate with her fiancé." "Oh? Is there gossip? My gossip-loving heart is piqued, I must go see." In another part of the wilderness world, Abdul from the Yake country and Pierre from the Gaul country, having heard the country's instructions due to their proximity, gathered at one location. At that moment, they were huddled together in a makeshift shelter built between rough stones, relying on each other for warmth. Although the shelter was crude, it barely managed to block some of the cold wind. However, the continuous blizzard and half-height piles of snow cut off their chances of finding food. At first, they could barely survive on the small amount of berries they had gathered. But after a few days, the berries had long been consumed, and the feeling of hunger became increasingly unbearable for both of them. "Pierre, are we going to die here?" Abdul's voice was weak, continually smacking his lips as if that could ease the hunger in his stomach. Pierre's face was waxy as he weakly shook his head. "Hang in there, when dawn arrives, we will go out to find something to eat." Although Pierre was comforting him, his gaze was filled with confusion and despair. Abdul's peripheral vision inadvertently swept over the machete lying on the ground beside him, and then quickly looked away. A terrifying thought began to grow in his mind. "Food? Isn't it right in front of me?" This thought spread like bacteria. Once it appeared, it could not disappear, wildly spreading in his mind. He swallowed the saliva in his mouth. "No. This is wrong. But my stomach really hurts from hunger." He looked at the weak Pierre, and the evil thoughts and desires in his heart ultimately overwhelmed everything. At 5 o'clock in the morning. In the Gaul live stream, host Eloise rubbed her dry eyes, forcing herself to stay awake. At this hour, there weren't many viewers, but she still maintained her professionalism, constantly switching between the perspectives of different contestants, providing commentary. When the scene shifted to Pierre's perspective, she explained. "Ladies and gentlemen, we can see that Pierre and Abdul are resting, using sleep to resist the loss of physical strength. They only need to wait for dawn, and they can go out together to search for food. We firmly believe that they surely will." But before she could finish her words, a pair of eyes appeared on the screen. It was the eyes of Abdul from the Yage nation. These eyes emitted a chilling glow and were fixated directly on Pierre. This is Abdul, what does he want?" The host's voice trembled slightly, a bad thought surged in her heart. On the screen, Abdul's hand slowly moved towards the machete lying on the ground beside him. "No. What is he doing? Stop. Bastard." Eloise jumped up from her seat, shouting in fear. The people in the livestream room were instantly awakened, all sleepiness gone, their eyes glued to the screen. "What does Abdul want to do? Bastard. This beast, does he deserve to be human? No, Pierre, wake up, don't sleep." On the screen, Abdul held the machete, his face twisted with rage, suddenly raising the machete. "No." Eloise let out a desperate scream, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes filled with fear and hatred. Screech. The sound of the machete plunging into flesh came. And everyone in the livestream fell into a deathly silence. Until now, no one could believe that Abdul dared to do this. Gallic Rooster contestant Pierre has died, remaining contestants 3568. Congratulations to Yage Nation contestant Abdul for completing the kill, reward for Yage Nation resource recovery 1000, punishment for Gallic Rooster Nation territory reduction 1%. The livestream screen plunged into darkness. A few seconds later, Eloise sat slumped in her chair, hands covering her face, tears streaming down her fingers. That beast Abdul, he killed Pierre. But they were allies, how could this happen? She sobbed, speaking incoherently. After a moment, she lifted her head, her eyes burning with anger. Yage Nation. Abdul. This is betrayal, barefaced betrayal, intolerable betrayal. Pierre trusted his ally so much, but was brutally robbed of his life in his sleep. The Gallic rooster will never forget this moment, this day. We will never forget this blood debt. More and more sleeping Gallic rooster people were awakened and entered the livestream. Beast, Abdul, you damn butcher. The Yage nation must give us an explanation. Immediately withdraw from the alliance. We must have equal or even double retribution. We lost 1% of our territory, what a great humiliation. We must take revenge. Hee, I can already see Abdul's subsequent actions. This is the distortion of humanity, the decline of morality. Blood debts must be paid in blood. The glory of our Gallic rooster does not allow anyone to trample on it. Chapter 89, Ice Fishing. Non-league contestant Lei Wang has died, remaining contestants 3567. Ermau Nation contestant Lecheski has died, remaining contestants 3532. Beautiful Nation contestant Iverson has died, remaining contestants 3428. Zhang Yu woke up slowly from his bed. In just one night, over 100 people had died again. He knew this was just the beginning, the situation would only get worse. It might not even require contestants to kill each other. Those who could survive this winter would possibly be fewer than 100. Zhang Yu shook his head and called out to Su Jin. After a simple wash, Su Jin started making breakfast, while Zhang Yu first fed the wild chickens, then collected the clothes drying by the fireplace. After a simple breakfast, the two of them began making a furnace, just like yesterday. Today, there was no need to clear snow, so the time was much quicker. By just past 1 in the afternoon, a furnace was completed. All the coals were moved to the cabin. At that moment, the two people found themselves without anything to do. How about we go ice fishing? Su Jin suggested. This suggestion made Zhang Yu's eyes light up. After 2 days of intense charcoal work, he was indeed feeling both mentally and physically tired. Ice fishing could relax him and provide food, getting both at once, wouldn't that be great? He nodded. Good idea. The ice is thick now, very safe, and we can build snow walls to block the wind, then put some stones on the ice and burn charcoal for warmth. Hearing this, Su Jin's eyes also sparkled. Without further ado, they got to work. Zhang Yu began to pack up his things, while Su Jin filled his backpack with charcoal, and then added some stones. The two of them dressed warmly, hooked up the sled, and led Little White towards the lake. Arriving at the lake's surface, Zhang Yu chose a spot a little further from the shore. First, he cleared the snow to reveal the ice, then used an axe to chop 2 round holes through the thick ice, and cleared the floating ice from the water surface. Meanwhile, Su Jin placed the stones on the ice, then put on the charcoal and dried twigs, starting a fire. Little White curiously watched the two, then jumped into the snow pile and began to play. After finishing these tasks, the two started to build 2 walls against the wind with the piled snow, then sat down behind the walls, ready to fish. They skillfully baited their hooks and dropped them into the holes, occasionally clearing the floating ice to prevent the holes from freezing over again. In the live stream of the Bamboo Country, host Jean Minxiu saw this scene, and recalled how their player Choi Shoshan had meekly followed behind James and ultimately met a tragic end, feeling mixed emotions in his heart. Dear viewers, it seems that Zhang Yu truly has mastered many wilderness survival skills, and in this environment, he can think of ice fishing for food, which is indeed commendable. However, seeing this scene, I now have strong reasons to suspect that Zhang Yu possesses the bloodline of our Bamboo Country. The Zhang surname is a prominent one in our country, and he's so handsome, it fits well with our country's image. The bullet comments started to echo. Ah, no wonder Zhang Yu is so amazing. It seems there's a reason behind it, he must have the bloodline of our great Bamboo Country. Only our excellent genes can thrive so well in such an environment. That's right, look at his face and the details between his eyes, he definitely has our Bamboo Country's bloodline. Ah, no. The Dragon Country stole our culture, our traditions, now do they want to steal our players too? I strongly demand that Zhang Yu recognize his roots and return to our great Bamboo Country. Once Zhang Yu comes back, do we even need to fear the beautiful country? We can crush them directly. While the Bamboo Country livestream was abuzz with discussion, suddenly, Zhang Yu felt the fishing rod in his hand sink slightly. A fish is coming. He focused all his attention. Then, the feather-made float suddenly dipped and sank below the water's surface. Zhang Yu immediately pulled up the fishing rod with force, feeling a strong struggle at the end of the fishing line. This fish is not small. He muttered, not hurrying to reel it in, but instead began to tire the fish out. They went back and forth like this, wearing down the fish's strength. Until he felt the fish was clearly exhausted, he then pulled it out of the water with all his strength. A shiny little salmon, about the length of his arm, flopped and jumped on the ice. Fishing experience plus 10. Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded, Archery LV5, Ultimate, Entry, Precision Shooting, Trapping LV3, 100/300, Fishing LV1, 57/100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skills LV1, 10 out of 100. Poor fishing experience had only increased by 10. Zhang Yu was already too lazy to look at it. Seeing the fish, Little White hurriedly ran out of the snow pile, darting beside the fish to observe. Curious, it sniffed beside the fish, but was slapped in the face by the big fish's tail. Scared, it ran to Zhang Yu's feet, its claws gripping Zhang Yu's pants, its face full of grievance. "You little guy. You're really embarrassing for the fox, scared of a fish." Zhang Yu smiled and hugged the little white creature, stroking its fur. The fish had been completely frozen in just a few minutes, lying motionless on the ground. Today's first catch set a record, greatly boosting their confidence. At that moment, Su Jin's fishing rod also began to move. She saw her fishing rod suddenly dip down hard, bending immediately as the line went tight. "Quick, it's huge. I can barely hold on. Hurry up." Su Jin shouted loudly, gripping the rod tightly with both hands, filled with both shock and joy. Seeing this, Zhang Yu immediately put down the little white creature and rushed to Su Jin's side. "Don't pull too hard, steady it and follow its strength." A deep voice whispered in Su Jin's ear, and she felt arms reaching around from under her armpits, firmly gripping her hands on the rod. Instantly, her frightened heart calmed down a bit, feeling the breath behind her, her face couldn't help but flush. "It's going to the left, loosen up a bit. It's steady now, slowly reel it in. Yes, just like that, don't rush." Zhang Yu spoke almost directly into Su Jin's ear, their bodies close together as they both exerted force with their arms. Little White also forgot its earlier grievance, anxiously circling around the two, occasionally growling toward the water as if cheering them on. The fish was incredibly strong, making several powerful runs toward the deep water, but Zhang Yu skillfully thwarted them. After nearly 20 minutes of back and forth, the power below the water finally began to lessen. Almost there. Zhang Yu watched for the right moment and, along with Su Jin, pulled the fish out of the water. Suddenly, a big fish broke through the surface, measuring almost half a meter in length. The live stream comments erupted instantly. "Oh my god, is that a fish? This must be some kind of spirit. Over half a meter long. This is really scary. It could eat a child. Envious and jealous. I want to go wilderness survival too." Chapter 90, Fishing Skill LV2. In just one afternoon, Zhang Yu and Su Jin caught 8 fish. During this time, Zhang Yu had a clever idea. Each time Su Jin caught a fish, he would pretend to be the one fishing, taking her rod to reel the fish in. Fishing experience plus 10. Fishing experience plus 10. Fishing experience plus 10. Listening to the sounds of the skill system, he was overjoyed, finally discovering a way to exploit a system bug. This also raised his fishing skill to LV2. Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills, Archery LV5, Ultimate, Entry, 100 steps to pierce a hawk, Traps LV3, 100/300, Fishing LV2, 17/200, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Sword Skills LV1, 10 out of 100. We'll go ice fishing again tomorrow. Zhang Yu looked at the Fishing LV2 text, feeling very happy. He originally thought it would be difficult to raise the fishing skill to LV5, but today's half-day ice fishing had already brought him to LV2. To reach LV5, he needed just 1383 experience points, which meant he would only have to catch about 138 fish. At most, he could just make a few more holes, set up a dozen fishing rods, and fish wherever a bite occurred. Was reaching LV5 still far off? Zhang Yu fantasized in his heart. "Almost time, the temperature is dropping, should we go back?" Su Jin asked, puffing out white breath, slightly cold. "Yeah, let's head back." Zhang Yu nodded, though he felt a bit reluctant. He packed up his fishing rod and got up to gather his things. Half an hour later, the two of them returned to the wooden house carrying 8 fish and leading Little White. "Get ready, we'll have fish soup for dinner, and grill a couple of smaller fish. As for this big one, let's store it in the pantry for now," Zhang Yu said as he set the half-meter-long big fish he had been holding down, crouching and measuring it bit by bit, his mouth curving into a smile. Such a big fish, being a cold water fish, in his past life, he would have to hang it in a vehicle and circle around the city a few times before he would dare go home. For fishing enthusiasts, this was not just food, but an honorable badge. Immediately, Zhang Yu cut a small salmon into pieces, preparing to stew a pot of fish soup. Although they were small fish, they were just small compared to that half-meter-long big fish. These fish were almost as long as a small arm, one pot simply couldn't hold all of them. Meanwhile, Su Jin was handling 2 other fish, putting them on the fire to roast. And Little White had long been rubbing against Zhang Yu and Su Jin, eyes sparkling with expectation. Zhang Yu smiled, tossing the cleaned fish guts to Little White. He watched as Little White instantly surrounded them, feasting joyfully. After about half an hour, the fish soup was ready, the white surface of the soup floating with oily bubbles, making one's appetite grow. He poured the wild onion he had prepared earlier into the pot. Zhang Yu couldn't wait to take a sip. It was indeed quite good, especially in this frigid weather. A sip warmed him up completely. "Su Jin, come eat." Zhang Yu shouted, serving up 2 bowls of fish soup and taking a big sip from one, occasionally grabbing a piece of roasted fish to gnaw on. The taste was incredibly delicious. At that moment, the live broadcast room of Yugegwo had already been occupied by the people of Galia Chicken Country. The screen was filled with endless curses. Of course, Yugegwo's people were also fighting back, but they were quickly drowned out. What a filthy country! Both the nation and the participants are dirty. Hell is where you belong. Yugegwo must give us an explanation. If not, blood will pay for blood. Abdul is trash, attacking his allies like garbage. Ignoring humanity, how dare you eat human flesh? I really feel disgusted by this alliance. Look at Shachin from Longwa, even when resources are handed to him, he doesn't betray the alliance's promise. And then look at James from Beautiful Nation and your Abdul from Yugegwo. We Galia chickens must withdraw from this damn alliance. The host of the live broadcast looked pale but still forced a smile, explaining. This is unavoidable. Could both of them have died in the wilderness? What our Abdul did at least ensured that one person could survive and contribute better to our alliance, right? Abdul's personal live room was in total darkness. Clearly, he had turned off the stream. Although killing Pierre was already inhumane, the next scene he absolutely couldn't let the Blue Star people see. Even if they could guess it, seeing it with their own eyes was completely different from guessing it. Still in the stone crevice where Abdul was, there was only him left, along with chunks of meat cut in the corner. Inside the crevice, everywhere was that horrifying dark red color, along with some scattered meat shreds. Abdul curled up in front of a stone, holding a piece of bone and gnawing on it. His eyes showed guilt, but his expression was one of satisfaction, occasionally closing his eyes to savor it. Inside the Longwoy Command Center, a huge electronic screen and countless split screens monitored the perspectives of various participants in the wilderness world. A young data analyst from the think tank was focused on watching the replay. Suddenly, he froze in place. Report. New situation discovered. He abruptly stood up, shouting loudly, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Speak. Li Guodong said solemnly. The analyst quickly projected the replay onto the big screen. Report, I just watched the video replay of non-alliance participant Sade and found Zhang Yu's snow wall. On the big screen, a black man was walking by the lake, continually digging through the snow, searching for food buried under the snow. Occasionally, he looked up, sweeping his gaze across the area. The analyst quickly hit the pause button. Across the lake, there was a blurry snow wall. Due to the long distance and all being white, it is very hard to distinguish. The analyst continued. Based on Sada's actions and the time his gaze stays, he currently has not found the snow wall. As soon as this news came out, a murmur arose within the command center. Li Guodong stared at the big screen, lost in thought. The distance is not too far, and the ice is strong enough, he can easily cross the lake surface. Zhang Yu and Su Jin have already lost their chance for outside hints. If this Sod quietly sneaks over, the consequences would be unimaginable. He frowned and scanned everyone present. If this information had not been discovered, that would be fine. But now everyone knows, and there's still a mouse that has not been caught. If he gets away and the news spreads, that would really be a problem. Li Guodong quickly calculated in his mind. After a moment, he said in a deep voice. From now on, no one is allowed to leave the command center. All eating, wearing, living, and traveling must happen here, and all electronic devices must be surrendered. Until Zhang Yu's crisis is resolved. Chapter 91, The Smoke Column Across the Lake. A night passed without a word. After getting up, the two again took their equipment, preparing to ice fish. However, they diverted midway to the bamboo forest east of the shelter. The ground of the bamboo forest was filled with footprints, and numerous holes drilled into the ground on the densely snowy ground above. Zhang Yu immediately recognized the footprints and burrows of bamboo rats. But this time, he didn't set any traps. On one hand, he was preparing to go fishing and couldn't waste time on that. On the other hand, they weren't currently short on food. This place could serve as a backup food spot. If they ran out of food later, they could set some traps and catch some bamboo rats. Zhang Yu did not linger, chopped some bamboo, and arrived at the lake surface. Su Jin had already built up the charcoal fire and reinforced the snow wall. Now she was chopping the ice on the lake surface, opening fishing holes. So Zhang Yu didn't disturb her. Instead, he took out the fishing hooks and lines chosen from the initial supplies, along with some pheasant feathers, and made 10 simple fishing rods. Then he attached the bait, tossed each one into the ice holes, and fixed the fishing rods with snow blocks. This way, we don't have to stay by just one hole. Zhang Yu clapped his hands and smiled at Su Jin. When any fishing rod shows activity, we'll go collect it. It's much more efficient. Today we might just catch a lot. While Zhang Yu and Su Jin were fishing across the lake, the non-alliance country competitor Sod was full of joy, extremely excited. After being hungry for 3 days, he looked at the traps set before him, where a frozen wild rabbit lay, his eyes shining. Thank you, nature, thank you, ancestors, for your protection. On Sada's dark face, uncontrollable joy emerged, and he danced about like a chimpanzee. He quickly stepped forward, took the snow rabbit down, and eagerly cleared away the snow at a wind-sheltered rock to make a space, then chopped some branches to pile in the space. His hands trembled as he struggled to swing the flint. But the flame met the undried wood, extinguishing on contact, showing no hope of ignition. Seeing all this, Sad dropped the flint, not caring anymore, and bit into the snow rabbit. Crunch! The sound of broken teeth was heard, and Sada's front teeth were half broken off. It turned out that the snow rabbit had been frozen solid after a night of cold, completely impossible to bite into. Sad stared blankly at the rabbit in his hands, his mouth still tasting the sharp pain and blood. Can't eat. This snow rabbit is truly inedible. He helplessly slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the frozen snow rabbit and the wood before him. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, looked down at his filthy, torn clothes, and a flash of determination crossed his eyes. He reached for his clothes and began to frantically tear at the fabric covering his body. In the live broadcast room of the non-United Nations, the host Musa watched this scene with excitement. No, Sad, stop. What are you doing? That clothing is your last barrier. You must understand, if your clothes are damaged, it means something in the wild world. Musa looked at the screen and helplessly sank into his chair. He seemed to have already seen the moment when Sad would be frozen stiff. Meanwhile, another black guest beside him appeared calm and voiced his disagreement. Not necessarily, you must understand, if he cannot make a fire or has no food, Sad would not be able to hold on for long anyway. If he can successfully get the fire going now and manage to keep the bonfire lit and move it into the shelter, there is still hope. I suggest our country quickly use an outside hint opportunity. This way, we temporarily solve the hunger problem and partially make up for the temperature loss caused by the damaged clothes. That's nonsense. Without clothing, it's like waiting to die in the wild. Can fire keep burning forever? Can he go out to find food without clothes? What else can we do? What happened has happened, we can only choose to salvage it. Perhaps there will be a turning point later. This is simply a death sentence. This is drinking poison to quench thirst. Even if he can start a fire, what will happen next? Sad picked up the flint again, rubbing it vigorously with both hands, sparks landing on the dry fabric. Once, twice, the cloth finally started to smoke, and the fire was finally ignited. Sad instantly cheered up, excitedly blocking the wind with his body and began to blow on it. The smoke grew thicker, and the flames grew larger. Finally, the fire began to spread, the wood was finally ignited. The flames grew higher as Sad started adding some firewood and tossed the whole snow hare into the fire. He could no longer wait. A huge smoke column began to rise straight up into the sky, forming a noticeable signal in the wild world. Sad was completely unaware, all his attention was captured by the snow hare, completely ignorant of the danger he was in. On the other side of the lake, Zhang Yu's strategy had yielded rich rewards. In less than 2 hours, he had caught 5 fish of varying sizes, the largest nearly the length of Su Jin's forearm. Fishing experience plus 10. 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 Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded, Archery LV5, Ultimate, Entry, Aiming for the Bullseye, Traps LV3, 100/300, Fishing LV2, 67 out of 200, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skills LV1, 10 out of 100. Like yesterday, Su Jin could only watch helplessly from the side, not knowing what had gotten into Zhang Yu, who couldn't wait to pull in the fish. These 5 fish provided Zhang Yu with 50 experience points. But Zhang Yu still felt a bit unsatisfied. Yesterday, with 2 fishing rods, he caught 8 fish, and today, with 12 fishing rods, in 2 hours he had only caught 5 fish. Just as another rod had a fish on, Zhang Yu jogged over, ready to pull the 6th fish out of the water. Su Jin pointed to the opposite shore of the lake and shouted loudly, "Zhang Yu, look, is there smoke on the other side of the lake?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu immediately looked in the direction she pointed. On the other side of the lake, a white smoke column was drifting with the wind. But it was clear that this was the smoke from burning damp wood. Zhang Yu casually pulled a fish out of the water, squinting his eyes, estimating the general position and distance of the rising smoke. Fishing experience plus 10. Fishing LV2, 77/200. That's right, it's smoke. Looks like we have neighbors across the lake. Put away your fishing rods and bring the fish back, I will go take a look. Chapter 92, Stealth. No. Su Jin pulled Zhang Yu's arm, her face filled with worry. It's too dangerous. We don't know if they are enemies or friends, or how many of them there are. If something happens? Let's be careful and erase all traces so they won't discover us. Su Jin spoke very straightforwardly, simply not wanting Zhang Yu to take the risk. Zhang Yu looked at Su Jin's anxious expression and patted her hand. Don't worry, I'm not going to fight directly, just getting closer to observe, I won't let them notice. Zhang Yu talked with Su Jin, without a hint of concern. The moment they spotted the smoke column, both of them immediately closed the live broadcast room. Currently, they both had lost the chance for outside hints, but they couldn't be sure whether the person on the other side did. So hiding directly was the best choice. Seeing Su Jin opening her mouth, wanting to say something else, Zhang Yu interrupted directly. Rest assured, it's better to understand our opponent first than to wait for them to figure us out. We must know who they are, whether they are friend or foe, and how many there are, otherwise, we can never feel at ease. Su Jin knew Zhang Yu was right. In the wilderness world, those hidden in the dark are the most deadly, you never know when or where they might strike, living in constant anxiety. She bit her lip and finally released her hand. Then you must be careful, if anything goes wrong, come back immediately, we will face it together. Don't worry, I won't joke with my life. Zhang Yu gave her a reassuring look, then checked his gear. A recurve bow, a machete, fishing line, and a few pieces of smoked jerky he always carried. He waved his hand and walked towards the smoke column. Zhang Yu had estimated last time that it would take about 7 kilometers to walk to the other side of the lake. Fortunately, there was a sled, and the snow on the ice surface was very thin, almost allowing him to skate directly on the ice. This saved Zhang Yu a lot of strength. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the bullet comments were buzzing. What happened? Why did Master Yu close the live broadcast room? Did something happen? Or did he discover something? I don't know. Su Jin also closed the live broadcast room earlier, but later she opened it again when she returned to the wooden house with fish and supplies, only Master Yu has disappeared. I dare to bet $10 that soon we in Dragon Country will be able to restore resources, do you believe it? Garlic bird, garlic bird. Everyone be more low-key, discussing so openly, won't that attract attention from other countries? Let's calm down, shall we chat about how good the lava porridge is? The audience in the live broadcast room was discussing Zhang Yu's actions, but Xiao Sa and Professor Yuan-sen received instructions from higher-ups in their headsets, trying hard to divert everyone's attention. On the screen of the live broadcast room, the footage of Abdul, the contestant from Yag Country, was playing. Compared to before, Abdul was like a different person. He had a healthy complexion, no longer the sallow look from before. Wearing 2 pieces of winter clothing from initial supplies, he was chopping wood in the dense forest. At this moment, he was no longer anxious, no longer feeling hunger or cold, renewed with vigor, full of confidence and hope to survive. Xiao Sa spoke to the audience. Dear viewers, let's turn our attention to Yag Country contestant Abdul. We can see that the Gaul Rooster contestant Pierre has completely vanished, while Abdul seems like a different person, showing no signs of hunger at all. It's worth noting that Abdul had been starving for several days, with no signs of him obtaining food or hunting in between. Xiao Sa paused and continued. So where did this food come from? It's obvious. Who would have thought that the country that honors Jesus would produce such a beast? Professor Yuan-sen nodded gravely. Yes, biological evidence does not lie. Contestant Abdul, in the absence of food, rapidly recovered his physical condition in a very short time. All this evidence points to a fact we are unwilling to believe, yet it has truly happened. Then I believe everyone understands Pierre's fate now. This has completely strayed from the bottom line of human civilization. Facing the threat of death, the darkness within human nature is magnified infinitely, ultimately resulting in such a tragic event. What Abdul has done is a trampling of humanity, a trampling of morals. There were many clever people in the live broadcast room who had already guessed everything, but still, many innocent people never thought of it. Now, with the hints from Xiao Sa and Professor Yuan-sen, they were instantly shocked. Ugh. Don't say any more. I'm going to vomit. My poor lava porridge. I specially saved it, but it ended up being wasted. The devil. Abdul is truly a devil, how could he eat? That was a living person, a teammate who fought alongside him. This is no longer wilderness survival, this is anti-human. Xiao Sa and Professor Yuan-sen successfully shifted all the viewers' attention. No one was concerned about Zhang Yu's whereabouts anymore, as they all fell into the discussion about the cannibalism incident. Zhang Yu moved forward across the surface of the lake. After spending more than an hour, the scene on the opposite shore gradually became clearer. Smoke continued to rise from a clearing in the forest. He quickly hid his figure and buried excess items in the snow. Holding a bow and arrow, he crouched and moved forward. Using the cover of the snow and trees, he gradually approached the area. Ahead, in the open space, smoke rose continuously behind a tall rock, and he could hear the sounds of chewing and swallowing coming from behind the stone. Zhang Yu crouched low, cautiously adjusting his position, until he saw a black man crouched beside a fire, wearing tattered clothes, gnawing on the bones of a snow rabbit. Even though the meat was gone, leaving only the bones, he still refused to discard them and chewed the bones to swallow them. That person was completely captivated by the food, oblivious to the pair of eyes watching him not far away. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom Command Center was in the midst of a dispute. And the subjects of the dispute were Sad, who was eating the snow rabbit, and Zhang Yu, who was hiding in the shadows. Chapter 93, Kill Again. Dragon Kingdom Command Center. The central screen displayed three images. The first was Sad gorging himself, the second was Su Jin organizing supplies, and the third was Zhang Yu's black screen. The commander and Li Guodong stood in front of the screen, their faces somewhat grim. Commander, our think tank estimates that there is a 71% probability that Zhang Yu is approaching the non-United Nations contestant SAD. Once they make contact, according to our database estimates, there is a 92% chance he will kill in one strike, Li Guodong said. The commander looked at the screen and asked in a deep voice, "What is the probability of Zhang Yu being killed by SAD?" 2%. According to calculations, unless Zhang Yu gives up long-range shooting and engages SAD in close combat, or he contacts SAD with a sense of chivalry and gets counter-killed, Li Guodong replied. The commander nodded, his expression still grim. The relationship between the non-United Nations and the Dragon Kingdom is not particularly good, but certainly not bad. If Zhang Yu directly kills the non-United Nations contestant SAD this time, the international impact could be huge. It could even make all previous efforts go to waste, causing the non-United Nations to start hating the Dragon Kingdom, turning to the opposing side. Everyone in the command center fell silent, all focusing on the commander. They knew the commander was facing a decision. Either contact the non-United Nations and inform them, allowing them to give warnings from outside. This way, they might spare SAD's life but put Zhang Yu in danger. If SAD ambushed him, the Dragon Kingdom would lose a championship seed candidate. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom would lose a fraction of its resources. Or not contact the non-United Nations. Then once Zhang Yu completed the kill, it could likely lead to a breakdown in relations with the non-United Nations, even driving them toward hostile nations. This was a dilemma, a difficult choice. No one knows which outcome is good. The commander looked expressionlessly at the screen, standing upright. He gazed at the large screen showing Zhang Yu's livestream, which was still black. After a few seconds, he slowly turned around, his face showing no expression, just looking faintly at everyone present. Everyone held their breath, knowing that the commander had made his final decision. Do not notify the non-alliance nations, let Zhang Yu decide everything. In the wilderness world. Zhang Yu held his breath, his eyes fixed on the unguarded Sada nearby. He pulled out an arrow from his quiver and set it on the bowstring. Inside, he hesitated whether to take action or not. Go ahead. A voice urged in his mind. This is the best choice, you can directly eliminate the threat while restoring 1/1000th of the resources for the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Sada was completely unguarded. With his LV5 archery skills, it would be easy to kill him with one arrow. But what if he is from an allied country? If I kill him, won't it make the situation for the Dragon Kingdom even more severe? What if other competitors from the Dragon Kingdom seek revenge? To act or not to act? Zhang Yu struggled internally. At this moment, the non-alliance nation's livestream was showing Sada happily eating the snow rabbit. Host Musa looked at Sada enjoying his meal and breathed a sigh of relief, a slight smile appearing on his face. This counts as good news, at least Sada can light a fire and eat the precious snow rabbit now. I hope he can hold on and bring us luck in the non-alliance nations. The black guest beside him nodded repeatedly. Yes, although he lost some clothing, he has at least solved the biggest crisis right now. With fire, he can maintain body temperature. Next, he needs to carefully keep the fire from going out while finding something to replace his clothes to keep warm. Just like Dragon Kingdom's Zhang Yu, he can kill large animals like wolves and use their hides for clothing. The live stream audience began to offer their blessings. Thank God. Sada finally had a decent meal, he's doing better now. With fire, everything is possible. Sada, hang in there. Indeed, if he can't overcome the difficulties in front of him, how can he talk about the future? I think Sada is right, if I were in that position, I would react just like Sada. While the non-alliance nation's livestream was bustling with excitement, Zhang Yu made his final decision in his heart, kill Sada. Because he knew that if the black man opposite was truly a competitor from the Dragon Kingdom, he believed the Dragon Kingdom would surely notify them. If they had been notified, that person would have probably already stood up to look for Zhang Yu. Yet until now, the black man had shown no signs of movement. Zhang Yu decided to shoot him. He calmed his mind again, his fingers pulling on the bowstring with slight strength. The bowstring was drawn back, making slight creaking sounds. He locked his gaze tightly on Sada's head. Whoosh! The arrow flew through the air. Sada was lost in the joy of having a good meal and didn't have any time to react. The arrow instantly pierced through his head. He widened his eyes, still showing confusion on his face, his mouth agape but unable to make any sound, then he fell heavily to the ground, motionless. Non-alliance nations competitor Sada has died, remaining competitors, 3566. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom competitor Zhang Yu for completing the kill, rewarding the Dragon Kingdom with a recovery of 1/1000th of resources, punishing the non-alliance nations with a reduction of 1% in area. In the non-alliance nation's livestream, the previously joyous atmosphere instantly froze. Host Musa's smile was frozen on his face, staring at the darkened screen. His mind kept replaying the image of Sada lying motionless on the ground and the arrow that pierced through his skull. Just seconds ago, he was encouraging Sada to survive well. But a few seconds later, he turned into a lifeless body. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Musa's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief, shaking his head, muttering continuously. The chat room experienced a brief silence, everyone was shocked by this sudden turn of events. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Where did the Dragon Kingdom person come from? How could a person from Dragon Kingdom appear in Sad's territory? Then where did Zhang from Dragon Kingdom come from? With so much snow, how could he possibly appear beside Sad? Beast. Simply a beast. He killed Sad. The Dragon Kingdom is the executioner. Why? Why? Why did it have to happen just when Sad saw hope? Inside the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, the atmosphere also froze for a moment, then it erupted. Little Sa's eyes widened in shock, a huge joy surged within him. Beautiful. Zhang Yu did brilliantly, one hit to kill, allowing our Dragon Kingdom to recover another 1,000th of resources. The live stream exploded with excitement. Master Yu is the best. My god, when Master Yu does not act, he does not act. When he does, someone must die. First it was Juziro and Tal, now it's Sad. Master Yu has already helped our Dragon Kingdom recover 3,000ths of resources. Who can compare? Those who bet earlier, remember to transfer the money to me. I said, when Master Yu closed the live stream, he must have intended to take someone out, either the enemy's contestant or... What are you saying? Are you talking about Master Yu wanting to take out our Su? Chapter 94 Pressure from the non-alliance country. Inside the main command office of the Dragon Kingdom Command Center. The commander had just finished a call, placed down the red landline, and summoned Li Guodong and a deputy commander in charge of military affairs. Commander, you called for me? Li Guodong asked. The commander's face looked quite ugly as he nodded and said. Yes, the commander of the non-alliance country just called me, strongly condemning our Dragon Kingdom contestant Zhang Yu's behavior, demanding an explanation within 3 days. The deputy commander immediately became furious and said loudly. Explanation? What explanation do they want? Survival of the fittest is the nature of wilderness survival. Their contestants being eliminated is simply due to lacking skill. Besides, why should our Dragon Kingdom explain to them? Giving face too much makes even a dog think it's a lion. Li Guodong frowned tightly. Deputy Commander, please calm down. Although that is true, the non-alliance country is relatively close to us, and they currently have 34 contestants in the wilderness world. If they become enemies and join the beautiful country's camp, we... Close? They just want to suck our blood. We are short on our own nutrient bars, how many do we send to them every year? They are really ungrateful wolves. I say we should stop all nutrient bar supplies. Let's see how they jump around. The deputy commander scoffed. As for the beautiful country, do you think they will aid the non-alliance country? I say we should cut off all aid of nutrient bars and synthetic carbon bars and let them know that our Dragon Kingdom is not to be trifled with. Li Guodong asked. But what if the beautiful country really provides aid, or if the non-black country stubbornly stands against us despite their domestic losses? You people in the think tank just love to look ahead and be cautious. Such low probability events are impossible to happen. The deputy commander said somewhat impatiently. Seeing the two wanting to argue, the commander raised his hand to interrupt. Alright, I called you here not to fight but to discuss how to resolve this matter. What kind of demeanor is this? Both of you have valid points, but we must consider comprehensively. Our contestants are currently fighting for the future of the country in the wilderness, and we are their strong support. Our successes and failures greatly impact their success and failure. Therefore, we must be incredibly cautious. Li Guodong and the deputy commander fell silent. They understood the commander-in-chief's concerns. This is not a simple game, it's a game that determines the fate of the nation. So what should we do? Do we really have to give the non-allied nations an explanation? The deputy commander asked, his voice tinged with reluctance. Absolutely not, the commander-in-chief firmly denied. We can never give them an explanation. Doing so would not only dampen the people's spirits, but also tie our own hands. Wouldn't it mean that every time our players kill someone, we have to provide an explanation? Then what should we do? The deputy commander asked. As you said, if we give too much face, even a dog will think it's a lion. Since the dog dares to show its teeth, let's change its mindset. It's time for their third commander to rise. In the wilderness world, James from the beautiful country frowned as he looked at the alert in front of him. This Zhang Yu from Dragon Country is too fast. He actually killed 3 people. He originally thought he would be the first to score a kill and continue to lead the way. And indeed, he first killed a competitor from Bear Country, then he took down competitors from Stick Country and Northern Stick Country. However, one of those kills was quite dishonorable. I didn't expect to encounter a rival. I hope you can survive until we meet. James smiled, although he felt slightly moved by Zhang Yu's continuous kills, he did not feel afraid. After all, he was the instructor of the world's strongest Delta Force, possessing the most professional military skills and killing techniques. Even without weapons, he was still at the top. He read the notice again, firmly engraving the name Zhang Yu into his mind. In another wooden house in the wilderness world, Matsuda Saburo, a 5th-place competitor from Sakura Country, sat by the campfire eating roasted rats. As a member of the Emperor's Guard, his heart was filled with thoughts of serving the Emperor. But regrettably, since arriving in the wilderness world, he had not encountered a single competitor. It felt as if he was the only one in this world. Just then, he heard the notification of Zhang Yu killing Sad. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Zhang Yu? A Dragon Country person, just lucky to pick up a few soft persimmons, he said, his tone dripping with bitterness. If I meet you, I'll show you what true samurai spirit is, what true killing is. In another part of the wilderness world, Xia Chen and Ikbar were roasting bear meat in a wooden house. Suddenly, they saw the alert and froze in place. Xia, I didn't expect your Dragon Country Zhang Yu to be this strong. Counting this, he has already killed 3 competitors, right? He has restored 3/10 of your Dragon Country's resources, and with the 2/10 earned by your Wu Jun, your Dragon Country has restored 5/10, right? Ikbar said by the campfire, sighing. Your Dragon Country is indeed full of talented people, unlike us in Barbary Sheep Country, who haven't heard a single notification about restoring resources. No, to be precise, it's 4/10, taking into account the resources deducted when Jiang Shuang committed suicide, Xia Chen said solemnly. At this moment, Xia Chen felt both happy and a bit embarrassed and anxious. As an active duty soldier from Dragon Country, he had come to the wilderness world but had yet to achieve even an inch of credit for his country. Now he was completely overshadowed by Zhang Yu and Wu Jun. Where could he show his face as an active duty soldier? At the same time, he felt sincere admiration for Zhang Yu and Wu Jun. As long as they could restore resources for Dragon Country, they were both outstanding. With such achievements, they must be part of my Dragon Country's special forces, he thought secretly. At that moment, Su Jin was in a wooden house, carefully handling the fish he just caught. His eyes occasionally glanced towards the door, filled with deep worry. Zhang Yu had already gone alone to the opposite side of the lake for a while. Although knowing that he is exceptionally strong, going alone to an unfamiliar area and facing one or more enemies always makes people uneasy. She constantly comforted herself inside, saying that Zhang Yu was strong and couldn't possibly have any problems. Forcing herself to focus on the tasks at hand, but her heart remained unsettled, always unable to stop glancing outside the door. Non-Alliance contestant Saad has died, remaining contestants 3,566. Congratulations to Dragon Country contestant Zhang Yu for the kill, rewarded with a 1,000th recovery of Dragon Country's resources, and a 1% punishment decrease in non-Alliance territory. Looking at the announcement in front of her, Su Jin's hand suddenly froze, dropping the fish she was holding to the ground. He succeeded. The immense joy swept away all worries, a bright smile blossomed on her face. She quickly walked to the door, eagerly peeking outside, even though she knew Zhang Yu couldn't possibly be back that quickly. But she could no longer control her inner excitement, she just wanted to see Zhang Yu return at the very first moment. Chapter 95, The Rage of Non-Alliance Citizens. At this moment, Zhang Yu looked at the prompt in front of him and the body not far away but did not approach. Still remaining hidden, he changed positions several times, carefully observing his surroundings. Only after confirming there was no one around did he finally step out from his hiding place. He quickly walked to Sada's body, pulled out his arrow, wiped away the blood on the snow, and returned it to the quiver. He swiftly searched Sada's belongings but found nothing at all. This guy's shelter should be nearby. Zhang Yu had a guess. This black man named Sad must have caught this snow rabbit, and after being hungry for so long, he directly lit a campfire, which sent up smoke and gave Zhang Yu a hint. Zhang Yu threw some firewood into the fire and then took off Sada's shoes to keep them. Then, he tossed Sada's entire body into the fire. He didn't care whether non-Alliance practiced cremation or burial, anyway, Dragon Country cremated, so let him go with the flames and return to the earth. After finishing all this, he began to search for Sada's shelter. Although looking at his condition, there probably wouldn't be much material, but even a little bit counts. What if he had hoarded some rare supplies? Zhang Yu followed Sada's footprints and searched along the way. In no time, he found an extremely simple shelter behind a bush. This shelter was just a random pile of branches, covered with some dead leaves and snow, with strong winds blowing through, even more primitive than the chicken coop he built himself. This non-Alliance black man, so resistant to the cold? Can he survive in something like this at temperatures below -20? Zhang Yu couldn't help but admire this black man's ability to withstand the cold. He bent down and crawled inside to search around. But the result was disappointing. Apart from some chewed up bones in the corner, not knowing from which animal they came, there was almost nothing else. So poor, it's shocking. Zhang Yu shook his head, completely giving up the search. Without looking back, he turned and walked towards the lake. On the way back, Zhang Yu opened the livestream. But he didn't know that at this moment his livestream and the Dragon Country livestream had already been occupied by the Non-Alliance. The citizens of the Non-Alliance were furiously cursing, the bullet screen filled with anger and curses. Murderer must face punishment. We curse you to die immediately. Dragon Country must give us Non-Alliance an explanation, otherwise we will retaliate. Despicable sneak attacker, dirty pig, must pay with Sada's life. The sheer number of comments was staggering, almost drowning out all the Dragon Country audience's comments. In the Dragon Country livestream, host Xiaosa also noticed this situation, secretly guessing when the Dragon Country audience had become so vulnerable. Unexpectedly, such a small non-allied country can take over the bullet comments. But then I thought, perhaps Zhang Yu killed a contestant from their non-allied country, and the audience might feel guilty. It could also be out of respect for the deceased, since they died, letting them have their say is also acceptable. After all, Long Country has regained 1/1000th of its resources. But thinking this way, we can't let the non-allied country keep defaming us, so I spoke seriously. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see that a large number of friends from the non-allied country have flooded into the livestream. First, we must emphasize that wilderness survival is inherently brutal, and every contestant should be prepared to face death at any time. Everyone needs to view this event rationally. Lu Fei immediately joined in. We understand the sorrow of our friends from the non-allied country at the loss of their contestant, but please remain rational. Simple insults or venting emotions onto contestant Zhang Yu cannot solve any problems, it will only deepen everyone's conflict. Professor Yuan Sen added. From the essence of survival, identifying potential threats and decisively eliminating them is the correct choice made by contestant Zhang Yu, and we believe that your non-allied contestants would do the same. Moreover, contestant Zhang Yu no longer had an opportunity for external prompts, we could not intervene in time. It is also normal for contestant Zhang Yu not to know that Sada was a contestant from your non-allied country. As Professor Yuan spoke, he then shifted the focus back to the non-allied country. However, your contestant Sada had external prompt opportunities, so why didn't your command center discover contestant Zhang Yu's movements in time and communicate with Long Country to send alerts? This could have prevented the current tragedy. Upon these words, there was a brief silence in the barrage of insults in the livestream. The audience from the non-allied country was stunned by this sudden remark. Many viewers, guided by Professor Yuan's words, began to think. Yes, contestant Sada still had external prompt opportunities, why didn't our non-allied command center detect Zhang Yu's approach earlier and reach out to Long Country to discuss solutions? I think this Long Country person makes a valid point. If our contestants were in this situation, they would act like Zhang Yu. The key is what our command center is doing, why didn't they notice Zhang Yu approaching? It does sound correct, it seems we can't blame the Long Country contestant entirely. Our command center seems to bear greater responsibility. Although some people were swayed, most of the non-allied country audience were still not convinced. Nonsense. This is simply accusing the thief of being a thief. Is it right to kill? We've lost 1% of our territory, will you Long Country compensate us? This is a different matter, the murderer is Zhang Yu, and he must pay the price. The Long Country people really know how to spin words, they can turn the dead into the living, and the black into white. How dare you refuse to admit your mistakes? Just wait. We will take our revenge. At the same time, inside the command center of the non-allied country, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. The commanders' faces were grim. The second commander said, Long Country hasn't given us any response. Right now, public sentiment at home is boiling, and everyone is shouting for revenge against Long Country. What should we do? The first commander squinted, holding a cigar in his mouth and a glass of expensive red wine in his hand, and said, Hee, Long Country. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being ruthless. Get in touch with Beautiful Country, discuss cooperation matters, and prepare to retaliate against Long Country. But our country is relying on Long Country for nutritional supplements. If we cut off relations, how many will starve at home? The third commander said. What's there to be afraid of? Those lowly people can die, it just shifts the hate onto Long Country. Besides, as long as our lives aren't affected, what does it matter if some lowly people die? Chapter 96, Uninvited Guest. In the wild world, Zhang Yu returned along the road he came from. When they returned to the wooden house, it was already dusk. Su Jin had been waiting at the door early, and when she saw Zhang Yu's figure appear in the woods, her heart finally settled. She hurriedly walked up to him, her face showing a relieved smile. You're back, did you get hurt? Zhang Yu nodded and put down his gear. I'm fine, Just a non-alliance player named Saad. Took care of him in a few seconds, mainly it took too long to get here. He didn't elaborate on the details, just briefly recounted the event. I saw the announcement from the wild world, you earned resources for our dragon nation again. Su Jin said softly, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Zhang Yu smiled and changed the topic. So, everything is normal here at the wooden house? Everything is normal, and the fish is processed. You must be hungry, I've been keeping fish soup warm. Su Jin raised her hand to help Zhang Yu take off his wolf tail hat and wolf fur gloves, stepping aside to welcome him in. The charcoal inside the fireplace emitted warmth, with lit oil candles placed on a nearby stump, and the aroma of fish soup wafted through the air. Zhang Yu sat down by the fireplace, the flames driving away the chill from his body. Su Jin served him a bowl of milky fish soup, still emitting steam. Thank you. Zhang Yu took the bowl and had a sip. The warm and delicious soup instantly dispelled the fatigue from his long journey throughout the day. The two did not speak much more, simply working together to clean up the bowls and chopsticks. The experiences of the day had drained a lot of physical strength and energy. At this moment, the bowl of hot soup filled them with a deep sense of weariness. Zhang Yu stepped outside to check his routine, then added a few pieces of charcoal to the fireplace. Soon, only the sound of their steady breaths remained in the wooden house. The night passed in silence, with only the howls of the cold wind outside and sporadic death notifications echoing softly. Beautiful Nation player Assam has died, remaining players, 3,565. Dragon Nation player Han Mimi has died, remaining players, 3,459. Sakura Country player Tanaka Garo has died, remaining players, 3,337. The next dawn. Zhang Yu and Su Jin were awakened by an unusual deep call from outside the house. Little White dropped the snow rabbit from its arms and jumped out from its nest, scratching at the wooden door incessantly. Zhang Yu made a shushing gesture to Su Jin, quickly grabbed his bow and arrow, and cautiously approached the door, putting his ear against the wood to listen for a moment. His heightened senses immediately detected something unusual. It should be a herd of deer. Zhang Yu relaxed and said to Su Jin. After getting ready, he opened the wooden door. In the distance, among the trees, a group of unexpected guests had arrived at some point. About a dozen reindeer were digging through the snow with their hooves, munching on moss and roots hidden beneath the snow. He waved his hand, signaling Su Jin to come and see. Su Jin also cautiously approached the door. When she glanced out, she was instantly stunned by the scene before her and covered her mouth to avoid crying out. At the same time, the viewers in the Dragon Nation livestream who were up earlier still awake were shushed by this sudden sight. Little Sa excitedly shouted. Everyone, look! A herd of deer has appeared near Zhang Yu's camp. This is like a windfall. With Zhang Yu's archery skills, shooting one or two is totally no problem. Just look at how big these deer are, how much meat they have, and how thick their fur is. Professor Yuansen quickly analyzed. These aren't ordinary deer, they are a species called reindeer. Reindeer are gregarious animals, relatively gentle in nature, but they are very alert. If startled, they will immediately flee. So, if Zhang Yu wants to hunt them, he only has one chance. Wow, is this a reindeer? I saw it in a documentary where many people used these to pull sleds in the snow. If we could get a live one, traveling would become so much easier. I really think Uncle Yu is so lucky, he always makes a harvest when he goes out. Here we go again. Even the deer herd came to the door, who could compare to this luck? Quick, quick, quick. Master Yu, catch one, truly, heaven favors our dragon kingdom. Inside the wooden house, Zhang Yu watched the scene before him and couldn't help but recall the image of reindeer pulling sleds from his past life. If he could really catch a reindeer, future travels would be much more convenient, he could even break free from the constraints of snow and go far away. His mind raced, planning how to capture a reindeer. If he charged indirectly, those reindeer would surely bolt, and there would be no way for a person to catch up to them. What about setting a trap? If he set up a trap and then hid on the other side, could he drive them into the trap? That idea was feasible but filled with uncertainty. Zhang Yu fell silent. As for killing the reindeer, that was simple, just a single arrow to the head or an important organ would do the trick. But if he wanted to capture it alive, the difficulty was too high. Should he just kill it instead? This thought popped into Zhang Yu's mind. But then he shook his head, he wasn't short on food, and the warmth issue wasn't a big deal either. The main problem was mobility, it would be a shame not to try. You want to catch it alive? Su Jin looked at Zhang Yu, standing there, and quickly understood his thoughts. Yes, let's give it a shot. If we can tame it, it would be incredibly useful for our future travels. Thinking this, Zhang Yu decided to use a trap, as there really weren't many good options. He quickly settled on a plan and took ropes from his backpack, saying to Su Jin. You stay here with Xiao Bai and don't come out. Remember, absolutely do not make a sound. Okay. Su Jin understood Zhang Yu's meaning, nodded, and nervously watched his movements. Zhang Yu, with rope and recurved bow, cautiously entered the forest. He didn't approach the deer herd directly, instead, he chose to go downwind and used the cover of trees to sneak close to the deer herd. Then, he began to set up traps. They were traps, but it was basically tying ropes to trees, pulling them tight, and creating a tripwire. He planned to set up several tripwires downwind, then go upwind to drive the herd towards them. Once they tripped, the chaos among the deer would create the perfect opportunity for him to strike. Zhang Yu moved very carefully, fearing he might startle the reindeer. He chose several spots, securely tying the ends of the ropes to tree trunks, about 30 centimeters off the ground, and camouflaged them as much as possible. Fortunately, after killing 3 contestants, plus the ropes that Zhang Yu and Su Jin initially provided, he had enough length. After spending over half an hour setting up 6 simple tripwires, he quickly withdrew. He took a large detour, looping back to the upwind side of the deer herd. He hid behind a spruce tree, took a deep breath, and removed the recurved bow from his back. Success or failure depended on this moment. Chapter 97, Catching a Reindeer. Zhang Yu knocked an arrow to the bow and approached the reindeer herd. He didn't directly start driving them, after all, with so many deer, if he could kill one and then drive the rest, that would be good too. He crouched down and used the trees for cover, slowly getting closer. When he was about 50 meters from the herd, the deer seemed to notice something. The large male deer, leading the group, suddenly raised its head, its massive antlers turning toward Zhang Yu, its eyes alertly searching for something. At the same time, it let out a snort, causing the other reindeer to become wary as well. Zhang Yu's heart sank, knowing he couldn't wait any longer. He quickly steadied his breath and focused his gaze on the nearest reindeer. The bowstring was pulled back. In an instant, the power of his level 5 archery skill was demonstrated. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow cutting through the air erupted as the arrow flew from the bow. But, at that moment, the deer seemed to sense something and suddenly lowered its head, the arrow whizzing past its neck, leaving a trail of blood and flesh behind. The wounded reindeer let out a cry of pain. In an instant, the herd of deer exploded into chaos, as if receiving a command, and wildly ran in the opposite direction of Zhang Yu, leaving a flurry of flying snow behind. Booming! Their movements were remarkably synchronized, their speed astonishing, as if the half-human high snow did not affect them at all. Zhang Yu put down his bow and dashed towards the herd, not daring to pause for even a moment. Success or failure depended on this one move. At this moment, he unleashed unimaginable speed, just a bit slower than the group of deer, like an arrow flying from the string. At this moment, the live stream was astonished by his speed. Holy crap! What did I just see? Is this lightness skill? Walking without leaving a trace on the snow? What walking without leaving a trace? Look closely, our Master Yu steps on the hoof prints of the reindeer with every step. That place has already been compacted by the weight of the reindeer, so it has less impact on Master Yu. Chinese Kung Fu! Chinese Kung Fu! There really is Chinese Kung Fu! God, why did you choose someone who knows Chinese Kung Fu for survival in the wilderness? That's not fair, we want to protest. IP address, John Country. Yeah, this is Chinese Kung Fu, you barbarians should surrender quickly, persisting will only lead to a worse death. Zhang Yu's heart raced violently. At this moment, he exerted all his strength, charging towards the herd of deer. He fixed his gaze firmly on the reindeer ahead. Soon, the herd of reindeer approached the tripwire, and Zhang Yu prayed in his heart to catch at least one reindeer. Before the first tripwire, several quick-reacting reindeer leaped over effortlessly. At the second tripwire from the side, all the reindeer jumped over again. Until the fourth tripwire. Thud! With a muffled sound, a smaller reindeer's front legs were caught. The huge inertia caused it to tumble forward and crash into the snow, letting out a painful wail. The other reindeer seemed not to have seen this scene, running off into the distance. Now's the time. Zhang Yu was thrilled, adrenaline surging through his body, his eyes shining with excitement. His speed increased even more, directly pouncing towards the reindeer that had fallen in the snow, struggling to get back up. The reindeer, seeing Zhang Yu rushing over, struggled in fear, trying to stand up and escape. But how could Zhang Yu give it a chance? He quickly dashed close, and at the moment the reindeer was about to rise, he flew forward. He tightly wrapped his arms around the neck of the reindeer, his whole weight pressing down. The reindeer, startled, let out a mournful cry, thrashing its head and body wildly, trying to shake Zhang Yu off. A tremendous force hit him, causing Zhang Yu to feel as if his insides were shaking. He gritted his teeth, his legs tightly clamped around the reindeer, arms firmly constricting the deer's neck. Everyone in the live stream, including Su Jin, held their breath at this moment. Little Sa stood up from the commentary seat, her voice tense. Danger! Zhang Yu is being too risky, he doesn't lack food, and with so many supplies, there's no need to take such a risk. It's much better to stay safely in the cabin. Lu Fei clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, her face full of worry. Oh my god, please don't get hurt. If the reindeer runs away, just let it go, don't get hurt. Professor Yuan-Sin was also unprecedentedly anxious. Reindeer's strength is incredibly powerful. This kind of direct hard control is extremely risky. If he lets go or gets gored by the antlers, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Yu is fighting for his life. But if this succeeds, the rewards will be massive. At the very least, in this wilderness, while other contestants can only stand still, he will have the power to move in the heavy snow. The bullet screen was also filled with worry. My god. Master Yu, let go, it's too dangerous. Let's not take this reindeer, okay? Don't risk your life for a deer. It looks painful, like all my insides are about to be shaken out. Hang in there. You have to hold on, Yu. You are the hope of our dragon kingdom. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, pressing down hard on the reindeer's body, using his knee against its belly while his other hand quickly pulled out the rope he had prepared long ago. He instinctively wrapped the rope around its thrashing back legs, feeling for the right spot. After a few swift loops, he pulled hard and tied a tight knot. Ignoring the reindeer's struggles and cries, he repeated the process, binding its front legs as well. At this point, the young reindeer had completely lost the ability to stand and could only struggle on the snow. Zhang Yu, exhausted, collapsed onto the snow, gasping for breath. Though tired and in danger, he felt a surge of happiness at having succeeded. The thought of the reindeer pulling a sled made him smile uncontrollably. At this moment, the live stream was completely ecstatic. Amazing Yu. You is mighty, you is amazing, you are our one true god. This skill, this reaction, this archery, this strength, this knowledge, are you telling me he's unemployed? He started in last place? Big Data must be blushing. Holy crap. He really did it. Captured alive. Is this even something a human can do? Inside the wooden house, Su Jin stood at the door, full of worry as she watched Zhang Yu silently praying. When she saw him completely subdue the reindeer, she jumped up in excitement. She hurriedly ran towards Zhang Yu. After resting for a moment, Zhang Yu got up and examined his prize before him. The reindeer wasn't very large, but it was just right for pulling a sled. He carefully avoided its hooves and antlers to check on its condition. Aside from being startled and a few scratches, it seemed fine. Buddy, you'll be with me from now on. Chapter 98, Planning for the Reindeer Pen. The reindeer continued to struggle, showing no signs of stopping. Zhang Yu stood beside the reindeer, quietly waiting. He was waiting for it to exhaust its strength and calm down before taking the next step. At the same time, he pondered how to tame this reindeer. Capturing it was only the first step. The wild nature of the reindeer wouldn't be so easily worn down, and the subsequent taming was the key. In the old world, the first people to tame reindeer were the ancestors in the Arctic Circle. Like the Inuit and Sami people. At that time, reindeer were only hunting targets, mainly providing them with skins and meat. But through long-term hunting, they gradually discovered the advantages of reindeer. They were cold-resistant and easy to keep alive, needing only lichen and moss to feed on. The key was their strong endurance. They were great at walking in the snow, and most importantly, they found reindeer to be gentle and somewhat obedient. So, the Sami and Inuit began taming them. Finally, the reindeer began to calm down. Long struggles had drained its strength, and now, frightened, it lay exhausted on the snow, its eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Seeing this, Zhang Yu slowly approached. At first, the reindeer struggled a bit, but it was already out of strength, merely watching Zhang Yu squat beside it. Zhang Yu reached out to stroke the reindeer's fur, thinking about how to tame this big fellow. Unlike Xiao Bai, who was a juvenile and less resistant to people, this adult reindeer had grown accustomed to the wild and was not so easy to tame. He quickly calculated in his mind. To tame it, all it really took was feeding it and building a connection. As long as he provided food regularly and over time, he could slowly reduce its hostility, help it calm down, and then form a reliance, thus completing the initial taming. The next step would be training. However, that is a story for later. But the biggest problem has come. How should we accommodate this guy? It's absolutely impossible to let it into the wooden house. The space is already limited, plus the damage and hygiene issues caused by the reindeer. It cannot go into the wooden house. But keeping it outside isn't an option either. If we restrict its movements, it won't be able to keep its blood flowing through continuous activity, and without the warmth of the herd, a lone reindeer could freeze to death. We still need to build it a reindeer shed. At this moment, Su Jin also came running over. Pulling Zhang Yu, she carefully checked him over, her face full of worry as she asked. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Seeing the concern on Su Jin's face, Zhang Yu felt warm inside. He let Su Jin pull him around for a little check and then pinched her pretty face with his hand, smiling. Don't worry, I'm fine. This guy has some strength, but I'm not a softie. Confirming that Zhang Yu was safe, Su Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. forgetting about his hand on her face, and patted her chest. "You scared me. Seeing you tackle such a big guy all alone." As she spoke, she also turned her gaze towards the fallen reindeer, realizing the seriousness of the situation. "How are we going to accommodate this guy? We can't just kill it. No way. It's too wasteful to kill it. Let's move this guy back, make the chicken coop a bit bigger, and create a reindeer shed for it to stay in. Then, what about the wild chickens? Move them to the wooden house?" Su Jin asked. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and replied. "Put the wild chickens in a small separated area within the reindeer shed." "Okay, I'll listen to you," Su Jin replied. Once the plan was set, the next issue was how to move this big guy to the wooden house. It was absolutely impossible to just untie the rope and lead it away. If the reindeer got loose, it would probably run away at the first chance, and its strength was definitely more than the two of them could handle. Zhang Yu thought for a bit and returned to the wooden house to grab some wooden planks to place on the snow. The two worked together to lift the reindeer onto the planks and tied some ropes on the planks. Zhang Yu and Su Jin positioned themselves, with Zhang Yu pulling the rope from the front while Su Jin pushed the reindeer from behind with all her might. Finally, after much effort, the reindeer began to move slowly, inching toward the wooden house. After taking short breaks and putting in a lot of effort, they finally managed to move the reindeer to the doorstep of the wooden house. After temporarily securing it at the door with ropes, Zhang Yu finally loosened the ropes tied to its legs, allowing it to move freely. As soon as the ropes were loosened, the reindeer immediately stood up and started to frantically run around. Fortunately, the tied ropes were strong enough, it couldn't break free. After a long while, perhaps it got tired, or perhaps it accepted its fate, the reindeer gradually calmed down, standing by the tree with its head down and not moving. Seeing this, Zhang Yu tossed some berries at the reindeer's feet and then didn't pay it any more mind, instead working with Su Jin to plan the construction of the reindeer shed. The original chicken coop was right next to the outer wall of the wooden house and the slope behind it. Zhang Yu's plan was to expand the chicken coop entirely, transforming it into a shed large enough to accommodate both the reindeer and the wild chickens. With the chimney present, they only needed to block the wind. Even if the temperature was a bit low, it wouldn't be a big issue, since reindeer are animals that withstand the cold. Plus, with the heat emitted from the reindeer, the wild chickens wouldn't have much trouble surviving. "I'll go chop some wood to bring back, set up the pillars and framework. You move the wild chickens into the wooden house, and use the firewood inside to build a small partition. Be careful not to let them escape," Zhang Yu said as he picked up an axe and rope, then turned to Su Jin. There were indeed some firewood inside the wooden house, but they were all chopped into small pieces for easier burning. And the wood needed for the reindeer shed was far more than those small logs could provide. "Understood," Su Jin replied, then began to take action. Seeing this scene, in the Longwa live broadcast room, Xiaosa's voice was excited, filled with undeniable enthusiasm. "Viewers, did you see that? This is the courage and vision of our contestant Zhang Yu. Upon seeing the reindeer, he didn't think about hunting, but rather about capturing it alive. Once Zhang Yu successfully tames the reindeer, they will be able to break free from the constraints of snow and have the ability to travel far in the wilderness." Professor Yuan-san analyzed from a professional standpoint. That's right, Zhang Yu's action is very forward-looking. If he can successfully tame it, it will become a powerful labor force that can pull sleds, greatly expanding the activity radius of Zhang Yu and Su Jin, which is crucial for long-term survival. But the difficulty lies in how to tame it, and how to obtain its food. Yugu is amazing. While others are still thinking about solving basic food and clothing issues, our Yugu has already started raising animals. Just imagine, in the future, Yugu and Susu sitting on a reindeer sled going out. That scene is just too beautiful. Hee, you Longwa people are really disgusting. Zhang Yuapa has the excellent bloodline of our Bangzi country. In the wilderness world, Zhang Yuapa must be classified into our Bangzi country's camp. Chapter 99, Building the Reindeer Shed. Zhang Yu was wildly swinging his axe in the nearby dense forest, cutting down wood. He didn't plan to slowly trim and chop it into planks as usual. He planned to directly plant each trunk into the ground and then use mud to fill the cracks in the middle of the trunks, which would speed things up a lot. This might waste some wood, but there was an abundance of timber in the wilderness, so wasting a bit had no impact. Meanwhile, Su Jin was at the wooden house, carefully moving each wild chicken into the house and closing them in. Then she began to build a smaller partition using the wood stored inside the wooden house. "I'm sorry," Su Jin thought to the wild chickens. Originally, the spacious chicken coop had now turned into a small partition. It was like living in a spacious 200 square meter apartment suddenly becoming a small room of more than a dozen square meters. Zhang Yu kept chopping trees, tirelessly transporting wood back to the wooden house. After finishing the partition, Su Jin then came to Zhang Yu's side to help chop the trees. Xiaobai was scared, hiding in the wooden house, too afraid to move. It sensed that there was a big fellow outside the house. At first, it anxiously whinnied, calling for Zhang Yu and Su Jin, but after calling for a long time, there was no response. It could only fearfully curl up with the snow hare in its little nest. The two didn't have lunch, working tirelessly chopping and moving wood until after 2 in the afternoon, when they had prepared most of the firewood. The reindeer shed was built on the chicken coop, expanding outward. Zhang Yu and Su Jin together cleared the surrounding snow, then took out some burning charcoal and wood from inside the house, placing it on the planned ground to try and melt the frozen soil. But the effect was minimal. In desperation, Zhang Yu lit several bonfires, and the heat from the burning wood finally melted the surface frozen soil. Zhang Yu and Su Jin dug out the frozen soil and then inserted wooden posts into the ground one by one, serving as walls. Fortunately, the back was a dirt slope, and one side was the wooden house, so they only needed to build walls on 2 sides and a roof, which saved a lot of effort. For now, he only needed to consider insulation. Ventilation could wait. After all, he hadn't even thought about ventilation for his own wooden house. In the face of life, comfort had to give way. After a lot of hard work, they finally sealed up both sides with wood and mud mixed with dry grass, while adding 2 more wooden posts inside his pillars, making it convenient for constructing the roof and tying down the reindeer. Of course, he left a big doorway for entry and exit. Let's deal with the door tomorrow. Then the two of them began to work together to build the roof of the reindeer shed. In the middle of the shed, Zhang Yu added a crossbeam to support the roof, to prevent it from collapsing under the weight of snow later. It wasn't until after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun began to set in the west, that the reindeer shed was completed. To insulate the top of the shed, a thick layer of mud was used for sealing. Alright, you go cook. We are starving. Zhang Yu wiped his sweat and said to Su Jin. Su Jin obediently nodded. After a whole day's hard work, she was exhausted and hungry. She turned around and went into the wooden house to start preparing dinner. Zhang Yu noticed that the reindeer was quietly lying under the trees, and the berries he had fed it in the morning were already eaten clean. This is a bit tricky. If you eat like this, the stored berries won't last you a few days. Zhang Yu shook his head and sighed inwardly. The key point is that reindeer are herbivores and don't eat meat. Suddenly, Zhang Yu saw that the ground, cleared for the shed, had a lot of frozen moss and lichen. He felt a rush of joy. Oh right, reindeer mainly eat lichen and moss, berries are just a supplement. He quickly stepped forward and began to dig the lichen and moss from the ground, placing them in front of the reindeer. Perhaps because reindeer are gentle by nature, or perhaps attracted by the lichen and moss in Zhang Yu's hands. It stood up, looking at Zhang Yu cautiously, but it was no longer as frenzied as in the morning. After Zhang Yu put down the food and left, it relaxed and began to eat with its head lowered. After placing the lichen down, Zhang Yu dived back into the dim reindeer shed. He carefully began to modify the flue that was embedded in the earth embankment. He continued to dig upwards at a diagonal angle from the earlier horizontal flue, creating a branch that led to the space above the shed, and sealed the sidewalls of the flue. He also blocked the old flue outlet, so that the heat generated by the fireplace could better warm the shed. Next, he carried in previously stored dry hay and leaves and spread a layer inside the shed. Then, Zhang Yu put several wild chickens back into the small compartment. Everything was ready. Only then did Zhang Yu walk in front of the reindeer, first tying a long rope to a wooden stake reserved inside the shed, and attaching one end to the reindeer before untying the rope that was originally tied to the tree. After untying, the reindeer showed no reaction, just lowered its head to eat. You really are a foodie, but that's good. Zhang Yu sighed, picking up the lichen and moss in front of it and scattering it inside the shed. Maybe it couldn't resist the temptation of food, or maybe it felt Zhang Yu's kindness. It actually followed the lichen and moss into the shed. Zhang Yu quickly stepped forward and shortened the rope tied to it. Feeling the noticeably warmer temperature inside the shed compared to the outside, as well as the thick, soft hay beneath its feet and the food on the ground, the reindeer initially stomped its hooves uneasily. But then it settled down tiredly on the hay and began to eat. Watching the reindeer settle down and the wild chickens cooing in the compartment, Zhang Yu smiled happily. Finally done. Zhang Yu let out a long breath. Next, it's to help it gradually get used to this place and slowly build trust. Next, Zhang Yu went to get some berries and sprinkled them on the lichen before finally returning to the wooden house to have dinner with Su Jin. Is this all good? Su Jin brought a bowl of bear meat soup and a grilled fish to Zhang Yu, curiously asking. Zhang Yu shook his head. This is just the beginning, the key comes next. We need to start preparing food for the reindeer, this is a big project. Then we will slowly train it. And we will also make a large sled and harness. Zhang Yu said while eating. Su Jin listened to Zhang Yu's description, looking at the reindeer lying in the pen, her eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. Although there was still a lot of hard work ahead, as Zhang Yu said, hope had already been sown. Let's take it slow together. She softly replied. Meanwhile, in the Ice Nation's live broadcast room. The host looked at the scene, his tone filled with envy and bitterness. What a shame, our Ice Nation is the birthplace of reindeer domestication. If this reindeer were captured by our ice nation's competitors, it could truly realize its value. Our competitors are naturally born with the genes to communicate with them. This should have been a moment for our ice nation's competitors to shine. Chapter 100, The Beautiful Nation's Woven Net. Non-Alliance Nation, General Headquarters. General Omar, holding a cigar, darkly gazed at the report on the desk about the Dragon Nation's halted aid supplies. Look at you, Dragon Nation, killing our competitors and daring to cut off our supplies. You really don't take me seriously. So, do not blame me for being heartless. He picked up the phone on the table and spoke into the communication channel. Connect me to the General of the Beautiful Nation. A few minutes later, the line connected. Omar spoke into the phone. Mr. Alt, you have seen the condition of our non-alliance competitor Saad. The Dragon Nation shamelessly attacked our competitor. Now, they not only refuse to explain, but also block the supply line of the nutrition bars we rely on for survival with various excuses. Our people are starving. Hearing this, the General of the Beautiful Nation, Mr. Alt, became somewhat impatient and interrupted. All right. Just get to the point. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Non-alliance General Omar awkwardly chuckled and continued. Mr. Alt, you are indeed straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush. I know your beautiful nation is targeting the Dragon Nation, and we are also dissatisfied with them. If Mr. Alt offers some benefits to let us non-alliance nation feel your country's sincerity, we will fully consider and respect your country's position and guidance in future international affairs, including strategic choices in the wilderness survival world. On the other end of the phone, Mr. Alt leaned back in his comfortable chair, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Okay, let's not talk about pointless things. After all these years, I know what kind of person you are. Let's not say that my beautiful nation can't provide the nutrition bars. Even if we could offer assistance to you non-alliance nation, would you be happy about it? Speak about something practical, something you need and I can provide. Omar also smiled. This was the result he wanted. The death of non-alliance nation citizens had nothing to do with him. If the non-alliance nation could grow strong, he would naturally be happy, as that would allow him to plunder and exploit better, filling his own coffers. If the non-alliance nation was to perish, then he would naturally want to tear off the largest piece of interest from it. Omar chuckled lightly and said into the microphone. Mr. Alt is indeed straightforward. Since that's the case, let me be direct. Nutrition bars? Just a way to soothe those below. I can stir up domestic hatred towards the Dragon Nation and take action against them. I can even offer the lives of our domestic competitors to the beautiful nation. But I need land, power, quotas, and enough resources to squander. His tone was filled with undisguised greed. But this greedy talk only made Mr. Alt chuckle happily. Now this is the way. We don't talk about pointless things between us, only about interests. Mr. Alt paused, thought for a moment, and continued. I can give you a congressional seat and 10,000 quotas to come to our beautiful nation. As for land, I will designate a large farm and pasture for you in the southern continent. How about this condition? It is enough, right? Omar listened to Mr. T's offer, and greed gleamed even brighter in his eyes. The position of a congressman in the beautiful country, this means he would enter the top of the world's strongest country power. 10,000 positions would be enough for him to move his entire family and those beautiful women to the beautiful country, and with these positions, he could even threaten more beautiful ladies. And that vast ranch was an endless source of private wealth. This had already exceeded his expectations. As for the anger of the lowly people in the non-allied country, and the lives of those foolish contestants, it didn't matter. Exchanging the soon-to-sink benefits of the non-allied country for such rich personal gains was simply delightful. He suppressed the urge to laugh wildly, excitedly saying, Of course, Mr. Tay, your generosity shocks me. You and the beautiful country will gain the most steadfast subordinate. He no longer used the term ally, but directly stated that the non-allied country had become the subordinate of the beautiful country. Then, when will we discuss the plan against the dragon country? Omar asked. Mr. Tay was also satisfied, saying, No hurry, we have many strong allies, so there is no need for you to come over for now. I still hope you can continue to lurk beside the dragon country and strike a deadly blow at the critical moment. After ending the call, Mr. Tay happily leaned back on the sofa, tapping his feet on the table. He leisurely swung his toes, wearing a smug smile that suggested everything was under his control. Then, he picked up the phone again and dialed the number of the Supreme Commander of the Stick Country, Yin Mingxuan. The call was instantly connected, as if Yin Mingxuan had been waiting nearby. Commander Yin, how's the communication with our dear friends from the Dragon Country going? Have you moved them to accept you? His words were filled with sarcasm. Mr. Tay, everything is progressing smoothly according to our plan. Although the Dragon Country is still a bit wary, this is ultimately normal. We have initially established contact and have begun a formal discussion on how to cooperate. Mingxuan paused, as if seeking credit, and added. We are releasing some inconsequential news to gain their trust. Rest assured, we will absolutely not disclose any important information. Once we figure out their bottom line, just give the order, and we will strike them a deadly blow. Hearing this, Mr. Tay nodded in satisfaction. Very good, continue to maintain the current state with the Dragon Country. Remember to act as if you are authentic, and if necessary, you can sell some of our allies' interests to gain their trust. We want you to become the deepest nail embedded beside the Dragon Country. Understood, serving as a beacon for the free world is our honor in the Stick Country. Don't worry, we will definitely not disappoint your trust. Mingxuan hurriedly assured. After hanging up the phone, the smile on Mr. T's face became even more smug. Now, with the support of the non-allied country, along with the Stick Country embedded in the Dragon Country, and the hesitant Babayan Country on both sides, he had already begun to weave a big net, starting to encircle the Dragon Country from the outside to the inside. Dragon Country? Want to win? Simply daydreaming. I want to see how you plan to break free from the big net I have woven for you. Chapter 101, Finding Lichens. One night without a word. Except for the occasional whinny of reindeer from the deer shed next door and the sound of wild chickens flapping their wings. But Zhang Yu remained restless and didn't want to sleep. Every time he heard a noise, he would get up to check next door. Only after confirming that everything was fine would he return to the wooden house and lie down. But just after lying down for a while, he worried about the reindeer freezing, and would get up from time to time to add some charcoal to the fireplace. Ensure the warmth of the chimney. This scene made the night owls in the live broadcast room laugh uncontrollably. Haha, even Master Yu has sleepless nights. How worried he must be about the reindeer, fearing it might run away or freeze. Truly a father's heart is torn to pieces. Haha, the reindeer is here, and suddenly Su was no longer appealing. It used to be that hugging Su meant sleeping the whole night, but now with the reindeer, he doesn't even want to glance at Su. Out with the old love, in with the new. Now Master Yu's heart is entirely with the reindeer. What's Su compared to the reindeer? The reindeer can not only be ridden but can also pull a cart. What can Su do? Who said that? Su is not only capable but can also be ridden. Su is all-purpose. Early in the morning, Su Jin energetically got up and started cooking breakfast, but Zhang Yu was dark-eyed, constantly yawning. Su Jin asked with some worry. What's wrong? Are you sick? Shouldn't you rest a bit more? Zhang Yu shook his head wearily. No need. I just didn't sleep well last night. There's still a lot to do today. We need to build the reindeer shed's big door properly, and find more lichen and moss, otherwise, we can't feed such a big guy. After finishing the steaming hot breakfast, the two plunged back into a busy new day. Zhang Yu, suppressing his fatigue, gathered his spirits and started building the big door for the reindeer shed. This big door needed to be strong enough to withstand the reindeer's impact while being easy to open and close. Just using logs won't do, he needed to chop the logs into boards. He selected some leftover logs from last night and began chopping them with an axe. After a great deal of effort, he finally chopped the boards nicely. Then he arranged the boards side by side, even setting up 2 layers. He drilled a few holes in the boards, secured them with ropes, and made a heavy double-layer wooden door. Next, he chiseled mortises in the door frame and door, inserting a sturdy wooden stick through as a door latch. After testing it several times to ensure it was secure, he installed the heavy door at the entrance of the reindeer shed. Meanwhile, the reindeer was still lying inside the shed, curiously watching the creature busily coming and going, seemingly accustomed to its presence. At the same time, Su Jin set out with a backpack and a homemade wooden shovel. She found a place filled with lichen and moss from her memory before the heavy snow fell. She began clearing away the accumulated snow, which was higher than a person, exhausting her strength. Finally clearing a patch of ground, she carefully scraped the grayish-white lichen from the surface. After scraping one area, she found a few thick spruces, cleared away the snow, and pulled away the fallen leaves to reveal the damp moss underneath. She scooped it up with the soil and placed it into her backpack. The cold wind howled through the forest, and the temperature was below -20 degrees. Soon, Su Jin's hands turned bright red from the cold, yet she continued searching diligently, occasionally straightening up to stretch her back. Looking at her gradually filling backpack, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. The whole morning passed just like that. When Su Jin returned with a fully packed backpack of lichen and moss, Zhang Yu had finished building the reindeer shed's door and was already preparing lunch. Seeing Su Jin come back with a heavy backpack of lichen and moss, Zhang Yu hurried over, noticing her frozen red face and stiff fingers. He took the heavy backpack from her and urged with concern. Quickly, get in to warm yourself by the fire, have a bowl of hot soup to warm up. Just leave this to me. Su Jin was indeed exhausted and frozen, so she didn't refuse. She nodded and ducked into the wooden house, huddling next to the fireplace and sipping a bowl of steaming hot meat soup. Zhang Yu took the lichen and moss into the reindeer shed and dumped the contents of the backpack into a corner. He didn't choose to collapse directly in front of the reindeer, but instead squatted down to pick some of the freshest lichen and walked up to the reindeer. Although collapsing directly in front of the reindeer could increase familiarity, feeding it bit by bit would have a better effect. Watching the reindeer get up, somewhat uneasy, Zhang Yu held the lichen in his hand, slowly walking closer while mimicking the sounds of the reindeer. Seeing that the reindeer had calmed down a little, Zhang Yu slowly stretched out his hand with the lichen to a spot not far from the reindeer. The reindeer watched Zhang Yu cautiously, its nose constantly sniffing, clearly attracted by the smell of the food. It hesitated, wondering if it should approach. In the end, hunger overcame fear, and it carefully took a step closer to Zhang Yu. Then it sniffed again, finally stretching its neck to quickly snatch the lichen from Zhang Yu's hand, before stepping back to begin chewing. Zhang Yu did not try to get closer, but quietly waited for it to finish eating, then went to get a few more pieces of lichen, repeating the earlier actions. After several attempts, noticing that Zhang Yu did not harm it and was feeding it delicious food, the reindeer's vigilance clearly lessened. Eventually, when it grabbed the lichen, it no longer retreated but started eating right away. At this moment, Zhang Yu gently reached out to touch the reindeer's neck. When his palm made contact with the reindeer's thick fur, his heart skipped a beat. However, the anticipated avoidance and resistance did not happen. The reindeer merely paused its chewing, turned its ears slightly, and then continued eating the lichen. A wave of immense joy surged in Zhang Yu's heart. When an animal doesn't mind your touch, it basically means it doesn't dislike you, or even likes you a bit. After repeating the process a few more times, he continued to feed and touch it. The area he touched gradually expanded from its neck to its back and head. The reindeer still showed no rejection, and even when Zhang Yu gently scratched the hair behind its ear, it paused its chewing and comfortably closed its eyes. Seeing this scene, the live stream from Dragon Country erupted. Wow, Master Yu is impressive. Is he really going to succeed? One step closer to riding it? The wild tamer Zhang Yu has officially appeared. I feel like pulling a sleigh with the reindeer isn't far off. I see Master Yu's place is turning into a farm. There's wild chickens, snow foxes, snow hares, and now a reindeer. Little Saw looked excited. Audience friends, did you see that? Contestant Zhang Yu has established initial trust with the reindeer. It is no longer rejecting him. This is a significant leap. Professor Yuansen also nodded with a smile. Contestant Zhang Yu has done incredibly well, establishing a connection with the reindeer through feeding, and then began to stroke it while it ate, greatly reducing its resistance. This step of building trust is crucial. If he continues this a few more times, I believe Zhang Yu will be close to letting the reindeer pull a sleigh. Chapter 102, The Contest of Strategist Jian. While Zhang Yu was trying to tame the reindeer, the situation for American contestant James was becoming increasingly dire. Hiding in his cave, he hadn't caught any prey for days and could only rely on the knowledge he had to clear the snow in the coniferous forest and search for some moss and frozen, shriveled berries to eat. Hunger was like a parasite, constantly eroding his strength and will. Furrowing his brows, he looked at the half-person-high snow outside the cave, unsure of how much longer he could hold on like this. Meanwhile, at the American Command Center, Old Tay looked at the big screen showing James suffering from hunger and cold, feeling worried. James ranked first in the championship standings, restoring 0.3 of a point of resources for the United States, making him the greatest hero for America. It is also the most impressive facade of the beautiful nation in the wilderness world. If he is eliminated due to hunger and cold, then the Dragon Nation will rise and completely surpass the beautiful nation in the championship rankings. Just as he was worried, a member of the think tank stood up and loudly said, "Report, Mr. Old Tay, I just retrieved and observed previous videos and found an important piece of information." Old Tay was feeling irritable, and upon hearing the report, he felt even more annoyed. He turned around with a gloomy expression and said, "Can't you see I'm thinking? You better pray that the news you have is very important, or else." That think tank member broke into a cold sweat and trembled as he spoke. Report, I watched the previous videos and found that the Kangaroo Nation's contestant, Mosen, is just north of James, not too far away, within 10 kilometers. The specific distance needs to be calculated by professionals. The key is that Mosen has quite a lot of supplies. He stocked up on plenty of fish before the heavy snow. Hearing this, Old T's originally gloomy face instantly brightened up, even showing a hint of wild joy. He rudely interrupted his subordinate. "What are we waiting for? Don't you know how important this information is to us? Hurry up and arrange for someone to survey it." Yes. Soon, the professionals calculated a more specific number, 7 kilometers. Hearing this, Old Tay smiled even wider. He immediately turned around and ordered through the communication tube. "Quick, connect me to the Kangaroo Nation's headquarters, immediately. Right now." After a few busy tones, the call was connected. Old Tay didn't give the other party a chance to speak, directly issuing orders. "Listen, I don't have time to waste with you. Our beautiful nation's James is just 7 kilometers south of your kangaroo nation contestant, Mosin. You must immediately use the external hint opportunity to let Mosin find James as fast as possible, bringing all his food. From now on, he must unconditionally obey all of James's orders. The kangaroo nation's commander was stunned by Old T's words, and once he came to his senses, he tried to argue. Mr. Old Tay, this is Mosin's only chance for an external hint. Isn't it too wasteful to use it now? Besides, with the snow being half a person's height and the temperature so low, I'm afraid Mosin will. Old Tay, feeling somewhat impatient, roared and interrupted. What will happen? Have you forgotten how we agreed before? Or do you Kangaroo Nation have other ideas? Remember. As long as we can win, we decide the resources in the end. In the end, the blue star will belong to us. If you have any ulterior motives, you will bear the consequences. A blatant threat. But the Kangaroo Nation commander fell silent. After a few seconds, he finally agreed. Understood, Mr. Old Tay, I will initiate the external hint right away. Just as the beautiful nation was frantically contacting the Kangaroo Nation, the Dragon Nation headquarters received an unexpected piece of news. Report. A staff member entered the commander's office holding a telegram. Speak. The commander replied flatly. Report, the non-alliance nation just sent us a formal notification, expressing goodwill to us. They also expressed their concern about the difficulties within the non-alliance nation and, for the first time, proposed an alliance. This news surprised everyone in the office. It should be noted that previously, Zhang Yu had killed the contestants from the non-alliance nation in the wilderness world, and they had publicly protested, demanding the Dragon Nation give an explanation. But now, in such a short time, they compromised? Could it be that we are going to cut off their supply of nutrition bars, and they compromise? One deputy commander questioned. Li Guodong frowned and shook his head. Not likely, the non-alliance nation's commander is not the kind to care about the people's lives. They are showing weakness and making contact. This is not in line with Omar's usual style. Normally, they would continue making noise internationally, hoping our Dragon Kingdom would cede some benefits, and then they would calm down. Or they would directly approach beautiful country to pressure us. But the current actions are simply incomprehensible. Something unusual must be afoot. This news surprised everyone in the command office. You have to know that the non-alliance country has always been on the fringes of the Dragon Kingdom's social circle, neither too far nor too close. Every time they wanted something beneficial, they would use their closeness to beautiful country to threaten the Dragon Kingdom and gain concessions. Now, with Sod being killed, anti-Dragon Kingdom sentiment within the non-alliance country is high, and logically, they should take a big hit and then maintain the status quo. This is also the main reason why the commander did not inform the non-alliance country and let Zhang Yu kill Sod. But now, they haven't discussed any benefits at all. Their attitude has made a complete 180-degree turn, which is hard to believe. The commander stood up, facing the large screen with a deep gaze. He also keenly sensed the irrationality behind it all. This is probably a trap, he murmured. First, the proactive approach from Stick Country, and now the proactive approach from non-alliance country. This is all too smooth, and it's full of strange vibes. He pondered for a moment, and everyone around him didn't dare to speak. After a while, he turned around and asked the deputy commander in charge of intelligence with a serious tone. Has there been any news from non-alliance country number 3? No, there hasn't been any news yet, replied the deputy commander responsible for intelligence. How is the preparation for their number 2 command's actions going? The commander continued to ask. The deputy commander nodded. It's all ready, we just need your order, and we can immediately create an opportunity to send the beauty over. Then, with his lustful nature, he definitely won't be able to resist. Ultimately, he will die in a mad frenzy. Good, start the action immediately and eliminate him. Then find a way to create some accident for number 3, do not let him raise suspicion. As for the last step. The commander clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with viciousness. Anyone who dares to influence the future of my Dragon Kingdom must die. Yes, I will make arrangements right away. Everyone present lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the commander. Chapter 103, Making the Big Sled. After a while, Zhang Yu fed the reindeer again. At this moment, the reindeer had completely stopped resisting Zhang Yu's touch, even seeming to enjoy it a little. But Su Jin was still a bit scared. She just hid beside, throwing some berries to the wild chickens, and then watched Zhang Yu without daring to approach. It seems that they are quite nervous, Su Jin said. Perhaps there have been no humans in this world, so these reindeer are not too resistant, Zhang Yu said while stroking the reindeer, and then he thought of something. We need to start preparing the sled and harness now. Prepare in advance, and when the reindeer stop resisting, we will begin to slowly train them to pull the sled. Don't we already have 2 sleds? Why do we need to make another sled? Su Jin asked curiously, since Zhang Yu had already made some before, why was he making another one? Zhang Yu shook his head, smiling. Those two are simple and meant for people to slide on. Now we need to make a large sled that can be pulled by the reindeer. It's pretty similar, just adding crossbeams for fixations on the simple sled, and then adding some wooden boards for carrying people and goods. Oh. So that's how it is. Su Jin looked at Zhang Yu with full admiration and continued. How do you know everything? I feel like a fool. Su Jin's mix of admiration and playful scolding instantly turned the Dragon Kingdom livestream comment section into a sea of joy. Susu is too cute. The key is, Susu's gaze at brother Yu is practically melting. This story about my teammate being all-knowing while I'm just a little useless person will definitely be a hit. You good, basic moves do not go wrong, everyone sit, quietly observe. Zhang Yu smiled, touched Su Jin's beautiful hair, and said. Alright. You are already very amazing, I haven't seen any girl as incredible as you. As he spoke, Zhang Yu took Su Jin to the place where extra firewood was piled up and said. The two sleds before were single-person sleds, sliding on the snow with human power, with limited weight and stability. Reindeer are strong, we need a sturdier one that can carry more supplies and a larger sled. He then chose two similar pieces of wood as the main sliding boards for the sled and started to trim them with a carving knife. This was a task that required patience. The bottom of the sled needed to be smooth, and the front had to be curved upwards. This way, it would be much easier for the reindeer to pull, and it wouldn't sink into the snow with the force of the reindeer. Su Jin was also working hard beside him, constantly learning Zhang Yu's movements, trimming another sliding board. Next, he chose some slightly thinner, yet still strong wood as cross supports for the sled. Between the two main sliding boards, he placed supports at regular intervals, using mortise and tenon structures and ropes to tightly bind them, forming a stable base. Then he shaved down some thinner wooden planks, carefully trimming and laying them on top of the base. Having completed all this, it had already taken half a day. He clapped his hands and looked at his work with satisfaction. We still need to add some railings and a backrest, otherwise, things might fall off, and people won't sit steadily. Right. You are really thoughtful. Su Jin's eyes lit up when she heard Zhang Yu say they needed to add railings and a backrest. She had vaguely felt that the sled seemed to be missing something, but it became clear to her after Zhang Yu's reminder. Zhang Yu smiled and continued to select wood, starting to create the railings. He still used the mortise and tenon structure, directly fixing them to the edge of the base, making it sturdy and preventing goods from sliding off during bumps. He then crafted a backrest with a slight curve at the rear of the sled. He polished every detail carefully, ensuring it was smooth and without splinters. Su Jin was also busy. She brought over some fur and carefully wrapped the railings, making them both beautiful and comfortable. However, there wasn't as much fur for the backrest, which was a bit of a flaw. Looking at the sled before him, Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction, then moved on to the next step, making the harness. The harness was also very important. It was the bridge connecting the reindeer and the sled. A good harness should be sturdy and not break midway, should not hurt the reindeer's skin and shoulders, and should be easy to control. He squatted down, gesturing on the sled, his mind thinking about the harness plan. The harness mainly needs several parts: the neck ring, belly band, and connection strap. As he gestured, he explained to Su Jin. The neck ring must go around the reindeer's neck and chest. This is the main stress point, so it must be soft and strong. If it's not soft, it will hurt the reindeer. The belly band wraps around the abdomen to prevent the neck ring from choking the neck when going downhill. As for the connection strap, it connects the halter and the sled rope. The most important is the neck ring, it is the key part. The rope cannot be used, it is best to use animal fur. By the way, Su Jin, go and kill that snow rabbit, and use the snow rabbit fur I brought last time to sew it together and wrap the rope, then the neck ring will be done. Upon hearing this, Su Jin nodded, ran into the house, and fetched the snow rabbit from Xiaobai's embrace. Seeing this, Xiaobai immediately stood up from the nest. Anxiously circling around Su Jin's feet, Little White kept rubbing against her, letting out sounds of grievance. Good, I will give you fish to eat tonight, Su Jin comforted as she gently patted Little White's head, then took the snow rabbit and walked outside. With quick movements, she ended the life of the snow rabbit, carefully peeled off its skin, and scraped away the remaining fat from the inner side of the fur. Next, following Zhang Yu's method, she stitched two rabbit skins together with a bone needle. Then, she took a rope and tightly wrapped it with the rabbit skin, sewing and securing it once more. In this way, a soft collar was completely finished. Throughout the entire process, Little White crouched nearby, looking at Su Jin's actions with a wronged expression. Only when Su Jin tossed the cleaned animal entrails to it did Little White perk up, picking up the delicious food and happily eating, temporarily forgetting about the snow rabbit. Su Jin brought the completed collar to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu examined it, nodding in satisfaction. Well done, now the crucial part of the harness is complete. Then, Zhang Yu walked over to the reindeer with the collar, sprinkled some moss on the ground, and took the opportunity to put the collar around its neck to try it on, confirming it fit perfectly before happily taking it off and exiting the deer pen. Chapter 104, Successfully Taming the Reindeer. In the next 2 days. Zhang Yu and Su Jin spent their time feeding the reindeer and ice fishing. Every time they went ice fishing, Zhang Yu drilled dozens of holes in the ice to fish. However, as the weather grew colder, the ice thickened, and the water near the lake's edge had almost completely frozen. Zhang Yu had no choice but to walk toward the center of the lake, searching for a spot where the ice was still relatively thin to start fishing. Fishing experience plus 10. 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 Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded: Archery LV5, Ultimate, Entry, Perfect Shot, Trapping LV3, 100/300, Fishing LV3, 56/300, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skills LV1, 10 out of 100. After 2 days of relentless effort, Zhang Yu had raised his fishing skill to LV3, getting closer to LV5. I wonder what entry will unlock when the fishing skill reaches LV5. Zhang Yu became increasingly curious. Are we going ice fishing today? Su Jin asked. Zhang Yu shook his head. We won't go ice fishing today, let's try using the reindeer to pull the sled. I think it is ready now. After 2 days of feeding, the reindeer had completely stopped resisting Zhang Yu, and even stretched its head toward him to be petted when it saw him. During this time, Zhang Yu would occasionally put the collar around the reindeer's neck so it could get used to it. Just be careful, Su Jin said with some worry. Zhang Yu nodded, just like the previous 2 days, first feeding the reindeer its favorite lichen while gently stroking its neck. Then, he skillfully put the rabbit skin-wrapped collar around its neck, adjusting the tightness before pulling out the belly strap. Zhang Yu crouched down, carefully wrapping the rope around the reindeer's abdomen, connecting it to the collar. At this moment, the reindeer looked a bit nervous, its hooves tapping uneasily, and Zhang Yu continued to soothe it from the side. Only after the reindeer completely calmed down did Zhang Yu slowly lead it outside the deer pen. Seeing the dense forest again, the reindeer became a bit excited, trying to run a few times by lifting its hooves, but Zhang Yu stood in front of it, continuously stroking its neck and head while tempting it with lichen in his hand. This prevented it from running off. Zhang Yu threw the lichen on the ground and took the opportunity while the reindeer bent down to eat it to quickly tie the collar and sled together with the rope. In this way, the complete sled was finally finished. This was also the first time in the wilderness world that a reindeer pulled a sled. Wow, is it about to start? Could it be that Master Yu is going to take this step today? I'm so nervous. I hope everything goes well. The reindeer grumbled, does anyone understand? While we're busy eating, we end up tied up and turned into beasts. While other competitors are still using Route 11, is Master Yu really speeding into the age of transportation? Su Jin stood nervously by, watching, but since she didn't understand anything, she could only stare wide-eyed. Zhang Yu smiled at Su Jin. Don't worry, it's going to be fine. As he said this, he walked next to the reindeer but didn't immediately urge it to move forward. Instead, he walked slowly with the reindeer, allowing it to gradually get used to the feeling of the weight. The reindeer swayed uncomfortably, but after some time, it adapted, slowly walking forward with Zhang Yu's guidance. After a round, Zhang Yu stopped and rewarded the reindeer with some lichen again. As the reindeer enjoyed the treats, it seemed to completely forget about its earlier discomfort. After the reindeer rested for a moment, Zhang Yu patted its neck, preparing for another try. However, this time, Zhang Yu did not continue to guide it. Instead, he walked over to the sled, gently sat down, held the reins, and threw Su Jin a reassuring look. Then he lightly shook the reins and shouted, "Giddy up!" The reindeer froze for a second, looked back at Zhang Yu sitting on the sled, and felt the force coming from the reins. It was a bit confused, not knowing what to do, just stamping its hooves in place. Zhang Yu didn't rush, he continued shaking the reins while repeating the command. Seeing this scene, the live chat atmosphere was no longer as excited as before. Master, you can't be failing, right? After all, this reindeer is a wild animal, not trained and doesn't understand people. I think it's risky. Master, you might be a bit too hasty, he should train it slowly, there's no need to rush. But thankfully, there's no real loss. If this fails, he can just train it slowly later. Really acting like a clown. This kind of thing with reindeer is something our ice country has inherited. The experience of training reindeer is in our genes. As for your dragon country? Don't kid yourselves, do you really think training reindeer is that simple? IP address, ice country. The reindeer hesitated, not knowing what to do next. Zhang Yu was not in a hurry at all, just patiently repeating the actions and commands. After a stalemate for a while, the reindeer seemed to finally understand the meaning of Zhang Yu's commands. It stopped stamping its hooves and cautiously took a step forward. The sled slid forward a tiny bit as well. This step broke the deadlock. The reindeer started to move forward, 1 step, 2 steps. At first, the speed was very slow, the reindeer was a bit unsteady at first, but soon found its rhythm and started moving smoothly with the sled across the snow. But Zhang Yu chose not to speed up, instead, he pulled the reins to slow the reindeer down a bit. He knew well that rushing would not lead to clarity. The most important thing right now was to deepen the reindeer's familiarity with the commands, not to pursue speed. He continued to guide the direction slowly through the reins and commands, making the reindeer circle in the snow. Left, he said, slightly pulling with his left hand, signaling the reindeer to turn left. The reindeer understood the command and obediently turned to the left. Right. With the reins to the right, the reindeer adjusted its direction again. Zhang Yu guided the reindeer, constantly changing directions in the snow. At this moment, the Dragon Country livestream burst into excitement. Little Sa stood up suddenly, his voice filled with disbelief. Audience friends, did you see that? Contestant Zhang Yu succeeded. He successfully harnessed this reindeer. This is simply a miracle. It is unbelievable. Zhang Yu has managed to make this reindeer completely follow his commands in such a short period of time. Professor Yuansen also broke from his usual calm, his voice filled with excitement. This is truly a miracle in the history of domestication. Zhang Yu has completed this miracle in such a short time. We can see that just a few days ago, it was a wild reindeer, and now it seems as if it can understand human speech. How did Zhang Yu manage to do this? Does this follow biological laws? Has Master Yu hacked the system? How many days has it been? Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the livestream. I told her I saw a miracle. What about the Ice Nation people just now? Didn't they say only Ice Nation can domesticate reindeer? How's your face now, still hurt? Should I give it a rub for you? Chapter 105, A Big Incident in the Non-Alliance Nation. Dragon Nation Command Center. A highly classified intelligence report was delivered to the commander's office. The deputy commander in charge of intelligence stood in front of the desk, speaking in a low voice. Report to the commander, the clearing operation has been completed. The second in command of the non-alliance nation has just been confirmed dead from an unexpected illness. The third in command has also been taken care of, receiving some injuries. The commander looked at the intelligence in front of him, his face expressionless as he asked. Is the information reliable? Has the death been confirmed? Are there no traces left? Is there anything that could be discovered? Commander, please rest assured, everything was executed according to plan, with no mistakes. The autopsy report for the second in command is flawless. He died from his own indulgent lifestyle, suffering a sudden illness in bed. The deputy commander spoke solemnly. It's a pity about Black Lady. There's no helping it, everything is for the future of Dragon Nation. As such, give Black Lady a special merit, and list her parents as top priority. If we fail in the wilderness world, make sure her parents can enter the oasis. The commander's face showed some sadness, another hero loyal to Dragon Nation had passed away. What about the third in command? He won't be suspected, right? After all, we've spent more than a decade setting up for this chance. The commander continued to ask. The deputy commander's face was filled with sadness, but his tone carried excitement. Commander, rest assured, Omar will never suspect the third in command. Next, we need to find the perfect opportunity for the third in command to rise to power. The commander nodded. Dragon Nation had spent over a decade planning, now it was time to reap the rewards. Everything must serve the goal of winning the wilderness world. Once Dragon Nation wins the wilderness world, before the victory, we can stir up these countries, using the restoration of resources and a bright future as bait, inciting their people to push them towards joining Dragon Nation. By then, these infiltrated nations will have their upper echelons loyal to us, and the people below will want to merge with Dragon Nation. Complete the annexation before the victory, then restore resources together. With that, Dragon Nation will become the ruler of Blue Star. The commander stood up and walked to the big screen. Looking at it, he said. Tell the third in command of the non-alliance nation to stabilize the situation, continue to appear weak, and gain Omar's and the people's support. It's best if we can contact the beautiful nation and gain their trust. Then we can perform a play where we set them up with the beautiful nation as the mantis, and they are the yellow bird. Understood. This way, the beautiful nation will think we have planted a spy, but actually... The deputy commander immediately understood the commander's strategy and said excitedly. If necessary, we can take further action against the third in command to make the play more convincing. Understood. I will go take care of it now. At the non-alliance nation command center. The first in command, Omar, looked pale with anger, and he slammed the crystal cup in his hand onto the ground, the deep red liquid splattering on the floor. The surrounding guards greedily eyed the red wine on the floor, constantly licking their lips. Useless. All useless. Omar roared loudly, his voice filled with fury. That fool of the second in command, he actually died on a woman's bed, what an idiot. And the third in command, what good is he, getting injured at such a crucial time? He paced restlessly in the office. Years of power had made him smell an unusual danger. The number two's death was too coincidental, and number three was injured at the same time, almost dead. Is it a coincidence that both of them encountered danger at the same time? This thought surged in his mind. Absolutely impossible. His gaze was shadowy, and his mind was racing. Is it those relentless opponents? Did they seize the opportunity during the Dragon Country's supply cut to take action? Or is it the Dragon Country? He stopped, his pupils shrinking. Could it be that the beautiful country's plot was discovered by the Dragon Country? Is this their warning or revenge? Thinking about this, his heart raced. He suddenly felt this possibility was the greatest. If those opponents targeted number 2 and number 3, they would not let him off either. It's very likely a warning from the Dragon Country. This is a warning to me. Omar's heart sank. If it really was the Dragon Country acting, he might also fall victim to their assassination. Investigate. Get everyone related to number 2 and number 3's incident arrested. I want to know who is behind this. Guard team, immediately seal off all entrances and exits of the command center. No one is allowed to enter or exit without my orders. In the wild world, the setting sun painted the snow with a golden hue. After hours of training, the reindeer could finally follow Zhang Yu's instructions for all movements. So Zhang Yu began to add some difficulty. He started to increase the load on the sled, letting Su Jin also sit on the sled. He wanted to see if the reindeer could carry the weight of 2 people. At first, the reindeer's steps were a bit heavy, but soon it adapted, steadily pulling the sled forward. He even deliberately drove the reindeer over uneven, hilly terrain. The reindeer's performance was still outstanding. Zhang Yu held the reins and slowly stopped the sled at the cabin door. He got off the sled, walked to the reindeer, gently stroked its neck, and then took out some moss and lichen as rewards. Watching the reindeer calmly munching on the lichen, he turned to Su Jin, who had just gotten off the sled, and said, "The situation is even better than I expected. I plan to drive it out tomorrow for a trip. Let's go see the hot springs. We don't know how it is over there after this heavy snow. If possible, we'll finish the shelter there and also have a soak in the hot springs." Soak in the hot springs? Su Jin's eyes instantly lit up. She happily grabbed Zhang Yu's hand and exclaimed, "Really? Can we go soak in the hot springs again? I almost forgot what it felt like." Zhang Yu nodded and replied, "Yes, let's rest early tonight and set off early tomorrow. Let's try to get there early to get more done and soak in the hot springs sooner." "Okay. I'll prepare the food now. Let's eat early and rest early. We can't delay our hot spring time tomorrow," Su Jin said, quickly running into the house to prepare food. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu waited for the reindeer to finish eating the food on the ground and then brought it inside the cabin. Then, he added some water to the wooden trough made of firewood and sprinkled some moss before closing the door behind him. Chapter 106, Heading to the Hot Springs Again. The next morning, the cabin was still cold. Su Jin woke up in Zhang Yu's warm embrace. Thinking about going to the hot springs today, she couldn't help but be excited, fully awake. Looking at Zhang Yu's sleeping face, a sly glint flashed in her eyes. She stretched her hand out of the wool fur blanket, letting it freeze a little, and when her hand turned cold, she slipped her icy little hand inside Zhang Yu's shirt and gently tickled his waist. Zhang Yu felt a tickling sensation in his sleep, as if something was crawling on him. He instinctively twisted his body. Muttering softly, he held the little person in his arms tighter, but still did not open his eyes. Seeing that he hadn't woken up, Su Jin became bolder. Her fingers began to gently slide around Zhang Yu's body. This time, Zhang Yu was completely awake. He suddenly opened his eyes and met Su Jin's eyes, which were filled with the delight of a prank successfully played. He deliberately put on a serious face, flipped over, and pressed Su Jin tightly beneath him, grabbing her playful hands, and pretended to be stern, saying, "Well, being naughty so early in the morning, it seems yesterday wasn't tiring enough." Su Jin was pinned down, laughing uncontrollably, dodging while begging for mercy. "I won't do it again, I won't do it again, come on, get up, we still have to go soak in the hot springs today." Looking at Su Jin, who was laughing like a blooming flower beneath him, Zhang Yu also smiled, pecked her forehead lightly, and then released her hands. "This time, I'll let you go." He smiled and got up, pulling Su Jin up as well. "Hurry up and get ready, our hot springs special train is about to depart." The two of them got up and quickly moved into action. Su Jin was in charge of preparing the luggage, stuffing cured meat, a big bag of charcoal, and some tools into the backpack. Zhang Yu went to the reindeer shed to feed and water the reindeer, and cleaned up the filth in the shed. Then he carefully checked the harness and sled to ensure everything was perfect. The two of them ate some leftover nuts and meat soup by the fireplace. Zhang Yu skillfully put the harness on the reindeer, while Su Jin hugged Little Bai and climbed onto the sled, securing herself with ropes, her face full of excitement. Zhang Yu inspected the wooden cabin and sled once more, and after confirming everything was in order, he hopped onto the sled, taking the driver's seat. "Let's go!" He shook the reins and shouted loudly. The reindeer raised their heads and moved forward towards the east. The heavy sled left a deep trail in the snowy surface. Ah! The hot springs special train to the canyon is starting. The icy cold wind blew on the two's faces, but it couldn't dampen their excitement, and Su Jin shouted joyfully. Little Bai, having overcome its initial fear, also poked its head out from Su Jin's arms, curiously looking at the sled and the surrounding scenery, barking with excitement. I really envy this. Can someone tell me if this is truly wilderness survival? Which wilderness survival allows people to soak in hot springs? Hee. I guess the live broadcast will close soon. Then we'll see our fiancé brother's exhausted appearance again. Do people above like to watch this kind of melodrama? I really don't understand. If only fiancé brother were more generous and let our Susu out, the whole internet would praise him for his big heart. Can you above hear what you're saying? Why don't you let your wife out first so that the netizens can have some fun? The sled continued on its way and soon arrived at the small stream beside the place where the mountain lion had been killed. The stream was already frozen, covered by accumulated snow, but Zhang Yu still carefully got down to check, and after confirming there were no problems, continued forward. Along the way, various animal tracks were seen on the snow, including snow hares, wild chickens, squirrels, and other small animals, as well as large animals like lynxes and brown bears, and of course, various tracks that Zhang Yu couldn't identify. The sled sped along swiftly, much faster than walking. Passing through coniferous forests, crossing small streams, and moving through large forests, continuing onward. The sled gradually slowed down and finally stopped at the edge of a canyon. A white mist filled the canyon, enveloping the entire valley, like a fairyland. The hot spring pool arrived. Zhang Yu and Su Jin jumped off the sled and walked to the edge of the canyon to look down. There was more accumulated snow at the valley bottom, especially in the dense forest and on a few shrubs, turning them white, but beside the hot spring pools, as usual, there was not a bit of snow. And those bighorn deer were still gathering here. Not leaving, even beside the hot spring pool, some small animals could be seen drinking water. Zhang Yu looked around, searching for a path to lead the reindeer down to the valley. He still remembered the unknown animal that had followed him back to the cabin last time. Although the footprints were not large, it was hard to guarantee it wouldn't pose a threat to the reindeer. It is important to know that the reindeer were now precious, and any little harm was unacceptable. Zhang Yu followed his memory, searching for the way down. He held a wooden stick, exploring tirelessly, and finally found a gentler slope following the route in his memory. He untied the sled and slowly led the reindeer down. He tied the reindeer to a large tree near the hot spring pool and began to explore the canyon. Let's go and explore the hot spring pool together and make sure no predators have migrated here, Zhang Yu said as he strung his bow, tying his axe to his waist, looking at Su Jin. The two of them cautiously patrolled along the canyon. Only after confirming there were no large predator tracks or signs did they truly feel at ease. Once they confirmed the canyon was safe, Zhang Yu and Su Jin arrived at the shelter they had built previously. This shelter was originally just a natural rock recess, but after the heavy snow, the ground had already been covered with snow. The two first cleared the snow and then began to improve the wooden door. Zhang Yu planned to completely finish this shelter. It was still early in winter, and it was already over 20 degrees below zero. No one knew how cold it would get later. They had to fully complete this shelter to face the possible severe cold that might come. As for supplies, they already had the reindeer, so if there were any problems, they could just make a few more trips back and forth. Zhang Yu and Su Jin chopped down trees and repaired the wooden walls. Zhang Yu was responsible for the repairs while Su Jin stuffed dried grass into the cracks in the wooden walls, using a mixture of hot spring water and mud to coat the surface, improving the insulation effect. After spending more than half a day, they finally completed the repairs on the entire wooden wall, leaving a small hole for entry and exit. Are we just leaving this hole like this? Don't we need to make a wooden door? Su Jin asked curiously. Zhang Yu shook his head. No need, we'll talk about this later. He had his own plans. As of now, he didn't know when they would officially move in. Making the door too early could lead to damage if it stayed unused for a long time. It was better to wait until it was confirmed they were coming. Also, if someone really came here, they would undoubtedly move in directly and make a wooden door to resist the cold. When the time came, it would just be a matter of confirming whether anyone had come here. Chapter 107, Hot Springtime. By the afternoon, the two finally improved the shelter enough, even building a simple fireplace. Su Jin started the first fire inside the shelter. The charcoal in the fireplace emitted warmth, roasting the cured meat on top. The hot coals quickly dried out the damp fireplace, creating some cracks, which Zhang Yu then repaired. However, this also eliminated the possibility of the damp fireplace cracking due to the cold. They quickly finished their lunch and searched for some moss for the reindeer. Now we can relax and enjoy a bit, Zhang Yu said, looking at the enticing steaming blue water in the hot spring, rubbing his hands with a mischievous look toward Su Jin. Su Jin's face flushed under Zhang Yu's glances filled with mischief. She instinctively tightened her collar, but her eyes showed longing. In this icy world, soaking in a hot spring was a blissful experience, like a fairy tale. But, no. Someone needs to keep watch. What if someone comes, and Xiaobai also needs someone to watch over, Su Jin said, lowering her head, her face filled with a rosy hue, her voice so low it was almost inaudible. Seeing Su Jin's head almost buried in her chest, her tone was exceedingly shy. Zhang Yu burst into laughter. Then he walked to Su Jin's side, gently resting his arm on her shoulder, and whispered. Ha, I'm here, what is there to be afraid of? Zhang Yu's actions and laughter made the blush on Su Jin's face even more intense. She struggled slightly, but could not break free, so she let him hold her, only lowering her head even more and muttering softly. It's just that with you here, I can't relax. The latter part of her words was unclear, but Zhang Yu understood the shyness within. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. How about this, you go ahead and soak first, and I'll guard by the edge of the pool, facing away from you. I promise not to look, is that alright? Zhang Yu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Jin finally lifted her head, quickly glanced at him, then lowered it again, barely nodding as she spoke softly. Watching Zhang Yu and Su Jin's shy interaction, the atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room turned instantly ambiguous. Host Xiao Sao worked hard to maintain a professional image, only the corners of his mouth were raised. Ahem, it seems our contestant Zhang Yu knows how to take care of, his teammates' emotions. Of course, Su Jin's concerns are also normal. In the wilderness, safety always comes first. I wonder what Professor Yuan-sen thinks. Ahem, Professor Yuan-sen, who was still drinking water, was suddenly choked, hurriedly coughing a few times and awkwardly said. From a behavioral perspective, this is a behavior that can only be achieved on a foundation of high trust. Zhang Yu uses humor to ease the tension and shyness between them, while Su Jin's behavior shows that she has complete trust and reliance on Zhang Yu. This positive team interaction can effectively enhance their relationship. Lu Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Xiao Sa, you're making it too difficult for Professor Yuan. After all, Zhang Yu and Su Jin are young, it's normal for something to happen. Ha, Dragon Kingdom Command, should we prepare a dowry now? Su, hurry and soak in the hot spring, absolutely don't turn off the live stream, we'll watch over Yu Yi for you. The person upstairs, I won't bother exposing you, don't you just want to cheat and steal? Where is your fiancé? I know you are definitely secretly watching. Come out, let's join together to attack Yu Yi. Zhang Yu smiled as he ruffled her hair, then took Little Bai and walked directly to the reindeer, starting to search for moss and lichen to feed it. He then diligently patrolled the surroundings. The two of them almost simultaneously turned off their live stream. Seeing Zhang Yu like this, the shyness in Su Jin's heart slowly faded away. She bit her lip, her face carrying a sweet smile, and without searching for a more secluded hot spring, she simply walked towards the nearby large hot spring. She cautiously tested the water temperature first, the perfect warmth making her unable to contain her happiness. Quickly shedding her heavy clothes, revealing her fair and graceful body, she gently stepped in with her delicate jade-like feet, slowly entering the hot spring. The slightly hot spring water instantly enveloped her snowy skin, washing away the fatigue and coldness of the past few days. She submerged herself completely in the hot spring, only her shoulders and head visible, leaning against the warm rocks at the edge of the pool, letting out a long sigh. The warm spring water gently caressed every inch of her skin, taking away the cold and dirt from her body, also smoothing out the wrinkles in her spirit. Zhang Yu, holding Little Bai, seemed to be fully focused on patrolling, yet his gaze would uncontrollably glance toward the direction of the hot spring, watching that graceful figure shrouded in mist. Not knowing how much time had passed, until her skin started to wrinkle and her body became lazy, Su Jin reluctantly opened her eyes. She knew Zhang Yu was still waiting. She got up and left the hot spring, a blush rising on her snow-white skin, as droplets of water slid like jade beads from her shoulder, gliding over a touch of cherry red, falling to the ground along her straight jade-like legs. She carefully dried her body with soft animal skin before changing into clean clothes and walking toward Zhang Yu and Xiao Bai. Zhang Yu heard the footsteps and turned around. Seeing Su Jin's flushed cheeks, sparkling eyes, and lazy demeanor, a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Did you enjoy it? He stepped forward and naturally took the animal skin she used to dry herself. How do you feel? Su Jin nodded, her face full of satisfaction. Yeah, it's especially comfortable. You should go now, I'll keep watch for you. Okay. Zhang Yu handed her the axe, while his bow and arrows remained on his back. Be careful with Xiao Bai, stay close to the reindeer. The elk are foraging in the bushes over there, so keep an eye out. It's best to start a fire, if there's any trouble, use the fire to scare them away. Zhang Yu instructed. Got it. This time, it was Zhang Yu's turn to step into the hot spring. He also chose the large hot spring pool that Su Jin had just used, the same one where they had hidden from the brown bear before. Su Jin held her weapon and started a fire with Xiao Bai, quietly scanning the surroundings to keep watch for Zhang Yu. While Zhang Yu was soaking in the hot spring, back at the headquarters in the capital city, the commander received an urgent call request from the commander of the Styx country, Yin Mingxuan. The commander summoned Li Guodong and the deputy commander in charge of intelligence before responding to the urgent call request. Hello Commander, we urgently need support from your dragon country. Chapter 108, The Scheme of the Styx Country. Inside the Styx Country Command Center, Commander Yin Mingxuan spoke on the phone. Our Styx Country's contestant Jin Xiuxian, ranked 17th, is currently facing difficulties, and we need your dragon country's assistance. Upon hearing this, the dragon country commander immediately made a gesture, signaling to pull up a live broadcast of Jin Xiuxian and related information. On the screen, Jin Xiuxian was curled up by the campfire, drenched from head to toe, with water droplets on his clothes and hair frozen into ice crystals. He trembled all over, his skin appearing bruised, and his lips quivered. Li Guodong whispered beside him. Commander, Jin Xiuxian discovered a fish frozen in the ice while starving by a lake, and he began to break the ice. As a result, the ice cracked, and he fell into the water. Luckily, he comes from a special forces background, and with his excellent skills and willpower, he managed to return to the wooden cabin and escape disaster. But what does it mean for him to seek help from our dragon country? How can we help them? The commander asked quietly, covering the microphone. According to our observations, our country's contestant Sun Hong is located 6 to 8 kilometers west of Jin Xiuxian. I suspect they want Jin Xiuxian to meet up with Sun Hong. Li Guodong replied softly. The commander frowned slightly, his gaze moving back and forth between Jin Xiuxian and Sun Hong on the big screen. He released his hand from covering the microphone and said in a deep voice. Commander Yin, I regret the situation your contestant is in, but I would like to know how we can help you. Yin Mingxuan urgently replied. Commander, we have observed that your contestant Sun Hong is located a few kilometers west of Jin Xiuxian, and he currently has sufficient supplies. We hope your country can use the next outdoor prompt opportunity to allow Sun Hong to assist our contestant Jin Xiuxian. If Sun Hong is willing to help, we Styx country will remember this kindness. The commander pondered for a moment and said with a frown. Commander Yin, I sympathize with your contestant Jin Xiuxian's situation and sincerely hope he can hold on. However, I must also consider our own contestant Sun Hong. After all, the wilderness world is over 20 degrees below zero. The snow is half the height of a person, forcing Sun Hong to trek several kilometers on foot. This was extremely dangerous, and I cannot joke about the lives of our country's athletes. Hearing this, Yin Mingxuan still refused to give up and insisted. Commander, Kim Soo-hyun is the most outstanding athlete from our country, having once reached the top 10 ranking. Since our two countries have formed an alliance, we cannot abandon such an excellent athlete. At the very least, we should make an attempt to rescue him. Isn't this the best choice for our alliance? The commander laughed coldly in his heart but kept a neutral face, replying with a hint of helplessness. Yin Commander, I completely understand how you feel right now. It is precisely because we are allies that I will speak honestly with you. He paused and continued. You must understand that Sun Hong is just an ordinary 996 employee from Long Country, and the fact that he can survive is already a stroke of luck. If he has to endure the cold and snow and trek several kilometers, that is very unrealistic. If it were Summer Chen or Zhang Yu, I would certainly use the out-of-bounds hint right away. But for Sun Hong, please forgive me, I cannot give such an order. Because the result of my doing so would likely be that Sun Hong is trapped to death in the wilderness at more than 20 degrees below zero, while Kim Soo-hyun would receive no rescue at all. Ultimately, both would perish. The commander's tone carried sorrow and helplessness. Of course, if Kim Soo-hyun could succeed this time, relying on his skills and abilities, and your country could use the out-of-bounds hint to help him and Sun Hong meet, that would truly be the best for our alliance. Such words left Yin Mingxuan, the commander from the other end of the line, in silence. How could someone in the position of commander be ordinary? He immediately understood Long Country's refusal. This also kicked the ball back, placing the maximizing the alliance's interests high hat squarely on his own country's head. Now, he was completely at a loss. If an average athlete died, that would be it, but Kim Soo-hyun was different. He was the face of the Korean country in the wilderness world. If he died, the highest ranking for the entire country would be 146th. But what should we do if Long Country refuses to help? Yin Mingxuan sighed helplessly, initially planning to use the alliance as an excuse to morally coerce Long Country, which could make Long Country use the out-of-bounds hint while reserving Kim Soo-hyun's hint, leaving it as a backup if needed. The commander's analysis is indeed reasonable. It was I who did not consider things thoroughly. You are right, perhaps we should let our Kim Soo-hyun try to fight for himself. Yin Mingxuan's voice grew dry, filled with helplessness and sorrow. He knew that in this situation, it would be very difficult for Kim Soo-hyun to survive. He could only rely on his own willpower and pray for the mercy of heaven. After Zhang Yu finished soaking in the hot spring, he wiped his body with the fur used by Su Jin, and after dressing, he reunited with Su Jin. It's time to head back. Zhang Yu looked at the sky that had begun to darken and knew they had to return. The temperature in the wilderness at night was much lower than during the day, even dropping to minus 30 degrees. Staying in the wild was not a good idea. The two quickly sprang into action. Zhang Yu carefully checked the reindeer's condition, feeding it some moss and water. Meanwhile, Su Jin swiftly repacked all the supplies, even collecting extra moss and lichen. The two took one last look at the hot spring before leading the reindeer along the same path, climbing up the gentle slope, and returning to the top of the canyon. Xiao Bai smartly followed the reindeer, jogging along. Upon arriving at the place to store the sled, Zhang Yu reattached the harness and secured the sled. Driving the sled, Zhang Yu flicked the reins, and the reindeer took sturdy steps. Holding the sled, they began to run forward. The setting sun stretched their shadows long. The sled carved a path home over the snow. The cold wind brushed against their cheeks, and Su Jin pressed her face against Zhang Yu's back, watching the coniferous forest and snowfield stained by dusk, feeling a deep tranquility in her heart. Little Bai seemed tired from playing, lying in Su Jin's arms, squinting her eyes and dozing off. Zhang Yu skillfully controlled the direction, avoiding various obstacles. The sled glided over the icy surface, through the silent coniferous forest, familiar scenery appearing particularly peaceful in the twilight. The sky gradually darkened, and the aurora appeared in the sky. Zhang Yu did not hurry to speed up, maintaining the original pace. When the reindeer came to a steady stop in front of the wooden cabin, the last ray of sunlight just disappeared over the horizon. The wild chickens in the deer pen made cooing sounds, as if welcoming the return of the two. After unloading supplies and leading the reindeer back to the warm and dry deer pen, adding moss and water. Finally, Zhang Yu and Su Jin took Little Bai and pushed open the wooden cabin door, stepping inside. The fireplace reignited, and the candlelight illuminated the wooden cabin. "We are home," Su Jin said softly. "Yes, we are home," Zhang Yu replied. Chapter 109, Going to the Other Side of the Lake Again. At this moment, inside the Zhang Kingdom Command Center, an analyst suddenly shouted loudly. "Report! Important situation discovered. Our contestant Luxin is about 10 kilometers east, where traces of the Bear Country contestant Ivan Petrov have been found." Chaos erupted in the command center. Ivan Petrov, the Siberian hunter, ranked 4th in the championship, had once single-handedly taken down the beautiful country's contestant Wilson, recognized as a strong competitor. His appearance near Luxin was a huge threat. 10 kilometers. Zhang Kingdom's commander William stared expressionlessly at the two on the screen, unsure of what was on his mind. At this distance, given the current snow conditions, it would take about a day to reach there. "Has Ivan noticed Luxin?" Williams asked. "He should not have. Ivan is currently only moving around his own camp, with no signs of heading towards Luxin, and Ivan has already used his outside hint opportunity when he killed Wilson, so he has no further chances." Williams fell into deep thought. Should he warn Luxin to stay away, or? A bold thought surged in his mind. Luxin came from the Air Force, receiving the most comprehensive training, while Ivan was merely a Siberian hunter, even just an inheritor of theoretical knowledge without practical experience. What if Luxin went to kill Ivan? Thinking this, Williams immediately shook his head. There was only one representative from Zhang Kingdom in the top 10, and he was ranked 6th, behind Ivan, making it too dangerous. He stood up and commanded. "Tightly monitor Ivan's movements and report any unusual activities immediately. At the same time, strictly observe Luxin's surroundings. Once any allied country is discovered, report at once. One person is risky, but with two. I want to see what waves this Ivan can stir." Received, his subordinates immediately responded. Meanwhile, inside the live broadcast room of the Korean country, there was wailing everywhere. Everyone looked at the screen featuring Kim Soo-hyun. He was curled up beside a nearly extinguished campfire, his body shaking uncontrollably, his teeth chattering incessantly. His formerly handsome face was now bruised, his lips black, frost covering his hair and eyebrows, and his soaked clothing had frozen into a hard shell. His eyes were vacant, his consciousness blurred, evidently on the verge of hypothermia. Host Kim Min-soo was already pale, her face filled with sorrow as she choked on her words. "Dear citizens, our Soo-hyun Appa, he may not hold on any longer, may God bless him, let him make it through this." The barrage of comments was filled with despair. "Soo-hyun Appa. Hang in there, please, I beg you, oh heaven, open your eyes. Save Soo-hyun Appa. Our country's best player, what is the command center doing? Hurry and find a way to save him. Use a hint opportunity. Tell him how to save himself. What are those experts in the command center doing? Are they just watching our Soo-hyun Appa die? Whoa, I can't bear to watch anymore." The whole country seemed to be engulfed in immense despair. Their best player, once ranked in the top 10, Soo-hyun Appa, was going to die. He was not dying at the hands of an opponent, nor was he being consumed by a predator, instead he was dying in the cold. Kim Soo-hyun continued to tremble, but his movements grew weaker and weaker. Then, under the disbelieving gaze of countless fans, the dazed Kim Soo-hyun began to pull at the clothes that had frozen solid on him. Gurgling sounds escaped from his throat. "No! Soo-hyun Appa, don't take it off." In the live room, the host, Jin Min-soo, let out a heart-wrenching scream. But that voice could not reach Kim Soo-hyun's ears. His clothes were gradually being torn away, and his skin was exposed to the freezing air. The cold air corroded his skin, causing it to instantly lose its color, turning bluish-purple. Kim Zhang-Yu's curled body started to relax, the last shiver completely fading away. On his bluish-purple face, the pupils began to dilate until the last trace of color disappeared. The entire live room was deadly silent. Korean player Kim Zhang-Yu has died, 3,001 players remaining. This message lit up in front of all the players. A deathly silence enveloped the whole country. An immense sadness and despair spread throughout the nation. Their brightest star did not die in battle, but in such a disgraceful manner, dying in the wilderness world. The next day, Zhang Yu arranged for Su Jin to continue collecting moss and lichen early in the morning. An adult reindeer required a lot of moss daily, and their stock would not last 2 days. After making the arrangements, Zhang Yu set out with cured meat and some moss, driving the reindeer out the door. He still planned to head to the opposite shore of the lake. Last time, due to time on the non-alliance country players, he had to return to the cabin after completing his kill. This time, he prepared to go across and properly scout for any hidden dangers. The ice surface was very smooth, with no obstacles in sight. Zhang Yu advanced at a very fast speed. This time he spent only 1/5 of the time it took to walk there last time, reaching the opposite shore. He chose a landing point that was entirely different from last time, one that was more concealed. He carefully hid the sled and reindeer behind a dense spruce tree and left some moss behind. Fully armed, with an axe on his back and a curved bow in hand, he ventured into the deep forest. Exploring in the snow was much easier than usual, as he only needed to identify footprints in the snow. Zhang Yu scouted the area, covering about a kilometer around, but found no fresh human tracks apart from some rabbit, fox, and even lynx footprints. This made him feel much more at ease. Seeing no gains, he decisively turned back, returning to the spot where he hid the reindeer. The reindeer was quietly chewing the frozen moss and, upon seeing Zhang Yu return, shook its massive antlers. Zhang Yu patted it and readied the sled again. This time, he did not plan to go ashore to search but intended to observe along the lake shore. This way the range would be larger, and the efficiency would be higher, though it might not be very detailed. Chapter 110, Discovering 5 Players. Zhang Yu raced along the lakeshore. The dense forest along the way was filled with frozen streams flowing into the lake, a truly magnificent sight. Snow covered the lake's edge, dotted with various animal tracks, and occasionally, one could even spot some animal bones, surrounded by patches of snow-stained red. He even saw the remains of a deer, its large antlers picked clean. Next to it were countless tracks of wolves in the snow, both large and small. Zhang Yu estimated there were about a dozen wolves in this pack. This was indeed a big pack, larger than the one he encountered near the cabin before. Zhang Yu frowned, as it didn't make sense for 2 wolf packs to appear within just a few kilometers. But the reality existed. He scanned the area, his gaze falling on the frozen lake. Maybe it's because of the lake's barrier, or perhaps the wolves near the cabin have been wiped out, the scent fading away, which led this pack to migrate here. Or maybe, during winter, wolves have expanded their hunting range. Zhang Yu thought to himself, feeling increasingly cautious. Even during the day, no one could guarantee that wolves wouldn't come out. If he were targeted by a pack in such an open area, it would be deadly. The speed of the reindeer pulling the sled couldn't possibly match that of the wolves, especially considering this pack had more than 10 wolves. Even with his level 5 archery, he could only shoot down a few. If the wolves went all out to surround him, there would be no escape. Zhang Yu maintained a serious expression and carefully observed his surroundings. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room, Professor Yuansen looked at the bones and tracks before him. His expression became extremely grave. Audience friends, the situation is grim. Look at these tracks, almost all are the size of adult wolves, with a number of at least 10. In winter, food is scarce. The activity range of this pack may expand and could very well cross the lake to forage near Zhang Yu's shelter. This means Zhang Yu and Su Jin are likely to face another threat from a wolf pack, and one larger than the last. Hopefully, they will be lucky enough not to encounter them. Little Sa and Lu Fei remained silent, their faces filled with worry, and the comments in the live chat were filled with tension and anxiety. Wow! More than 10 wolves? Hurry up and retreat, Yu Yi, this is way too dangerous. The wolves have torn that deer apart like this, it's just too brutal. I feel scared even through the screen. What are you afraid of? It's another wave of fatty meals. The previous pack was dealt with easily by Yu Yi, why fear this one? You people from Dragon Country really don't know what you're talking about. Do you think all wolves are like the last pack, full of old and weak ones? This time, your contestant is definitely in for a hard time. Zhang Yu followed the tracks left by the wolf pack, feeling less afraid among the dense forest. At worst, he could climb a tree and shoot at them one by one. It wasn't until a continuous stretch of thick forest blocked his way that he turned back. Both the host and the audience felt a cold sweat on behalf of Zhang Yu's actions. Then, Zhang Yu searched along the lakeshore until it grew dark, yet he found nothing. However, at that moment, the command center in Long Country was in a frenzy. Everyone was glued to Zhang Yu's personal livestream while madly comparing recordings from other contestants' streams. Report. At 11:17, Zhang Yu passed through a point where contestant Amir from Babayang country was once located. He's currently positioned about 3 kilometers southeast of that point in a valley. The exact location has been marked on the map. Report. At 13:23, evidence of contestant Celinda from Kangaroo country was found at the passing point. His location has been marked about 5 kilometers to the southwest. Report. At 14:39, at the waypoint, directly to the south, the location of the representatives from Siam and Myanmar was found, approximately 7 kilometers away, and has been marked. Report. At 16:25, traces of the 9th-ranked contestant from beautiful country, Anderson, were found about 2 kilometers from the lake, and has been marked. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Anderson was the 9th-ranked contestant, even ahead of Zhang Yu, and previously he was a SEAL training instructor. The strength of his skills left people in awe. If Zhang Yu and Anderson never crossed paths and lived their own lives, everyone would almost believe that Zhang Yu could survive until the end. But once they came into contact, Zhang Yu was just an unemployed drifter. Even though his current performance was indeed impressive, no one believed he could beat Anderson. Even with an extra Su Jin, the odds of winning were virtually non-existent. After all, Anderson was a soldier, especially an instructor from a special forces unit like the SEALs. His power was unimaginable. The commander-in-chief broke the brief silence and finally spoke. We don't have to worry too much. After all, Zhang Yu has reindeer, which allows him to travel such a long distance. But Anderson definitely doesn't have the ability to walk over 10 kilometers in -20-degree weather to the opposite side of the lake. Right. Besides, the contestant from Baba Sheep country, Amir, is closer to Zhang Yu's wooden house, only about 9 kilometers away. If Anderson makes any moves, we can contact Baba Sheep country and use Amir's outside hint opportunity to alert Zhang Yu. Li Guodong paused for a moment, then remembered something and continued. By the way, keep a close eye on Xiao Rui and quickly determine the distance between her and Zhang Yu. Once we find something, we can use Xiao Rui's outside hint opportunity to remind Zhang Yu. This was indeed the best way to respond at this moment, since both Zhang Yu and Su Jin no longer had outside hint opportunities. As for Xiao Rui, she was a contestant from Dragon Country, so there would be no problem. As for Amir, Baba Sheep was also an ally of Dragon Country. Although there were internal differences, it was no issue as long as their commander used the outside hint. The two sentences from the commander-in-chief and Li Guodong instantly pulled everyone back from a somewhat pessimistic atmosphere, and once again they began to gather information from the live broadcasts in the wilderness world with full confidence. At this moment, Zhang Yu was also on his way back. This time, he did not directly return to the wooden house but wandered around in the middle of the lake. He understood the importance of concealment. Although the reindeer greatly increased his speed of movement, it also left clearer traces. If the contestants from enemy countries discovered the sled tracks and followed them to the wooden house, he and Su Jin would face a life-and-death crisis. Therefore, after stepping onto the ice, he did not return in a straight line. Instead, he steered the reindeer to casually wander in circles on the ice, sometimes heading east, sometimes north. Of course, he knew that this wouldn't be very useful against those military elites skilled in scouting, but it could always delay their search speed. But how many could remain exposed to such cold winds below -20 degrees for a long time? Chapter 111, Zhang Yu rushes to 8th place. Zhang Yu returned to the wooden house, and it was already completely dark. Su Jin stood worriedly at the door, anxiously looking around. When she finally saw Zhang Yu return safely, she let out a long breath and quickly welcomed him. Zhang Yu briefly recounted his discoveries of the day. More than 10 wolves. Su Jin's face turned pale after hearing Zhang Yu's account. The last wolf pack's night raid was still vivid in her memory. She knew the cunning and peril of the wolves, and the haunting howls and ambushes felt as if they were just yesterday. She unconsciously glanced at the darkness outside the house. It felt as if countless pairs of eerie green eyes were lurking in the darkness. Don't worry too much. Zhang Yu noticed her unease and comforted her. The wolf pack is on the opposite shore of the lake, and they may not come over. Besides, our wooden cabin has been reinforced long ago, so that wolf pack can't get in. Plus, with the warnings from the reindeer and Little White, our wooden cabin is as strong as a fortress. But what? Su Jin raised her delicate little face, nervously staring at Zhang Yu. But the ground beneath our wooden cabin is reinforced, yet the storage room and the reindeer shed are not. The storage room is okay, as it has no heating, and the ground has already hardened. But the reindeer shed is different. There is heat from the flue, and combined with the warmth from the reindeer and wild chickens, the ground beneath might not be so hard. Zhang Yu said. Then tomorrow we will reinforce the ground under the reindeer shed. The reindeer must not be in any danger. Su Jin said, somewhat nervously. The reindeer were their most important asset right now, and there could be absolutely no accidents. Zhang Yu nodded. You reinforce it tomorrow, and I will patrol the lakeshore to check the situation nearby. Okay. I will start digging early tomorrow to reinforce the ground under the reindeer shed with wooden stakes and stones. Be careful when you go out to explore. Su Jin hesitated for a moment, then added with some concern. How about I go with you tomorrow? It's safer with two people, we can deal with the reindeer shed later. Zhang Yu shook his head. No. The reindeer shed is important, no one knows when the wolf pack will come. If they catch my scent and come rushing over, that would be terrible. Besides, it's easier for me to escape alone. If anything goes wrong, I can run immediately. We will operate separately, it's the most efficient and safest. The two of them discussed while eating dinner by the fireplace. At this moment, above Blue Star, the big data updated the championship rankings again. First place, James, Beautiful Country, 30 years old, Delta Force instructor. Second place, Xia Chen, 27 years old, Dragon Country, main battle unit member. Third place, Chris, No Sunset Country, 27 years old, air support unit member. Fourth place, Ivan Petrov, Bear Country, 30 years old, Siberian hunter. Fifth place, Matsuda Saburo, Cherry Blossom Country, 26 years old, Emperor's Guard member. Sixth place, Luxon, John Country, 26 years old, aviation unit member. Seventh place, Heinrich Heine, Tank Country, 32 years old, main battle unit member. Eighth place, Zhang Yu, Dragon Country, 22 years old, unemployed drifter. Ninth place, Anderson, Beautiful Country, 29 years old, former Navy SEAL instructor. 10th place, Ode Biao, Non-Aligned Countries, 29 years old, legendary driver. 996th place, Wu Jun, Dragon Country, 28 years old, worker. 3011th place, Lachinov, Two-Haired Country, 33 years old, unemployed drifter. As the new ranking list appeared in the Beautiful Country's live broadcast, the comments quickly flipped. USA. Number 1. CN? No. Our James is always number 1. No one can surpass him. What rubbish Dragon Country, only fit to follow us Beautiful Country and eat our dust. Wait, how did that Zhang Yu from Dragon Country rise 2 places again, now at 8th? He surpassed our Anderson. What did he do? Just raise a reindeer? This can make his ranking go up? And he moved up 2 places? No. In this case, our James leads Dragon Country's Xia Chen by 1, but Dragon Country's Zhang Yu has surpassed our Anderson by 2. This means we lost to Dragon Country by 1, right? Watching the frenzy of comments, 5-star General MacArthur still wore a proud smile. No. Dear audience of the Free Beacon Country, I see some unnecessary concerns. I can only say that you are worrying for nothing, our brave James still firmly holds the top spot, his strength is unmatched. Even if Dragon Country's Xia and Zhang teamed up, they cannot defeat James. You must know that there is a huge gap between a Special Forces instructor and an ordinary soldier or an unemployed drifter. He deliberately paused, his tone slightly disdainful. As for the small changes in rankings of players from certain countries, it is completely not worth mentioning. You see, the reason why James is first is that the highest ranking can only be first. The other players, they are just in that position because their strength can only reach there. In stark contrast to the atmosphere in the Beautiful Country's livestream room, the Dragon Country's livestream room was completely immersed in a sea of joy the moment the rankings were announced. 8th place. Player Zhang Yu has risen to 8th place. Little Saw's excited voice trembled a bit. This is another huge victory for our Dragon Country. Player Zhang Yu, with his amazing knowledge and ability, step by step, from the last place, has climbed all the way to now the 8th place. At this moment, we can confidently say that in the wilderness world, Dragon Country has surpassed Beautiful Country and risen to first. Lu Fei's eyes were slightly red, her voice choked with joy. It hasn't been easy. Watching him come all the way from making the first pottery, to building a wooden house, taming snow foxes, making charcoal, to now taming reindeer and making sleds. He is not just surviving, he is creating a miracle for the people of our Dragon Country in the wilderness world. Professor Yuansen also wore a face full of excitement. The rise of player Zhang Yu's ranking is definitely not accidental. Every one of his actions has purpose and foresight. This is the reason for the improvement in big data scoring. His progress this time is by no means an end point, it is just a new starting point. From last place to 8th place, who else is there? Master Yu continues to push forward. Charge into the top 5, charge into the top 3, aim for first. Our top 10 ranking has already surpassed Beautiful Country by 1. This time we are truly the first. Let's be low-key about it upstairs. Although we are very happy, we should still be humble. Wait until Xia Chen or Zhang Yu reaches first, then we can announce to the whole world, CN, in 01. Chapter 112, The Self-Made Ranking of a Sand Country. The audiences in various countries' live stream rooms were mixed with joy and sorrow, but the command center of a sand country was currently troubled. A crowd gathered, looking at the big data ranking with grim faces. This big data is definitely targeting our Asan country. We still have 19 players left in the wilderness world, and now the highest is only ranked 307. We can't explain this to the public. Commanding Officer Mo Laoxian said with a frown. Indeed, what is most incomprehensible is that player Zhang Yu from Dragon Country could rise from last to now 8th place. If this is not cheating, then it means there is a serious algorithm problem in the big data. I suggest we immediately start our Asan country's own big data to verify and produce the most authoritative ranking, a Brahmin stated. Commanding Officer Mo Lausian sighed helplessly. Sigh, we've tried, but we really can't manage the underlying coding of the big data, and we are unable to perform any verification. Hearing this, the Brahmin's face flashed with a hint of impatience. He waved his hand and said, Mo Daxian, why must we cling to big data that we cannot control? Since its algorithm is unfair and cannot reflect the true strength of our Asan country, why do we need to be led by it? He stood tall, glanced at everyone present, and said lightly. You see, the public only needs a relatively fair ranking. Since big data cannot achieve this, we can completely rely on our own wisdom to manually select a ranking, only needing to claim it is the ranking developed by our Asan country's own big data. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the command center's eyes lit up. People couldn't help but marvel, this is indeed a great idea, no wonder he faithfully listens to the teachings of Lord Brahma day and night, he is truly clever. An official immediately stood up to echo. That's right. Truly, it is indeed the Brahmin who came up with such a perfect solution. That Zhang Yu from Dragon Country is just an unemployed drifter, how can he make it into the top 10? That Odibio from the Non-Alliance is just a driver, why can he be in the top 10? The big data is absolutely flawed. Why can they compare with our masters who have practiced hard for many years? A few of them exchanged words, the more they spoke, the more they felt justified. Then they started discussing the specific ranking again. Who do you think should be in first place? Is it James from the beautiful country or Vishwanath from our country's Brahmin caste? I think James should be first, after all, he is a special forces instructor and has always been number one in big data. Isn't it too bad to place him second? I think so too, James first, that Xiao Chun from the Dragon Country pushed back, making Vishwanath second, then Rajidra from the Kshatriya caste third, and Xiao Chun from the Dragon Country fourth seems better. Yes. I think this ranking is good, we could even put Dayanand from our Vaishya caste in fourth place, and let Xiao Chun from the Dragon Country be fifth. As for that Zhang Yu, just move him to the back, that's right. The discussions in the command center were lively, but in the end, it was the Brahmin who had spoken earlier that opened his mouth again. I don't care about others, but as a Brahmin, Vishwanath must be ranked first. As for the others, you can decide among yourselves. Upon hearing this, the overall commander, Elder Mo, also spoke. Alright, then it shall be so. Vishwanath first, James from the beautiful country second, Rajidra third, Xiao Chun from the Dragon Country fourth. As for that Odibio from the Non-Alliance and Zhang Yu from the Dragon Country, let's push them back. When did drivers and drifters also make it to the top 10? Before long, a ranking exclusive to Adan Country appeared. First, Vishwanath, Adan Country, 33 years old, Brahmin. Second, James, beautiful country, 30 years old, Delta Force instructor. Third, Rajidra, Adan Country, 28 years old, Kshatriya. Fourth, Xiao Chen, 27 years old, Dragon Country, main battle force member. Fifth, Chris, Sun Never Sets Country, 27 years old, aircrew member. Sixth, Ivan Petrov, Bears Country, 30 years old, Siberian hunter. Seventh, Matsuda Saburo, Cherry Blossom Country, 26 years old, Emperor's Guard member. Eighth, Anderson, Beautiful Country, 29 years old, former Navy SEAL instructor. Ninth, Heinrich Heine, Battle Tank Country, 32 years old, main battle force member. 10th, Dayanand, Adan Country, 29 years old, Vaishya. In the Adan Country live broadcast room, when this unique ranking was announced, the audience who were initially angry and frustrated over the ranking suddenly exploded with excitement. The host beamed with pride and excitement. Fellow countrymen, do you see? This is the list that true fair and just big data should have. The big data outside has long been manipulated by certain countries, and the list they provide is all self-appointed, losing its fairness. They all targeted our Adan Country, even that Zhang Yu and Odibio could make it to the top 10. Do you believe in that ranking? He pointed at the 3 Adan Country players on the ranking board, especially the top-ranked Brahmin Vishwanath, his voice raised. Look, our Vishwanath, the noble Brahmin, this truly fits the first position. And my Kshatriya warrior Rajidra ranked, and Dayanand from the Vaishya class. How much targeting and unfair treatment they have received, that the originally top 10 3 players ended up behind those unemployed drifters and race car drivers. Now, the real big data ranking has given them fair treatment. The bullet screen also fell into a collective frenzy. The beautiful country and the Dragon Country are afraid of our Adan Country, afraid of our strength, that's why they teamed up to target us and pushed all our players so far back. This is the truth. Our Adan Country is the strongest. What Dragon Country or beautiful country has to struggle beneath our feet? Let those who look down on us shut their mouths. We are number 1 in the world. This is the real ranking, and we must make those foreigners obsessed with false rankings understand the truth. That's right. This time, just like recorded in history, our magnificent warplanes are invincible worldwide, yet we are targeted and mocked by other countries every day. They are just jealous and afraid of our great ASEAN country. Long live ASEAN country. Long live Brahmins. We are the true number one in the world. As for beautiful country and dragon country, they are all nonsense. Chapter 113, Anderson discovers sled tracks. Moments later, the ASEAN country's rankings spread throughout the world by its citizens, and viewers from various countries, filled with curiosity and amusement, eagerly clicked on ASEAN's livestream. This also caused the number of viewers in the ASEAN livestream to soar at rocket speed, instantly claiming the top spot, gathering nearly half of the global audience. The hosts and viewers in the ASEAN livestream were proudly showcasing the rankings to foreign audiences. The host's voice was excited. Global viewers, look quickly. This is the truly fair and just ranking derived from big data, and not the one manipulated by certain countries. As he spoke, he turned to the domestic viewers in ASEAN and said, "Look, comrades, the whole world is watching us right now, witnessing the truly fair and just ranking of our ASEAN country. This is a historic moment, the whole world has heard our ASEAN voice. That's right, this is the truth. The whole world should see and hear the voice of our ASEAN country. Let those who doubt our ASEAN country shut their mouths. History will remember this day, our ASEAN country will become the authority in the wild world. We will hold the power of discourse in the wild world." However, as the ASEAN host and audience looked forward to praise and agreement from other countries, the atmosphere of the comments turned strange. Dragon country comments. What are you excited about? Can you understand what ASEAN country is really delighted about? I'm completely confused. What the heck? Is ASEAN country starting to play by itself again? Brahmins first, is this prayer for survival? I'm dying of laughter. Mysterious ASEAN country can entertain themselves so much. Beautiful country comments. WTF? James is second now? Who's first? Who's third? Has the Hongha River in ASEAN country not dried up? Could it be that the Hongha River has returned? Did they drink too much Hongha water? This is the funniest joke I've ever seen. ASEAN country is truly a magical place. Can this even be played like this? If you can't win, just make your own ranking? Their country comments. Beautiful country, be content. At least they gave you some face by putting James second, that's not bad. Self-entertaining rankings, truly something. ASEAN country is so impressive? Who gave you the courage for the top 13? Other countries' comments. Ashiba. Damn ASEAN country, do you really think we Bangsi country don't exist? You couldn't even put us in the rankings? Baga. ASEAN country, get your act together. How could you lower the ranking of our Sakura country competitors? That's a huge conscience fault. The ASEAN livestream was filled with mockery from audiences in various countries, and they were initially lost in their own pride and self-satisfaction. But they were soon enraged and disoriented by the flood of mocking comments. They continued to flood the comments, trying to argue back with the viewers from different countries, but soon they were overwhelmed by the collective ridicule of the global audience. The smile on the host's face gradually stiffened, and he appeared somewhat at a loss. He began to attempt to explain with a louder voice and more excited tone. He continuously reiterated the fairness and justice of the ranking, trying to persuade more people to believe. But his arguments seemed so pale and powerless in front of the barrage of scornful comments like "Has the river water appeared again?" and "Can the Brahmin persuade Brahma to grant food?" and LOL. The command center of ASEAN country also realized that something was wrong, but there was no action at all, just quietly watching. This list was created just to deceive the people at home. As long as they were given a comfort, they would feel proud of this false list and unite to confront those who doubted. In the wild world, the beautiful country's contestant Anderson was holding a bow and arrow, going out to search for prey. He was tracking the footprints of a snow bunny, heading north all the way. He moved through the snowy forest like a ghost, occasionally changing direction. As a former instructor of the Navy SEALs, his tracking skills were undoubtedly superb, but the knee-high snow limited his performance. He had tracked north for about 2 kilometers, and when he reached the edge of the woods, he suddenly stopped. The snow bunny's footprints still extended forward. But at this moment, his gaze was firmly drawn to another completely different set of tracks. Before him, on the frozen lake snow, there was a deep sliding trace, mixed with some hoof prints. Anderson quickly stepped forward, crouched down in front of the sliding track, and carefully examined the marks. This is... Could it be a sled? And large animals are pulling it. His pupils contracted, and he instantly reached a conclusion in his heart. In this wild world, could it be possible that someone had already made a sled? And tamed large animals to pull the sled? He was incredibly shocked, looking at the traces in the snow. Judging by their freshness, the time that had passed couldn't be too long, just these 2 or 3 days. He immediately gave up on searching for that snow bunny and began to study the tracks before him. If I can solve this guy, what's the snow bunny? He was filled with confidence. As a former Navy SEAL instructor, he had the capital to be confident. He observed the direction in which the sled was moving and confirmed its course. Then he followed the direction of the tracks, his eyes filled with ferocity and bloodlust. In the beautiful country's live broadcast room, the atmosphere was instantly ignited as the host and audience saw this scene. 5-star General MacArthur was extremely excited. Friends of the free country, Anderson has finally discovered the traces left by the Dragon Kingdom's Zhang Yu. Next, our Anderson will showcase his tracking skills, and once he locks onto the right direction, he's going to show us an exciting hunt. That so-called Zhang from the Dragon Kingdom has no chance of surviving in our Anderson's hands. Moreover, this time Anderson has the advantage of outside tips, while Zhang from the Dragon Kingdom and his beautiful vase have none. Anderson has discovered. He has already started tracking. Let Zhang from the Dragon Kingdom see what a true elite is. Don't think that killing a few rotten fish from Sakura country, non-allied country, and Agak country makes you tough. Track him down, kill him. Take his reindeer and sled and that beautiful vase. The hunting moment has arrived. Dragon Kingdom Zhang, welcome glorious death. Anderson will achieve a double kill and restore 2,000 of resources for us. Our beautiful country will be great again. Chapter 114, The Desperate Situation of Baba Sheep Country. In the Dragon Kingdom Command Center, everyone looked somewhat grim. The thing they feared most had happened, and the key issue was that it happened so early. Anderson discovered the traces of Zhang Yu's sled. The crucial point was that Anderson still had the chance of outside tips, while Zhang Yu had already used up that valuable opportunity. The Commander-in-Chief asked solemnly, "How is Xiao Rui doing? Has a specific location been confirmed?" Li Guodong shook his head. "No, Xiao Rui has stayed in the cave except for going out to chop firewood. She hasn't gone out at all. Even the food was brought back by those 2 wolves when they went hunting." Upon hearing this, the commander stood with his hands behind his back, his face dark, pacing back and forth. Everyone fell silent, looking at the commander with worried faces, as if only this old man could calm their restless hearts. After a moment, the commander stopped, looking at Li Guodong. "We can't wait. Once beautiful country uses the opportunity for off-field hints and Anderson starts to act, it will be too late for us to move." Hearing the commander's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Anderson was a former Navy SEAL instructor. Once he got moving, he acted swiftly, and no one could guarantee they could be faster than him. "All right, I will contact Babayan country immediately, asking them to use the off-field hint to warn Zhang Yu. If done properly." The commander didn't finish but squinted his eyes. But everyone present was smart. They all knew that once Babayang's contestant Amir met up with Zhang Yu and Su Jin, if they operated well, they could counterattack Anderson. Not just Anderson, they could even try to take down the contestants from Kangaroo Country, Siam Country, and Myanmar together. The commander returned to his office and immediately connected to the encrypted line with Babayan Country's commander, Musharraf. No small talk, the commander went straight to the point. "Old friend, the situation is urgent. Anderson from Beautiful Country has discovered the activity traces of our contestant Zhang Yu. With Anderson's ability, it won't be long before he finds Zhang Yu's cabin. The situation is very dangerous." He paused, thought for a moment, and continued. "You also know that both Zhang Yu and Su Jin no longer have the off-field hint opportunity, and according to our observations, your contestant Amir is not far from our contestant Zhang Yu, only about 9 to 10 kilometers away. Can you help us this time? You've seen Zhang Yu's character and ability through the live broadcast. And you've also witnessed our Long Country contestant Xia Chen's loyalty to allies in the face of temptation." The commander's tone was very sincere, and he also mentioned Xia Chen. It should be noted that Musharraf had once sought help from Long Country for Iqbal, and Xia Chen was the one who took in Iqbal, allowing him to survive. On the other end of the line, Babayan Country's commander Musharraf was silent for a moment, finally making a decision and saying in a deep voice, "Okay. Since Babayan Country is allied with Long Country, and Long Country has helped our contestants, I have no reason to refuse. I will immediately use the off-field hint opportunity to guide Amir towards Zhang Yu, hoping they can succeed in meeting and fighting together." But what? Speak freely. The commander asked in a low voice. "We have a requirement from Babayan Country." Musharraf fell silent again, as if he was contemplating, also seeming somewhat hesitant to speak. The atmosphere suddenly became cold and quiet, and after a moment, Musharraf finally spoke. "Old friend, you should know that our Babayan Country is divided into 2 factions. If I help you now, it will completely offend Beautiful Country. We will have no way to retreat. So, helping you could be done, I can give you Anderson's head, and all future heads could go to you in Long Country as well." But we need a guarantee, that is, once you and Long Country are about to win, you must take us Baba Yang into Long Country, wait until resources are restored, and then allow us to be independent. Musharraf's proposition was incredibly heavy. A request concerning the fate of the Baba Yang kingdom. This is not just an alliance competition, it is a gamble concerning the nation's fate. He bet the entire future of the Baba Yang kingdom on the Dragon Kingdom achieving the final victory in the wilderness survival. The commander-in-chief fell silent. This approach of absorbing other countries through ultimate victory was plotted by him and the core think tank. However, it was a complete absorption, not just restoring resources and then splitting off. The commander-in-chief quickly weighed his options in his mind. He thought about the dual factions within the Baba Yang kingdom and the current situation in the wilderness world. He made a decision. Commander Musharraf, I agree to your request. And thank you for your trust in the Dragon Kingdom. Together, we, the Dragon Kingdom and the Baba Yang Kingdom, will strive in Blue Star and the wilderness world for our country's and nation's future. Once this move was initiated, it meant that the pro-Dragon faction within the Baba Yang Kingdom would completely crush the pro-Beautiful faction. Because the Beautiful Kingdom would never allow a top 10 competitor to die because of the Baba Yang Kingdom. Okay, thank you for your trust, Commander. From this moment on, the Baba Yang Kingdom will progress and retreat together with the Dragon Kingdom, sharing life and death. I will immediately order the initiation of the outside hint opportunity, Musharraf said in a deep voice. No. Not yet, we need to discuss the content of the hints and the distribution of the heads, the commander-in-chief interrupted. Musharraf was a bit puzzled. Didn't you say that Anderson's head would be given to your Dragon Kingdom? Ha ha ha, no. It's not just one head from Anderson, your Baba Yang Kingdom might not have noticed. Around Amir's lakeshore, there are also competitors from the Kangaroo Kingdom, the Siam Kingdom, and the Myanmar Kingdom. Along with Anderson, there are currently 4 heads available, the commander-in-chief laughed heartily. The willingness of the Baba Yang Kingdom exceeded his expectations. He thought he could persuade Musharraf to use the outside hints, but he never expected to gain the support of the entire Baba Yang Kingdom at once. Upon hearing this, Musharraf calculated in his heart, and after a moment, he spoke. Old friend, why don't we split the heads evenly, 2 for each country? This way the distribution is the fairest. The commander-in-chief shook his head in refusal. No. How much area and resources does your Baba Yang Kingdom even have? Even if you restore 1,000, what resources can you possibly gain? Our Dragon Kingdom is vast, if we can restore 4,000 of resources, that would bring more resources. Musharraf frowned, his tone confused and somewhat unhappy. Old friend, we are allies. You can't just have the Dragon Kingdom eating meat while the Baba Yang Kingdom gets nothing but soup. How am I supposed to explain this to our people? Don't worry, my old friend. The Dragon Kingdom will not treat its allies unfairly. The heads will be given to us, and while we restore resources, we will compensate for your lost resources. Chapter 115, Encountering the Competitors from Ice Kingdom. In the wilderness world. Baba Yang Kingdom's competitor Amir was roasting fire in a small cave he dug out in the mountain hollow. Suddenly, the Baba Yang Kingdom's outside hint popped up in front of him. What? Anderson from the Beautiful Kingdom, Zhang Yu from the Dragon Kingdom, and competitors from the Kangaroo Kingdom, Siam Kingdom, and Myanmar Kingdom are all nearby? And all heads have to go to this Zhang Yu? Amir frowned, filled with confusion in his heart. What is the commander trying to do? Asking me to remind Zhang Yu is fine, but I also have to follow his command completely and even give him my heads? What's going on? Amir looked at the flames dancing in front of the bonfire, his brow tightly knitted. The commander's directive was hard for him to understand and even a bit suffocating. He, Amir, who had survived in the wilderness world, considered himself skilled, yet now he had to voluntarily leave his shelter, cross the lake, to remind an ally with a Dragon Kingdom competitor he had never met, and even follow his command, giving up his spoils? What exactly is so special about Zhang Yu? Suddenly, he thought of the hints in the wilderness, where the name Zhang Yu had appeared, not just once. He closed his eyes, quickly recalling in his mind. That's right. It seems that the name Zhang Yu has appeared 3 times. This guy seems to have completed 3 kills, restoring 0.3% of resources for the Dragon Kingdom. This information struck Amir's mind like thunder. 3 kills. Sakura Nation, Yagwan Nation, Philian Nation. 0.3% of resources. In this wilderness world, where supplies are scarce, and basic needs can't be met, Zhang Yu actually completed 3 kills. This means that Zhang Yu's strength and character are definitely among the very best of all the contestants. The doubts and discontent in Amir's heart were instantly replaced by a chill and shock. Recalling the hints from the commander outside the venue, he now had a brand new understanding. This isn't about making oneself dependent on a weak ally, but about joining a hunting team led by Zhang Yu from the Dragon Kingdom. Then, under his leadership, he would start hunting contestants from Beautiful Nation, Kangaroo Nation, Siam Nation, and Myanmar Nation. But why give all the heads to Zhang Yu from the Dragon Kingdom? Doesn't that mean our Babi sheep country won't gain anything? Amir still felt confused. Maybe in Blue Star, Babi sheep country has already discussed the distribution of benefits with the Dragon Kingdom. As for fully following his command, Amir murmured. But this time his tone held no more resistance. Facing a strong person with 3 kills, obeying his command is not shameful, but a wise move. Having figured everything out, Amir no longer hesitated, and his gaze became resolute. He closed the live broadcast room and began to check and gather all his supplies and weapons, then crawled out of the cave, quickly moving towards the lake. On the other side of the lake, Zhang Yu had once again taken to the sled, continuing to search along the lakeshore, completely unaware of the turmoil happening outside. He did not search along the lakeshore on his side, but instead crossed the lake, arriving at the spot where he had landed yesterday, moving in the opposite direction from yesterday. The sled glided over the unfamiliar snow, and Zhang Yu paid full attention to observing his surroundings. The sled slid smoothly, and Zhang Yu's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, observing carefully. Damn! What is that? A cat or a tiger? Damn! That's a lynx, Master. You encountered one before. Could it be that this lynx wants to seek death? I think this lynx might have noticed that Master Yu's sled looks a little bare and wants to give its fur to Master Yu. Suddenly, the bullet screen started jumping wildly, filled with excitement, but there wasn't much worry, mostly just amusement. There, not far in front of Zhang Yu, near a sheltered rocky beach, he caught sight of a gray-brown figure standing on a boulder, gazing at him. Those eyes were cold and alert, fixating on Zhang Yu and the reindeer in front of the sled. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room was still cheerfully discussing, but Zhang Yu's heart felt a bit tense. The lynx is one of the top predators in the wilderness. Aside from bears, mountain lions, and wolf packs, it ranks high among predators. He raised the recurve bow in his hand, knocking an arrow, the tip aimed at the lynx, but he did not shoot, merely staring coldly at it. The reindeer maintained a steady pace, moving forward steadily. Zhang Yu did not wish to attack first. On one hand, the distance was indeed a bit far, and on the other hand, if he missed, that arrow might be wasted and could not be retrieved. If he further angered the lynx, it would be even more troublesome. The lynx and Zhang Yu stared at each other for a few seconds, seeming to realize that Zhang Yu was not easy to handle. It made a low warning sound from its throat. She lightly jumped down from the rock and disappeared into the dense forest in just a few leaps. Seeing the lynx leave, Zhang Yu did not relax, he remained alert. His gaze stayed fixed on the direction the lynx had gone, not letting his guard down until the sled had completely departed from the lynx's position. The sled continued to advance. After traveling for more than half an hour, Zhang Yu stopped the sled due to an urgent need. He greeted the live broadcast room, then closed the stream, and quickly ran into the dense forest to relieve himself. After shaking off, he comfortably pulled up his pants. At that moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a series of footprints deep in the forest out of the corner of his eye. Those are human footprints. Zhang Yu immediately became alert, gripping his bow and arrow a little tighter. He hurried forward, carefully inspecting. He found the footprints extending from the southeast, appearing to linger briefly here before heading back towards the southeast. Zhang Yu stepped next to the footprints, leaving an imprint of his own for comparison. He discovered that the footprints on the opposite side were distinctly shallower and smaller. It might even be a woman. Zhang Yu quickly pondered whether to chase or to investigate deeper. Just as Zhang Yu was feeling conflicted, the atmosphere within the Dragon Kingdom Command Center was heavy. Report: after analysis, the position where Zhang Yu is located has Ice Kingdom contestant Isabella. Isabella? Do we have her specific information? The commander furrowed his brow, looking at the live broadcast of Isabella on the big screen, alongside Zhang Yu's black screen. Isabella, 24 years old, rank 2489, a singer. The threat level is low. Li Guodong reported to the commander, holding the data that his subordinates had pulled up. Chapter 116, Finding Isabella. Isabella was sitting in a tree hollow, completely unaware that her footprints had already been discovered by Zhang Yu. Before her, a small fire was burning, with a mouse skewered on a stick cooking over it. The mouse was roasted to a golden crispy surface, sizzling with oil, filling the small tree hollow with a rich aroma of grilled meat. Isabella eagerly took the mouse, completely ignoring the pain of her burned hands. Her eyes were fixated on the mouse as she forcefully tore off a leg, blowing on it, and biting into it with satisfaction. A burst of fragrant meat flavor flooded her mouth, and she contentedly squinted her ice-blue eyes. When she had just entered the wilderness world, she initially chose a snare, a machete, and 5 kilograms of beef jerky as her supplies. In the beginning, she relied on the 5 kilograms of beef jerky and some berries and wild grass to survive for a long time. Later, by chance, she discovered this already decayed tree hollow and found a stable resting place. With the snare, she occasionally caught small animals like wild chickens, snow hares, mice, and squirrels, keeping her going. But 2 heavy snowfalls had led to a shortage of food. The heavy snow buried wild grass and bushes, leaving her hungry for 3 days. Today, she braved the cold, regularly going out to check the traps. Finally, she found this frozen mouse in one of the traps, allowing her to enjoy a warm meal. In the Ice Kingdom live broadcast room, host Olaf, observing Isabella's satisfied eating, revealed a happy expression on his face. Our ice princess, Isabella, after enduring 2 brutal snowstorms and starving for a full 3 days, has depended on her unmatched willpower and relentless survival spirit to finally receive God's blessing. One mouse, our Isabella can finally have a hearty meal and face the next challenge in good spirits. The comments flooded with encouraging and comforting words. Isabella is amazing. Hang in there, God will surely favor you. Although Isabella's ranking is not high, she is taking one step at a time, believing she can return to Blue Star alive. I hope Isabella can win. Her singing is wonderful, and I fear I might never hear her voice again. No. I just watched the live stream of the 8th ranked contestant from Dragon Country, Zhang Yu, and it seems he is near the place where Isabella found the mouse yesterday. Zhang Yu did not open the live stream. Holding a bow and arrow, using trees and snow for cover, he followed the footprints in the direction ahead. The further he went, the more disordered the footprints became. But it was clear that all the prints were from one person. Zhang Yu bent down, carefully distinguishing. He discovered that these footprints were not left in a single day, they were both new and old, indicating regular passage here, leaving behind these prints. This suggests that the owner of the prints likely has a relatively fixed shelter or frequently active area nearby. He carefully identified the path. And soon, he discerned the direction where the footprints were most frequently traveled. He slowed down, placing each step softly, fearing to make any sound. After 5 more minutes of walking, he suddenly stopped, sensing the faint smell of smoke and the fragrant odor of barbecued meat in the air. Only because he had strong perception could he discover this, no one else would have found it. He lowered himself, sniffing carefully at the barbecue scent in the air. To the south. Zhang Yu confirmed the direction of the smell and began to move cautiously southward. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Dragon Country Command Center was tense, as everyone engaged in debate over Zhang Yu and Isabella. I think we should contact Ice Country, ask them to issue an outside prompt to let Isabella warn Zhang Yu about the situation with Anderson from Beautiful Country and Amir from Baba Sheep Country. Relying solely on Amir may not be enough to find Zhang Yu, said a member of the think tank. No. This would alarm the snake, and if Ice Country does not follow our plan and directly uses the outside prompt to inform Isabella, making her cautious, Zhang Yu would be in danger. We can't take that risk, another person rebutted. Danger? Just because of this singer Isabella? She is just a singer, not a professionally trained soldier. What threat can she pose to Zhang Yu? One hand from Zhang Yu could crush her. I suggest we still contact Ice Country to use the outside prompt in exchange for Isabella's life. A lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, and this isn't underestimating Zhang Yu. His performance in the wilderness world has indeed been outstanding, earning us 3,000 of resources. But we have to notice that he is indeed an idle person with no systematic military training. If he truly falls into Isabella's hands, we would suffer a great loss. I agree. They are not of our kind, their hearts must be different. What if Zhang Yu takes in Isabella, and one night, while Zhang Yu and Su Jin are asleep, she strikes? We would lose 2 contestants at once. This kind of blow is unbearable for anyone, a young think tank member expressed. Seeing the heated discussion, the commander turned his gaze to Li Guodong and asked, You and the think tank have no concrete plan. What are your thoughts? Li Guodong's expression was serious, he pondered for a moment, then spoke, Commander, I don't think we should contact Ice Country. Oh? Why? The commander looked at Li Guodong in surprise, not expecting to hear this from him. On one hand, Amir from Baba Sheep Country has already begun to act, while Anderson is still in the original place. We should fully trust our allies. Secondly, Ice Country currently appears to be an ally of Beautiful Country, I don't trust them too much. Let's not even discuss Isabella's threat. Just in case they did not send the offside hint as we required, but instead provided Zhang Yu with wrong information, we would have no way to stop it, and we wouldn't even be able to warn Zhang Yu. Hearing this, the commander's face showed a serious expression as he nodded. Your analysis is correct. Since that's the case, then let's not contact the Ice Country. At this moment, Zhang Yu had quietly climbed up a spruce tree. Taking advantage of the high vantage point, he carefully observed the surrounding situation. Suddenly, he saw not far away, footprints around a fallen giant tree were incredibly dense, and smoke was rising from one end of the giant tree. I caught you. Zhang Yu's heart tightened, knowing he had found the place where this person was hiding. However, Zhang Yu did not rush down, but instead gazed around like a hawk, afraid that this was a carefully set trap. Chapter 117, To Kill or to Spare? Zhang Yu crouched on the tree like a stone, motionless, his gaze firmly scanning the surroundings. Half an hour later, he finally confirmed that there were no ambushes nearby. His extraordinary perception allowed him to vaguely feel that there was only one person inside the giant tree. And that person had no defenses, even occasionally humming a tune. Zhang Yu secretly marveled at how well the woman sang. If she were caught and locked in a wooden house, it would be nice to have her perform during free time, making it a form of entertainment in the wilderness world. At the Ice Country headquarters, the atmosphere was very tense due to the barrage of reminders. Immediately retrieve the recording from Dragon Country's Zhang Yu's live broadcast room, and analyze the environment before he closed the live stream, the commanding officer of Ice Country, Seoul, ordered with a grave expression. The recording was quickly retrieved and analyzed, and everyone present had their brows tightly locked. Because, it was confirmed that Zhang Yu was indeed near their country's contestant, Isabella. Zhang Yu must have discovered Isabella's trail, an official asserted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have not started the live stream until now. It's absolutely impossible to take so long in the bathroom. I suggest we must immediately use the offside hint opportunity to warn Isabella, telling her to hide or move at once. The deputy commander, Charles, expressed his disagreement. Hide? Move? How can she hide? How can she move? Zhang Yu is the 8th ranked expert, while our Isabella? Perhaps hiding in a hollow tree could give her a chance to survive, but in the wilderness, there's only one outcome, that is death. My suggestion is to immediately contact Dragon Country and see their attitude. If Dragon Country is willing to step in, only then can Isabella have a chance to live. Upon hearing this, the official instantly jumped up and shouted. That's impossible. We are a member of the Beautiful Country Alliance and have already made an agreement with the Beautiful Country. If we consult Dragon Country at this moment, and Beautiful Country and its allies find out, then that would seal our fate. We should send an offside hint, urging Isabella to strongly counterattack Dragon Country's Zhang Yu, and even if she dies, she should die with dignity. And Ice Country's commander, Seoul, looked grimly at the two arguing in front of him, his mind uncertain as to what he was thinking. Seeing their argument becoming more intense, he impatiently slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly. Shut up! Can arguing solve the problem? Can it save Isabella? Everyone be quiet. Isabella licked the grease off her hands, feeling that tiny bit of pitiful fullness in her stomach, greedily eyeing the half of the mouse she had left. She suppressed her desire to eat. The hunger still shadowed her, but reason told her that this half mouse was her only support for survival, so she had to save it, had to be frugal. She cautiously wrapped the remaining half of the mouse in clean leaves and stuffed it into a relatively dry crevice deep in the tree hole. Beware of being stolen by other small animals. After doing this, she added some damp firewood to the almost extinguished fire and curled up next to it, tightly wrapping herself in a small blanket made of the fur of mice, snow hares, and other small animals, then quietly stared at the snow outside the tree hole, lost in thought. She knew that compared to other contestants, there was a huge gap. She was just a singer, with no experience or skills, and compared to those top contestants, she had no strong body or systematic knowledge. But she was not discouraged. Her goal was simple, to survive as long as possible, to preserve a flame for the Ice Nation, and to seek a chance to live for herself. While Isabella was staring blankly at the snow outside the hole, her thoughts drifting far away. She seemed to have heard a noise, like snow being stepped on, or something brushing against the branches. She suddenly snapped back to reality, her heart racing, and listened carefully. 1 second, 3 seconds, 1 minute passed. Apart from the sound of the wind, there were no other strange noises. Was it just an illusion? Or was it some animal? Isabella shook her head. It's probably just hunger causing hallucinations, or the snow falling from the tree. She comforted herself, and her tense nerves slowly relaxed again. Then, just as she had started to calm down and was about to drift off again, she saw it. At the entrance of the tree hole, the branches and stones that were meant to cover the entrance were suddenly pushed aside by a large hand. A tall, fully armored figure appeared at the entrance like a ghost. What terrified Isabella the most was that the person was holding a recurved bow, drawn taut, with an arrow nocked and aimed directly at her chest. Ah! Isabella screamed in terror, her eyes filled with despair. Her body instinctively shrank backward, her back pressed tightly against the inner wall of the tree. Her small blanket slipped from her hands, revealing her trembling body, shaking from fear. Don't kill me, she cried, raising her hands high. Tears slid down her cheeks as she looked at Zhang Yu with eyes full of desperation and pleading, her voice trembling. I don't have a weapon, I only have a little bit of food, it's all yours. Please don't kill me. In the Ice Nation's live broadcast room, host Olaf's smile froze instantly. He suddenly stood up from his seat and screamed in shock. No. Isabella, quickly hide. Isn't the Dragon Nation a peaceful nation? We haven't offended you, and we haven't offended the Dragon Nation either. Stop. Please stop. No. Zhang, stop. Oh God, save her, save Isabella. It's over, it's all over, we will never hear Isabella's heavenly voice again. Zhang Yu, you butcher. You don't even spare a woman. Are all Dragon Nation contestants cold-blooded? What is the command center doing? Quickly contact the Dragon Nation. Save Isabella. At the same time, the Dragon Nation's live broadcast director cleverly switched the screen to the Ice Nation's broadcast. Host Xiaosha's professional smile instantly disappeared, and his face turned serious. But if you looked closely, you could still see the excitement he couldn't hide deep in his eyes. He quickly adjusted his tone and spoke in as calm a voice as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing an unexpected situation. Our contestant Zhang Yu, during his exploration, seems to have encountered the Ice Nation's contestant Isabella. As it stands, Zhang Yu has absolute initiative and advantage. Zhang Yu is so awesome? Does this mean Dragon Nation will regain resources today? Wow! This is Isabella, a professional singer. Her singing voice is so beautiful, I even have several of her songs on my playlist. Zhang Yu, can you show mercy? Ugh, it's hard to watch. This beauty is crying in fear. It's a pity to kill her, maybe she'll be useful later? Useful? What's the use? Wouldn't it be better to have a Susu? Why add another one? Isn't one enough? I'm almost tired of seeing it. I suggest Master Yu add one more, Susu on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and Isabella on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. And for Sunday, let's do it together. Can Master Yu handle it? Doesn't he need to rest? Iron kidneys?